Chapter 1. Did the system arrive too soon? Have I awakened the redemption system prematurely? In the imperial capital, at the Xianzue Club on the third floor, the muffled beats reverberated through a private room. Clap, clap, clap. A passing waiter blushed and quickly fled. What transpired within was not meant for their eyes. Young master, I apologize. It was my fault. But my hand truly aches. I cannot manage with my foot inside the room. I cursed. My head aches terribly. Moreover, who indulges so extravagantly? As Ye Xing groggily opened his eyes, he beheld a stunningly beautiful face, reminiscent of a weeping pear blossom. Quite lovely. Wait, where am I? And why is this girl's face so flushed? Suddenly, a torrent of fragmented memories surged forth, inundating him with an abundance of information regarding his identity, family, and the world. Only then did Ye Xing comprehend. He had transcended. He had crossed into a world of profound martial arts, a realm where martial prowess reigns supreme, and the paths of enlightenment manifest themselves. The identity of the original owner was astonishingly remarkable. He was the contemporary scion of the Ye family, one of the four foremost families in Huaxia, the sole heir of the Ye family. His father was a martial deity of the present age. By heavens! Ye Xing's eyes sparkled. This was an unprecedentedly fortuitous start. A top-tier wealthy heir and a martial prodigy. His advantages were overwhelming. The immense joy he felt swiftly overshadowed the bewilderment of his transmigration, nearly bringing him to laughter. While others often found themselves in dire straits, beginning as orphans or destitute, he had entered a state of effortless triumph. However, a voice tinged with sorrow interrupted his reverie. Young master, you may strike or punish me as you wish. Huazhua knelt on the floor, her legs encased in black stockings trembling slightly. I only request that you refrain from drinking any further. Ye Xing was momentarily taken aback. Soon, additional information about the woman before him surfaced from the merging memories. Huazhua, his personal maid, possessed an SS-grade talent, a peerless genius. Just moments ago, he had commanded her to slap his face. The original owner was nothing short of a wastrel, a bully who abused his power, indulging in debauchery without remorse. It was evident that Huazhua had suffered greatly from his disdain, given that Ye Xing himself only had a grade talent and struggled in his cultivation. He often vented his frustrations on the SS-grade gifted Huazhua. He was truly a despicable person. Damn! Ye Xing cursed. Was the original owner truly such a fool? He took a deep breath. In that instant, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Beep! Congratulations to the host for awakening the Villain Redemption System. Ye Xing was taken aback. This is a system? Really? A redemption system? Had the original owner descended to such depths? Beep! Tracing the host's life history. Please hold on. Countless words appeared before him. Beep! 60 years ago, you were born in the imperial capital. As the sole heir of the Ye family, you have stood atop the pyramid since birth. Ye Xing's eyes widened. Wait, 60 years ago? Wasn't the original owner only 18? At 18, you committed numerous atrocities. Your family did everything to protect you, although sheltered by your family, the entire imperial capital held you in contempt. That is quite normal. Ye Xing's lips twitched. At the age of 22, your cultivation lagged far behind that of your peers, yet you remained indifferent, even scoffing at them. After all, no matter how fervently they practiced throughout their lives, they would likely only serve as guards for the Ye family, while you were born into the heavenly palace. 22. What is happening? Ye Xing rubbed his eyes. At 27, you aspired to a union with the Bai family of the Demon City, only to face a devastating rejection from the Bai family, one of the four prominent clans. At 38, rifts of otherworldly anomalies began to emerge across the globe, unleashing countless beasts and demons into the human realm. At 39, your father, Ye Yuantian, was besieged by four ancient demonic gods and gravely injured. The stature of the Ye family plummeted. Even in his dying moments, he remained concerned for you. You finally had an epiphany. You resolved to avenge your father. At 47, you finally attained the 6th level of cultivation, yet this meager power was utterly insufficient. Battling the otherworldly beasts felt like a dance with death. At 53, the Ye family was utterly annihilated, and under your mother's protection, you narrowly escaped, left to wander alone. At 60, you find yourself in the twilight of your years, reflecting on your past life with profound anguish. Resolve to reform your ways and start anew. Ding. The villain redemption system has officially bound itself to you. Ye Xing. At this moment, Ye Xing was somewhat bewildered. What is going on? How can I be 60 years old now? Am I not just 18? Has the system traversed time? Arrived too early? Meanwhile, Hua Zue observed Ye Xing in a daze, her gaze dimming. Then, shall we drink a bit more? Please, don't be angry, all right? Wait a moment. Ye Xing was taken aback by the scene. Suddenly, a notification chimed. After 30 years, you reunite with an old acquaintance. Once, Hua Zue was your devoted maid, but she could no longer endure your torment and ultimately departed. Now, she has achieved the status of an 8th-level martial monarch, her eyes filled solely with hatred, and you are aware of your wrongdoing. You resolve to sincerely apologize. Task issued. Seek forgiveness from this 8th-level martial monarch by any means necessary. Help her overcome her inner demons. Task reward. Divine Talent Black Emperor. What? Divine Talent? Ye Xing was astonished. It was the first time he had heard of such a thing. Moreover, Hua Zue would eventually become an 8th-level martial monarch. Ye Xing gazed at Hua Zue before taking a deep breath. Apologize. I must apologize at once. Ye Xing suddenly reached out. Hua Zue instinctively recoiled. I'm sorry, Ye Xing said as he loosened his tie, carefully bandaging her bleeding wound. All these years, I've been less than a beast. Hua Zue pondered for a moment before responding. It's all right. Director, what has changed? Without missing a beat, Ye Xing continued. No, I genuinely feel remorse for my past actions. I was utterly inconsiderate of others' feelings, and I understand that my behavior was inexcusable. Ye Xing's tone grew earnest. All I wish for now is to make amends for everything I have done wrong in the past. Please, grant me this opportunity. Hua Ziyue was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Ye Xing would be so sincere. Immediately, she suddenly lowered her head. It's nothing. In fact, I know that the young master is a good child, albeit with a bit of a temper. Of course, I will forgive the young master. Hua Ziyue's complexion flushed slightly. Ye Xing. Oh, so it was not solely the original owner's fault. In the next moment, a notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task. Reward is being dispensed. Divine Talent Black Emperor. Chapter 2, Divine Talent. Black Emperor. Black Emperor possesses an unchanging physical form, capable of devouring all spiritual power and energy, transforming it into personal strength, exuding an emperor-like pressure, inherently restraining any talent. In an instant, a flicker of dark light flashed in Ye Xing's gaze. His bones, muscles, blood, and even the depths of his soul seemed to be reshaped by an unfathomable power. The stagnant realm he had been in began to surge forward madly at this moment. First stage, 6th layer. First stage, 7th layer. First stage, 8th layer. In a mere few seconds, his strength transcended 3 minor realms. An invisible pressure emanated from him, as if he were an emperor surveying the world with disdain. In that fleeting moment, Hua Ziyue suddenly sensed something. The young master's spiritual power. How has it surged so dramatically? She keenly noticed that Ye Xing's aura had transformed. Ye Xing looked down at his palm, feeling the tumultuous power within him. He could distinctly perceive that his physical strength now surpassed that of other martial artists of the same level. He could even withstand the attacks of second-tier experts. It seems Hua Ziyue truly forgave him. Ye Xing couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. He had not anticipated the system arriving so early, making the task unexpectedly simple. Could it be? Ye Xing's eyes sparkled. Just as he reveled in the shock of his newfound power, Hua Ziyue cautiously spoke. Young master, shall we return home now? Or shall we play a little longer? Ye Xing was taken aback. Ah, this was rather outrageous. How could a man of virtue engage in such activities? Let's play a bit longer, he replied. Hua Ziyue's face flushed, and she was about to make a move when suddenly, bang! The door to the private room was kicked open. Ye Xing was momentarily stunned. Hey, it's quiet in here. Seems like this young master is having quite the thrilling time. A red-haired man swaggered in. Upon seeing Hua Ziyue's stunning beauty and alluring figure, a glint of greed flashed in his eyes. Ye Xing, upon recognizing the fool that had entered, responded with indifference. Who are you? Get out. Ha! Quite the cocky one. Su Zhengyang chuckled as he gazed at Hua Zia. Listen, bro, we're all wastrels here. So why do you get to enjoy such fine company? It's been 2 days of ruckus in this place. Hey, race an opportunity. Why don't you swap your maid for mine? What do you say? Su Zhengyang was the brother of the owner of this establishment and the young master of the Su family in the imperial capital. Surely, no one would dare refuse him. Ye Xing narrowed his eyes. Not a bro. In the imperial capital, was there anyone bold enough to speak to him in such a manner? At that moment, Su Zhengyang clearly had no idea who Ye Xing was. He merely perceived him as another debauched wastrel. Do you not comprehend human speech? Su Zhengyang threatened in a hushed tone. Do you know who owns this establishment? Hurry, grant me some face, or you shall never enter here again. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, a dull thud resounded, and his body was propelled backward, crashing to the ground. Su Zhengyang was utterly bewildered. How dare someone strike me here? I initially intended not to personally discipline you. Ye Xing flicked her wrist, but I fear that letting Zue slap you may bring you too much pleasure. After all, preceding the sting of the slap was the delicate fragrance from the tips of the girl's fingers. Upon hearing this, Hua Ziue's ears faintly flushed. The young master. Is she defending me? Although Hua Ziue possessed no reason to fear Su Zhengyang, being merely Ye Xing's maid, she was endowed with an SS-level talent, and her cultivation was formidable. However, she soon astutely noticed something. When did the young master's speed become so astonishingly swift? Bastard! Su Zhengyang, regaining his composure, was seething with rage. Do you know who I am? And do you know who I am? Slap! Another resounding slap echoed through the air. Su Zhengyang nearly toppled over. With your status, you should not even have the right to speak to me. Ye Xing's voice was frigid, yet out of my boundless mercy, I grant you an opportunity to transcend your station and seek death. The commotion had long attracted a crowd in the corridor of the establishment. Numerous patrons peeked in, whispering and speculating. Isn't that the second young master of the Su family? I can't believe he was actually struck. This is bad. The one who hit him doesn't even recognize him. Wait, why does the one who struck him seem somewhat familiar? Su Zhengyang was seething with fury. Damn it. He could distinctly perceive that Ye Xing's cultivation was merely at the 8th level of the first stage, while he himself had already reached the pinnacle of the first stage. How could he be completely suppressed by her? Just as Ye Xing was about to deliver another strike, Su Zhengyang suddenly retreated, narrowly evading her attack. Oomph. He sneered. Fortunately, my talent is mind-reading, allowing me to anticipate your moves. Now let's see how you. Damn you, damn you, damn you, damn you. Countless profanities echoed in Ye Xing's mind. She offered no battle intent for him to predict. Just 3 words. Damn you. Su Zhengyang. Slap, slap, slap. 3 consecutive slaps sent Su Zhengyang tumbling to the ground. Stop. Please stop. In that moment, not only was his body severely injured, but his spirit also suffered a grave blow. At that instant, a commanding voice boomed, "Stop." The crowd hastily parted. Then, a stern-faced man strode forward. It was none other than Su Zhengyang's elder brother, Su Hai. He had come to rescue his brother, but upon recognizing Ye Xing's face, his countenance turned ashen. Good heavens! It is this esteemed lady. Brother, hurry and save me. Eliminate this scoundrel. How dare he strike me? Break a leg. Su Zhengyang clearly failed to notice the change in his brother's expression and hastily called out. However, Ye Xing cast a frigid glance at Su Hai, her tone icy. Little Su, did I not expressly forbid anyone from entering my private box? Is this how you conduct your affairs? Little Su. Everyone was taken aback, including Su Zhengyang, who was momentarily stunned. Before he could comprehend the situation, he witnessed his usually imposing brother suddenly kneel with a resounding thud. The words spoken left everyone astonished. I apologize, young Master Yi. It was my fault. In an instant, the atmosphere erupted in chaos. What the hell? Young Master Yi? Could it be that he is? Unbelievable. He has encountered a formidable opponent. He is that Ye Xing. It's over. Su Ershao is truly finished this time. Su Zhengyang finally grasped the gravity of the situation, his complexion paling instantly. No, could it be? He is that Ye Xing. Kneel down. Su Hai bellowed, delivering a sharp slap across his brother's face. Su Zhengyang, no longer daring to hesitate, immediately sank to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Ye Xing snorted disdainfully. Remember this. This is how one should flaunt their superiority. Su Zhengyang remained speechless. Little Su, Ye Xing continued indifferently. Do you know why I struck him? No, I do not know. Su Hai dared not admit his understanding. Surely, it was for his brother's lack of discernment, for disturbing the refined enjoyment of this young master. It is because I cannot abide the sight of bullies, especially those who oppress women. The moment I saw your brother behaving in such a manner, it infuriated me. Ye Xing scoffed coldly. The others were bewildered. Could be. You cannot abide such behavior, yet you engage in it daily. Chapter 3. Reviving my father. He is not dead. Su Hai's forehead was drenched in sweat. Damn it. His eyes flickered with uncertainty. In the past, a few flattering words and some gifts would usually suffice to placate this young master. Surely, it will be the same this time, right? With this thought in mind, Su Hai quickly forced a smile. Young Master Yi, my brother has been blind to your greatness and has offended you. As a person of your stature, please show mercy this once. In return, whenever you visit our club, I shall present you with an exclusive black card, all expenses waived, in a top-tier private room reserved for you at all times. This prodigal son adored frequenting this place. With a little sweetness, he was certain he could smooth things over. Ye Xing looked astonished. Really? Is it that good? Su Hai's eye sparkled, of course. Not only. Do you take me for a fool? Ye Xing suddenly roared, his gaze icy. Now, I demand you render your brother incapacitated. His tone was frigid. Otherwise, by tomorrow, I shall turn your shoddy club into a public restroom. You think a mere black card can appease me? Which official can withstand such a test? Su Hai's face turned pale. Young Master Ye. Ye Xing coldly interrupted. Speak another word, and you too shall become a useless being. How dare you treat me like an idiot? Su Hai trembled, disbelief flooding his eyes. The once indulgent and easily placated young master had transformed into someone so ruthless and decisive. 2 legs. What? Su Hai suddenly lifted his head. He finally grasped that today, this affair would not conclude easily. He glanced at his brother, Su Zhengyang, who was now ashen-faced and filled with desperation. Su Hai gritted his teeth, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. This cannot continue. If this persists, not only will this club be doomed, but the Su family will face ruin. Bang! He struck Su Zhengyang's dantian with his palm, unleashing his spiritual energy, instantly shattering his qi. Su Zhengyang let out a heart-wrenching scream, his cultivation obliterated. Without hesitation, Su Hai ruthlessly raised his foot and stomped down, breaking both of his legs. The brutal betrayal of kinship nearly caused Su Zhengyang to faint, tears streaming down his face. Couldn't you at least give a warning? Yet Su Hai dare not pause. Hastily delivering several slaps to his own face, Young Master Yi, I apologize. Please forgive me. Ye Xing cast a cold glance at him. Now that is more like it. He stepped toward the door, momentarily pausing beside Su Hai, his voice low and grave. Remember, Su family, do not be too arrogant. The capital has no need for a family prouder than the Yi family. With that, he strode away, accompanied by the luminous-eyed Hua, leaving Su Hai kneeling on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. No one around dared to utter a word. Offending anyone is one thing, but offending him is another. It was only after Ye Xing departed that Su Hai collapsed onto the floor. Phew! He realized this young master of the Yi family had changed dramatically. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ye Xing and Hua Ziyue stepped out into the night, a cool breeze brushing against them. A dark red Ferrari was already parked at the entrance, and the two of them slid into the luxurious interior. As Hua Ziyue stealthily observed Ye Xing's profile, her heart inexplicably quickened. In the next moment, the engine roared to life, and the Ferrari surged into the night like a wild beast. Inside the car, Hua Ziyue could no longer contain herself and spoke up, "Young master, it seems you have changed." Ye Xing raised an eyebrow at her words. "In what way?" Hua Ziyue bit her lip and replied softly, "The strength and speed have both altered. The former young master would never have been able to knock away a peak-level Su Zhengyang with just one slap." Ye Xing chuckled and said, "Never mind. Could you give my shoulders a little massage?" Hua Ziyue hesitated and murmured, "But my hands are a bit sore." Ye Xing shot her a glance. "Don't you have feet?" Half an hour later, at the Yi family estate, The Ferrari came to a gentle halt in front of an imposing mansion. The grand red door bore the ornate characters for Ye Fu. Yet before they could exit the vehicle, a furious roar erupted from within. Ye Yuan, disown this son. He hasn't returned home for 2 whole days. If he dares to come back, I will break his legs. The voice reverberated so powerfully that the tiles on the courtyard walls trembled. Hearing his father's fury, Ye Xing could not help but pause. Just then, words appeared before his eyes. Ding, upon thinking of your deceased father, you feel heartbroken, regretting that he could not see your current transformation. Mission issued. Revive Ye Yuan and gain his acknowledgement. Mission reward. Divine technique. Pitch black fiery Sunday. What is this? Revive? As Ye Xing listened to the escalating commotion inside, he fell into silence. My father is not dead. Hua Ziyue's complexion paled. Young master. It seems the family head is angry. Perhaps we should avoid him? The thought of the mission being within reach made Ye Xing scoff. Why should I shy away from his brilliance? This is the perfect opportunity to complete the mission. He boldly strode towards a mansion. Hua Ziyue was left in disbelief. Wasn't the young master the one most afraid of the family head? In the main hall of the Yi residence, Ye Yuan stood with his arms crossed, a dark expression upon his face. His robust figure was clad in a dark robe, an aura of divinity subtly surrounding him, and merely standing there exuded an overwhelming pressure. Rebellious son, do you even know how to come back? Ye Yuan abruptly turned, fixing a fierce gaze upon the entering Ye Xing. Did I not tell you not to go out? What have you been doing for the past 2 days? He was nearly driven to madness. How could a martial god like him have such a son? Ye Xing maintained his composure, his expression serious. I was cultivating. You want a drink? What did you say? Ye Yuan was about to explode when he suddenly heard this, momentarily taken aback. Cultivating? Such an unfamiliar phrase. His expression darkened. Are you trying to fool me? I would sooner believe that my ancestral grave has exploded than believe you actually went to cultivate. Ye Xing raised her hands in exasperation. Father, I truly have been cultivating. Ye Yuan scoffed coldly. Do not spout nonsense. Are you aware of how many have come forth to complain, alleging that you bully men and women alike, and that you do not hesitate to break others' legs? What? Ye Xing's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression one of indignation. Who is spreading these rumors about me? If I find them, I shall surely break their legs. Ye Yuan, is this not a veiled admission? Just as Ye Yuan prepared to continue his scolding, Ye Xing suddenly exuded a surge of energy, unreservedly releasing the fluctuations of her 8th stage spiritual power. Father, I truly have been cultivating. Upon sensing Ye Xing's elevated cultivation, this martial god of the imperial capital did not immediately express joy. Instead, his pupils constricted sharply as he sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "This is disastrous. Our ancestral grave." Ye Xing, Father, is your reaction not a bit off? Ding. Mission accomplished. Reward acquired. Divine level technique. Pitch black fiery sun. Chapter 4. Supreme cultivation technique. The jet black solar flame. Within the grand hall of the Yi residence, 2 individuals exchanged intense gazes. Ye Yuan took a deep breath, his formidable consciousness swiftly sweeping towards the ancestral grave of the Yi family. Upon confirming that all was well, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Have you truly devoted yourself to cultivation? Ye Yuan inquired. Yet how is it that your prowess has surged so remarkably? It has only been 2 days, has it not? Ye Xing maintained his composure, replying, Father, I have been in seclusion and diligently cultivating these past 2 days, in a place of massage and song. You claim to have secluded yourself? Ye Yuan retorted, incredulous. Ye Xing, suppressing his irritation, thought to himself, damn it, how did you find out? As a father, Ye Yuan was undoubtedly well aware of his son's whereabouts. The notion that his son had chosen such a venue for cultivation was utterly perplexing. Is there a path in such indulgence as well? Ye Xing could not help but sigh, his gaze drifting to the recently acquired jet black solar flame. Jet black solar flame, yin and yang in reversal, empowered by the force of the sun. After cultivation, the blood can heal any injury, and the black flames can incinerate all. Upon reaching completion, it may even influence the trajectory of the sun. After perusing this information, Ye Xing's spirit soared. Truly, this was a supreme cultivation technique. Initially, the task assigned by the system to resurrect Ye Yuan seemed exceedingly arduous. However, to his astonishment, the reality was that Ye Yuan was very much alive. This revelation simplified matters tremendously. Moreover, it was evident that Ye Yuan held a deep affection for Ye Xing. Despite his words, the system had made everything abundantly clear. At this moment, Ye Yuan remained skeptical. He knew his son all too well. With a mere D-grade talent, it was unreasonable to expect that even a week of rigorous training could lead to a breakthrough to the 8th level of the first stage. Suddenly, a thought struck Ye Yuan, and his expression shifted dramatically. Have you consumed some sort of elixir to forcibly elevate your cultivation? He queried. Such potions may provide a fleeting enhancement, but at the cost of one's foundation. It is a fruitless endeavor. Given my son's reckless nature, such actions are certainly plausible. Ye Xing's eyes widened in protest. Father, what are you suggesting? Do I truly appear to you as a mere wastrel, obsessed only with pleasure? Ye Yuan responded with a raised eyebrow. Are you not aware of your own shortcomings? Ye Xing inwardly cursed the mess left by his predecessor, deeming it near impossible to rectify. Thus, he resolved to weave a fabrication. Taking a deep breath, he declared, Father, in truth, my talent has evolved. What? Ye Yuan's pupils contracted. Realizing the implications, he swiftly placed his hand upon Ye Xing's shoulder, his powerful spiritual energy surging into his meridians. This power, his previously stern demeanor froze, replaced by an unmistakable astonishment. How could this be you've grown so formidable? Ye Yuan understood that talent could indeed evolve. Yet the extent of Ye Xing's transformation defied all logic. It was akin to an ant metamorphosing into a soaring dragon. Observing his father's shocked expression, Ye Xing's lips curled into a subtle smile. Father, if you remain unconvinced, I could demonstrate my cultivation before your very eyes. After all, there is nothing more convincing than practical evidence. Ye Yuan inhaled deeply, his gaze laden with complexity. This was the first time he regarded his once seemingly inept child through the lens of a prodigy. Very well. He snapped his fingers decisively. Space warped, and the surroundings transformed in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the father and son found themselves in a cultivation chamber. The dense spiritual energy enveloped them, flowing languidly through the air as if it were liquid. Here, the spiritual essence was so abundant that one could not exhaust it even in a century. Ye Yuan narrowed his eyes. You need only to elevate your realm by one stage, then I shall believe in you. In truth, Ye Yuan was already convinced. However, he wished to observe Ye Xing's cultivation. Without further ado, Ye Xing seated himself cross-legged, channeling the pitch-black blazing sun. Boom! In an instant, dark flames erupted from within him. Like a dragon of the abyss awakening, it swept through the entire cultivation chamber. Ye Yuan's pupils constricted. What kind of technique was this? Even he had never witnessed anything like it. What astonished him further was that the dark flames ignited the surrounding spiritual essence. The flames, akin to a ravenous beast, voraciously devoured the spiritual energy within the chamber, transforming into a torrent that surged into Ye Xing's body. Soon after, Ye Xing's realm began to ascend at an alarming rate. First stage, 9th level. First stage, peak. Ye Yuan was left dumbfounded. Had it only been mere seconds? Meanwhile, Ye Xing's cultivation continued to rise. Second stage, 1st level. Second stage, 2nd level. Second stage, 3rd level. It was only at this point that the terrifying pace of progression gradually came to a halt. Ye Xing opened his eyes, the dark flames flickering momentarily within the depths of his gaze, as if a sun were plummeting from sky. He slowly rose, savoring the surging power within him, a smile gracing his lips. When he turned to look at Ye Yuan, it was as if he were asking, "What do you think?" Old man, the head of the Yi family, renowned throughout the imperial capital, now wore a dazed expression. Have you been possessed by someone? Ye Xing. At that moment, Ye Xing was utterly incredulous. His own son had spent merely 2 days in a club, and now he had transformed into a genius? Suddenly, a thought struck Ye Xing, and his eyes flickered. He clapped his hands, the sound echoing crisply in the vast space. Swish, swish, swish. 3 figures appeared like phantoms, kneeling on one knee in unison, exclaiming, "Master!" Clad in black, these 3 possessed a profound aura, all being third-stage powerhouses. When they raised their heads to see Ye Xing, a fleeting expression of disdain crossed their eyes. They managed a reluctant bow. "Young master." "Ah, yet another waste." After all, Ye Xing's reputation was well known. No one would hold affection for such a character. Ye Xing keenly detected their disdain. Just then, word from the system materialized before him. "Ding. You have encountered former family guards, now 8th-stage powerhouses, who have long since lost their respect for you as the young master. Quest issued. Regain their respect. Quest reward. Divine-level talent, Thunderous God." Ye Xing's eyes sparkled with determination. Ye Xing stood with his hands clasped behind his back. "Come, let me witness the rebirth of you." These 3 were geniuses capable of combating beyond their ranks. Together, they could even contend with late 3rd-stage opponents. Ye Xing understood that Ye Xing was no match for them, yet he was eager to witness the limits of his son's capabilities. The 3 guards exchanged glances, clearly comprehending the unspoken understanding between them. Their eyes gleamed with excitement. Such an opportunity to teach a lesson to a wayward heir was indeed a rarity. They reluctantly bowed, feigning respect. "Young master, we mean no offense." However, their gazes unmistakably conveyed a message. "Who does not know of your weakness? Let's see how long you can endure." Yet, as per customary protocol, they intended to allow Ye Xing to strike first, granting him a semblance of dignity. "But, you dare defy us?" Ye Xing's voice cut through the air, icy and resolute. The trio was momentarily taken aback. Before they could respond, Ye Xing surged forward, the aura of the Black Emperor exploding forth. "Let us see if you will yield." Boom! The ground shattered beneath him as Ye Xing's figure vanished in an instant. "What?" The lead guard was struck with shock, and before he could react, a hand, radiating a searing warmth, clasped around his throat. "What?" The other 2 guards, witnessing this, rushed to his aid, unprepared for the swiftness of their comrade's capture. At that moment, Ye Xing commanded kneel. His voice thundered, the imperial pressure descending upon them like a mountain. Their faces paled instantly. Thud! Thud! The 2 guards found their legs buckling uncontrollably, collapsing to the ground, beads of sweat dotting their foreheads, unable to move even a single finger. Boom! Ye Xing unleashed a punch, sending the captured guard hurtling backward, crashing violently against the wall. What? The remaining 2 guards were left in utter astonishment. In the next moment, Ye Xing raised both hands, summoning dark flames that materialized into 2 serpentine rivers of fire, roaring as they surged towards the kneeling duo. They attempted to defend themselves, but the oppressive force of the Black Emperor rendered them incapable of even gathering their spiritual energy. Their usual power was diminished to a mere 30%. The energy shield they painstakingly formed was shattered in an instant. Ah! Amidst their anguished cries, the 2 figures were engulfed by flames, thrown several dozen meters away. Silence. The arena fell into a profound stillness. Ye Xing's pupils trembled. Disbelief etched across his face as he beheld the scene before him. 3 guards of the same realm, utterly vanquished in seconds. Chapter 5. Divine Talent, Thunderous God. My son shall become a god of war. At this moment, the 3 individuals who had fallen to the ground gazed at Ye Xing with great difficulty. Is this truly the scion of the Ye family? How has he become so formidable? They never anticipated that despite their own cultivation levels surpassing Ye Xing's, they would be vanquished so effortlessly. Ding! Mission accomplished. Obtained divine talent. Thunderous God, King of 10,000 thunder, commands the thunder like a deity, leaving ashes in its wake. As Ye Xing beheld the words that materialized before him, he was astonished that acquiring such a divine talent could be so effortless. At that moment, Ye Yuan's eyes brightened as he turned to Ye Xing. Come here, let your father examine your talent once more. All right, Ye Xing nodded and approached, allowing Ye Yuan's hand to rest upon his shoulder. A surge of terrifying spiritual power permeated his body. The strength of this physique. Ye Yuan was taken aback to discover that Ye Xing's meridians were as resilient as dragon tendons, and the density of his bones rivaled that of mysterious iron. It is known that the physical strength of an ordinary second-tier warrior is at most comparable to fine iron. Yet his son had just broken through to the second tier, and his physical strength was already approaching that of a third-tier powerhouse. Even more astonishing was the sudden backlash of an overwhelming imperial pressure as Ye Yuan delved deeper. Ye Yuan hastily withdrew his hand, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This is, ha. Heaven bless my Ye family. A true dragon shall emerge from my lineage. The worldly wise patriarch of the Ye family suddenly laughed heartily towards the sky. This talent may well surpass that of the SSS level girl, Hua Ziyue. However, he truly could not fathom how his son, who had squandered his days in the brothels, had undergone such a miraculous transformation. Could it be that he has genuinely comprehended the path of the Tao? Ahem. Ye Yuan then spoke earnestly. By the way, you have not returned to school in quite some time. Since your talent has evolved so splendidly, why not go back to your studies? Ye Xing was taken aback, and then recalled from the original owner's memories that after awakening his D-level talent, he had suffered significant setbacks. Consequently, the original owner had not returned to school, instead indulging in a life of extravagance. I will transfer you to the Imperial Capital No. 1 High School. The principal there is my friend. Ye Yuan continued. Go there to hone your skills and refrain from frequenting those establishments. After all, you're the scion of the Ye family. How can you spend your days in such places? All right, Ye Xing readily agreed, which left Ye Yuan momentarily speechless. He had anticipated a lengthy discussion, yet his son acquiesced so promptly. It seems his son has truly changed. Ye Xing also had his own plans. Attending a school filled with geniuses would undoubtedly make it easier to trigger missions. Good son, Ye Yuan said with satisfaction, patting Ye Xing on the shoulder. We shall go for registration this afternoon. I will provide you with the vice principal's contact information. Sure. After Ye Xing departed, Ye Yuan's smile gradually faded. He spoke softly, Song Feng. A shadow appeared in the hall, kneeling on one knee. Patriarch. This individual was Song Feng, the leader of the Ye family shadow guards, a formidable 8th-tier martial sovereign. For many years, he had been quietly protecting Ye Xing. It is indeed a challenge to protect that prodigal child, sighed Ye Yuan. Song Feng shook his head, stating, regardless of how the young master behaves, I shall unwaveringly follow him to the death. As the most loyal shadow guard of the Ye family, he silently guards his charge, even when Ye Xing commits numerous absurdities. However, it seems that this time, things are truly different. Ye Yuantian's gaze was laden with complexity. Song Feng immediately concurred. The young master is indeed a true dragon. It is only a matter of time before he soars. A light chuckle escaped Ye Yuantian's lips before he suddenly spoke in a grave tone. Go. Bring forth the phoenix bloodheart. A glimmer of determination danced in his eyes. I shall lay an indestructible foundation for my son and forge a divine body across the ages. My son shall undoubtedly become a god of war. Meanwhile, on another front, Ye Xing was soon set to embark on his journey to the prestigious Imperial No. 1 High School. In the entire capital, the Ye family stood as the mightiest force, while the other 3 prominent families resided in Mo City, the Northern Frontier, and Jinling, namely, the Bai family of Mo City, the Gao family of the Northern Frontier, and the Huai family of Jinling. Among the 4 families, only Ye Xing and the Bai family's daughter were the sole heirs. Yet Ye Xing was deemed the most inept. In stark contrast, the Bai girl possessed extraordinary talent. Ye Xing couldn't help but smirk at the thought of how, years later, he would consider an alliance with the Bai family. The original host had truly lost his mind. At the entrance of Imperial No. 1 High School, Ye Xing stood beside a luxurious vehicle. The golden-lettered sign of the top martial arts high school in the capital shimmered under the sunlight. This would be his abode for the foreseeable future. He retrieved his phone, poised to call the vice principal, when suddenly a commotion erupted around him. Goodness, is she not the most stunning girl ever? When did our school acquire such an exquisite beauty? Her looks, her aura, a goddess. Ye Xing turned to follow the sound, only to behold a young lady clad in a white school uniform standing at the school gate. Her skin was as white as snow. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, and her captivating peach blossom eyes sparkled with brilliance. Ye Xing raised an eyebrow and approached her. What is she doing here? At that moment, the woman seemed to be searching for someone, and upon spotting Ye Xing, her cool gaze suddenly brightened. The surrounding students, witnessing the spectacle, began to murmur. What does that guy intend to do? Is he attempting to flirt? Ha! He is quite handsome, but his cultivation seems to be only at the second tier. He is bound to be rejected. This woman appears to be very aloof. Let us wait and see him eat humble pie. As the crowd anticipated a spectacle, the woman suddenly dashed forward, and in the astonished gaze of all, she leapt directly into Ye Xing's embrace. Why didn't you wait for me? She pouted. You're so annoying. Daddy. The atmosphere fell into an immediate hush. All the onlookers stared in disbelief. Ye Xing looked down at the girl, Hua Zue, who was playfully clinging to him, his eyes twitching slightly. Hua Zue tilted her little face up and murmured, I applied to the family head, saying that I could accompany the young master to school. After all, my talent. Isn't too shabby either. Ye Xing instantly understood. The girl must have capitalized on her SSS-level talent to persuade her father. How clever of her to find an excuse. Goodness, who is that fellow? What qualifies him to embrace such an extraordinary girl? It seems he does not belong to our institution. Countless envious gazes pierced through the air like daggers. Ye Xing, unfazed by these envious onlookers, declared, Let us proceed inside to register. Huan Zue nodded obediently, just about to follow when a stern voice suddenly echoed from behind. Halt! A figure adorned with the badge of a disciplinary committee approached briskly. He first cast a greedy glance at Huan Ziue's figure, then directed a disdainful expression towards Ye Xing, saying, Who are you? This is the prestigious D Do No. 1 high school, and unauthorized individuals are prohibited from entering. With your shabby appearance, you must be from some third-rate academy trying to leech off our resources. Chapter 6. The Reborn Empress? Indeed, heaven does not completely shut its doors on people. A third-rate school? Mixing resources? Ye Xing narrowed his eyes. At this moment, those around him instinctively turned to look. Haha, this kid is in for a disaster. He deserves it. Who told him to bring such a beautiful girl to show off? Absolutely. Some people relish the misfortune, already preparing to enjoy the spectacle. It is well known that this discipline committee member relishes making things difficult for others. Everyone had experienced this torment. Hua Zue furrowed her brows, about to speak, but was gently restrained by Ye Xing's hand. He languidly remarked, Are you addressing me? The discipline committee member scoffed. Who else could it be? Besides you. Who else would be sneaking in here? Hurry up and show your student ID. If you don't have one, get out of the school. He had seen plenty of individuals try to enter the prestigious No. 1 high school of the imperial capital. But where was this? Allowing ordinary people to enter? Ye Xing shook his head. I don't have a student ID. I just transferred and haven't received one yet. Without a student ID, leave. Don't waste time. Slap. Before the discipline committee member could finish his words, he was struck, causing his head to spin. The amused expressions of onlookers suddenly froze. Then, their eyes nearly bulged out. No way. He slapped the discipline committee member. Insanity. This kid is so formidable. It's known that this is the No. 1 high school of the imperial capital. Who dares to make a move here? The discipline committee member covered his face, his mind completely blank. He actually did not react to that slap. Ye Xing sighed. I initially intended to be a good person. When others seek to trample on you, reasoning is futile. Thus, I can only choose to be a benevolent rogue. The discipline committee member, regaining his senses, turned beet red. You dare strike me? Do you know who I am? Ye Xing, uninterested in his ramblings, directly pulled out his phone. The vice principal's number. The discipline committee member was taken aback. What are you joking about? How could I possibly have the vice principals? I meant for you to answer the call. The discipline committee member's mind went blank again. What on earth? He instinctively took the phone, as a deep voice echoed from the other end. His complexion turned ashen. Yes, vice principal. I understand. I'm sorry. I'll handle it right away. The discipline committee member's hands trembled. His gaze towards Ye Xing shifted from disdain to fear. This individual is actually the heir of that family. How could he be attending school? Ye Xing retrieved his phone. Hello, Vice Principal. Ha! A hearty voice replied from the other end. The principal is currently unavailable. The head of the Yi family has informed me. Please wait a moment. I will come find you once I finish my tasks. In truth, he too was puzzled as to why the head of the Yi family suddenly decided to send his son here. With his D-grade talent, cultivation would simply be a waste of time. Although he had his doubts, it was clear that the vice principal found no need to inquire further. Perhaps he was merely here to undergo a trial. Even a mere formality would suffice. Thank you for your trouble. Haha, no problem. After hanging up the phone, Ye Xing turned to the disciplinary committee member and asked, "Do you still want me to leave?" The committee member, drenched in sweat, replied, "I beg your pardon. It was my grave mistake not to recognize your stature. Please forgive me." Ye Xing nodded and then, slap. The committee member's face was turned to the side from the force of the strike, yet he dared not express his anger. Instead, he slapped himself again. Slap, 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 slap. You have every right to discipline me. I deserve it. I am truly sorry. The surrounding students were utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? He had the vice principal's phone number. It was well known that this disciplinary committee member was usually quite arrogant, having previously disregarded even the heir of a prominent family. Today, however, he had succumbed. Ye Xing paid no further attention to the others and turned to Hua Ziu, saying, "Let us go inside and see just how impressive this so-called Imperial Capital No. 1 high school really is." Hua Ziu smiled and followed closely behind, leaving behind a group of astonished students and the committee member still slapping himself. Everyone exchanged glances, each reflecting the shock in their eyes. Surely, some extraordinary individual had arrived today. Imperial Capital No. 1 high school. Ye Xing furrowed her brow. Is this how all schools in the Imperial Capital operate? Huazua sighed softly. Most of the students here are scions of noble families. Some have grown accustomed to bullying others due to their status. After all, those who can attend this institution are all from prominent families. How despicable. Ye Xing clenched her fists. I detest those who oppress others with their background. Wait a moment. Does that mean I am at the pinnacle of the food chain? Then there is no cause for concern. At that moment, Hua Ziwei pondered aloud. How do you intend to exert pressure? Ye Xing asked. Wait, is that the implication? I think it is. Just then, a cacophony of derisive laughter erupted from a distance. You, a mere commoner, think you deserve to attend Imperial Capital No. 1 high school? The two instinctively turned their gazes. They beheld a girl clad in a bespoke designer uniform confronting a girl with black hair. The latter's uniform was drenched, her pale face marred with wounds, clearly having just suffered from bullying. Yet, curiously, there was no trace of fear in her eyes, only profound bewilderment, as if she found the situation before her utterly alien. Can you even afford the tuition? Su Xintzi scoffed. Surely you aren't relying on a man to support you? Her gaze flickered with a hint of jealousy as she scrutinized the other girl's exquisite features. Apologize this instant. Do you really think anyone would want to associate with someone like you? Standing beside her was Xiao Chun, her boyfriend, who gazed greedily at the girl's soaked uniform. As the crowd swelled, he feigned a cough. No need to be so fierce, XNCI. Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes. If she simply apologizes, we can let this matter rest. However, should she refuse to apologize? He deliberately adjusted the collar of his shirt, embroidered with the Xiao family crest. I'm a member of the Xiao family. In the imperial capital, if we decide someone must be expelled, then so it shall be. Surely, you do not wish to disappoint your family, do you? He believed such words would instill fear in the girl. Yet, the cornered girl maintained a calm demeanor, even displaying a hint of confusion, which caused Xiao Chen's brow to furrow in irritation. Amidst the surrounding students, a myriad of whispers ensued. How many times has it been this month? I do not know, but that Su Xintzi is clearly envious of others' beauty. Sure, lower your voice. That Xiao Chun hails from the Xiao family. Ye Xing's brow furrowed as he listened to the chatter, sensing that this was indeed a manifestation of schoolyard bullying. Just then, a line of golden text materialized before his eyes. Ding, after so many years, you once again encounter the great love immortal emperor. Once, she was but an insignificant ant in your eyes. Yet you later came to realize that she is, in fact, the reincarnation of the Empress. Upon this reunion, though she stands as a ninth-rank martial deity, she is grievously wounded and besieged by formidable foes. Mission issued. Assist the Empress. Exact vengeance upon the treacherous. Mission reward. Divine bone of destiny. Upon reading this passage, Ye Xing was momentarily taken aback. What? A reincarnated Empress? The girl who's been bullied is destined to become the future Empress on par with my father. Meanwhile, at the center of the crowd, Fang Ningbing slowly raised her gaze, a flicker of profundity passing through her eyes. I have been reborn, she murmured to herself. Indeed, the heavens do not leave a path of despair for humanity. Chapter 7. The great love of the celestial emperor. The tears of a woman are exceptionally poignant. Fang Ningbing instinctively lowered her gaze, examining her unfamiliar hands. This body was youthful and fragile, devoid of the countless scars born from her past life as tribulations. Yet, she was alive. A tremendous wave of euphoria surged within Fang Ningbing's heart. Once, she was the unrivaled empress who dominated an era, only to perish beneath the tribulations of the 10th heavenly stage. Before her demise, she had employed a temporal treasure. To her astonishment, upon opening her eyes again, she found herself inhabiting the body of an ordinary girl, sharing her name. She never anticipated such a miraculous success. She had not perished. Now, she could once again spread great love. At that moment, Su Xinxi, observing the dazed Fang Ningbing, assumed she was merely frightened and scoffed. Humph. Someone like you should just obediently be a fish for others to slaughter. Fang Ningbing instinctively raised her head, gazing at the two individuals before her, and quickly grasped the situation. The pair, Su Xinxi and Xiao Chun, were the very ones who frequently troubled her. The catalyst for their animosity was merely an incident last month when the original owner accidentally knocked Su Xinxi's textbook from her hands in the corridor. Consequently, they had relentlessly cornered her, and today marked the 4th occasion this month. All because Fang Ningbing was an ordinary person. Thus, she had become their target for bullying. Hey, what are you spacing out for? Su Xinxi intended to push Fang Ningbing, exclaiming, "What are you pretending to be so high and mighty for?" Fang Ningbing subtly sidestepped, causing Su Xinxi to stumble precariously. You! Su Xinxi's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this usually submissive wastrel dare to evade her? A fish? Fang Ningbing tilted her head slightly, her dark hair cascading over her shoulders. You are correct. I do wish to be a fish. She took a deliberate step forward, and despite being shorter than Su Xinxi, she exuded an undeniable sense of superiority. However, the fish I aspire to be is one that swims against the current. Before her words had fully settled, she swiftly seized Su Xinxi's wrist. Crack! Ah! Su Xinxi emitted a scream of agony akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Xiao Chun was utterly stunned, and the surrounding classmates collectively gasped in shock. Fang Ningbing dared to retaliate. Xinxi! At that moment, Xiao Chun hastily intervened, prompting Fang Ningbing to quickly evade. Sensing his peak second-tier cultivation, Fang Ningbing narrowed her eyes. Currently, her own cultivation stood at merely the 5th level of the second tier. Confronting Xiao Chun might prove to be somewhat challenging, yet it was not insurmountable. Feeling the pain in her hand, Su Xinxi cried out, "Xiao Gu, teach her a lesson." Xiao Chun, witnessing his girlfriend being harmed, glared menacingly at Fang Ningbing. Don't overstep your bounds. Just as Fang Ningbing prepared to speak. Stop! A calm, detached voice interjected suddenly. The crowd instinctively turned to see a tall, slender youth ambling toward them. Oi, oi! The tears of a woman are the most poignant. What skill is there in bullying a woman? Ye Xing casually placed his hands in his pockets. The crowd erupted in murmurs. Who is this person? How dare he meddle in Xiao Chun's affairs? I've never seen him. Perhaps he is a newcomer? It's over for him. To be aware, the other party is Xiao Chun. Last time, someone inadvertently provoked him and was not only expelled, but also suffered a sudden loss of their dantian one night. Fang Ningbing furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the unexpected appearance of this youth. Who is she? Xiao Chun narrowed his eyes. Who are you? Ye Xing spoke to herself. The one thing I cannot abide is the bullying of the weak. In the distance, Huaziyu sighed, resting her forehead in exasperation. What is the young master doing, when he himself is the greatest bully? Oh, it seems he fancies himself a great benefactor? Xiao Chen's gaze was filled with disdain. Haven't you done enough good deeds? Of course. Ye Xing remained unfazed, her heart steady. At that moment, Su Xinzi, infuriated. Stomp her foot. Get lost. Who do you think you are? Do you know who Xiao Gu is? He is the son of the head of the Xiao family. If you have any sense, you should leave quickly. The Xiao family? Ye Xing raised an eyebrow, a cold smirk gracing her lips. So it is the Xiao family. In his recollections, the Xiao family indeed ranks among the prominent families of the imperial capital, but they merely rose to prominence by fawning over the Yi family. Over the years, the Xiao family has thrived by serving as the Yi family's foremost lackey in the imperial capital. Moreover, he had heard that a young master of the Xiao family had not been present in the capital for many years. It seems this is him. Oh, Ye Xing arched her brow. And then, she had intended for the mention of the Xiao family to startle Ye Xing. However, observing her nonchalant demeanor suddenly made Xiao Chen's heart constrict. In the imperial capital, one could remain so composed upon hearing the Xiao family name. Xiao Chen scrutinized Ye Xing closely. He had just returned from the Demon City and was still unfamiliar with the young masters of the imperial capital. Yet this individual before him possessed an extraordinary demeanor, perhaps. This classmate, Xiao Chen's tone softened somewhat. This is a private matter between us. I kindly ask you to. Private matter? Ye Xing suddenly laughed. Bullying a female classmate in front of so many people, and you call that a private matter? She turned to Fang Ningbing. Do you need help, classmate? Fang Ningbing. Su Xinzi. Humph. Why doesn't Tishi reflect on the reason she was bullied? Fang Ningbing's expression suddenly darkened. Ye Xing nodded thoughtfully. That is a valid point, but why don't you reflect on why you are ugly? After your mother passes away, why don't you consider the reasons? When you get beaten to death, why don't you think about the reasons? You. Su Xinzi's eyes seemed to blaze with murder. Meanwhile, Fang Ningbing's eyes lit up, unable to resist casting a glance at Ye Xing. This person possesses a certain charm, an aura of great love. Upon hearing his girlfriend insulted, Xiao Chen's expression darkened instantly. Friend, do not go too far. How so? What can you do? Ye Xing, I have already taken charge of this matter. It's a joke. The system has already granted me authority. Why should I hesitate? Moreover, the rewards are evidently impressive. At that moment, the people around gasped in shock. This lad dared to speak thus to the young master of the Xiao family. Many were likely foreseeing the grim fate that awaited Ye Xing. You seek death. Xiao Chun could no longer contain his fury. Were it not for his father's repeated admonitions to avoid trouble in recent days, he would have. Since the other party seeks death, how dare they show such insolence? Before his words faded, Xiao Chen's figure surged forth. His right fist, imbued with a faint azure energy, sliced through the air with a piercing sound, aimed directly at Ye Xing's face. This technique, the Azure Flood Dragon exploring the sea, was a supreme skill of the Xiao family. For an ordinary person, encountering it would mean either death or severe injury. Young master, be careful. Huaziyu's pupils constricted sharply. She was acutely aware of Ye Xing's current abilities. How could he possibly withstand Xiao Chen's full force strike? Fang Ningbing's heart also tightened. Although her cultivation had yet to be restored, the Empress's discerning eye was exceptionally keen. The boy who stood up for her bore a meager amount of spiritual energy. His cultivation was even inferior to her current state. Dodge! She exclaimed, preparing to intervene at a critical moment. Just when everyone anticipated that Ye Xing would be struck by the attack, he not only did not retreat, but boldly advanced to meet Xiao Chen's fist. Boom! At the moment their fists collided, a shock wave erupted, sending nearby students tumbling in disarray. The sound of bones cracking followed, yet to everyone's astonishment, it was Xiao Chun who was forced back. What? Xiao Chun was stunned, unable to believe what had transpired. He felt as if his fist had struck an immovable object of ancient iron. Pain! Ye Xing shook his wrist. You want to play close combat? You got some guts. Before Xiao Chun could comprehend the implication of those words, he suddenly saw Ye Xing's fist erupting with blinding lightning. This was no ordinary lightning. It was a terrifying purple thunder, imbued with an overwhelming pressure, with dragon-shaped arcs visibly dancing within. Everyone looked on in disbelief. Xiao Chun stood frozen. This is... Get lost. Ye Xing casually uttered a single word, and the lightning on his fist erupted instantaneously. Xiao Chun was struck as if colliding with a monstrous beast, lifted off the ground, and violently slammed into the fountain pool 10 meters away. Bang! Amidst the splashing water, the arena fell utterly silent. Su Xinzi collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at the convulsing Xiao Chun in the pool. She then glanced at the boy who stood calmly, shaking off his hands. Suddenly, she let out a piercing scream. Brother Xiao. Chapter 8. Behind the Xiao family lies the Ye family. A profound silence enveloped the arena. All eyes widened in disbelief as they beheld the scene before them. Xiao Chun had been defeated with a single strike. That was a pinnacle of the second tier. Following a brief moment of stunned silence, the venue erupted in chaos. How could this be possible? Wasn't Xiao Chun already at the peak of the second tier? What a terrifying lightning. What kind of talent is this? Hua Zua's beautiful eyes brimmed with astonishment. The young master has actually vanquished a second-tier pinnacle with a single move. Standing beside her, Fang Ningbing cast a grave look towards Ye Xing. That bolt of lightning. Even she felt a shiver of trepidation. Who exactly was this sudden arrival? You seek death. Su Xinzi suddenly shrieked. The Xiao family possesses a 7th-tier powerhouse. You are doomed. Amidst the clamor, Ye Xing barely lifted his eyelids, casually gesturing. Boom, boom. 2 bolts of lightning shot forth, sending Su Xinzi crashing away. With a single slap, Ye Xing remarked indifferently, you deserve 2 slaps. Gasps of shock echoed throughout the crowd. Who on earth is this individual? I will make you pay. Xiao Chun emerged from the lake, drenched and with bloodshot eyes. You brat. My father is a 7th-tier powerhouse. Do you wish for your clan to be annihilated? 7th tier? Ye Xing suddenly chuckled. That certainly qualifies you to serve as a guard in my household. Xiao Chun stood momentarily stunned, then erupted in rageful laughter. What do you think you are? The esteemed Ye family of the imperial capital? The instant Ye Xing made his move, Xiao Chun swiftly dismissed the notion of the Ye family. After all, how could the rumored young master of the Ye family possess such strength? Grinding his teeth, he declared, kneel and beg for mercy now, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, Brother Xiao, Su Xinzi howled, kill him. Eliminate this bastard. The onlooking students hastily retreated, fearing they might be ensnared in the conflict. This was it. That youth was surely doomed. In an instant, Hua Ziwei approached Ye Xing, her eyes narrowing. How dare he insult the young master as a bastard? Seeking death. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Chen's jealousy flared even more. Why should such a stunning beauty be associated with this scoundrel? Meanwhile, Fang Ningbing's gaze flickered, a quiet lament in her heart. I never anticipated someone would stand up for me. It seems I must. At that moment, crack! Xiao Chen suddenly crushed a jade talisman. The fabric of space ripped apart, and a figure stepped forth from the void. Young master. Xiao Chen's face contorted. Uncle Lu, help me incapacitate someone. Lu Jinyun frowned slightly. Young master, the family head is about to visit the Yi family at such a critical juncture. Stop your prattle. Xiao Chen bellowed. Act now? Lu Jinyun sighed, but when he turned to see Ye Xing's face, his heart nearly ceased to beat. How did this ancestor end up here? Unbeknownst to Xiao Chun, who continued to glare at Ye Xing. Brat, your end is nigh. Uncle Lu is a 5th-tier powerhouse. You are utterly doomed. Upon hearing those words, the people around sighed in unison. Alas, a 5th-tier powerhouse has arrived. This young man is finished. At that moment, upon seeing Lu Jinyun's gaze, Ye Xing realized that there was no need to summon the hidden guards. Fang Ningbing quietly stepped forward and whispered, you should leave. She hadn't anticipated the arrival of a 5th-tier warrior. This situation had become quite troublesome. Never mind, he replied, turning his attention to Xiao Chun with a teasing tone. Is this your ally? How dare you still be arrogant? Enraged, Xiao Chun gathered his spiritual power in the palm of his hand and forcefully hurled it towards Ye Xing. Just as he believed that the imposing presence of the 5th-tier warrior would intimidate his opponent into submission, a thunderous voice rang out. Stop. Lu Jinyun, like lightning, swiftly positioned himself before Ye Xing, dispersing Xiao Qin's attack with a single strike. Xiao Qin, bewildered, responded with a resounding smack. The loud slap sent him spinning 3 times on the spot, leaving him utterly dazed. The entire arena fell into silence. Thud! In the eyes of all those present, Lu Xinyan knelt down straight as an arrow. Young Master Yi, I seek forgiveness. Xiao Qin. Su Xinzi. Onlookers. A brief silence ensued. Yi, young master? Someone suddenly realized something, and then it dawned on them. He is Ye Xing. The scene erupted into chaos. Oh my, the Yi family of the imperial capital? The son of the martial god. Isn't he notoriously useless? Wait, that thunderous display. Xiao Qin and Su Xinzi's faces turned pale, their legs trembling uncontrollably. The Yi family of the imperial capital? How could this be possible? At that moment, a figure appeared in the distance. The vice principal hurriedly approached, and upon seeing Ye Xing, he bowed deeply, exclaiming, Young Master Yi, I apologize for keeping you waiting. This greeting solidified Ye Xing's identity beyond doubt. Fang Ningbing's pupils constricted. The Yi family of the imperial capital? He is the son of the 9th-tier martial god. Ye Xing calmly walked up to Xiao Qin. Now, do you still wish to ruin me? Xiao Qin's lips trembled. I. Lu Xinyan quickly bowed his head. Young master. My young master was young and ignorant. Please, did I permit you to speak? Ye Xing interrupted coolly. Lu Xinyan shuddered, his forehead striking the ground heavily. I recognize my error. Xiao Qin finally reached his breaking point, hastily kneeling and fervently knocking his head on the ground. Young master, spare my life. I was blind and did not recognize the great mountain. He had never anticipated that the other party was the heir of the Yi family. It is well known that the Xiao family owes their present standing entirely to the Yi family. Today he had unwittingly provoked the most inappropriate individual. Ye Xing observed the trembling Su Xinzi. Just now. Was it you who said you would kill me? Aye. Su Xinzi's face turned ashen. Apologies. The two hurriedly knocked their heads like garlic. Young Master Yi, spare us. We were blind to not recognize your brilliance. I wasn't referring to myself. Ye Xing pointed at Fang Ningbing behind him, indicating that she should be the one to apologize. Xiao Qin and Su Xinzi were momentarily taken aback before turning to Fang Ningbing, stuttering, I apologize. Fang Ningbing, bewildered, could hardly comprehend why this unfamiliar youth would stand up for her. Ye Xing displayed an innocuous smile, reassuring, do not be alarmed. I abhor resorting to violence or bullying. Yet, Xiao Qin and Su Xinzi felt as though they had grasped a lifeline. Indeed, Ye Xiao had just offended that girl. His heart must be benevolent. Perhaps. However, in the next instant, Ye Xing's words plunged them into an abyss of despair. He directed his gaze at Lu Xinyan, stating, handle it yourself. Of course. If your cultivation hasn't been rendered futile and your limbs remain intact, I would be exceedingly displeased. Xiao Qin and Su Xinzi were taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief. Is this what you call not resorting to violence? Lu Xinyan felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Ye Xiao this. A blinding bolt of lightning suddenly struck beside Lu Xinyan, charring the ground instantly. Ye Xing's palm pulsated with menacing thunder. Utter one more word, and you shall share their fate. Lu Xinyan trembled involuntarily. The vice principal fixed his gaze on the thunder in Ye Xing's hand, his pupils constricting in terror. This thunder. Wait, Ye Xiao. My father is the head of the Xiao family. I have the Xiao family backing me. You cannot. As Xiao Qin sought to plead for mercy, he witnessed Ye Xing casually wave his hand. 2 bolts of thunder roared forth like furious dragons, precisely striking their dantians and limbs. The anguished screams of Xiao Qin and Su Xinzi echoed through the air as they crashed heavily to the ground, utterly unconscious. A profound silence enveloped the scene. You claim to have the Xiao family behind you? Only Ye Xing's chilling voice reverberated through the air, but behind the Xiao family stands. The Yi family. Chapter 9. The Bone of Destiny. Where is my possession? Ding, mission accomplished. Obtain the Bone of Destiny. Bone of Destiny. A spine imbued with chaotic purple radiance, innately attuned to the myriad paths of the universe. rendering the comprehension of laws and ascension of realms astonishingly effortless. A surge of formidable and tyrannical power instantaneously coursed through Ye Xing's body. His bones shimmered with faint golden patterns, an immensely potent force enveloping him. This was the bone of destiny. Ye Xing could distinctly perceive that his sensitivity to the spiritual essence of the universe had increased manifold. Not only in martial arts, but even in alchemy, forging, and talisman crafting, the arcane arts now appeared remarkably simple to him. This signified that he could simultaneously master all paths. As he reveled in this newfound power, he suddenly became aware of countless astonished gazes fixated upon him. The vice principal stared at him intently, disbelief etched across his features. That thunderous display could not possibly be wielded by one with a D-level talent. Was the reputation of the young master of the Ye family as a waste? Merely a facade? He abruptly came to his senses and proclaimed loudly, "Xiao Chun and Su Xinzi have consistently exhibited improper conduct, and today they have attempted to use their family influence to harm fellow students. Henceforth, Xiao Chun and Su Xinzi are expelled." What? The onlookers gasped in shock. For such a trivial matter, they were not only rendered powerless, but also expelled from the institution. And all of this was instigated by that young man from the central authority, solely due to his identity. The surrounding students quickly shifted their allegiances. The principal is wise. Young Master Yi is ridding the world of evil. Who dares to claim that young Master Yi bullies the weak? He is clearly a paragon of justice. These individuals changed their opinions faster than they could turn the pages of a book. Meanwhile, Lu Jinyun's face turned ashen. He knew this matter was far from over. At that moment, Ye Xing spoke. "Do as you see fit." Hearing this, Lu Jinyun clenched his teeth. He then transmitted a message to the hidden guards of the Shao family. Immediately send someone to annihilate the Su family. After executing this command, he forcefully struck his dantian with his palm. Blood gushed forth, and Lu Jinyun's cultivation was entirely obliterated. Ye Xing was taken aback. "Why would you self-destruct your cultivation, Lu Jinyun?" "No, it's not. You instructed me to." "Oh." Ye Xing suddenly comprehended. "I merely meant for you to remove those two worthless individuals." Uft. Lu Jinyun spat out another mouthful of blood, this time fainting from the shock. "What in the world?" "Rest assured, I am a benevolent person." Ye Xing displayed an innocuous smile. The vice principal twitched at the corner of his mouth. Benevolent? He certainly did not show mercy when those two bolts of lightning struck. Ye Xing turned to Fang Ningbing. "Are you unharmed?" "I am fine," Fang Ningbing replied, subtly shaking her head, though her gaze was profoundly complex. She simply could not fathom why this unfamiliar youth would come to her aid. Was it truly just a case of witnessing injustice? Regardless of the reason, this favor shall not be forgotten. Her eyes then swept over the unconscious Xiao Chun, a glint of coldness flashing within her depths. Hua Ziwei stepped forward gently, taking Fang Ningbing's hand in hers. "Do not be afraid. Our master is quite benevolent." Fang Ningbing nodded slightly, murmuring her gratitude. "No need for thanks," replied Ye Xing, who was taken aback to encounter the reincarnated empress on the very first day of school. What extraordinary fortune! It seemed prudent to frequent more populous places henceforth. Perhaps more tasks could be triggered in due course. "What is your name?" asked Ye Xing. "Fang Ningbing," she replied. "A lovely name." He smiled. "It suits you well." At that moment, the vice principal interjected. "Yi Xiao, shall we proceed with your enrollment procedures? It appears the matters at hand have been attended to." Ye Xing nodded, turning to Fang Ningbing. "Then we shall take our leave." "Very well," she replied, standing still as she watched Ye Xing and his companions depart until their figures faded from view. Fang Ningbing lowered her gaze to her currently feeble cultivation, her brow furrowing. In her past life, she possessed the power to shatter mountains and part seas with a mere gesture. Yet now she could not even muster the most basic display of spiritual energy. With a sigh and a shake of her head, she resolved to restore her strength as swiftly as possible. Without hesitation, she turned towards the school's training room. Shortly thereafter, Ye Xing and the vice principal exited together. Inside the academic affairs office, the vice principal presented an admission letter. "Ye Xiao, here is your special enrollment notice. His demeanor had transformed entirely from their first encounter. What ist? How could one who could effortlessly incapacitate the young master of a Shao family be deemed inept? Ye Xing glanced over the curriculum. Fundamentals of alchemy, introduction to weapon forging, and basics of talismans. With the divine fate bone, knowledge that would take ordinary individuals decades to master was but a simple task for him. After signing the documents, Ye Xing exchanged a few words with Hua Ziyue before departing. Having acquired the divine fate bone, it was opportune to test its capabilities in the school as training room. Though the training room at the school was not as exquisite as that of the Yi family, it was still among the few advanced training facilities in the imperial capital. Before long, Ye Xing arrived. Upon entering the training room, his attention was captured by a familiar figure. He noticed Fang Ningbing just stepping into a training room of her own. Ye Xing paused, realizing she too had come here to cultivate. Reflecting on her identity as the reincarnated empress, he said nothing further and proceeded to enter the training room adjacent to hers. Taking a deep breath, Ye Xing settled into a lotus position, his hands forming seals upon his knees. He closed his eyes, attuning himself to the divine fate bone within him, which radiated a violet light. As his consciousness focused, the bone began to tremble vigorously. Suddenly, an immense force erupted from within him, causing the spiritual energy in the entire training room to surge violently. The once tranquil flow of spiritual energy within the array was swept away by this force, rushing fervently into Ye Xing's body. Even more astonishingly, this force pierced through the walls, beginning to siphon spiritual energy from the adjacent training room. Meanwhile, Fang Ningbing sat quietly within her own training room. Her gaze fell upon a cicada-shaped spiritual essence in her hand. Fortunately, it had accompanied me here. This cicada-shaped essence was no ordinary item, but rather the temporal treasure known as the cicada's tear belonging to Fang Ningbing. However, it now contained only a faint trace of spiritual energy. Despite its diminished state, this trace of energy was of utmost significance. Should she succeed in refining this cicada-shaped essence, her cultivation would soar to unprecedented heights. Moreover, there existed the potential to restore the entirety of the cicada's tear. Taking a deep breath, she prepared to absorb this precious energy. Suddenly, an immense force of attraction emanated from the neighboring space. Before Fang Ningbing could react, the cicada-shaped essence in her grasp was inexplicably yanked away. Fang Ningbing? Where's my possession? Chapter 10. Second Tier Sevenfold. Acquiring the 9th Tier Treasure. The tear of the cicada Ye Xing sat cross-legged in the center of the cultivation chamber. Around him, the spiritual energy surged wildly, as if guided by an unseen force. Frantically entering his body, a tempest of spiritual energy swept through the entire room, roaring like a howling hurricane. Yet, it was ultimately refined with domineering force by the Tao Bone of Destiny, seamlessly integrating into Ye Xing's being. In the next moment, Ye Xing distinctly felt his physical form, meridians, and spiritual power all evolving at an astonishing pace. Second Tier Fourfold. Second Tier Fivefold. Second Tier Sevenfold. In the span of mere moments, his cultivation had actually reached the Second Tier Sevenfold. Such a rapid advancement in cultivation, if it were to spread, would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entire academy. However, just as he reveled in his meteoric rise, a crystalline cicada-like spiritual light shot towards him, swept up by the spiritual tempest and drawn into Ye Xing's body. Startled, Ye Xing had yet to comprehend the situation when, in an instant, a profound and otherworldly force of time and space erupted within him. Following this, words materialized before him. Ding! After rescuing the Empress, she bestowed upon you her most treasured artifact, gazing at you with rare acknowledgement. Ye Xing, what on earth is happening? Ding! Acquired 9th Tier Treasure, the tear of the cicada. Ye Xing's pupils constricted as he beheld a shimmering silver cicada resting serenely atop his spiritual energy. What in the world? Just moments ago, it was merely a wisp of cicada-like energy. How did it transform into this substantial cicada upon entering his dantian? It's not like it swelled upon contact with water. Tear of the cicada. Upon the host's demise, it will enter the cycle of time and space, progressively rewriting the attributes of spiritual energy, allowing for rapid comprehension of the laws of time and space. It can mark a cicada imprint at any location, and with a mere thought, the host can traverse thousands of miles, instantly arriving at the marked location. Oh my! Ye Xing was left dumbfounded. He was simply cultivating, yet had received such an unexpected boon. However, he quickly realized that the system must have made some error. Yet, this seemed to belong to Fong Ningbi. Never mind, ignorance is bliss as long as he isn't at a loss. With that, Ye Xing intended to leave. But as he opened the door, he collided directly with a cool figure. Fong Ningbi stood in the corridor, her icy blue eyes dark as water. Oh no, why did I have to run into her right after coming out? Ye Xing's gaze flickered, but he quickly composed himself, thinking he must not reveal any signs of weakness. What are you doing here? As long as he acted naturally, she would not suspect him. Fong Ningbi's eyes darted. What was going on? Why had the essence of the tear of the cicada completely vanished? She had clearly sensed that the treasure's origin had been forcefully taken away by some power. Yet when she burst forth from the cultivation chamber, it had disappeared, as if instantaneously refined. But how could that be possible? Even a remnant of the tear of the cicada was not something an ordinary person could refine. After all, it was a remnant of a ninth-tier treasure, not a common vegetable. Subconsciously, she glanced at Ye Xing, only to find him staring back at her, and the atmosphere became instantly charged with tension. Fong Ningbi, no, I cannot reveal that I am searching for the cicada's tears. It is far too precious. If word gets out, it could lead to significant trouble. Ye Xing, I must ensure she does not discover that I possess it. Both, we must devise a way to conceal it. After a few seconds of silence, Fong Ningbi broke the stalemate. Are you also training? Yes. I just made a breakthrough, Ye Xing replied. In that case, I must thank you for what happened earlier. It was nothing. Fong Ningbi casually inquired. How is your training progressing? Not bad. I have finally reached the second tier, 7th level. Oh wait, what? Fong Ningbi's previously indifferent expression froze instantly. Second tier, 7th level? She distinctly remembered that when she met Ye Xing in the morning. He had only just entered the second tier. How much time has passed? Has he really advanced through several minor realms? How is that possible? Ye Xing felt uneasy under her intense gaze. Perhaps it is the result of cumulative effort. Fong Ningbi was completely bewildered. Cumulative effort? Do you think training is as easy as eating or drinking? A thought flashed through her mind. Could it be that he has refined the cicada's tears? But she swiftly dismissed the notion. Impossible. The cicada's tears contain the laws of time and space. Even I can only refine it slowly. How could a mere second-tier practitioner absorb it instantaneously? Witnessing Ye Xing's rapid progress left Fong Ningbi feeling agitated. No, I cannot waste time here. I must quickly search for the cicada's tears. Suppressing her emotions, she said, I have something to attend to, so I will take my leave. Ye Xing's eyes lit up, and he nodded eagerly. All right, I have some matters to attend to as well. They quickly parted ways, heading in different directions. After a while, when Ye Xing arrived at the alchemy chamber, he was astonished to find Fong Ningbi's figure appearing before him once more. Fong Ningbi. Ye Xing. They exchanged a sudden glance, both momentarily at a loss, creating an exceedingly awkward atmosphere. Ye Xing had not anticipated that she would also be here. He intended to experiment with alchemy, especially since he had the divine command bone. Fong Ningbi's reason for being there was that she had failed to locate the cicada's tears, and planned to assist her training through alchemy. After a brief silence, Fong Ningbi spoke first, her tone still icy. You can also perform alchemy? A little. I have some understanding of it. Fong Ningbi raised an eyebrow, her gaze sweeping over him. His rapid cultivation was already strange enough. Could he also possess knowledge of alchemy? However, recalling how Ye Xing had previously assisted her, she felt a stir of thought. Since the cicada's tears would not be found anytime soon, why not? She took a deep breath and said nonchalantly, Since we have encountered each other, let us join forces. Fong Ningbi turned and walked toward an empty alchemical furnace. Ye Xing, watching her, realized that she, being the empress, must possess superior alchemical skills compared to himself. Perhaps it would be wise to observe first. Fong Ningbing stood before the furnace, and a flame of spiritual fire leapt from her palm, instantly encircling the alchemical furnace. Her movements flowed like a graceful stream as several precious herbs surged within the flames, gradually melting into a medicinal liquid. Ye Xing stood beside her, intently observing every minute detail. As Fong Ningbing continued her alchemical process, the Dao bone of fate within Ye Xing suddenly trembled slightly. A wave of profound insights regarding alchemy surged into his mind like a tidal wave. The interplay of medicinal properties, the mastery of heat, and the resonance between spiritual energy and herbal attributes. These were experiences that typically required decades to accumulate. Yet they now flooded his consciousness in an instant. Congeal, Fong Ningbing exclaimed softly. Immediately, a brilliant light emanated from the alchemical furnace, and 7 pills shot forth, suspended in midair. 3 were of exceptional quality, while 4 were of superior grade. A flicker of satisfaction crossed her eyes. If the old-timers at the academy were to discover that a mere student could effortlessly concoct top-tier pills, they would surely be left astounded. After all, these were exceptional pills. Even seasoned alchemists often required 10 or 20 years to produce them. She turned to Ye Xing, already envisioning his astonished expression. However, Ye Xing suddenly furrowed his brow and stood up, exclaiming, "Your fire control technique was incorrect just now." Fong Ningbing was taken aback. Did she mishear him? What did you say? This was her original 9 turns of ice congeal technique, and now it was being challenged by a mere second-tier practitioner? Before she could react, Ye Xing had already taken strides towards the alchemical furnace. Fong Ningbing was left in a state of shock. Was he about to attempt alchemy? Chapter 11. The Reincarnation of the Alchemist. Mission Release. Annihilate the Dark River. At this moment, Fong Ningbing could not shake off the absurdities that accompanied her rebirth. First, the child of a 9th-tier martial god arrived to assist her, effortlessly overwhelming adversaries of greater cultivation. Then, a trace of the cicada's tears inexplicably vanished. Now, the situation had escalated to the ludicrous. Here was she, the illustrious empress of alchemy, being criticized by a novice for her refining techniques. What is wrong with this world? Observing Ye Xing's clumsy selection of medicinal herbs, she could not help but sigh. Perhaps this young master seeks to impress me, she mused. Yet little did he realize that she was no ordinary woman. Fong Ningbing could already envision the unfolding scene. A furnace explosion followed by burn elixirs. After witnessing his blunder, she would merely offer a few casual pointers to conclude the matter, she thought. Suddenly, Ye Xing raised his hand, and in an instant, all the herbs soared into the air, seamlessly entering the alchemical furnace in perfect order. Fong Ningbing's pupils contracted. Wait, is this divine manipulation of materials? ISNT a novice. What astonished her further was that although Ye Xing's alchemical techniques were somewhat rudimentary, each movement resonated with the principles of the heavenly way, almost as if he were imitating every detail she had just demonstrated. Fong Ningbing was taken aback, on the verge of offering praise, when she saw Ye Xing simultaneously toss several incompatible herbs into the furnace. She was left bewildered. What are you doing? Stop immediately. The ice heart grass and fire spirit mushroom will. Before she could finish, the 2 opposing medicinal energies within the furnace remarkably fused together. Fong Ningbing's eyes brimmed with disbelief. What is happening? As a once esteemed grandmaster of alchemy, she understood better than anyone that the clash of ice and fire was an ironclad rule of alchemy. Even she required the formidable secret art of the 9 transformations to barely achieve harmony. Yet this youth, the timing for quenching must be advanced. Ye Xing suddenly spoke. The spiritual essence of cold herbs begins to dissipate by the 7th breath, thus requiring early preparation. Fong Ningbing felt as if struck by lightning. This was precisely the dilemma she sought to resolve when creating the 9 transformations of ice. How could you possibly? She was about to question him when the furnace began to tremble violently, interrupting her inquiry. What followed was a scene that left her utterly astonished. At the critical moment of forming the elixir, Ye Xing added 3 more herbs. Stop. Adding herbs now will. To her astonishment, when those herbs that should have destroyed the elixir entered the furnace, there was no explosion as anticipated. Instead, the walls of the furnace erupted in radiant light, resembling countless suns. Subsequently, a vague phantom formed at the top of the furnace, crowned and draped in celestial silk. This is the manifestation of alchemical divinity. Fang Ningbing gasped in shock, her heart trembling violently. This was the phenomenon that was said to occur only when the most perfect elixir was refined. Open. Ye Xing struck the furnace with his palm, and 7 streams of light burst forth. Each elixir was entwined with 3 chaotic patterns, and the aromatic essence coalesced into miniature dragons and phoenixes that danced among the alchemical inscriptions. They were all of the finest quality, and they bore their own alchemical inscriptions. Fang Ningbing's mind seemed to stall you. How on earth did you accomplish that? Just now, I witnessed you mastering the art of alchemy. Her eyes flickered with disbelief. What do you mean by witnessing me mastering alchemy? Suddenly, a terrifying thought dawned upon her. Could it be that he is the favored child of the Tao of alchemy? A celestial alchemist descended upon the mortal realm? This was utterly absurd. At that moment, Fang Ningbing's understanding of the world was completely shattered by Ye Xing. By the way, what kind of elixir is this? Ye Xing inquired. It was only then that Fang Ningbing regained her composure, casting a deep glance at Ye Xing before responding. This is the great love elixir. Ye Xing raised an eyebrow. What effects does it have? This elixir consists of a main pill and a secondary pill. Whoever consumes the secondary pill will have their spiritual energy transferred to the one who ingests the main pill, sacrificing oneself for another, hence the name Great Love Elixir. Ye Xing was taken aback. Isn't this a rather sinister path? Who would even use such an elixir? After secretly stowing away the elixir, Ye Xing continued. The creator of this elixir must be a genius. Such a spirit of selflessness moves me deeply. Fang Ningbing's eyes brightened. He understood her. She then spoke. I have some questions regarding alchemy that I wish to ask you. With the assistance of the Tao of Fate's Bones, Ye Xing swiftly found the answers. It was quite absurd. First, Ye Xing listened to her, and only then could he impart more knowledge about alchemy to her. It was like a perpetual motion machine of knowledge. Although Fang Ningbing had already attained a profound level of expertise in alchemy, she could not help but be astonished by Ye Xing's words, unable to suppress an exclamation, incredible. Subsequently, Fang Ningbing expressed that every time she attempted to refine pills, she felt an inexplicable chill due to her innate talent, and despite using numerous fiery medicinal materials, it was still insufficient. Ye Xing replied, That's because your fire element is lacking. I too have contemplated this issue, but my numerous attempts have proven futile. In the past, Fang Ningbing even employed the Golden Crow Divine Fire. Although it was somewhat effective, it did not provide a permanent solution. Suddenly, Ye Xing's eyes lit up as a thought struck him. I have a solution. Fang Ningbing was taken aback. You do? Does your father, the 9th-tier martial deity, possess some secret technique? Just as a flicker of hope arose within her, she saw Ye Xing extend his hand. Open your mouth. Fang Ningbing was bewildered. Before she could react, a slender finger approached her. Don't bite. Fang Ningbing froze, her mind going blank. What are you saying? Instinctively, she wanted to retreat. But in the next moment, an unprecedented warmth surged from her mouth. It was a force more pure and overwhelming than the Golden Crow Divine Fire. Is this Ye Xing's blood? Don't use your tone. Ye Xing frowned, suddenly realizing that he practiced the pitch-black blazing sun. What material could be hotter than his own blood? But at this moment, Fang Ningbing could no longer hear Ye Xing's words. All she remembered was absorbing every drop of Ye Xing's blood. Outside, Hua Ziwei hummed a little tune as she approached the alchemy chamber. The young master mentioned testing something in the alchemy room. Hua Ziwei arrived at the entrance of Ye Xing's alchemy chamber. Just as she intended to enter, she heard a voice. What a sensation. Slightly metallic. I make your body. It's quite warm. Hua Ziwei's face flushed instantly. What was happening? Shortly after, she heard Fang Ningbing's voice. How did you manage that? A secret. But, quiet down. Hua Ziwei. Meanwhile, inside the alchemy room, Ye Xing slowly withdrew his fingers. After all, Continuously allowing Fang Ningbing to draw blood was not a sustainable strategy. Fang Ningbing felt the power surging within her, and her gaze brightened even more. It was astonishing. His blood was even more potent than the divine fire of the golden crow. Just then, Ye Xing spoke. "I must take my leave." Fang Ningbing's eyes sparkled. "I owe you 2 favors. I will repay them." Remembering that the items from the other party were still in her possession, Ye Xing, feeling somewhat guilty, replied, "It's nothing. I am always willing to help." Fang Ningbing felt an increasing fondness for Ye Xing, surprised to find that he harbored such great compassion, much like herself. Not wishing to linger, Ye Xing hastily exited the alchemy room, when suddenly he caught a whiff of a familiar, delicate fragrance. Huaziyue's scent. Ye Xing glanced around, finding the corridor utterly deserted. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the distance. The colossal spiritual screen at the center of the academy displayed a scene. A young man, filled with excitement, nearly wept. "I am truly grateful to the Shaha Martial Arts Hall. After training here for a week, my cultivation surged from the peak of the 2nd stage to the 4th stage of the 3rd. The scene shifted, revealing rows of students cultivating within the martial arts hall, each radiating an abnormal crimson spiritual energy. The secret techniques of Shaha Martial Arts Hall are extraordinary. Everyone, come and enroll." A chorus of jeers erupted around. "Do you think we are fools? Nonsense. An enhancement like that in just a week? Is this a joke? This advertisement is utterly false." Ye Xing couldn't help but shake his head. The advertisement was indeed preposterous. Just as he prepared to leave, a line of blood-red text appeared before him. "You have finally arrived at the headquarters of the Anha organization." Ye Xing's footsteps abruptly halted. What on earth? Everyone knows that the leader of Anha is a malevolent figure, notorious for kidnapping prodigies, slaughtering cities, and bullying maidens. But who would have imagined that this dark organization, which instills terror throughout the world, originally stemmed from an ordinary martial arts hall named Shaha in the imperial capital? Even if one were aware, it cannot change anything. Now you can only alter the present. Mission issued, annihilate Anha. Mission reward, divine talent, chaotic ice dragon form, Chapter 12. No dark secrets? Then you are just a nest of snakes and rats. At this moment, Ye Xing gazed at the words before him. What is this? An annihilation organization? He looked at the screen, displaying what appeared to be a third-rate tutoring center. In other words, this martial arts school would eventually evolve into the future annihilation organization. Ye Xing suddenly comprehended. No wonder he had made such rapid progress in his cultivation over the past week. This place was indeed extraordinary. If it was to become the future annihilation organization, there must be something amiss within. Just as he was pondering, a voice suddenly emerged from behind him. "Young master." Ye Xing turned to find Huaziyue. Her face flushed bright red, had appeared behind him without him noticing. "You're here," he responded casually. Huaziyue instinctively exhaled in relief. Before the young master had arrived, she had made a hasty exit, and now she was pretending to have just arrived. 3 fingers. The mere thought of it caused her ears to redden once more. "What's wrong? Your face is so red," Ye Xing inquired with curiosity. "It's nothing." Huaziyue quickly shifted the topic. "By the way, young master, the family head requests your immediate return home, stating that there's an urgent matter." "Return home?" Ye Xing's eyes suddenly brightened. "Indeed, I am a young master of the Ye family. Upon discovering an extremely dangerous terrorist organization, it is only prudent to rally support from the family, not to mention that this is the future annihilation organization. Who knows how far they have developed by now? It would be foolish not to leverage the family's influence. Let us go. We must return at once," Ye Xing decisively exclaimed, grabbing Huaziyue and rushing toward the school gate. After briefly explaining the situation to the vice principal, the two hurried back to the Ye family estate. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the Ye family residence. In the main hall, Ye Xing entered to find his father, Ye Yuantian, looking at him with a beaming smile. "I heard you've been helping your classmates at school. You have done well." However, as he spoke, his expression suddenly shifted to one of astonishment. "What on earth happened to your cultivation?" The usually dignified and composed head of the Ye family now appeared utterly bewildered. He swiftly approached Ye Xing and exclaimed, "Second tier. Seventh level. Guarantee you just at the second tier." Ye Xing let out a dry chuckle. "Well, about that. Wait." Ye Yuantian's expression changed abruptly. "How is there a fluctuation of temporal and spatial laws within you?" Ye Xing sighed. It seemed he could not keep this from his father any longer. At this moment, Ye Yuantian was completely taken aback. What had transpired during his son's brief absence? Had he ventured into the realm of the Tao? "Father, this is not something I can explain in a moment. I will tell you later. But first, what was it that you needed to discuss with me?" Upon hearing this, Ye Yuantian's eyes flickered. He had not anticipated that his son harbored secrets. Hesitating, Ye Yuantian ultimately gazed deeply at his son and solemnly said, "Songfeng." A figure draped in azure materialized within the hall like a wraith. Head of the family, young master, Songfeng knelt on one knee, presenting a box with both hands. As the lid of the box opened, the temperature in the grand hall surged abruptly, revealing a heart, not of human origin, pulsating slowly within. Ye Yuantian spoke softly. "This is the Phoenix blood heart. How to proceed will be taught to you by Songfeng. I have other matters to attend to." No sooner had he finished speaking than he cast a deep glance at Ye Xing and vanished without a trace. Ye Xing's gaze turned toward Songfeng, fully aware of the latter's identity and prowess, understanding that he had likely been protecting him from the shadows all along. "Uncle Songfeng, I truly appreciate your efforts during this time," Ye Xing said with a smile. "The young master is too kind. It is merely my duty, no need for concern." Songfeng replied, before explaining, "This is the Millennium Phoenix blood heart. Once refined, it can grant the Nirvana heart, a treasure of immense value. Alas, in the past, this Phoenix blood heart might have undergone mutations, but now, with the absence of large-scale blood battles, it has settled as it is." Ye Xing's eyes brightened upon hearing this. Such is the advantage of having a formidable background. Suddenly, a notification sounded. Ding! After countless battles against monstrous beasts and humans, the Phoenix blood heart has finally achieved its ultimate transformation, becoming the Sin Phoenix heart. Sin Phoenix heart comes with the divine ability of the Sin Phoenix illusion. Able to obliterate all, when receiving fatal damage, it undergoes Phoenix Nirvana, elevating one's realm. What? Has the system made another mistake? Ye Xing was taken aback. At that moment, Songfeng continued, "Young master, this phoenix is the supreme embodiment of flames. I shall teach you how to refine it. Otherwise, it could be, there's no need for that." Ye Xing's expression was calm as he took hold of the heart, instantly beginning the refinement process. With the dark sun within him, why would he fear flames? Blood-red flames erupted around Ye Xing, and a phantom of a phoenix manifested behind him. He let out a low growl as his heart began to shatter, gradually being infused with the phoenix's essence. Songfeng was stunned. What was happening? Why was there an anomaly with the phoenix blood heart? Hadn't he not yet undergone mutation? As the last flicker of flame converged, Ye Xing slowly opened his eyes. The once pitch-black depths of his gaze now glimmered with a golden-red hue. Though his appearance remained largely unchanged, he exuded an aura of breathtaking nobility. Songfeng quickly knelt, exclaiming, "Young master, you possess truly extraordinary talent, refining it so effortlessly. I had thought my assistance would be required." Feeling the surge of power within him, Ye Xing was about to speak when he recalled the matter of the dark river. He then said, "Uncle Songfeng, I have a request for your assistance. Please, young master, do not hesitate to express your thoughts." Just as Ye Xing was about to speak, a sudden thought flashed through his mind, and his eyes lit up. "Uncle Songfeng, it is like this." 2 hours later, in a warehouse, Songfeng stood beside Ye Xing, saying, "Young master, we're done." "Thank you, Uncle Songfeng," Ye Xing replied with a smile. Before them stood a dozen anxious martial arts school leaders, including several heads of prestigious schools and a few renowned martial masters from the vicinity. At this moment, these once imposing figures bore expressions of tension. All gazes were fixed in terror upon the figure looming behind Ye Xing merely half an hour prior. They had been engaged in instructing their disciples or meditating in their respective martial arts academies. Yet, in an instant, an insurmountable force had seized them all, leaving no opportunity for resistance. What realm of power does this individual belong to? And now, This terrifying presence stood respectfully behind the young man. Who could this possibly be? An elderly man with white hair spoke nervously. May I inquire what brings you esteemed gentlemen to us? Ye Xing offered a faint smile. There is no need for fear. I am Ye Xing, the heir of the Ye family. Ye Xing. The name struck like a lightning bolt, and in an instant, the pallor on everyone's faces deepened. Ye Xing's lips twitched slightly. Is my reputation truly that fearsome? He cleared his throat. The reason I have summoned you all here is to extend my assistance. Assistance? One of the masters replied cautiously. Recently, a new martial arts academy, Xiao Martial Arts, has opened in the imperial capital, correct? Ye Xing narrowed his eyes. As fellow practitioners, it must be quite challenging for you to recruit disciples with their presence. Is it not? Several masters suddenly bowed their heads, falling silent. As neighbors, you should be well aware of the Xiao Martial Arts Academy. I wish to ascertain whether they have engaged in any illicit activities behind the scenes. His gaze sharpened. I, as the young master, have resolved to rigorously combat such behaviors that tarnish the martial arts spirit. Now, each of you must reveal one unlawful act committed by the Xiao Martial Arts Academy. Do you understand? The room fell into an oppressive silence. The masters exchanged glances, none daring to speak first. Finally, a middle-aged master, after much contemplation, ventured, young Master Yi. In truth, the master of Xiao Martial Arts has been quite kind to us. They're also quite beautiful and often bestow elixirs upon us. Oh, Ye Xing raised an eyebrow. So, they're devoid of any issues? It appears so. Yet, in the next moment, an explosive pressure erupted, and the masters found themselves kneeling on the ground. What the hell? Panic gripped everyone. No, we said there were none. Ye Xing's expression turned icy. It seems, then, that you are all complicit in unlawful activities. Consequently, starting tomorrow, your martial arts academies shall be transformed into public restrooms. Chapter 13. I haven't done anything yet. How am I surrounded? WH. What? Is it going to turn into a public toilet? The masters of various martial arts schools were utterly baffled, their minds screaming in a frenzy. Yet they truly had no knowledge of any illicit activities at the Xiao Martial Arts School. They were aware that the head of the Xiao School was a young woman, who since arriving in the capital had maintained good relations with other schools. Even though her school had taken a significant portion of business from others, she remained low-key, occasionally gifting elixirs for cultivation to fellow masters. However, now, faced with the terrifying pressure from Tsongfeng, some could no longer bear it. I know, exclaimed a petite master, his voice trembling. Ye Xing cast him a glance, spit it out. The master could only brace himself and say, I suspect that the students of the Xiao School have rapidly increased their cultivation level by using forbidden drugs. Please, young Master Yi, investigate. Upon hearing this, others quickly reacted, hastening to speak. It's no longer a matter of whether they did or not. It's imperative that they did. Yes. They even stole our school's secret manuals. Their master practices dark arts at midnight, creating chaos in the vicinity. Indeed, their master even committed heinous acts against young girls. Ye Xing replied, You, a female master, committing such acts against young girls? Listening to these accusations, each more outrageous than the last. It was fortunate that their objective had been achieved. Ye Xing was not as purely malevolent as the original. Now, when seeking trouble, one must have a just cause. After all, the others were unaware of the Annihilation Organization. What if the other party had committed no wrongdoing at all? Thus, these accusations served as evidence. Enough. Ye Xing hastily raised a hand to interrupt. I have noted your reports. He waved his hand, signaling Tsongfeng to withdraw his pressure. You may leave. Upon hearing this, the other masters hastily fled, fearing that Ye Xing might change his mind. Once they had departed, Ye Xing turned to Tsongfeng. Uncle Tsongfeng, thank you for your assistance. Tsongfeng nodded slightly. Understood, young master. Though he was puzzled as to why the young master wished to take such drastic measures against a small martial arts school. He never questioned the young master's orders. However, the young master was no longer the same as before. In the past, he would have disregarded reputation entirely and simply sent someone to eliminate the threat. Now, Ye Xing had even grasped the importance of having a justifiable reason. Suddenly, Ye Xing thought of something. Perhaps we should bring more people? After all, they might be the future Annihilation Organization, and it wouldn't be wise to take any chances. At the entrance of the Shaolin Martial Arts School, a grateful student exclaimed, "Thank you so much. With this potion, my cultivation will surely reach new heights." The student from the Lingmu advertisement was brimming with excitement. Wei Qingqing smiled and replied, "It's nothing. Do come often." "Absolutely." The young man nodded repeatedly, until his figure disappeared completely. Wei Qingqing's smile turned grim. A group of fools. She turned and returned to the martial arts hall, her shadow stretching long behind her. "Have they all drunk?" At that moment, a figure emerged. Wei Qingqing's lips curled into a smile. "Of course, those imbeciles are all eager to partake." Lu Yin stepped out from the darkness, laughing heartily. Before long, they shall become the most loyal puppets. This is the secret behind the rapid rise in the cultivation levels of the students at the Shaolin Martial Arts Hall. Each vial of freely provided auxiliary elixir contains the heart corrosion worm, a gift from the beast god. This otherworldly potion can awaken one's potential, yet it invades the mind. Even a 7th-tier powerhouse would find it difficult to detect anything amiss in a short span. When the rift to the alien beasts opens, these puppets will become the finest weapons to destroy the imperial capital. Wei Qingqing caressed her abdomen. "I have conceived the child of the beast god. When he is born, he shall be the leader here. Perhaps we could name him Dark River." Louis nodded. "That works." What thrilled them most was that no one was paying attention to them, nor did anyone know their plans. This granted them ample time for development. Lu Yin spoke with a smile. "Thanks to the beast god altering our fate, hardly anyone notices us now. We have ample opportunity for growth." "Indeed," Wei Qingqing replied with a smile. Who would suspect that a mere martial arts hall in the imperial capital could one day bring about its ruin? Suddenly, a thunderous roar shattered the air, causing the entire hall to tremble. Immediately, an overwhelming pressure descended like a torrential river. Before Wei Qingqing and Lu Yin could react, they were horrified to see the entire martial arts hall shuddering violently, disintegrating before their eyes. Walls, glass, and floors shook and cracked, all shattering within mere moments. "What is happening?" Wei Qingqing screamed. Lu Yin's face turned pale, his legs trembling uncontrollably. As a 5th-tier powerhouse, he understood better than Wei Qingqing what this meant. This was the pressure that could only be exerted by at least a 7th-tier powerhouse. In the next moment, countless black figures materialized in the sky, surrounding the two. 6th-tier, 7th-tier, even 8th-tier powerhouses. The aura emanating from each figure set the unborn child within Wei Qingqing in a restless turmoil. Witnessing this scene, Wei Qingqing's complexion paled. What is going on? Why are there so many powerhouses? Just then, a tall figure stepped into the midst of everyone, looking down at them imperiously. "You are surrounded," Ye Xing declared with solemnity. "You have committed heinous crimes. Not only did you steal from the cafeteria next door— Wait, I misspoke." He cleared his throat awkwardly. "I have received multiple reports from various hall masters. They claim you bully the weak and commit all manner of atrocities, using forbidden drugs, stealing martial arts techniques, and even assaulting young maidens. The evidence is irrefutable. As the representative of justice from the Yi family, I shall erase the Shaolin Martial Arts Hall." Wei Qingqing was utterly bewildered. When on earth did I ever do such things? Although she was unaware of the circumstances, she hastily exclaimed, "Wait. How can I, a woman, be accused of assaulting a girl? How dare you?" Ye Xing's voice thundered. "Do you still dare to argue?" His face was a mask of fury as he pointed at Lu Yin. "Isn't she the victim? If you are innocent, then how did this woman come to be here?" Lu Yin. Wei Qingqing. Chapter 14. The Chaotic Ice Dragon. Let us unite to vanquish capitalism. Wei Qingqing and Lu Yin stood in stunned silence, their minds reeling in utter confusion. What in the world is happening? Their meticulously devised plan seemed flawless, allowing ample time for growth. Once the offspring of the beast god was born, the imperial capital would inevitably crumble from within. Yet now, they found themselves encircled by a cohort of formidable adversaries, each accusation more ludicrous than the last. "I'm man," Lu Yin bellowed in frustration, his long, gray-white hair whipping wildly in the wind, easily leading to misinterpretations. All right, Ye Xing waved dismissively. Then you are a woman now. Lu Ying. In that moment, the two realized the Yi family had indeed set their sights on them. But the pressing question remained. How had their cover been blown? Wei Qingqing instinctively cradled her abdomen, her eyes filled with panic. This is it, this is the end. The commotion attracted numerous onlookers. Aren't those the people from the Yi family? I heard it was because the master of the Shaolin Martial Arts Hall assaulted a young girl. How absurd. Keep your voice down, or you'll be overheard. Amidst the hushed discussions, Song Feng suddenly furrowed his brow. Young master, there is something beneath us. Huh? Before Ye Xing could respond, Song Feng struck the ground with his palm. Boom! Instantly, the earth cracked open, revealing a vast underground space to the astonished crowd. What the hell? A wave of retching sounds erupted from the onlookers. The underground was teeming with countless grotesque insects. More terrifyingly, these insects were arranged in a peculiar pattern, as if engaged in some sinister ritual. Song Feng summoned his spiritual energy and lifted several insects into the air. Young master, these are heart-corroding worms. They can manipulate one's consciousness and temporarily unleash human potential. They are spies from another realm. Ye Xing's eyes widened in realization. No wonder those students' cultivation had skyrocketed. Song Feng regarded Ye Xing with profound astonishment. He had previously questioned why the young master would mobilize forces against a mere martial arts hall, but now it was clear. The young master had long sensed the anomalies here. Why has your martial arts hall enabled students to experience such rapid cultivation? It is because you have employed these mind-controlling worms. Ye Xing proclaimed with thunderous conviction. Now, do you have anything left to say? Among the crowd, several former students of the Shaolin Martial Arts Hall retched in disgust. Monsters! To make us consume such things and assault young girls. I knew it. Lately, I always felt someone was watching me while bathing. It must have been that perverted master. Yi Xiao is truly ridding the world of evil. Ye Xing's lips curled into a slight smile. Wei Qingqing's expression fluctuated between despair and disbelief. She had not anticipated that their scheme would unravel so swiftly. No. Suddenly, she clutched her stomach, tears welling in her eyes. I confess, but the child in my womb is innocent. I implore you, at the very least, allow me to bring the child into this world. It is imperative to find a way to protect the offspring of the beast god. Upon uttering these words, the surrounding crowd was instantly struck with astonishment. I cannot believe it. A pregnant woman? Surely the Yi family would not act against a pregnant woman? At this moment, all eyes were on the Yi family. Upon hearing of the child, Ye Xing's expression grew complex. So it is, I had not anticipated there was a child involved. Very well. I, Ye Xing, never harm women or children in my actions. You may leave. Luin, Wei Qingqing's eyes brightened. Thank you. I am grateful for your mercy, young Master Yi. She had just turned to leave. Uncle Songfeng, go ahead. Yes. Immediately, a terrifying surge of spiritual power descended from the heavens, twisting and contorting Wei Qingqing's body in an instant. She felt excruciating pain coursing through her body, wildly screaming. You said you wouldn't kill women and children? Ye Xing scoffed. Indeed, but you're not a child, and the being within you is certainly not a woman. With the annihilation of the World Organization underway, who knows what you are carrying? Bang! Accompanied by a resounding explosion. Wei Qingqing's body erupted. A slimy lizard-like creature burst forth from her abdomen, and before it could emit a cry, it perished instantaneously. The onlookers were left utterly dumbfounded. It turns out, young Master Yi had long discerned that she was pregnant with an evil entity. Remarkable. Please, spare my life. Luin, witnessing this scene, realized it was utterly over. He had never anticipated that the adversary would grant him not a shred of opportunity. Luin hastily exclaimed, She is the true master of the hall. I know nothing. I am innocent. Please, young Master Yi, see the truth. Is that so? Ye Xing nodded. So you're innocent, huh? You should have said so earlier. You nearly implicated yourself. However, I have come this far. Let us do this. Call me father, and I shall spare you. Lu Yin was taken aback, unable to believe such shameless demands were made. Father. Ye Xing was momentarily stunned. You didn't actually mean it. Luin. Uncle Songfeng sighed, then, without even glancing at him, waved his hand dismissively. Luin exploded with fury. Whatever you call yourself, even if you call me grandfather, you shall still meet your demise. Thus, the future annihilation organization, Dark River, was strangled in its cradle. Ding. Mission accomplished. Awarded the divine level talent. Chaotic Ice Dragon Form. Chaotic Ice Dragon Form inherits the power of the extreme cold dragon from the chaotic void, freezing time and space. Annihilating all things, Ye Xing's eyes sparkled before he could thoroughly examine the reward. What are you doing? A furious roar suddenly erupted from the crowd. There stood a student, trembling, pointing at Ye Xing. What have you done to the Zaihe Martial Hall? All gazes turned to him with peculiar expressions. Bai Wuqing had just returned with great enthusiasm, only to find his revered sanctuary of cultivation reduced to ruins. The master was shattered into pieces, and at the center of the ruins stood none other than the infamous scion of the Ye family. As the esteemed heir of the Ye family, it is one thing to bully others, but now you seek to extinguish the hopes of ordinary warriors? Bai Wuqing, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Are you truly intent on destroying our aspirations?" Ye Xing raised an eyebrow. "Did you not hear what I just said? And even if you did, what of it?" Bai Wuqing's eyes blazed with fury. "Those insects could facilitate our swift advancement. Can you? You simply cannot bear to see us grow stronger. Impudent." Song Feng's icy reprimand descended with a terrifying pressure akin to a mountain. Bai Wuqing's legs shattered instantaneously. Yet even in such agony, he glared defiantly at Ye Xing. Ye Xing sighed, recognizing that this individual had completely lost his sanity to drugs, rendering him beyond redemption. "I shall not kneel." Bai Wuqing gritted his teeth resolutely. "Not kneeling, is it? How commendable." Ye Xing nodded. "Then I shall proceed to shatter every bone in your body. Let us see if you remain standing." Song Feng acknowledged this. In the next moment, as the weight of his presence intensified, Bai Wuqing was seized by excruciating pain, his bones fracturing entirely. He collapsed to the ground, yet his gaze remained locked onto Ye Xing with fierce intensity. How despicable! This cannot be allowed. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Bai Wuqing's eyes as he concocted a plan. "Brothers and sisters, without the Xiao Martial Arts School, how can we realize our dreams? The Ye family wishes for us to remain worthless for eternity. They cannot abide our success." Bai Wuqing endeavored to incite the crowd. "Join me in overthrowing the capital." However, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. The onlookers not only refrained from responding, but regarded him with expressions of bewilderment. Bai Wuqing was taken aback. "Why do you not join me in my cries? Is there no one to condemn the Ye family's actions?" In response, a thunderclap rent the sky. "Ah!" Bai Wuqing was struck and sent tumbling away, crashing heavily into the distant ruins. "Allow me to elucidate." Ye Xing slowly withdrew his finger, his voice as frigid as ice. "Because they are not as foolish as you. The very functioning of the imperial capital relies on the support of the Ye family. 15 prestigious cultivation academies, for elite practitioner universities, 74 core enterprises, and countless others. What you seek to topple is not merely capital, but the entirety of the imperial capital itself." Chapter 15. Is that all? I refuse to be your captive. I will end your life. Even though his cultivation surpassed that of Ye Xing by a margin in the face of true talent, a realm attained through mere drug consumption is utterly impotent. The young master of the Ye family has committed murder. Bai Wuqing shouted urgently, "Everyone look! Ye Xing is killing in broad daylight." Ye Xing raised an eyebrow. Seeing that Ye Xing did not respond, Bai Wuqing believed that his shout had instilled some trepidation in the young master of the Ye family. He then called out, "Ye Xing, I'm a journalist. You must immediately rebuild the Xiaohe Martial Arts Hall and publicly apologize to me. Otherwise, you surely do not wish to witness the complete ruin of the Ye family's reputation. Do you?" This tactic was one he often employed, with a few embellished articles stirring public sentiment. He was confident that even the mightiest forces would bow their heads. The onlookers exchanged glances, recalling how the Ye family's reputation had suffered greatly over the years due to Ye Xing. If Bai Wuqing, that unscrupulous journalist, were to deliberately tarnish their name further, even the Ye family would not want to see their reputation continue to decline, would they? Otherwise, just kill me. Seeing Ye Xing silent, Bai Wuqing concluded that his adversary was intimidated. Otherwise, tomorrow I will ensure that you, Ye Xing, are utterly disgraced. They had slain Wei Qingqing, and they could dismiss that as the act of an interdimensional spy. But he was a proper citizen of the Great Xia. If Ye Xing dared to harm him, he would ensure that the Ye family became the most reviled among the four great families. Everyone awaited Ye Xing's response, uncertain of what the young master would decide. Suddenly, Ye Xing chuckled. Is this all there is to it? I almost found it amusing. I thought it would be a more significant threat. Bai Wuqing was momentarily taken aback. What? Since you wish for death so desperately? Ye Xing's gaze turned icy. Then you shall meet your end. To some, Ye Xing appeared to care about his reputation. However, that was merely a reflection of the former host's folly. He sought change. Thus, even when targeting the Shaolin Martial Arts Hall, he initially sought a righteous cause. But if a fool dared to threaten him over this, my apologies. The villain has returned. You. Bai Wuqing trembled at Ye Xing's words, but then thought to himself, Ye Xing would never dare to kill in public. Surely, he was merely posturing. As an ordinary citizen of the Great Xia, what had he done to warrant such a fate? Stop pretending. This world abides by the law. Bai Wuqing forced himself to remain calm, sneering, your attempts at intimidation might work on others, but against me. In the next moment, a blinding flash of lightning split the sky. Bai Wuqing's expression froze instantly. He slowly looked down to see a gaping wound in his chest, the size of a basin, with lightning crackling at the edges of the injury. No, it cannot be. Ye Xing's eyes were frigid as he coldly uttered, fool. The corpse collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Until his last breath, he could not comprehend why Ye Xing was so audacious. Yet he had forgotten the identity of his opponent. In the capital, it was not the Ye family that held sway. It was the Ye family that made this place the capital. Silence enveloped the crowd. In Songfeng's eyes, a fierce light flashed. The decisive nature of the young master exemplified the spirit befitting the heir of the Ye family. In the next moment, Bai Wuqing's corpse stirred unexpectedly, and countless black goo worms erupted from within. The onlookers recoiled in disgust at the ghastly sight. Did you see that? This man has entirely become a puppet. Ye Xing's voice was icy. These worms will not aid your cultivation. They will merely transform you into a breeding ground for their hatchlings. He crushed several struggling worms beneath his foot and surveyed the crowd. From this day forth, the Ye family shall rigorously investigate such malevolent sorcery. Furthermore, we will open the Ye Martial Arts Hall. All who enroll shall receive 10 top-grade elixirs and 10 premium spirit stones. His declaration left the crowd in utter astonishment. Was this truly the notorious scion of the Ye family? As for the deceased Bai Wuqing, a few dared to sneak a glance at the melting corpse. Who would risk offending the young master of the Ye family for a puppet controlled by goo worms? Having completed his task, Ye Xing did not hesitate to leave after providing a few instructions, delegating the remaining duties to Songfeng and his associates. Dozens of elite members of the Ye family sprang into action, their fervent spiritual energy shattering the worms on the ground in an instant. The gathered populace remained, murmuring in groups about the shocking spectacle they had just witnessed. I told you, young Master Yi is not inherently malevolent, exclaimed a man who had once had a lollipop snatched by Ye Xing. Last year, when my shop caught fire, he sent someone to rescue it. Yes. My niece received treatment for her leg at the Yi family clinic, and they charge her nothing. As these half-true and half-false tales of goodwill spread, even absurd rumors emerged that the young master had once saved a drowning child at the age of 1. A single misdeed by a good person invites skepticism, while a virtuous act by a notorious individual invites wild praise, leading everyone to believe in their reformation. Meanwhile, news of Ye Xing's annihilation of the otherworldly spies swiftly reached the entire imperial capital. At that moment, within the Ye family, laughter erupted. Ha ha ha! Excellent! Yi and Tian's laughter resonated, shaking the very foundation of the Yi residence. The patriarch's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Xinger has truly changed. He is indeed my offspring. You once claimed he bore no resemblance to you. A commanding female voice interjected from outside. Moments later, a figure appeared. It was Ye Xing's mother, Lu Ruyan. She had just returned from negotiations in the Demon City, her hair still carrying the residual fluctuations of space. Yenner, Yi Yuan Tian strode forward. You have returned just in time. Our son. I have heard all about it, Lu Ruyan replied, her eyes shimmering with disbelief. At first, I thought you were jesting, until just now. She lowered her gaze to the jade slip in her hand, which detailed how Ye Xing had eradicated the otherworldly spies and decisively eliminated the threat. What astonished her most was that her son had even opened the resources of the Yi family for the benefit of the populace. This was hardly the reckless boy who had once bullied others. Xing has truly matured. The woman, renowned worldwide for her ruthlessness, now spoke with an unexpected tremor in her voice. Ye Xing was her only child. Throughout the years, despite her frustration, she harbored the deepest hopes within her heart. At this thought, Lu Ruyan felt a wave of emotion wash over her. I have returned. Ye Xing's voice suddenly resonated from outside the hall. Lu Ruyan turned abruptly, and upon seeing her son, her eyes filled with tears. Mother, Ye Xing instinctively called out, memories of their shared moments flooding his mind. After every mishap, it was his mother who quietly helped him pick up the pieces. Even during his most reckless days, she never abandoned him. She would even fight fiercely to rescue him. This seemingly worthless son. Lu Ruyan gazed at Ye Xing and immediately embraced him. My son. In the next moment, a notification echoed. Ding. You once disappointed your mother, yet she never gave up on you. No matter how unruly you were, she resolved everything, ultimately sacrificing herself to protect you. Now awaken to the truth. You feel a profound pain. Quest, revive, Lu Ruyan, quest reward. Ethereal Spirit Essence, Chapter 16. Acquiring the ethereal spirit body, commanding your reverence like a deity. At this moment, Ye Xing had not anticipated the return of Lu Ruyan. In the future, she would perish in her efforts to protect herself. Ye Xing's gaze sharpened. He could not allow the events of the future to unfold. After several days away from home, he was astonished by the extent of her transformation. Lu Ruyan released her embrace. The instant she made contact with Ye Xing, this 8th-tier martial lord keenly sensed an unimaginable surge of power pulsating within her son. Even more astonishing was the extreme chill flowing through Ye Xing's body, which left her incredulous. Is this truly my son's innate talent? Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. Ding. Task completed. Ethereal spirit body. A personal microcosm of the ethereal realm within, capable of unrestricted absorption of spiritual energy. Transforming chaos into clarity and mastering spiritual energy with utmost precision. Was it truly that simple? Immediately, Ye Xing felt a tremor coursing through him, as a cataclysmic roar erupted from deep within his dantian. A chaotic microcosm was taking shape. The murky energy sank while the pure energy ascended. Countless strands of spiritual power surged into this realm like rivers returning to the sea. Is this the ethereal world? Ye Xing sensed it was an expansive internal universe, and even his cicada's tear willingly ventured within. A faint smirk tugged at Ye Xing's lips. The system had completed this task with such nonchalance. How increasingly handsome I have become. Lu Ruyan pinched her son's cheek. I heard your father use Phoenix Bloodheart on you. At least he has some conscience. As the mother and son engaged in light conversation, Ye Yuan Tian rose and interjected. You two carry on. I have matters to attend to. Off you go, always busy. Once her husband departed, she suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. You have performed admirably this time, living up to the legacy of Lu Ruyan. Ye Xing smiled faintly, memories of his mother's legendary past flashing through his mind. After breaking through to the 7th tier at the age of 25, she single-handedly quelled the upheaval of the demon abyss. Subsequently, she reached the pinnacle of the 8th tier by 30, merely a step away from becoming a martial deity. Yet, at the height of her power, she chose to marry Ye Yuan Tian and willingly retreated into the shadows. Even after years of neglecting her cultivation, she remained the formidable Cold Sky Empress, instilling fear in all who heard her name. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside. Young Master Gao Yang has come to pay respects to Uncle Ye. Ye Xing and Lu Yin exchanged surprised glances. The Gao family? At that moment, at the entrance of the Yi residence, a handsome young man clad in black stood firmly in place. Behind him trailed two formidable attendants, who were quietly advising him. Young master, when you meet the head of the Yi family and his wife, you must adhere to proper etiquette. He was the second son of the Gao family, one of the top 4 families in the Great Xia, Gao Yang. Understood. Gao Yang nodded slightly. Uncle Yi certainly requires no elaboration. A flicker of admiration passed through his gaze. That is Ye Yuan. On that rainy night a decade ago, at the tender age of 8, he witnessed Ye Yuan defeat his father, known as the Invincible Holy Sword, with a single move. In that instant, he grasped the essence of true strength. From that moment on, Ye Yuan became the lifelong aspiration he pursued. As for Ye Yuantian's son, how could such a formidable figure produce such a child? In Gao Yang's eyes, the other party was nothing more than a useless piece of muck that could not be propped up. Even though recent rumors suggested that Ye Xing had turned over a new leaf, to him, it was merely a ruse of this wastrel. At that moment, Lu Ruyan and Ye Xing emerged. Aunt Lu, Gao Yang respectfully greeted Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan gently inquired, Xiao Yang, what brings you here so suddenly? I happened to pass through the imperial capital and came to pay a visit. Is Uncle Yi not around? Your Uncle Yi just stepped out. What a pity, but it is still a pleasure to see you, Aunt Lu. Come inside, Lu Ruyan said, leading Gao Yang and the others into the Yi residence. Throughout the entire process, Gao Yang seemed to completely ignore Ye Xing, walking past him as if he were invisible. Ye Xing narrowed his eyes, but chose not to speak. In the hall, Gao Yang presented a brocade box with both hands. Aunt Lu, this is the soul spirit imperial jade I brought from the kingdom of Jinyang. It can nourish the soul, and I specially present it to you and Uncle Yi. Lu Ruyan smiled warmly. Xiao Yang is very thoughtful. It is the duty of a junior. As they conversed, Gao Yang maintained the demeanor of someone from a respectable family, yet his deliberate disregard for Ye Xing was glaringly apparent. A weakling was not worthy of his regard. Even if he were the heir of the Yi family, what of it? A wastrel is ultimately a wastrel. By the way, how is your father these days? Lu Ruyan casually inquired. My father is in seclusion, experiencing new insights into the sword path. He remains the same as always. Lu Ruyan shook her head with a light laugh. You're just like your father, cut from the same mold. Gao Yang's lips curled into a slight smile. As a father's child, it is only natural. However, some ought to contemplate who their father is and not bring shame upon him. The two attendants exchanged shocked glances, instinctively looking towards Ye Xing. The young master's words were far too blunt. A flicker of coldness passed through Lu Ruyan's eyes, as the remarks were directed at her own son, but it quickly vanished, and she continued chatting with Gao Yang for a moment. By the way, I have some matters to attend to, she said slowly, rising from her seat. Xinger, you youngsters converse. She then cast a glance at Ye Xing. All right, Mom? Ye Xing replied with a smile. As Lu Ruyan departed, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly grew tense. Uncle Yang, Uncle Li, please stay here for a moment. I wish to look around, Gao Yang said casually, preparing to stand. Stop. Ye Xing's indifferent voice, though not loud, resonated like thunder. Did I permit you to leave? A flicker of surprise crossed Gao Yang's eyes. Are you speaking to me? What? Does the heir of the Gao family have poor hearing? Gao Yang had not anticipated that the former wastrel would dare to speak to him in such a manner. After a brief silence, he suddenly spoke. In fact, I envy you. Ye Xing raised an eyebrow. Oh, among the 4 great families, your Yi family is the strongest, while my Gao family is the weakest. I have 7 siblings vying for attention, yet you are an only child. More importantly, Gao Yang squinted his eyes. Your father is Ye Yuan. Frankly speaking, your ability to be reduced to this state is quite a talent in itself. In his eyes, Ye Xing is nothing short of a living disgrace. To call him useless is an understatement. A chilling aura suddenly enveloped the hall. Is that so? Ye Xing's gaze narrowed. I have heard that your father has devoted his life to the pursuit of swordsmanship, considering even a meeting with you a waste of time. Is this also a testament to your father's capabilities? Or does he simply not care for you, his son? Gao Yang's expression darkened instantly. Do you wish to fight? His spiritual power surged, the oppressive force of his late-stage, third-tier cultivation pressing down like a mountain. Let me inform you, I'm already at the late stage of the third tier. Do not even mention whether you're a waste or not. Even if you were not, I could defeat you with one hand. The odds are 9-1, with me at 9 and you at 1. Do you dare to measure yourself against me? You are not worthy. Not worthy? Ye Xing suddenly chuckled. This is the Ye family, and I am the young master of the Ye family. You dare to say, I am unworthy? Bang! A blinding flash of lightning erupted before Gao Yang could react. He was violently thrust back several steps by the raging power of the thunder. What? The two attendants were taken aback. They were well aware that their young master was at the late stage of the third tier. How could he be forced back by a mere second-tier cultivator? Shock appeared in Gao Yang's eyes. Did he actually injure himself? Gao Yang's expression darkened. I did not expect you to have made some progress. But do not think I will let your provocation go unpunished. You brought this upon yourself. You brought this upon yourself. The icy words of Ye Xing resonated in the hall. A person who has scarcely met his own father wishes to provoke the young master. You will not even possess 1/10,000th of a chance of victory. After today, I will make you revere me, as one would a deity. Chapter 17. The Supreme Martial Technique, Shao Jin Jin Yue Gong. You are not even a fraction of my worth. What? You regard him with reverence akin to that of a deity? Upon hearing this statement, Gao Yang's initial reaction was one of amusement. The only person he has ever held in esteem throughout his life is Yi Yuan Tian, and this good-for-nothing, who relies on his father's reputation for his own gain. Is he truly worthy? Ding, the Gao Yang, who once looked down upon you, has now ascended to the threshold of a martial god. Now, you must prove to him that you are absolutely not the worthless being of the past. Mission issued. Defeat Gao Yang. Mission reward. Supreme Martial Technique. Shaojin Jinyue Gong. Ye Xing's lips curled into a smile. The mission had arrived at the perfect moment. Young Master Yi, two attendants, sensing the impending turmoil, rushed forward. Our young master was merely jesting. Today's events. Silence. Ye Xing's voice was icy. Were you to interfere with my affairs? He had initially intended to teach Gao Yang a lesson, and with the mission now presented, there was no way this matter could simply conclude. The expressions of the two attendants turned ashen. They had aimed to prevent a conflict, fearing that Gao Yang might inadvertently harm Ye Xing. After all, they were within the Yi family. The consequences could be dire. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Yet Ye Xing offered them no courtesy. Ha! Gao Yang sneered. Don't come crying for Aunt Lu when you're beaten. As soon as the words left his mouth, he surged towards Ye Xing, unleashing his third-tier, late-stage spiritual power. His right palm transformed into a formidable light blade, aimed directly at Ye Xing's face. Profound-level martial technique, Rift Palm. This strike had once cleaved the skull of a third-tier, ferocious beast. However, Ye Xing's figure suddenly vanished from sight. Gao Yang was momentarily taken aback. Before he could react, a light chuckle reached his ears. Are you quite confident in your fists? What? Bang! An unimaginable force struck mercilessly against Gao Yang's back. He was sent hurtling through the air, crashing violently against the wall, which crumbled under the impact. Gao Yang spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be possible? His physical strength was akin to that of a humanoid dragon. Amidst the dust, Ye Xing approached slowly, and with each step, cracks spread across the ground. That previous strike, Ye Xing tilted his head. Were you planning to tickle me, child? In an instant, he dashed towards Gao Yang. In a moment of desperation, Gao Yang unleashed his spiritual power, erecting a barrier to withstand Ye Xing's attack. Just as he thought he could relax, the barrier began to show signs of cracking. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, his gaze darkening. Ye Xing, though your physical prowess is formidable, your understanding and application of spiritual power is but a fraction of mine. Ye Xing, you are destined to lose. Is that so? Whoosh! The spiritual energy in the entire hall suddenly erupted. Gao Yang, in terror, discovered that the spiritual power within him was uncontrollably surging outward. How could this be possible? Spiritual power is the foundation of a cultivator. How could it be usurped by another? No, it's impossible. Gao Yang's voice trembled. How did you accomplish this? Ye Xing tilted her head, her expression one of nonchalance. It's as simple as drinking water. Can't you do it? Gao Yang was utterly bewildered. This was the terrifying aspect of the Taishu Lingyun body. The heavens and earth serve as a furnace, and creation acts as the artisan. Yin and Yang embody the divine, and all things possess spirit. All spiritual energy is at my command. All right, young Master Gao, the warm-up period is over. Warm up. Gao Yang was still reeling from a shock. Now listen to your lullaby. In the next moment, an extreme chill erupted. Gao Yang, in horror, realized that the spiritual energy surrounding him had been frozen. Struggling to lift his head, he saw Ye Xing enveloped in icy dragon scales. A massive phantom of an ice dragon faintly emerging behind her. Roar! The ice dragon let out a thunderous cry, and the temperature in the entire Yi residence plummeted. Innate manifestation. Gao Yang completely broke down. This is impossible. Only a fourth-tier powerhouse can materialize innate abilities. Yet this so-called waste was able to achieve it. Then, with a swipe of its claw, the ice dragon struck down, and Gao Yang felt as though his body had been torn apart and lifted into the air. The extreme chill invaded his body. Gao Yang couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. He wanted to flee, but the ice dragon seemed to have locked onto him, relentlessly pursuing him. Damn it, the ice dragon is still after me. Suddenly, the scene before Gao Yang twisted violently. The hall of the Yi family vanished in an instant, replaced by an endless expanse of icy wilderness. A frigid storm swept through, causing even the warmth of his breath to dissipate instantly. Divine realm. Gao Yang's voice quivered. This was a level of innate ability he had yet to master. He couldn't accept what was unfolding before him. Ye Xing, show yourself. He frantically unleashed his spiritual energy in all directions. Amidst the blizzard, only his furious shouts mocked his impotence. He refused to believe it. Why was this happening? Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. Gao Yang, in terror, looked down to see a massive shadow rapidly approaching beneath the ice. It was the ice dragon. Roar! The ice shattered, and a colossal ice dragon, comparable to a mountain, surged out, directly crashing into Gao Yang. Blood rained down, staining the ground where Gao Yang had fallen. Where the hell are you? Ye Xing, come out. What kind of coward are you hiding? Gao Yang roared madly. His spiritual energy was nearly depleted. At that moment, the storm suddenly faltered. Ye Xing's figure slowly emerged, standing atop the head of the ice dragon, looking down with disappointment in her eyes. So weak. I didn't even use my full strength, and you've already been defeated like this. I truly doubt your identity as the young master of the Gao family. Gao Yang, you are so weak. It makes me want to laugh. Impossible. Gao Yang roared in madness. How could I lose to a waste like you? Suddenly, he froze in place. In a moment of reverie, he beheld Ye Xing amidst the tempest of wind and snow, a vision that strikingly mirrored the figure from a decade past, one who had effortlessly vanquished his father. The same haughty demeanor, the same look of disappointment in his eyes. Yi. Uncle Yi? Gao Yang murmured in bewilderment. How could a monster like you exist? What manner of creature are you? Yet in the next heartbeat, reality shattered his illusion with brutal clarity. Ye Xing's voice resonated, intertwining with the echoes of his memory of Yi Yuantian. Then what are you but a worthless wretch? Boom! The ice dragon erupted with a tempest of thunderous fury, a manifestation of the wrath of the thunder god. Gao Yang found himself utterly defenseless against the onslaught, sent hurtling away as if his very being were to shatter. In the fleeting moments before unconsciousness claimed him, he caught the faint, mocking tone of Ye Xing. My apologies. I thought it was merely a speed bump. Ding, mission accomplished, acquired the divine martial art. Xiaojin Jinhua Gong, Xiaojin Jinhua Gong, the gold of the heavens. Akin to divine retribution, it trembles mountains, impervious to all, capable of reshaping the terrain and spiritual energy within a certain radius. Chapter 18. The Triad of Fourfolds. 6 Grand Avenues. At this moment, Ye Xing's eyes sparkled upon witnessing the newly acquired rewards. He felt the surge of information regarding the Xiao Jin Zhenyu technique inundating his mind. Governed by the element of metal, it embodies unparalleled sharpness. This divine-level technique, once cultivated to its zenith, could even harness the power of celestial bodies to obliterate entire realms. Truly, it is a divine art. Just then, Gao Yang collapsed to the ground, unconscious. His two attendants rushed over, exclaiming, "Young master! Young master!" They had witnessed the entire ordeal and were astonished at how events had unfolded. Had it been anyone else defeated by Ye Xing, they would have remained indifferent. However, it was the second young master of the Gao family. He sought power, yet was vanquished by the very waste he despised. "Gentlemen," Ye Xing spoke, "your young master appears to enjoy a sound slumber, collapsing as he did. However, there's no place like home. Perhaps he should rest at the Yi residence until he awakens in no need, Ye young master." The two attendants stammered, drenched in sweat, hastily lifting Gao Yang. "We suddenly recalled urgent matters from the family head. We must return the young master home at once." They were desperate to escape this nightmare. That monster. The display of power Ye Xing had just exhibited was reminiscent of the legendary Yi Yuan Tian. They needed to relay this information back to the Gao family. "Very well," Ye Xing said with a hint of regret as he spread his hands. "Do remember to inform your young master that should he wish to contest, he may seek me out any time. I could best him single-handedly and still triumph 9 times out of 10. In 1 minute, I could best him 9 times. Yes, yes." The two attendants nodded fervently, rushing out of the Yi estate. At that moment, Lu Ruyen appeared, her expression one of approval. "You've performed admirably, exceeding my expectations. The frigid power you wield carries a hint of draconic majesty. Truly astonishing. With this in mind, I can send you to the Demon City for that girl's birthday celebration." Ye Xing was taken aback. "What? The talented young lady of the Bai family is celebrating her birthday tomorrow. I plan to send you there. It will be a fine opportunity for you to make an appearance. Who knows, perhaps the young lady will take a liking to my son," Lu Ruyen said with a smile. Ye Xing felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Why is it again about the Bai family's young lady? In his previous life, he had sought a union with her, and now her affairs were once more entwined with his. Yet, he had heard that the Bai family's young lady was exceptionally striking. Contemplating his divine martial prowess, he decided against elaborating further. All right, I understand. I shall take my leave to cultivate." As Lu Ruyen watched Ye Xing's retreating figure, her eyes brimmed with pride. "This child has truly changed. He has taken the initiative to begin his cultivation. I heard he just taught that Gao family boy a lesson." Suddenly, the figure of Yi Yuan Tian materialized beside her, a smile gracing his lips. "Indeed. Of course," Lu Ruyen replied, raising her chin with pride. "After all, he is my son, Lu Ruyen." In this warm moment, Hua Ziwe hurriedly arrived, respectfully bowing. "Head of the family, madam." Yi Yuan Tian nodded, continuing to express his astonishment. "I never expected that Xing'er possesses such astonishing talent. Her physical strength can indeed transcend realms and overpower her opponents." "Physical strength?" Lu Ruyen furrowed her brow. "ISN to your talent related to ice?" Yi Yuan Tian was taken aback. "What ice talent? I distinctly recall it being pure physical power." Hua Ziwe timidly interjected. "ISNT the young master associated with lightning?" The three exchanged bewildered glances, and an eerie silence enveloped the courtyard. Meanwhile, on another side, Ye Xing had already entered the training room of the Yi family. Reflecting on the events of the past few days, she marveled at how completing simple tasks could yield such immense rewards. The system truly has its merits. With such lavish talents bestowed upon her, it was indeed challenging not to elevate her realm. How high must one's cultivation be to be deemed exceptional? Ye Xing couldn't help but ponder, aspiring to surpass her father. No, she must devise a way to exceed him, for one day even he would cease to exist. Now was the time to focus on her training, preventing future calamities. With that thought, Ye Xing resolved to practice the Shaojin Jinyue technique, aiming for a breakthrough to the 3rd level. Sitting cross-legged, she felt the spiritual energy surge around her like a tidal wave. As she activated the Shaojin Jinyue technique, The golden attribute spiritual power manifested, coalescing on her skin into a thin layer of golden armor. Second level, 8th stage. Second level, 9th stage. Pinnacle of the second level. Her cultivation ascended rapidly, reaching its zenith in the blink of an eye. However, advancing to the third level was not as straightforward as the second. Beyond the third level, one must harmonize their innate talents with their essence. What talents one possesses would undoubtedly shape their future path. But how many talents does Ye Xing have? Moreover, with her spiritual power also possessing a fire attribute, what could possibly occur when combined, she could not fathom. Just then, a tremor erupted beside her. The entire imperial capital was quaking. Above the Yi residence, radiant beams of light tore through the clouds. Suddenly, a resplendent glow streaked across the sky. It belonged to the path of the Black Emperor. Following closely were the figures of the Thunder God and the chaotic Ice Dragon. Each path was a manifestation of unparalleled divine talent. Abruptly, the light of the obsidian sun flared to life, illuminating the entire sky. Simultaneously, the formidable aura of the Shaojin technique surged forth, and the brilliance of the cold cicada S-tears appeared. 6 celestial paths cascaded from the heavens. This, Ye Yuan gazed skyward. For an ordinary cultivator to discover their own path was already commendable. Yet in this moment, 6 paths emerged simultaneously. In an instant, the sky was awash with intertwining avenues of enlightenment. Ye Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Am I seeing things? Even in my time, there was but one path, for this is the rule of the cultivation realm. But now, someone please tell me what is happening. Lu Ruyan, equally incredulous, exclaimed, "What is going on? How can it be a path of time and space as well? In the realm of the Great Way, the power of time and space reigns supreme. Yet now, it is astonishing to discover that my own son possesses the essence of the time-space path." Boom! Under the extraordinary harmonization of the divine fate S-bone, 6 paths that were once destined to repel each other begin to merge flawlessly. 6 distinctly different forces converge within Ye Xing at this very moment. Bang! Accompanied by the resounding crack of breaking through boundaries, Ye Xing's cultivation ascends wildly. Third stage. First level. Third stage. Second level. Third stage. Third level. Third stage. Fourth level. As the final path enters his being, Ye Xing slowly opens his eyes. Within his pupils, 6 divine lights swirl. The sound of a falling needle can be heard in the courtyard. The entire Yi family stands in awe at this spectacle. Ye Yuan, speechless, finally manages to utter, "How can he be even more formidable than I am?" Chapter 19. A swarm of ants dares to disturb our young master. At this moment, Ye Xing felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body. He was perplexed. At the moment of his breakthrough, several forces within him manifested, aided by the Tao bone of command, seemingly each representing a distinct path of the great Tao. His spiritual energy had magnified 5-fold, as had his physical prowess. Moreover, there was this. Ye Xing could not help but glance inward at the enlarged cicada's tears within him. He felt capable of defeating 10 of his former self. Just then, the figures of Ye Yuan and Lu Ruyan appeared instantaneously. "Son, what just happened?" They were beginning to comprehend the extraordinary talents hidden within Ye Xing, including 6 distinct paths of the great Tao. How had he achieved this? Could it be that their son was a reincarnation of the heavenly Tao? Or did he possess some terrifying constitution? Had his years of being deemed useless been due to an unawakened physique? Amidst the couple's mental whirlwind, Ye Xing pondered briefly before responding. "Perhaps it's simply that I have exceptional talent. After all, my parents are so remarkable. It stands to reason I would be strong as well." The couple fell into silence. There seemed to be some logic to his words. Ye Yuan couldn't help but reflect. "You truly resemble my younger self." Ye Xing, perplexed, asked, "Did you also possess 6 paths of the great Tao in your youth?" Ye Yuan. Observing the father-son duo, Lu Ruyan couldn't suppress a smile. "All right, let us not forget what I mentioned about the Bai family in the Demon City." She then added in a hushed tone, "It would be best to secure that girl directly." Ye Xing felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, while Ye Yuantian merely chuckled, dismissing his wife's comment as a jest. After all, that girl was known for her aloof demeanor, likely to spend her life in solitude, with only her sword as a companion, making it improbable that she would develop feelings for anyone. Ye Xing chose not to elaborate further and soon resolved to visit the Bai family in the Demon City. He spoke little as he arrived at the location of Ye family's spiritual vessel. As the family's flying treasure, it was capable of traversing thousands of miles daily and boasted formidable defenses against attacks from 7th-tier powerhouses. Young Master, the figure of Tsang Feng materialized on the deck. The family head has instructed me to accompany you. Very well, Ye Xing replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. With an 8th-tier pinnacle powerhouse safeguarding him, this journey would undoubtedly be much more secure. Let us set out. With Ye Xing's command, the colossal vessel slowly ascended into the sky. Meanwhile, Lu Rian stood in the courtyard, gazing towards the vanishing direction of the spiritual vessel. Have you ever encountered anything like this with Xing? Never. Ye Yuantian shook his head, his eyes flickering with complexity. But do you understand the realm beyond that of the martial god? Lu Rian's body stiffened. Perhaps our son will one day reach that realm. What? Lu Rian was taken aback by her husband's lofty appraisal of their son. Yet, when considering Ye Xing's various displays of prowess. By the way, Ye Yuantian suddenly shifted the topic. I have heard that a peculiar spatial rift has appeared near the North Sea. And then? Lu Rian was puzzled as to why her husband had brought this up so suddenly. Nothing much. Ye Yuan's gaze was intricate. Perhaps it is merely an ordinary fluctuation in space. Hopefully, he is merely overthinking. At that moment, the Ye family's spiritual vessel had completely exited the boundaries of the imperial capital. Ye Xing turned to inquire of Tsang Feng, Uncle Tsang, how much longer until we arrive? At most an hour, Tsang Feng replied truthfully, for the distance between the demon capital and the imperial capital is not negligible. Fortunately, they possessed this spiritual vessel. Otherwise, the journey would have taken considerably longer. Below them, the city had vanished, replaced by a vast expanse of wilderness. Ye Xing nodded. Just then a voice emerged from below. Sir, please stop. Can you assist us? He instinctively looked down to see a man and a woman standing on the desolate land. The middle-aged man, dressed in a butler's attire, waved his arms anxiously. Beside him, the young girl bore an expression of sheer panic upon her delicate face. Next to them lay a damaged spiritual vessel, emitting black smoke, clearly unable to continue its flight. The middle-aged man called out urgently, Sir, please help me. Before he could finish, he and the young lady were instantaneously transported onto the spiritual vessel. Both of them widened their eyes in astonishment. What has happened? They were utterly incredulous, not even having seen how they were brought aboard. Tsang Feng snorted coldly. Were it not for the young master's command, he would have disregarded these two insignificant beings entirely. Ye Xing spoke. What is the matter with you? Zhao Lingyuan, the young lady in the yellow dress, looked up and gasped. This man is remarkably handsome. At that moment, the middle-aged man and the young lady evidently recognized the formidable power of the individual before them. And sensing his distinguished bearing, they hastily spoke. Esteemed sir, we are from the Zhao family, en route to attend the birthday celebration of the young lady from the Bai family in the demon capital. However, our spiritual vessel has suddenly malfunctioned, leaving us without recourse. Ye Xing raised an eyebrow. So you're also heading to the Bai family. Are you as well, esteemed sir? The middle-aged man's eyes brightened. I wonder who you are. That is of no concern to you, Ye Xing replied nonchalantly. Fortunately, we are also heading there. Allow us to escort you. Thank you, esteemed sir. The middle-aged man promptly expressed his gratitude. Zhao Lingyuan's cheeks flushed. Thank you. The fact that such a handsome individual was willing to assist her instantly endeared him to her. Because he was simply too handsome, Zhao Lingyuan couldn't help but ask, You're also going to the Bai family? It was quite a challenge for our Zhao family to secure an invitation. Are you also? She assumed Ye Xing was attending to curry favor with the Bai family. Something like that. Ye Xing merely smiled. Oh, I see. Zhao Lingyuan couldn't help but glance at Ye Xing. It seemed their family strengths would not be too disparate. She had already resolved to ask Ye Xing for his contact information after the event. Suddenly, a massive spiritual vessel appeared in the distance, advancing towards them. Ye Xing and the others couldn't help but look over. At that moment, on that vessel, a young master was cursing loudly. "Hurry up, damn it! I must be the first to arrive at the Bai family. If other families seize the opportunity, can you worthless fools bear the consequences?" "Young master," a guard suddenly pointed ahead, "there is a spiritual vessel." Li Ming narrowed his eyes and gazed into the distance, where a pitch-black spiritual vessel was soaring through the sea of clouds, clearly not an ordinary craft. That vessel. A flicker of envy crossed Li Ming's eyes. "Are there formidable beings aboard?" "No, it seems there are 4. The strongest appears to be at the 5th tier," the guard reported after sensing the situation. "Oh, I see." Li Ming spoke casually. "Let us charge forward. What audacious family dares to utilize such an impressive vessel, one surpassing our own? Moreover, they stand in our way." "Yes, young master." Several attendants exchanged mischievous grins. At that moment, Ye Xing and his companions observed the approaching spiritual vessel, which showed no signs of slowing down. Ye Xing's brows furrowed. Who is this fool? Just as he was about to instruct Uncle Songfeng to take action, the middle-aged man's pupils constricted. That is the Li family. We're finished." Upon hearing this, Zhao Lingyuan's expression also changed dramatically. Ye Xing cast a casual glance at him. The middle-aged man exclaimed, "My lord, we must evade quickly. That is the Li family's vessel. Their clan possesses a 7th-tier powerhouse. Do not provoke them." It must be noted that the Li family is a prominent family in Qingzhou. Offending them leads to dire consequences. Ye Xing replied nonchalantly, "The Li family? 7th tier? Is that impressive?" Zhao Lingyuan and the middle-aged man were left bewildered. Was that not formidable? Just when they thought the young master was being arrogant, he suddenly called out, "Uncle Songfeng." "Yes." Songfeng gazed at the incoming vessel, then unleashed a thunderous roar. "A horde of ants! How dare you disturb our young master? You deserve death 1,000 times over." Zhao Lingyuan and the middle-aged man nearly had their ears shattered by the sound. Before they could comprehend the situation, an overwhelming pressure erupted. The entire sky seemed to be torn apart by an invisible hand, the clouds roiling, thunder roaring. Boom! A terrifying aura swept in like a tsunami. The spiritual vessel that Li Ming occupied shook violently. Eighth tier pinnacle. The middle-aged man and Zhao Lingyuan screamed in unison. Chapter 20. He is actually the young master of the Yi family. At this moment, Li Ming was aboard his spiritual vessel, gazing at the approaching craft adorned with ostentatious embellishments. He mused to himself, clearly some nouveau riche is aboard that vessel. How dare they flaunt their superior possessions in my presence? They are courting death. Hurry and collide with them. You fools, move faster. Why, yes, young master. The servants hastily quickened their pace. Just as Li Ming anticipated the imminent collision with the other vessel, a thunderous roar reverberated in his ears. A swarm of ants dares to disturb our young master. They deserve to perish. Li Ming nearly believed he was going deaf. What is happening? In the next moment, he witnessed a scene of despair that would haunt him for the rest of his life. The clouds in the heavens abruptly shattered, and it seemed as though a colossal hand destined for destruction was rushing toward his vessel. Li Ming felt the entire world tremble. What on earth? Quick, quick! Protect the young master. Wait, everyone, stop protecting me. We need to escape. The vessel is breaking apart. Amidst the chaos and panic surrounding him, a question mark flashed through Li Ming's mind. Suddenly, his vessel was torn asunder, fragments, screws, and countless materials exploded around him. A terrifying surge of spiritual power ensnared him and the others, transporting them onto Ye Xing's vessel. Upon his arrival, Li Ming immediately spotted Ye Xing seated above, and then his gaze fell upon the imposing figure of Songfeng, an 8th-tier powerhouse. Li Ming's complexion drained of color. Was it not said that the highest tier was 5th? Where on earth did this 8th-tier powerhouse come from? Spare me, my lord. At this moment, as the young master of the Li family pleaded for mercy, Zhao Lingyuan and the middle-aged man were utterly bewildered. This cannot be real. They looked at Ye Xing in terror. Who on earth is he? Initially, they believed he was from a family similar to theirs, but now, an 8th-tier powerhouse has emerged. Consider how few 8th-tier powerhouses exist in this world. And yet, they encountered one at the very onset. Ye Xing regarded the pleading Li Ming with an indifferent gaze. What is your name? I'm called Li Ming. At this point, Li Ming wished for nothing more than to vanish. Accustomed to wielding power and authority, he never anticipated encountering such formidable opposition this time. Ye Xing spoke coolly. Do you understand the gravity of your actions? I should not have disturbed you, my lord. It was my folly. Li Ming was now gripped by terror. Crucially, you, my name is Li Ming. Yes, you, who failed to adhere to the rules of the road. With paths all around, you deliberately aim for my vessel? Ye Xing's eyes narrowed. If I were an ordinary person, I would surely plummet to my death from such a height. Upon hearing this, Li Ming hastily interjected, No, it's not me. He then recalled something and quickly shifted the blame. It was those servants who planned to crash into it themselves. It has nothing to do with me. The surrounding servants turned pale at his words. Damn it, wasn't it you? Is that so? Indeed, my lord, it truly was them. Is that so? Ye Xing's gaze turned frigid. Song Feng. Yes. Without hesitation, Song Feng seized Li Ming and immediately commenced soul-searching. Who cares what you say when it comes to soul-searching? Li Ming felt as if his brain were being shattered, and then he was unceremoniously released. Song Feng's eyes brightened as he relayed the acquired memories to Ye Xing, including this brat's usual misdeeds. Ye Xing pondered, No wonder I always forget names. I had an instinctive aversion to this prodigal fool. Song Feng remained silent. Nearby, Zhao Lingyuan could not help but glance at Ye Xing. She believed that his ability to utter such words indicated that he was indeed a person of great virtue. Little did she know that the one before them was once the greatest wastrel of the imperial capital. Song Feng, I leave it to you. Hearing that he was about to fall into the hands of that 8th-tier warrior, Li Ming shouted desperately, Wait. I'm going to attend the birthday of the eldest daughter of the Bai family. We are backed by the Gao family, one of the 4 great clans. You cannot kill me. Upon hearing Gao family, Ye Xing paused. At that moment, Li Ming, who intended to leverage the Gao family's name, mistook Ye Xing's silence for fear of the Gao family's influence, and his eyes lit up. Yes, it is the Gao family. Surely you must. Then there's no need for leniency. Ye Xing spoke nonchalantly. After I dealt with that Gao Yang brat, a bunch of fools related to the Gao family emerged. Song Feng, annihilate them. Understood. Without hesitation, Song Feng merely cast a fleeting glance at them. In an instant, the Li family guards exploded into a mist of blood. Li Ming was utterly bewildered. He had intended to invoke the Gao family's name, yet the response was even more ruthless. Moreover, they had dealt with that second young master of the Gao family. What kind of joke was this? Realizing it was now his turn, Li Ming shouted frantically, Wait, you cannot do this. Who exactly are you? Do you wish to oppose the Gao family? How dare you? But he was met with Song Feng's low growl. Oppose the Gao family? Do they even qualify? Don't speak of invoking the Gao family. Even if they personally came to offend our young master, I would not hesitate to strike them down. Do you know who stands before you? This is the current young master of the Ye family. What? Li Ming's heart sank into despair. The young master of the Ye family. He was well aware of the infamous reputation of this young master. He never imagined he would provoke him today. All that remained for Li Ming was a bitter smile. Subsequently, the body transformed into a mist of crimson, vanishing from sight. Thud! Zhao Lingyuan collapsed onto the ground, her eyes wide with disbelief as she gazed at Ye Xing. Could it truly be the young master of the Ye family? A figure she would never have encountered in her lifetime was now standing before her. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man hastily bowed his head, his complexion ashen. Young Master Yui, we shall descend at once. Ye Xing cast a casual glance at him, inquiring, What do you mean? And no, we merely feared to disturb you. It's nothing. I'm just passing by. Ye Xing spoke nonchalantly. There is no need to be so alarmed. Am I some sort of fiend who revels in taking lives? The middle-aged man stared blankly at the lingering blood mist surrounding them. And no, that is not the case. Then that settles it. Ye Xing replied with a smile, Rest assured, I possess little, save for an abundance of goodwill. Chapter 21. What you desire is my Dantian, you bastard. In the enchanting city of magic within the Bai residence, preparations were underway for the birthday banquet of the esteemed young lady of the Bai family. It was well known that this young lady possessed an extraordinary talent, with many proclaiming her to be the foremost among the younger generation of the four great families, a veritable paragon of strength. In her chamber, Bai Fengshui stood before a mirror, and anyone who beheld her would surely be struck by her ethereal beauty, as if she were a favored creation of the divine. Beside her lay a gleaming silver sword. At that moment, Bai Lingya, the head of the Bai family, entered the room. His countenance was stern, yet weary. Fengshui, he sighed, today is your birthday, and the guests await. If it were not for this occasion, I would not even wish to see you. Without turning, Bai Fengshui's voice was icy. Father, when will you finally grant me that which I seek? The atmosphere in the room plummeted in temperature as Bai Lingya stiffened. You, father, Bai Fengshui spun around, her frustration palpable. What are you hesitating for? Why do you refuse to give it to me? You are a martial god, yet you have reached your limit, while I have not. Have you not always yearned to surpass Ye Xing? Now lies your opportunity. Allow me to undertake this for you. Place everything upon my shoulders. Is it not your dream to eclipse him? Why do you cower? An eerie silence enveloped them. After a prolonged pause, Bai Lingya's voice erupted in a low roar. You are asking for my Dantian. If I lose it, how shall I cultivate? Bai Fengshui scoffed. That is of no concern to me. Bai Lingya felt exasperated by his daughter's apparent foolishness. It seemed all her intellect had been consumed by her cultivation talent, rendering her inept in all other matters. What rational individual would demand their father's Dantian for their own advancement, just because she encountered a bottleneck in her swordsmanship and required the aid of a close kin? Her first thought was to seize his Dantian. Father, I do this for you, to avenge you, she declared, gazing at the void where her father's right arm once was. One day, he had returned with it mysteriously vanished, and no amount of inquiry yielded an answer. Bai Lingya fell into a contemplative silence. After a moment, he spoke again. Your cultivation is presently too weak, but if that day ever comes, do not merely ask for my Dantian, my dreams, my soul, my status. Take my left arm, and even my kidneys if need be, you fool. Bai Fengshui raised an eyebrow. What would I want with your kidneys? Suddenly, Bai Lingya tore away the sleeve of his right arm, revealing the horrific wound of his severed limb. Instead of blood and flesh, the wound was entwined with golden patterns. He stared at his own right arm. I have sealed it for the sake of the new era. Bai Fengshui fell silent. Enough of this discussion. Prepare yourself for the festivities. With a heavy sigh, Bai Lingya remarked, I truly wonder who will marry you in the future. There will be no one. Bai Fengshui replied coolly, unless they can best me at the same age with equal cultivation. Otherwise, I shall have only my sword for life. Bai Lingya sighed once more. It is worth noting that Bai Fengshui has already reached the half step of the 4th tier. Moreover, she has even slain a 4th tier ferocious beast. How can anyone possibly surpass her? Suddenly, Bai Lingya remembered something. Ah, yes, it seems that fellow's son has arrived. Do take heed. Bai Fengshui raised an eyebrow. You mean that lad named Ye Xing? Indeed, it is said that he has undergone some significant changes lately. The reason remains a mystery. Huh? Bai Fengshui shook her head. If I were ever to marry, he would be the first to be excluded. Relying on his father, Ye Xing, he is simply reckless. Enough of that. It's about time we set off, Bai Lingya said indifferently. Bai Fengshui nodded. At this moment, at the entrance of the Bai family, Ye Xing and his companions disembarked from the spirit vessel. Zhao Lingyuan gazed at Ye Xing with a complex expression. This man who had descended from the heavens to save her, she had thought him to be her destined prince. Little did she know, he was a prince indeed. The middle-aged man quickly addressed Ye Xing. I cannot thank you enough. Without you, we would have taken 3 days and nights to reach the Bai family. He felt immense gratitude towards this young master of the Yi family. Moreover, throughout the journey, he sensed that the young man did not embody the image of a notorious spendthrift as rumored. Rather, he appeared to be a genuinely good person. Ye Xing nodded slightly. It's nothing. You may enter first. Very well, thank you. The middle-aged man began to speak, but upon seeing the young lady's expression, he understood immediately. He paused and sighed. Alas, what a tragic fate. He was all too aware of his young mistress's feelings. But what kind of person is the young master of the Ye family? Come, my lady. The middle-aged man gently tugged at the young lady's sleeve. The banquet at the Bai family is about to commence. The young lady, as if awakening from a dream, bit her lip. Glancing back at Ye Xing one last time, she reluctantly turned and departed. After they left, Ye Xing turned to Songfeng. Uncle Song, where is the gift? Songfeng promptly produced the present entrusted to him by Lu Ruyan, intended for Bai Fengxue. Here it is. Songfeng respectfully presented it with both hands. Madam specifically instructed that this is a relic from the depths of the South Sea's return abyss, meticulously refined into this sword pill over the course of 3 years. This is likely the only sword pill of its kind in existence today. Ye Xing nodded, fully aware of the significance of this gift. Very well then, let us proceed. Subsequently, Ye Xing and Songfeng made their way towards the Bai family. With Songfeng, this unfathomable powerhouse accompanying them, no one dared to obstruct their path. Along the way, those who sensed the faint aura emanating from Songfeng changed countenance and hurriedly cleared the way. Some, more knowledgeable, regarded Ye Xing with astonished scrutiny, pondering the identity of this remarkable individual. Upon their arrival at the Bai family estate, dozens of Bai family disciples clad in matching attire stood at the entrance to welcome guests, calling out names in succession. Zhao family of Qingzhou, presenting a 1,000-year-old snow spirit flower. Yu family of Jiuzhou, presenting a scroll of the flying flower and blood moon. Huai family of Jinling, presenting a piece of 7,000-year-old spirit jade. Every utterance of the names elicited a chorus of astonishment from those surrounding. Each of these gifts, if presented to the outside world, could incite a bloody conflict. Yet, at this moment, they were being delivered to the Bai family as though they were mere commonplace offerings. Ye Xing and Songfeng approached. The steward in charge of reception was about to speak when, upon sensing Songfeng's aura, his expression shifted dramatically, and he hurriedly bowed in deference. Addressing him, "This young master, I am unaware. Ye family, Ye Xing." These simple 4 words rendered the once bustling entrance of the Bai residence suddenly silent. All eyes turned towards them, filled with shock, curiosity, and, most notably, disbelief. The rumored wasteful young master of the Ye family had actually come to the Bai household. The steward's face paled. "So, it is young Master Ye. Please come in." Good heavens, why has this esteemed young man arrived here? Ye Xing nodded slightly and then presented the gifts. Just as he and Songfeng were about to enter, a furious voice boomed. "Ye Xing, stop right there." Chapter 22. Am I afraid of storms? The greater the storm, the pricier the fish. Everyone was momentarily stunned. What did they just hear? Asking the young master of the Ye family to halt. A flicker of danger flashed into Songfeng's eyes. Ye Xing raised an eyebrow and turned around, only to see a handsome young man striding toward her. He bore a striking resemblance to Gao Yang, perhaps a harbinger of vengeance for him. Ye Xing's gaze flickered with intrigue, and she immediately approached the young man. "Oh, instead of fleeing, he is approaching me? Very well." Gao Qijiao narrowed his eyes and bellowed, "Ye Xing, I demand to know where the Li family members are. Do you not realize they are under my protection?" Ye Xing's expression turned curious. She had initially thought he sought revenge for Gao Yang, but it turned out to be this? Gao Qijiao snorted disdainfully. Too many bizarre occurrences have transpired lately. First, his second brother Gao Yang was reported injured, and now his subordinates from the Li family have mysteriously vanished. Yet, as the 5th son of the Gao family, with considerable talent, he had his own means to investigate the Li family's predicament. Ye Xing, what have you done to the Li family? I am indifferent to your affairs, but those are my people. How dare you treat them this way? It appears you have shown me no respect. Gao Qijiao's eyes darkened threateningly. The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances upon hearing this. This is bad. Who would have thought that the young master of the Yi family had offended the young master of the Gao family? The confrontation between 2 heirs from top-tier families seemed destined for an unfortunate conclusion. Meanwhile, Ye Xing regarded Gao Qijiao with a look of incredulity. What is wrong with this child? Does he not know that Gao Yang was just defeated by me, and he dares to confront me? Show him respect. Ye Xing spoke nonchalantly. What respect do you deserve? You are neither the legitimate heir nor the eldest. Do you expect me to show you deference? Hurry and go play elsewhere. Gao Qijiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Ye Xing actually dared to speak to him in such a manner. You insolent, he began, but before he could finish, Ye Xing swiftly delivered a resounding slap. Gao Qijiao was left momentarily dazed. He was struck. Shock surged within him. How could the opponent be so fast? But before he could process the humiliation of being slapped in front of so many witnesses, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Gao Qijiao's eyes. You bastard! Just as he was about to retaliate. Stand down. At the Bai family banquet, no one is allowed to engage in violence. A booming voice resonated like thunder, causing everyone's eardrums to throb painfully. Those with weaker cultivation turned pale. At the balcony on the second floor stood the current head of the Bai family, Bai Lingya. Beside him, a graceful figure emerged, her snow-white gown billowing gently in the breeze, her stunning visage adorned with a hint of perplexity. It was none other than Bai Fengxue. The presence of the Bai family head and Bai Fengxue was palpable. Is this the aura of a martial god? So formidable. Just observing their stance instilled a sense of terror. Bai Fengxue, how beautiful! Such grace, truly deserving of the title of the Bai family's jewel. The surrounding guests marveled in astonishment, with many instinctively taking a few steps back. Gao Qijiao's complexion darkened drastically. However, in the end, he merely scoffed and turned away with clenched teeth. Bai Lingya observed Ye Xing and nodded slightly. To be honest, Bai Lingya's greeting to Ye Xing was already a concession made for his father's sake, considering Ye Xing's notorious reputation. At that moment, Song Feng quietly inquired, "Young master, should I deal with that Gao family?" "There's no need," Ye Xing interjected. "Just treat him like a fool. After all, this is the Bai family's banquet. There's no necessity for such drama. Once the proceedings are nearly concluded, I shall find an excuse to take my leave, for I have no particular interest in the Bai family's young lady." As the atmosphere of the banquet gradually warmed, several young scions displayed their talents in hopes of impressing the Bai family. Some commenced alchemy, others unveiled their refining furnaces, and there were even those who directly showcased their martial skills. Ye Xing found no interest in these exhibitions and was poised to depart when suddenly a distant exclamation echoed. Incredible. A third-tier, superior magical artifact. Unbelievable. He must be only in his teens. His talent in refining is astonishing. Refining is far more challenging than alchemy. This lad has a promising future ahead. A throng of onlookers surrounded a young boy, all faces aglow with admiration. Ye Xing raised an eyebrow, but before he could take a closer look, a familiar voice boisterously rang out. Third-tier superior? How embarrassing. Step aside. Let me show you a little genius shock. Gao Qijiao strode forward confidently. The crowd quickly recalled that this young master of the Gao family was renowned for his refining prowess. He was the Gao family's heir, reputed to possess SSS-level talent, born to refine. This was bound to be an entertaining spectacle. Gao Qijiao snorted disdainfully and began his refining process. After a while, the furnace lid was lifted and a brilliant light erupted skyward. A third-tier premium magical artifact. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Even Bai Fengshue's gaze was drawn to the spectacle. Gao Qijiao, filled with pride, furtively glanced at Bai Fengxue, relishing the thought that captivating this young lady of the Bai family would elevate his standing within the Gao family. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the departing Ye Xing. "Young Master Yi, are you leaving? This is just the beginning. Why depart? Would you care to give a try? Who knows, you might possess talent in refining as well." Gao Qijiao's eyes sparkled with mockery. At that moment, the entire venue fell silent. Who did not know that Ye Xing's talent was notoriously lacking? Gao Qijiao was clearly aiming to publicly humiliate him. Everyone anticipated that Ye Xing would refuse, with some already bracing themselves for a spectacle. But, very well, Ye Xing halted his steps and slowly turned around, not for any other reason but because, ding, Gao Qijiao is no longer the invisible man of the Gao family. With his own talent, he has become one of the world's 8 supreme masters of refining. Having achieved so much, he is no longer that old, useless waste. Shatter his pride. Make him realize that you have truly undergone a transformation. Task release. Crush Gao Qiqiao's confidence. Task reward. Divine Dao Seed, Supreme God Sword. Dao Seed? What is that? Initially, Ye Xing had no intention of engaging with this fool, but now, he was determined to eliminate this imbecile. Gao Qiqiao was taken aback. What? He agreed. No, that cannot be right. Could it be a deception? How could the opponent possibly consent? Alarm bells rang in Gao Qiqiao's mind. Could it be that he truly possesses the talent for forging? Yet, in the next moment, this absurd notion was swiftly extinguished. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Not to mention Ye Xing's well-known lack of talent. Even if he were to conceal his abilities, what of it? Gao Qiqiao prided himself on his SSS-level forging talent. This was a victory. Ye Xing had never engaged with forging, which constituted a second victory. He had already secured a significant advantage, while the opponent had no chance of winning, marking it a third victory. With 4 victories firmly in hand, what could Ye Xing possibly use to triumph? Reflecting on his 5 victories, Gao Qiqiao smirked coldly. Young Master Yi, I advise you to refrain from overestimating yourself. It is sufficient for you to be the lucky charm of the Yi family. Why humiliate yourself needlessly? In the end, it is the entire Yi family that will lose face. His voice was deliberately raised, ensuring that everyone present could hear him. At that moment, the murderous intent in Song Feng's eyes was palpable. There must be strong figures beside Gao Qiqiao, contemplating how to swiftly sever his head. However, since you are so confident, Ye Xing spoke calmly. Then why not engage in a formal competition? Gao Qiqiao was momentarily stunned, thinking he had misheard. Then he burst into wild laughter. We compete. Ha ha, you nearly had me in stitches. What is this? Afraid? Afraid? Gao Qiqiao's laughter faded, and his gaze turned indifferent. Am I afraid of the storm? The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Let us compete. But wait, merely competing is rather dull. Why not add some stakes? The loser must bark like a dog 3 times in public. Do you dare? The entire banquet erupted in shock. What? Bark like a dog? How utterly humiliating. Even an ordinary person would struggle to endure such an affront, let alone the heirs of 2 prominent families. Everyone couldn't help but look towards Ye Xing, convinced he would surely refuse. Even Bai Feng Xue, who had been observing from a distance, furrowed her brow. At that moment, Ye Xing's lips curled into a smile. Very well. Chapter 23. The strong should vigorously humiliate the weak. What? Ye Xing consented. Everyone was taken aback. Even Bai Feng Xue furrowed her brows. She sighed and shook her head, perceiving Ye Xing as someone who clung to their pride despite suffering. She had witnessed Gao Qiqiao's extraordinary prowess in refining and could only describe it as breathtaking. She wondered about his dantian and whether it could be utilized. Meanwhile, Songfeng frowned. Young master, please refrain from this. He acknowledged that Ye Xing's talent had indeed ascended, yet the gift for refining was distinct from that of combat. Moreover, Ye Xing was the heir of the Yi family. How could he publicly bark like a dog? He felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate Gao Qiqiao. Very well, everyone has seen it. Gao Qiqiao laughed heartily, relishing the moment. Tomorrow, the entire empire will hear of Ye Xing's disgrace. Without further ado, he commanded for another refining furnace to be brought forth. At that moment, all eyes were fixed upon the two. Some sighed, while others reveled in the anticipation of Ye Xing's humiliation. Ye Xing approached slowly. Gao Qiqiao snorted derisively, seizing a piece of high-quality spiritual material. Watch closely, you waste. He sneered as he tossed the materials into the furnace one by one. Yet, Ye Xing remained still, quietly observing Gao Qiqiao's every move. The Tao of fate resonated subtly within him. In an instant, a torrent of knowledge regarding refining surged into his mind. Properties of spiritual materials, control of the fire, an engraving of patterns. So this is how it is. Ye Xing's eyes glimmered. I am gradually comprehending everything. Gao Qiqiao noticed Ye Xing's inactivity and felt a surge of arrogance. The strong should indeed humiliate the weak. Soon, this fellow will be stripped of all dignity. As seconds ticked by, the onlookers began to murmur. Why is young Master Yi not making a move? Could it be that he is utterly clueless? This is so embarrassing. At least put on a fade. Just as everyone thought Ye Xing would concede, he suddenly declared, I shall begin to show off. With a swift motion, he raised his hand, and a piece of spiritual material soared into his palm. Is it beginning now? Too late. Gao Qijiao erupted into laughter. You think you can compete with me in refining? Have you lost your mind? Ye Xing replied calmly, in 10 minutes. I shall shatter your confidence. 10 minutes. Gao Qijiao nearly lost control of his laughter. In 10 minutes, you won't even boom. His words were abruptly cut off. Ye Xing's palm erupted with radiant lightning, enveloping the spiritual material in a tempest of thunderous flames. Even more alarming, the surrounding spiritual energy began to stir wildly. Bang! The spiritual material in Gao Qijiao's furnace shook violently, teetering on the brink of losing control. What was happening? Gao Qijiao's expression shifted dramatically. Spiritual artifact resonance. What was going on? Then, a deafening sound of hammering resounded. Ye Xing, unbeknownst to anyone, had wielded a heavy hammer formed of spiritual energy, striking fiercely upon the spiritual material. Instead of shattering under the relentless blows, the material erupted with boundless spiritual brilliance. A small spiritual material. Do you like your father's mighty hammer? At this moment, Gao Qijiao was utterly bewildered. What manner of technique is this? While Gao Qijiao was lost in thought, Ye Xing continued with his actions, beginning to incorporate other materials. The onlookers were left in a state of astonishment. What is happening? I cannot comprehend. Goodness, this is, what is going on? I do not understand. Yet, merely observing the movements felt immensely powerful. Meanwhile, from a distance, a young man clad in gold trembled as he spoke. It is indeed Qi Ling. Young master, this is, an elderly man beside him gasped. This youth is none other than the young master of the Huai family in Jinling. Huan murmured. I once encountered a master of artifact forging, who informed me that the difficulty in crafting lies in the harmony between spirit and instrument. To forge a flawless talisman or spiritual tool, one must learn to awaken the spirit. The elder was astounded. Has Ye Xing truly mastered this method? Did the Yi family invite a master? No. Huayan's eyes quivered intensely. No more than 10 individuals in the entire Great Xia comprehend Qi Ling, and only 3 possess the skill. My father once sought their tutelage, but what? My father studied for a full decade. He couldn't even grasp the fundamentals. The person before me has astonishingly displayed this technique. Huan looked at Ye Xing in disbelief. His talent in artifact forging surpasses even that of my father, a supreme master of the craft. What? The elder was left speechless. But then, Huan murmured, does this mean that Ye Xing is in fact my father? The elder suddenly realized that his young master was once again speaking nonsensically, and then replied, Young master, I have told you before, do not utilize your talents before stepping out. Your talents are remarkable, but the one flaw is that they are tied to your intellect. Every time you draw upon your gifts, your mind short-circuits due to the exhaustion. You often utter foolish remarks. At the artifact forging platform, Ye Xing smiled faintly. You truly are a waste. With the assistance of the Tao of Fate and Bones, his mind was flooded with countless insights into the art of forging. Knowledge that would ordinarily take decades for a master to comprehend now felt instinctual, as if inherently embedded within him. Gao Qijiao suddenly experienced an inexplicable sense of trepidation. He abruptly looked up, locking eyes with Ye Xing. Damn. A chill ran down Gao Qijiao's spine, causing him to instinctively close his mouth. Although he did not understand what was occurring, his intuition as a prodigy in artifact forging warned him, Child, do not cause a ruckus. He frantically steadied the forging furnace. No matter, I must complete my task first. The spiritual embryo within the furnace was beginning to take the shape of a sword. He only needed to endure for a while longer. Child, Ye Xing's voice suddenly resonated. Want to show off? Have you consulted me? What? Gao Qijiao had yet to process this when, suddenly, the forging furnace before Ye Xing erupted with a thunderous roar. Even more terrifying was that the talismans of all the guests in the banquet hall began to tremble uncontrollably, whether it is the flying sword concealed within the storage ring or the jade pendant hanging at her waist. Bai Fengxue felt a sudden jolt in her brow. In that fleeting moment, Her sword nearly soared away. Everyone hurriedly restrained their magical artifacts and spiritual instruments. Gao Qiqiao gasped in shock. This is resonance. Impossible. How could you? You are but a waste. The strong ought to humiliate the weak. Gao Qiqiao. As Ye Xing concluded her words, the process of crafting seemed to reach its zenith. Gao Qiqiao's spiritual embryo trembled violently, breaking free from his spiritual power's restraint, and soared towards Ye Xing's refining furnace. It was then consumed. What in the world? Gao Qiqiao was in despair. The instrument he intended to forge was taken and refined by another. Impossible. I am a genius. I am a true genius. Gao Qiqiao shouted in madness. Genius? Ye Xing chuckled lightly. Merely a threshold. In the next moment, as Ye Xing completed her final step, a melodious sword cry resonated through the heavens. A long sword, entirely black, floated midair. An invisible pressure surged forth like a tidal wave. All swords within the banquet hall suddenly emitted mournful cries. Every sword sensed a certain suppression. Bai Fengxue abruptly stood, her eyes wide with astonishment. A perfect spiritual instrument. Chapter 24. The Divine Tao Seed, the Supreme Sword. A flawless spiritual artifact. Upon uttering these words, a profound bewilderment enveloped the assembly. What had they just heard? In the realm of spiritual artifacts, the pinnacle is represented by the supreme grade, a rarity as few possess the ability to forge a flawless spiritual weapon. Any forging inevitably incurs damage, rendering perfection an impossibility. Yet here stood the young master of the Yi family, claiming to have crafted a flawless spiritual artifact. The entire banquet erupted as if it had been set ablaze. Impossible. Flawless. The last time anyone had heard of such a feat was over 2 decades ago. This young master of the Yi family possessed an extraordinary talent. Who would have thought he was a concealed master of weapon forging? Amidst the cacophony of voices surrounding him, Gao Qiqiao felt as if he were caught in a dream. No, it cannot be. He had lost in his most esteemed domain. Meanwhile, Bai Fengxue gazed incredulously at Ye Xing. Her eyes were wide with astonishment. Initially, she had considered Ye Xing to be a mere wastrel, but now she realized his extraordinary aptitude. She fixated on the ebony longsword, and after a prolonged moment, she shook her head. What a pity. Indeed, it is a flawless spiritual artifact, yet it is of a low grade. Only 4th tier, however. This cannot be attributed to Ye Xing. It rather highlights the sheer brilliance of his talent. Given that his cultivation level had not yet caught up, she could sense his potential. Yet that was precisely why it was astonishing. If his level were to rise, the flawless spiritual artifact he forged might even give birth to a spirit of its own. Currently, being only 4th tier, it required the aid of a Tao seed. One must understand that a Tao seed is exceedingly precious, and if its attributes do not align, it could adversely affect the efficacy of the flawless artifact. Bai Fengxue shook her head. He is an exceptional genius, though it remains uncertain how his martial talent fares. At that moment, Song Feng gasped in disbelief. He had prepared himself to eliminate Gao Qiqiao the moment the young master failed. Yet now, the young master was putting on extravagant display. You cheated. Ye Xing, you must have cheated. Gao Qijiao's eyes blazed with fury as he let out a low growl. He could not bear to accept his defeat. Cheat. Ye Xing slowly grasped the black gold longsword. If one must resort to cheating to forge such a thing, then life holds no meaning. Gao Qijiao almost spat blood. Must you flaunt your prowess? Very well, young Master Gao. Your true nature has been revealed, Ye Xing remarked with a smile. Gao Qijiao's expression darkened. I was merely jesting. Is that so? Ye Xing nodded, smiling. That would be for the best. What? Gao Qijiao barely had time to react before a black gold streak of sword light suddenly appeared before him. In a frantic attempt to evade, he turned. Yet still felt a sharp pain in his left arm. Blood gushed forth. A severed arm was flung high into the air. A heart-wrenching scream resonated throughout the banquet hall. Young master. Hidden in the shadows, several guards of the Gao family sprang into action. Yet, they had barely taken half a step. Boom! A terrifying pressure, reminiscent of a mountainous weight, suddenly descended. Song Feng's figure had inexplicably positioned itself before the crowd, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. If you wish to perish, take another step forward and see. That frigid aura of killing intent caused all the Gao family guards to come to an abrupt halt. The entire assembly was astounded. Every guest widened their eyes. The young master of the Ye family had actually severed the arm of the young master of the Gao family in public. Bai Fengshue's personal guard instinctively moved to intervene, only to be halted by her. Miss, a myriad of emotions flickered in Bai Fengshue's gaze. How intriguing. She had not anticipated that this young master of the Yi family was so ruthless. At that moment, Gao Qijiao clutched his wound and bellowed in frenzy. Damn it. You seek death. I will ensure your demise. This injury was trivial for a family of their stature, yet the humiliation of being struck was paramount. You wish for my death. Do you possess the capability? Would your father confront the Yi family over a mere waste who only knows how to forge weapons? Upon hearing Gao Qijiao's hoarse roar, I have my second brother. Gao Yang will never let you off the hook. Among the Gao family, it was Gao Yang who cared for his siblings the most. He would not stand idly by. Ye Xing chuckled at this. Just then, Gao Qijiao's phone rang. It was Gao Yang. Gao Qijiao's spirits lifted as he answered, only to hear Gao Yang's weak voice. Where are you now? Brother, I'm of the Bai family. Are you feeling better now? He was certainly aware of Gao Yang's injuries, though the specifics eluded him. Almost recovered. What is the matter? Brother, someone has harmed me. What? Who? Gao Yang's brow furrowed. Who dared to injure a member of the Gao family? It was that waste from the Yi family. Ye Xing. He dared to harm me. Come quickly and help me. Gao Qijiao shouted urgently. Suddenly, the line fell silent. Gao Qijiao tentatively inquired, Brother, are you still there? Something's off. Why is the signal so poor? Shortly after, the sound of the call disconnecting echoed in his ears. Gao Qijiao. What's going on? Fool. Why not let your brother come over? Ye Xing remarked with a grin. I shall give him another beating. At this, the surrounding individuals were taken aback. What does this mean? Gao Yang was beaten by Ye Xing. Hearing this, Bai Fengshue was equally astonished. He had defeated Gao Yang. It was known that although Gao Yang was weaker than her, he was still a formidable presence among the younger generation. Thus, Ye Xing's strength surpassed his. WH. What? Impossible, it cannot be. Gao Qijiao attempted to refute, but Gao Yang's reaction served as the most direct proof. This matter was indeed true. Gao Qijiao's complexion turned pale involuntarily. In the next moment, Ye Xing swiftly advanced, his sword pressed directly against Gao Qijiao's neck. Young master. The Gao family guards were filled with dread. The others looked on in astonishment at Ye Xing, wondering if he truly dared to kill. Now bark like a dog, or I shall plunge my blade in. I'll count to 3. Gao Qijiao trembled uncontrollably. He had never envisioned that he, the esteemed heir of the Gao family, would find himself in such a dire predicament. I will count to 3. 1, 2. Before he could finish his sentence, the obsidian gold sword suddenly lunged forward, piercing downward. Gao Qijiao was taken aback, exclaiming in dismay, What the hell? You just count to 3 and then stab me? Woof, woof, woof. He began to scream frantically, his voice filled with desperation. The humiliation overwhelmed him, tears streaming down his face. This once proud scion of a noble family now resembled a wild dog. The blade halted momentarily. Ye Xing nodded approvingly. You've learned quite well, but your barks lack the purity of your usual demeanor. The sword pierced through his palm, anchoring him firmly to the ground. With a piercing scream, Ye Xing ruthlessly kicked him in the chest. Bang! A spray of blood erupted as the young master of the Gao family succumbed to the dual onslaught of excruciating pain and humiliation, finally losing consciousness. Ding! Mission accomplished. Acquired the supreme sword embryo, Emperor's Sword. Detecting the presence of sword artifacts nearby. Do you wish to fuse? So this is how the embryo is utilized. Ye Xing pondered while gazing at the obsidian gold sword, nodding thoughtfully. Agreed. In the next moment, it felt as though something extraordinary entered the obsidian gold sword. The blade emitted a deep, resonant hum, and Ye Xing felt a weight in his palm. The sword appeared like a pale dragon. At that moment, the frost sky white feather sword in Bai Fengshue's hand began to tremble violently. What was happening? She could distinctly sense the fear emanating from the sword's spirit, a primal shiver akin to that of a rabbit confronted by a tiger or an ant gazing up at a dragon. Feng Shui abruptly looked up, her gaze fixed on Ye Xing. Could it be? Ye Xing clearly felt a transformation occurring within the sword's body. Emperor's sword, the king among swords, mastering all sword techniques instinctively. The sword lives and dies with its wielder. The stronger the wielder, the greater the sword's might. Any sword artifact will lose at least 30% of its power in its presence. Ye Xing's eyes brightened. So this was the Emperor's sword, the king among swords. Moreover, any sword artifact would lose a significant portion of its strength. It was important to note that a 30% reduction in power could decisively alter the course of battle. To think that teaching a fool could yield such a bountiful reward. Just as Ye Xing contemplated returning home, a voice suddenly rang out from a distance. Ye Xing, please wait. Turning around, he saw Feng Shui's eyes shimmering with intrigue as she gazed at him. He raised an eyebrow, pondering whether this young lady was displeased with his actions during her birthday banquet. As he contemplated this, Feng Shui's gaze intensified with fervor. Could you accompany me in a duel? Chapter 25, Overwhelming by Feng Shui. You are exceedingly weak. Ye Xing was taken aback. Shall I accompany you in a duel? The gathered crowd was perplexed by the intentions of the young lady from the Bai family. What? Ye Xing raised an eyebrow, utterly ignorant of her thoughts. Feng Shui cast a fleeting glance at Ye Xing's sword. Could it be that her weapon was so formidable it instilled fear? Perhaps it had already birthed a spirit? It is not for any particular reason. I merely find your sword impressive, and today happens to be my birthday. Feng Shui continued. Surely you wouldn't deny the wish of a young maiden? At that moment, another voice rang out. Ye Xing, fight her. Ye Xing was startled. Who is this now? He noticed Huayan in the distance clearing his throat before introducing himself. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Huayan, the heir of the Huai family. Ye Xing raised an eyebrow, realizing that members of the 4 prominent families were present. Huayan spoke earnestly. Ye Xing, you have already bested Gao Yang. Surely one more opponent cannot deter you. Ye Xing replied, No, we are quite familiar. But Feng Shui suddenly interjected with a smile. What? Are you afraid? Ye Xing would never fear you. Huayan exclaimed loudly, Do not think I am oblivious. It is precisely because of the sword Ye Xing forged that you wish to compete. Turning to Ye Xing, he continued, Do not fear. Feng Shui is indeed impressive. But so am I. What I mean is, I will fight her. While her sword may be sharp, my father's sword is no less so. She cannot possibly defeat you. What I mean is, you are my father, but she is your equal. Ye Xing, Feng Shui, others. The elder hastily covered his young master's mouth. Oh dear, I implore you, cease your words. He recognized that his young master had once again derailed. Thus, Huayan's interruption led the elder to swiftly escort him away. Ye Xing was left speechless, wondering where such ignorance stemmed from. So, do you wish to duel with me? If you are afraid, I shall consider it as if you never spoke, Feng Shui stated. Just as Ye Xing was about to respond, a notification chimed. Ding. You have encountered the extreme sword master Feng Shui in the abyss. Once a paragon of virtue, she has forsaken all in pursuit of the sword path after the fall of the Bai family. Now, she has slain 3 demon gods and 7 martial gods. But you need not fear, for in seeking vengeance, she is merely a stepping stone for you. Ye Xing raised an eyebrow. Mission issued. Defeat the sword master Feng Shui. Help her regain her senses. Mission reward. Divine level soul spirit. Eternal sky, true soul. Ye Xing was momentarily stunned by the newly revealed reward. He understood that a soul spirit was a rarity, possessed by only one in tens of thousands, all of whom are prodigies. A divine level soul spirit. The value of this is beyond measure. What? Have you not yet made your decision? Feng Shui's voice echoed. Ye Xing was pulled from his reverie. Since the mission had been presented, he had no reason to decline. Of course, since it is your birthday, I have no grounds for refusal. Very well. Feng Shui let out a hearty laugh, her radiant smile leaving everyone present momentarily stunned. At this moment, her perception of Ye Xing had completely transformed. He was entirely different from the person described in rumors. Given this, she thought to herself, He must not be allowed to suffer a humiliating defeat. Who among them was unaware of the prowess of the Bai family's young lady? She was indeed the foremost figure of her generation. Although she appeared to be at the peak of the third tier, 3 months prior, she had single-handedly slain a fourth-tier, fifth-level beast known as the Xianming Fierce Tiger. Young Master Yi was in for a surprise. Miss Bai was a veritable monster capable of overcoming opponents of higher ranks. The onlookers sighed in resignation. At that moment, Song Feng urged, "Young Master, do not engage her. She is a formidable opponent." He understood all too well the terror of a third-tier peak defeating a fourth-tier, fifth-level beast. Ye Xing shook his head. What that person said earlier is also true. What? My sword is not without its advantages. The Supreme Divine Sword seemed to sense its master's fighting spirit, suddenly erupting with dazzling black and gold light. In response, Bai Fengxue was not alarmed, but rather delighted. With a flick of her wrist, the frost sky white feather sword was drawn forth. Where her sword pointed, the air crystallized into fine ice shards. She secretly calculated. Once she triumphs over him, she would thoroughly study that peculiar black sword. To her, this contest held no suspense. Her realm was overwhelmingly superior, and her swordsmanship had been honed under her father's direct guidance. How could she possibly lose? The two stood facing each other, their auras escalating steadily. In that instant, Bai Fengxue launched her attack, shocking everyone. They had expected her to give Ye Xing a chance. Instead, she took the initiative. However, to Bai Fengxue, this match was merely an opportunity to test the sword in Ye Xing's possession. Everything else was of little consequence. A blade of ice blue light, stretching a full 10 meters, tore through the air. Wherever it passed, even the air froze into minute ice crystals. She exerted 70% of her strength with this strike, intent on overwhelming her opponent with the most formidable display. In the face of this fierce assault, Ye Xing merely raised an eyebrow. The sword light grazed past the hem of his clothing, obliterating a nearby rock formation into shards of ice. Oh! A flicker of surprise crossed Bai Fengxue's eyes. He could evade it? Without holding back, she lightly tapped the ground with her toes. The frost sky white feather sword transformed into a flurry of cold stars, each strike aimed at a vital point. The clashing sounds of metal echoed incessantly. To everyone's astonishment, Ye Xing managed to fend off this torrential onslaught using only a single black sword. The spectators were left dumbfounded. They had not anticipated that Ye Xing could withstand so many of Bai Fengxue's attacks. Even more perplexing was Ye Xing's expression. He remained deep in thought, his brow furrowed. Bai Fengxue, growing increasingly alarmed, had not expected her opponent to endure so many strikes. "Ha ha ha!" She laughed. "I did not expect your swordsmanship to be so. I was mistaken." This unexpected statement interrupted Bai Fengxue just as she was about to articulate her thoughts. "What?" Ye Xing let out a soft sigh, and the Supreme God sword suddenly erupted with a blinding black radiance, forcefully separating the two individuals. "I have heard countless tales about you," he said, his tone laden with complexity. "Everyone claims you are the foremost swordsman of the younger generation, leading me to prematurely conclude that you possess immense strength, extraordinary strength. So much so that I believed you were holding back until now." The tip of his sword slowly lifted. "Yet only now do I realize whether it is my sword that is too powerful or my own inadequacy. In any case, you are far too weak." "What? Has ended?" When Ye Xing uttered these words, Bai Fengxue was still somewhat perplexed. What was the other party rambling about? How could one consider oneself weak? But in the next moment, a thunderous roar resounded. The Supreme God sword unleashed an unprecedented and terrifying pressure. The dark golden patterns on the blade writhed as though alive, and an aura reminiscent of ancient primordial forces surged skyward. Crack! Immediately thereafter, a minuscule fissure appeared on Bai Fengxue's frost sky white feather sword. What? Bai Fengxue was astounded. This was a fifth-tier spiritual weapon. How could this be? Before she could fully comprehend her shock, Ye Xing's sword had already moved. A pure and unadorned black golden sword radiance emerged. There were no extravagant moves, no intricate sword intent, only the most primal. A single swipe, bang! Bai Fengxue had no time to react. and her entire being was sent flying, crashing heavily against a pillar in the banquet hall. Silence engulfed the room. Everyone was left in a state of bewilderment, many with their eyes nearly popping out. The Bai family's brightest jewel, the universally acknowledged swordsman of the younger generation, was struck down by a single sword. At that moment, a hearty laugh resonated from the direction of the mansion's entrance. Feng Shue, how has your birthday been? Bai Lingya, who had just finished his tasks, walked in with a smile. Then, he happened to witness Bai Feng Shue being flung away by a single strike. The expression of the head of the Bai family instantly froze. What the hell? Chapter 26. The End of the Celestial True Soul. She is to wed Ye Xing? A profound silence enveloped the room, as the eyes of all present nearly popped out in disbelief. The atmosphere was thick with tension, as they struggled to comprehend the unimaginable scene unfolding before them. Bai Feng Shue has been defeated? A tremor of disbelief escaped someone's lips. In an instant, the entire venue erupted into chaos. Meanwhile, Bai Lingya's pupils constricted sharply, and he swiftly approached Bai Feng Shue. Feng Shue. At that moment, Bai Feng Shue's mind was in disarray. She had just managed to rise, gazing at the nearly shattered long sword in her grasp. I have lost. With a single strike? Her expression was one of bewilderment. And at that moment, a notification chimed in her mind. Ding. Task completed. Reward obtained. Celestial True Soul. Celestial True Soul. The essence of the heavenly Tao, an extraordinary fortune, regarded as the order completer by the heavenly Tao. Not only can it comprehend the principles of the heavenly Tao, but it also grants the protection of the heavenly Tao, allowing calamities to dissipate and opportunities to gather spontaneously. Endowed with boundless divine powers. What the? Upon witnessing the effects, Ye Xing nearly uttered a curse. The essence of the heavenly Tao, the principles of the heavenly Tao, as the most ethereal existence, he had never heard of anyone comprehending them. Moreover, the most astonishing aspect was the extraordinary fortune. When faced with formidable danger, the heavenly Tao would even bestow its protection. If Ye Xing encountered an 8th-tier powerhouse, the heavenly Tao might strike down his opponent on his behalf. He was practically a favored child of the heavenly Tao. A thunderous roar exploded within his consciousness. The once misty, spiritual platform suddenly cleared, revealing the celestial true soul slowly rotating in the depths of his awareness. This transformation stemmed from the alteration of his very soul. The young man remained rooted in place, yet his eyes had turned a resplendent azure gold. Just as Ye Xing contemplated the lavishness of this reward, a voice jolted him back to reality. Ye, brat, how on earth did you manage this? Bai Lingya's expression was a tapestry of emotions. He had just learned of Ye Xing's presence and actions here. Terrifying. Bai Lingya almost believed that the young Yi Yuantian had returned. No, it seemed even Yi Yuantian had not been this extraordinary. Ye Xing, regarding the elder who bore a name akin to his father's, smiled faintly and replied, perhaps it is merely talent, a stroke of luck. What sheer luck? Bai Lingya's lips twitched. What manner of monster was this? At that moment, Bai Feng Shue's gaze shifted from confusion to clarity. She looked up at Ye Xing, and her eyes, devoid of any resentment, shone even brighter. A peculiar sensation began to permeate her heart. Father, she suddenly spoke. You know what to do now, right? Bai Lingya was momentarily taken aback. He recalled not long ago when his daughter had expressed her disdain for that waste of the Yi family, and now she lay defeated by his sword. Understood. Ye Xing. Bai Lingya's voice boomed as he unleashed his martial god's pressure, causing the very ground to tremble. Do you not regard my Bai family? Boom! The floor of the banquet hall shattered instantaneously. Everyone stood frozen in shock. The patriarch of the Bai family was truly enraged. Today is clearly my daughter's birthday. Bai Lingya's voice thundered. You not only injured a guest, but also dared to harm my daughter in public. Do you truly believe the Yi family can? Father. Amidst the bewildered gazes of everyone present, Bai Feng Shue stood protectively in front of Ye Xing. How could you say such a thing about Ye Xing? Bai Lingya. Wait, weren't you just saying you would seek vengeance for your father? Gao Qiqiao provoked first. Being punished is merely retribution. As for me, Bai Feng Shue softly interjected. I willingly engage in the contest and accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Father, why are you being so unreasonable? The onlookers were astonished, their jaws nearly dropping. The pearl of the Bai family actually confronted her father in public for the sake of Ye Xing. Ye Xing was taken aback. At this moment, Bai Lingyao was dumbfounded, his expression seemingly asking, "What on earth are you doing? Wasn't I supposed to criticize him?" Bai Fengxue responded with a glance. "Yes, but if you don't speak, how can I defend him?" Bai Lingyao. Then Bai Fengxue turned to Ye Xing. "Ye Xing, I have lost. Today I am genuinely happy to have encountered such a strong opponent as you." Ye Xing was surprised, then smiled. "I am also very pleased to meet you. Indeed, upon arriving today, I have received such abundant rewards. How delightful!" Hearing this, Bai Fengshue's eyes sparkled, and her heart raced a little faster. He said he was happy to meet me. At that moment, Ye Xing spoke. "Well, I have matters to attend to, so I cannot stay longer." Bai Fengxue quickly replied, "It's fine. We can meet again another time." Bai Lingyao. Ye Xing did not expect the other party to be so understanding, and nodded. "Thank you. I will definitely come to apologize another day." He then glanced back at the bewildered Song Feng. "Uncle Song, let us go." Song Feng finally reacted. "Oh, okay, young master." How absurd. What did he witness today? Song Feng's expression was complex, ultimately following Ye Xing as they departed. After Ye Xing left, Bai Lingyao couldn't help but sigh. What kind of monster has Ye Yuantian given birth to, even more outrageous than him? Bai Lingyao felt somewhat distressed. Could it be that the Yi family would always suppress the Bai family? However, fortunately, there was no significant loss today. "Father," Bai Lingyao instinctively responded, "What is it?" "You should go to the Yi family and find Uncle Yi to finalize the engagement between me and Ye Xing." Bai Fengshue's eyes flickered. "Oh, this? A trivial matter, but after you marry into the Yi family, you must." "What?" Bai Lingyao suddenly realized what he was saying. He looked at Bai Fengxue in horror. "What madness are you speaking?" And the surrounding people were also bewildered. Did they just hear what they thought they heard? Bai Fengxue and Ye Xing are to be united, and it's Bai Fengxue who mentioned it. Bai Fengxue questioned in confusion. "Yes, what's wrong? Didn't you always want me to marry? Now I have a candidate." Bai Lingyao was momentarily speechless. Furthermore, Ye Xing is quite impressive. My heart is still racing. Bai Lingyao, that's because you were struck. No, this is love. Bai Fengxue spoke softly, moreover. He just said he likes me and intends to propose. I must take the initiative. Bai Lingyao exclaimed in disbelief. The others echoed in confusion. What did he say that? Bai Fengxue, puzzled, replied. When he said he was delighted to meet me, wasn't that an expression of his affection? And isn't his visit to apologize merely an opportunity to propose? Bai Lingyao fell silent for a moment before giving a thumbs up. Impressive. The old father said nothing, simply nodding in agreement. At that moment, everyone was rendered speechless by their conversation, yet they all understood a terrifying truth. After today, Ye Xing would likely astonish the entire Great Xia. At the Yi residence, "I'm back," Ye Xing proclaimed, entering with the supreme divine sword in hand. As he stepped into the courtyard, he spotted his father, Ye Yuantian, and his mother, Lu Ruyan, standing under the corridor, gazing at him with an almost horrified expression. Ye Xing froze. "What's wrong with you two?" In response to his inquiry, Ye Yuantian muttered, "Is it really possible for me to have such a son?" Ye Xing asked, "What do you mean?" He turned to Lu Ruyan. "What is going on?" Lu Ruyan spoke with a complex expression. Perhaps they are just shocked. Ye Xing suddenly understood. Oh, I see. Ha. Actually, I performed quite well at the Bai family." He mistakenly thought his parents were referring to the incident where the Bai family defeated Bai Fengxue. Indeed, it was quite commendable. Lu Ruyan's gaze was complicated. "In that case, let us discuss the matter of your marriage to that girl from the Bai family." "All right," Ye Xing instinctively responded, then suddenly widened his eyes. "What?" Chapter 27. The river flows east for a decade, then west for a decade. Do not underestimate the elderly in poverty. Marriage? Ye Xing's first reaction was one of utter bewilderment. What marriage? What on earth had transpired? Observing his son, who seemed equally oblivious to the situation, Lu Ruyan proceeded to elucidate the matter. "You little rascal," Ye Yuantian dashed forward. "Do you realize that Bai Lingyao just called to propose? That girl, Bai Fengxue, explicitly stated she would marry no one but you. What exactly did you do to her?" Ye Xing was completely taken aback. Wait, I merely gave her a good beating. Ye Yuan Tian and Lu Ru Yin exchanged a glance, both wearing expressions of sudden understanding. I see. Lu Ru Yin clapped her hands. That girl has a penchant for the strong. The more you hit her, the more exhilarated she becomes. Ye Yuan Tian lamented. What a tragedy. Back in my day, I courted your mother with a dowry of 300 carts. This little rascal has merely excited her with violence and has managed to win her over. Ye Xing was left speechless. He yearned to return to the Bai household and inquired just how much nonsense was swirling in Bai Feng Shui's mind. And how do you feel about this matter now? Don't make a fuss, Ye Xing interjected. I hardly know her. I truly have no thoughts on the matter at present. Moreover, significant events are imminent, and I must focus on enhancing my strength. Observing their son's attitude, the couple refrained from further discussion. After all, with their son being so exceptional that even the Bai family's daughter had fallen for him, what was there to fear? Just wait and see, Ye Yuan Tian added, suddenly recalling something. By the way, in a few days, the Imperial Spirit Forest will open. Almost all the prodigies of the Great Xia will venture inside. You should join them. The Imperial Spirit Forest? Ye Xing's mind conjured images of this extraordinary realm, which opened only once every century. It was said that this space draws near to the blue star only once in 100 years, brimming with myriad opportunities and countless potent Dao seeds. Your current cultivation is at the 3rd tier, and breaking through to the 4th tier requires a Dao Spirit's assistance. The Imperial Spirit Forest has existed for an extraordinarily long time, housing naturally occurring Dao spirits, perfect for facilitating a breakthrough to the 4th tier. Dao spirits are innate beings that resonate with the great Dao, aiding in overcoming the 4th tier and establishing a path for the future. In the current world, Dao spirits are primarily artificially nurtured, lacking the perfection found in the natural ones of the Imperial Spirit Forest. Ye Xing nodded. Should he encounter a Dao spirit suited to him, he could directly ascend to the 4th tier. Very well. Lu Ru Yin smiled. Prepare yourself. There are many ancient ferocious beasts within, so exercise caution. Rest assured, Ye Xing replied with a smile. I shall take a moment to recuperate. Good. With that, Ye Xing turned to leave. He was utterly exhausted from the journey and longed to return to the Yi household. As he rounded a corner, he happened upon Hua Ziyu, who was deep in meditation. However, judging by her condition, Ye Xing raised an eyebrow. Before him, Hua Ziyu was seated cross-legged, her spiritual energy in disarray. It is unacceptable. She gritted her teeth, an agonizing sensation coursing through her meridians. The young master's strength has surged too rapidly. I must intensify my cultivation too. Suddenly, her expression shifted dramatically as a wave of spiritual energy surged uncontrollably within her. This is bad. The ominous signs of losing control sent a chill through her body. At that moment, a solid and warm object pressed against her back. Instantly, a refreshing and potent spiritual energy flowed into her, soothing her agitated powers like a gentle spring breeze. Hua Ziyu trembled. The familiar aura compelled her to exclaim, "Is it the young master?" Ye Xing, surprised, responded, "How did you know it was me?" "Because I can sense a significant." "What?" Ye Xing, bewildered, withdrew his fist from her back. Earlier, he had discerned Hua Ziyu's cultivation issues through his ethereal spirit body and had intentionally intervened to assist her. Suddenly, Ye Xing furrowed his brow. "Why are there so many hidden injuries within you?" Hua Ziyu lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. In her pursuit of the young master, she had barely rested, relentlessly pushing herself, even forcing breakthroughs multiple times. "Never mind," Ye Xing suddenly instructed, "Open your mouth." Hua Ziyu. Ye Xing intended to provide her with his blood. Not far away, Lu Ruyin and Ye Yuan Tian were approaching. Their son has truly made progress. Lu Ruyin remarked with satisfaction. Indeed, Ye Yuan Tian sighed. Even that girl from the Bai family. As they conversed, distant voices echoed. "How is it? Young master. So impressive. It's fine. This will benefit your body." But isn't the young master concerned about his health?" "It's nothing, just a minor issue." Lu Ruyin and Ye Yuan Tian exchanged glances. No wonder he objected. It must be in his nature. Tears streamed down Ye Yuan Tian's face. A birth. He has never acted like this before. "Never mind, let's leave quickly," Lu Ruyin urged, pulling Ye Yuantian away. Memories of the past flooded their minds. This is youth. What was that sound? Ye Xing withdrew his fingers, having allowed Hua Ziyue to drink a considerable amount of his blood. I don't know. Hua Ziyue shook her head. By the way, young master, I will accompany you to the spirit forest this time. Certainly. Ye Xing nodded. At least this way, you would not feel lonely. All right, make sure to rest. After Ye Xing departed, Hua Ziyue's gaze was calm. I knew my efforts in recent days were not in vain. Indeed, the hidden injuries were intentional. The signs of losing control were also. Soon, the day of the spirit forest's opening arrived. In the eastern mountains of the sky, Ye Yuantian, Ye Xing, and others appeared. This is the entrance to the spirit forest in the imperial capital. Remember to exercise caution regarding the ferocious beasts within. You may even encounter familiar faces, with whom collaboration may be prudent, particularly with Bai. Rest assured, father, I shall take my leave now. With that, Ye Xing led Hua Ziyue inside. Alas, you do not even allow me to finish my words. Do remember to communicate frequently with the young lady from the Bai family. Ye Yuantian gazed at his son's vanishing figure, shaking his head and sighing. This boy is becoming increasingly disobedient. He was once that endearing coward. Lu Ruoyun could not help but chuckle. Enough, the children will find their own destinies. Let's depart. Meanwhile, on the other side of the imperial spirit forest, the air suddenly rippled, and a silver-haired youth emerged, stepping through the void. A deep-seated hatred lingered in his brow. Xiao Lao, are you certain that this place holds the opportunity for me to break through to martial God? The ancient ring on his finger flickered slightly, and a phantom of an elderly man materialized. Young lad, you are indeed the fated one, the protagonist of this world. Moreover, with my guidance as a former martial god, you are destined to ascend as one. Very well. Yao Hanya scoffed. I shall have my vengeance against that scoundrel sooner or later. The Yi family, you say? Xiao Lao laughed heartily. Ah, this is precisely what I admire about you. I too harbor grievances against the Yi family. Let us mutually empower one another. Yao Hanya retorted. Time will tell. The tides will change. Xiao Lao's tone turned serious. Do not underestimate the elderly in their poverty. Chapter 28. The Grandmaster's Ring, Xiao Huan. How did you come to have a grudge against the young master of the Yi family? Inquired the elder Xiao. Yao Hanya scoffed. That Ye Xing is nothing but a born aristocrat. What is he but the son of a wealthy father? I shall demonstrate with my prowess that human determination can triumph over destiny. He then recounted his enmity with Ye Xing to elder Xiao. 4 to 5 years ago, when he was still striving to survive, he had encountered Ye Xing, who was then an employee at a high-end club. He witnessed firsthand how Ye Xing squandered wealth without a second thought. From that moment on, he yearned to become affluent himself. Later, his girlfriend looked down on him for his lack of wealth, and in his pursuit of climbing the social ladder. He was ultimately dismissed from the club for attempting to seduce Ye Xing. Ye Xing had brazenly remarked, I'm not hungry. Not everything is worth consuming. Upon learning of this, Yao Hanya sought an explanation from Ye Xing, exclaiming, Why would you dare speak of my beautiful girlfriend in such a manner? The confrontation resulted in him suffering a broken bone at Ye Xing's hands. From that day forth, he vowed to work tirelessly to become powerful. Fortunately, he awakened a remarkable talent. Yao Hanya gazed at elder Xiao, whom he had discovered within a ring purchased 6 months prior from an antique shop. The elder claimed to be a formidable grandmaster. However, Yao Hanya was perplexed as to how such an esteemed figure had fallen to such a state. Elder Xiao assured him that he would assist in his quest for vengeance, for which Yao Hanya was eternally grateful. Elder Xiao, how did you come to be in this condition? Sighing, Elder Xiao replied, To be honest, I was once a grandmaster, but I was treacherously ambushed by Ye Yuantian. My physical form destroyed and trapped within this ring. Your unique constitution is what allowed me to awaken. Now I understand, Yao Hanya exclaimed, indignantly cursing. Truly a father-son duo of miscreants. Yes, there exists a secret realm nearby, where I recall there is an exceptional innate Tao spirit, as well as a dragon abyss pool. I shall assist you wholeheartedly, and in return, I only ask that you help me restore my physical form in the future. Yao Hanya felt deeply moved. Very well. Elder Xiao, I shall repay your kindness. However, he thought to himself, how foolish. After I gain strength, I shall directly refine Elder Shao. That would be the most efficient use of resources. The two exchanged a knowing glance, both filled with amusement. Truly, he was a simpleton. Boom! A tremendous sword light erupted, instantly slaying a fourth-tier beast. Wow, the young master is incredible, Hua Ziyu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. Just moments ago, Ye Xing had effortlessly dispatched a fourth-tier beast. The young master was progressing at an astonishing pace. Yet, at that moment, Ye Xing remained silent, his brow furrowed in concentration. What is this? He noticed words appearing before his eyes. Ding! You have encountered the traitorous Grandmaster Xiao Huan, who once threatened to destroy half of Daxia. Now, he is allied with the beast god to obliterate Daxia. Yet, who knows that he had nearly perished at the hands of Yi Yuantian. Once Xiao Huan, a Grandmaster, wreaked havoc upon the world, committing unthinkable atrocities. In the end, Yi Yuantian was slain, yet unbeknownst to anyone, he had not perished. Instead, a fragment of his soul had attached itself to a young man named Yao Hanyi. Ye Xing furrowed his brows in confusion. What is this nonsense? Xiao Huang, Yao Hanyi? Who are they? He feigned the role of the elder guiding Yao Hanyi, all the while manipulating him. Ultimately, within the Imperial Spirit Forest, he successfully seized control of Yao Hanyi, choosing to conceal his identity and cultivate in obscurity, ultimately opening the pathway to summon the beast god. A mission was issued: eliminate the traitor Xiao Huang. The reward for this task, at the divine level talent, heart of the end cycle. Ye Xing pondered over the message for some time before gasping in realization. It indicated that there existed a remnant soul of a once mighty martial deity in this place. A martial deity. This was unlike the feeble beings of the past. This was a genuine martial deity, albeit merely a fragment of a soul. He needed to devise a plan. Ye Xing fell in a deep thought. At that moment, Hua Ziyu approached. Young master, what troubles you? Nothing, Ye Xing replied, shaking his head. He needed to ascertain Xiao Huang's current strength. He then looked up at Hua Ziyu. Let us search the surroundings for members of other families. The four great families must have all arrived. He hoped to unite forces, or at the very least, confirm Xiao Huang's strength before decisively eliminating him. Thankfully, the system was present. Otherwise, he would have been unaware of the lurking dangers. Soon, Hua Ziyu and Ye Xing began their search, but found nothing after a lengthy search. They eventually settled beneath a tree. Please massage my feet. The pressure is just right. Why are you opening your mouth? Oh, why are you climbing on me? Ye Xing lay on the ground, while Hua Ziyu knelt on his back, skillfully pressing on his shoulders. Young master, is this pressure acceptable? Ye Xing sighed contentedly, his eyes squinting in pleasure. This is far more comfortable than those massage devices. Hua Ziyu's cheeks flushed slightly. Suddenly, a piercing sound of air being sliced apart echoed. Both reacted instantly. Ye Xing swiftly shielded Hua Ziyu behind him. Who goes there? The next moment, a colossal, dark green serpent, measuring over 10 meters in length, lunged forth from the distance. Seeking death, Ye Xing, too lazy to draw his sword, waved his left hand nonchalantly. With a roar, a dragon made of pure, icy energy surged forth, crashing into the serpent with tremendous force. The impact sent the serpent flying for dozens of meters, shattering ancient trees in its wake. However, to Ye Xing's astonishment, this fierce beast, a mere peak-tier third-stage creature, had not been instantly frozen into shards of ice. It merely sustained some damage to its scales. Interesting. Ye Xing's brows knitted together in intrigue. The serpent, sensing impending doom, twisted its body in an attempt to flee into the forest. Trying to escape? The supreme divine sword was drawn in an instant, and just as the sword's radiance was about to strike, you dare! A peculiar black mist suddenly erupted from within the colossal serpent, forcefully obstructing the impending lethal strike. From within the haze came a hoarse roar. This is my progeny, nurtured over 50 years. You seek death. Ye Xing and Hua Ziyu exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared bewilderment. What on earth is this? Ye Xing, with a sweep of his consciousness, scoffed derisively. What a farce. The ominous black mist, the though seemingly intimidating, lacked any substantial spiritual power. It was merely a trick to instill fear. In an instant, Ye Xing struck. The giant serpent was cleaved in two before it could even emit a cry of despair. Damn it! The black mist roared, wretched humans. I have taken note of your essence. I shall find you and ensure you suffer insurmountably. Ye Xing casually cleared his ears. With a swift stroke of his sword, the black mist was instantaneously dissipated into nothingness. Foolish creature. Though he was unaware of the true nature of this entity, it was clear that not just anyone could threaten him. Yet at that moment, a notification chimed. Ding! You have encountered the progeny of the beast god hidden within the Imperial Spirit Forest. Ye Xing paused, taken aback. What? More? It was released here by the beast god a century ago and has since rapidly developed, concealed within the lakes of the Imperial Spirit. Everyone believed it to be an ordinary, ferocious beast, but it ultimately fostered countless lives within the Imperial Spirit Forest, delivering a fatal blow to humanity. Now, you stand before this creature that has slaughtered innumerable humans, determined to exact vengeance. Quest issued. Eliminate the celestial demon serpent. Quest reward. Divine level Tao Spirit, W New Jersey, in Seoul. Ye Xing's eyes gleamed. So that black mist was indeed the celestial demon serpent? But as he beheld the reward, he was momentarily stunned. That was a Tao Spirit, specifically targeting soul entities. Wait, Xiaowang. Ye Xing's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was serendipitous. If he could ascend to the 4th level with the Tao Spirit, he could also acquire a divine ability belonging to it. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. What a stroke of luck. His fortuitous destiny was in play. Young master, that black mist. Hua Ziyue attempted to speak. No need to worry, Ye Xing replied with a smile. Let us proceed to the Imperial Spirit Lakes. Hua Ziyue was taken aback. Where are we going? Wasn't that black mist just threatening us? Ye Xing smiled enigmatically. Follow me. We're going to vanquish it. Chapter 29. If I consume the elixir, I shall assist Ye Xing. In the vast expanse of the Imperial Spirit Lake, an imposing silhouette emerged upon the water surface. It was none other than the embodiment of the ominous black mist. How revolting! I endured my disgust. After laboring to bring forth my first offspring, it was cruelly slain. Cursed humans! The celestial demon's serpent's eyes glinted with murderous intent. As a progeny of the beast god, its purpose was to lay claim to this realm. Given time, it could evolve into an 8th or even 9th tier beast. However, the silver lining was that no one knew its true identity. It could thrive as an ordinary ferocious creature without fear of premature extermination. I have locked onto the auras of those two individuals. Soon, I shall eliminate them. The celestial demon serpent snorted disdainfully, just as it was about to search for their location. Little ferocious beast, you shall be the first drop of blood I stain my hands with today. A haughty, youthful voice erupted. The celestial demon serpent abruptly turned, witnessing a richly attired young man standing poised in the air. At last, a fitting prey has presented itself. Huayan smirked coldly. Having recently entered the Imperial Spirit Forest, he stumbled upon this peak 3rd-tier beast. An extraordinary opportunity. To be slain by this young master is a glory you have accrued over countless lifetimes. Fury ignited within the celestial demon serpent. First, it had its offspring slain by 2 humans, and now a presumptuous boy dared to provoke it? Cursed humans, you shall perish. Its massive serpentine form lunged towards Huayan unfazed. Huayan sneered. You come closer instead of fleeing? How unfortunate. I have already envisioned your future. In an instant, countless potential futures flashed through Huayan's mind. This was the manifestation of his SSS-level talent, granting him the ability to briefly foresee every possibility within a 3-minute span. Yet this remarkable ability often led to mental overload. With a swift motion, Huayan's figure darted forward, his sword aiming directly at the beast's vital points. A fierce battle ensued between man and beast. As the confrontation intensified, the celestial demon serpent grew increasingly alarmed. Every strike it launched was preemptively countered by its opponent. Suddenly, as a progeny of the beast god, it comprehended Huayan's extraordinary ability. Kill, kill, kill. Huayan's onslaught surged like a relentless tide. At that moment, the celestial demon serpent erupted with black mist, instantly dividing into hundreds of serpentine forms, attacking Huai and from myriad angles. What? Huaiyan's pupils constricted. The future was not supposed to unfold like this. How could it change? He abruptly realized that this ferocious beast was shrouded in profound causality. How could a mere third-tier beast possess such power? Something was amiss. As Huaiyan hastily defended himself, the causality-imbued celestial demon serpent continued its relentless assault. Cold sweat beaded on Huaiyan's brow. Logically, such a phenomenon could only arise from a being of higher rank. But how could an ordinary, ferocious beast possess this? He could not fathom that his adversary was a progeny of the beast god. No. Huaiyan's expression shifted as he swiftly retreated. Humph, I shall spare your life today. Goodbye. He spoke lightly, yet his feet moved with astonishing speed. Attempting to escape, the celestial demon serpent swiftly regained its original form and darted towards Huaiyan. Do you think you can catch up with me? Huaiyan scoffed disdainfully. Get lost. He held immense confidence in his ability to flee. After all, if he couldn't defeat it. Or could he? A chilling laughter echoed suddenly behind him. Then why not take a look behind you? Huaiyan turned abruptly, only to find the celestial demon serpent had already appeared behind him. What the hell? Huaiyan nearly stumbled from his escape light. What kind of speed is this? Ha ha ha! The celestial demon serpent opened its gaping maw. Human, do you think you can evade my pursuit? No one can escape my gaze. Is that so? Another cold voice came from behind the celestial demon serpent. Then perhaps you should look behind you. Huaiyan! Celestial demon serpent. Both turned simultaneously to see a black and golden sword light cleaving through the sky. How dare you threaten me? Ye Xing descended with the supreme divine sword in hand. What? The celestial demon serpent quickly dodged this attack. Boom! The sword light missed, leveling a distant hill. The celestial demon serpent was shaken to its core. Are there more powerful beings? Meanwhile, upon seeing that figure, Huaiyan's eyes widened in disbelief. Dad? No, Ye Xing? How is he here? At that moment, the celestial demon serpent quickly realized. It's you. It recalled Ye Xing's aura. Just as it was about to speak, Ye Xing did not grant it the opportunity. He unleashed countless bolts of lightning, followed by an icy dragon charging forth amidst the frost. The celestial demon serpent roared and charged forward. At this moment, Hua Ziyue appeared before Huaiyan. Are you all right? Huaiyan, watching Ye Xing battle the celestial demon serpent, felt his mind short-circuit. How is Ye Xing here? I follow the young master. I have no idea. Hua Ziyue shook her head. But that guy just threatened the young master. And the young master said he would come to slay him. Huaiyan, what the hell? Just a threat. And he comes rushing in to kill this guy? No, my brain is short-circuiting. I need to calm down. Here, recover a bit. Hua Ziyue handed him a Qingdi pill. Thanks. Wait. Huaiyan's expression suddenly changed. ISN, this for the injured? You don't think. Who do you look down upon? I'm merely dead, not injured. There's no need to worry. Even though I fought that serpent for a long time, it doesn't mean I'm alive. Huaiyan's expression turned serious. What I mean is if I let the Qingdi pill help me, it could assist Ye Xing Hua Ziyue. Huaiyan scoffed. Luckily, his mind and completely short-circuited. Otherwise, he would have swallowed it. Meanwhile, high above in the sky, the celestial demon serpent was drenched in cold sweat, astonished. This being was simply incomparable to that previous human. It was completely suppressed. At this moment, his scales were stained with blood, even shattered. Ye Xing continued his relentless actions. Keep shouting. Aren't you trying to kill me? The celestial demon serpent was about to unleash its wrath, but reconsidered. Foolish human. With a unique constitution, he realized that without formidable martial skills and fire elemental power, he posed no real threat. Therefore, victory was still within reach. Just as the celestial demon serpent was about to sneer, an explosion of boundless black flames erupted around Ye Xing, transforming into a miniature black sun. A layer of golden radiance enveloped the supreme martial sword. The celestial demon serpent's heart skipped a beat. What? Boom! An overwhelming strike imbued with Ye Xing's countless enhancements cleaved half of the celestial demon serpent's body into fragments. Ah! The celestial demon serpent shrieked in agony, quickly unleashing black light in a frenzied attempt at indiscriminate destruction. Purely reactive, Ye Xing snorted coldly. Confident in yourself? Are you? Cool, mate. Let us continue. The celestial demon serpent's eyes trembled. Just as it was about to speak, it suddenly noticed the dark clouds above, its eyes lighting up. It then sneered, "Ha, foolish human. With the status bestowed upon me, even if I am battered like this, unless my opponent possesses a greater rank, the heavenly path will aid me. After all, I am a descendant of the beast god." In the next moment, an aura of terrifying fortune emanated from Ye Xing, boundless red dust. "Witness me as if I were the heavens," the celestial demon serpent. The next instant, it seemed as if the heavenly path was roaring from above. Countless bolts of divine thunder rained down from the 9 heavens, striking the celestial demon serpent. What the hell? It was bewildered. Why would the heavenly path attack itself? It could not comprehend how this individual before it could summon the heaven's assistance. The celestial demon serpent was instantly shattered by the divine thunder of the heavenly path into countless fragments. What the? Huayan's eyes were wide with disbelief. Why is the heavens aiding Ye Xing in striking down others? Meanwhile, Hua Ziyue's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Yet at that moment, Ye Xing furrowed his brow. He had not received the notification of mission completion. Could it be? Suddenly, he turned sharply. On the other side of the forest, a small snake less than a meter long crawled out, its eyes filled with terror. It had nearly been struck down, but fortunately, it possessed a means of survival. Then, with a cold sneer, it thought, foolish human. Unless there exists a being with extraordinary control over spiritual energy, I cannot be discovered here. Just as it was about to laugh heartily, boom! Ye Xing's figure descended from the sky, gazing down indifferently at the celestial demon serpent. The celestial demon serpent's spirit nearly fled in fright. Wait a minute. Now it was just an ordinary snake. What is there to fear? With this thought, foolish. Why aren't you running? Ye Xing's gaze remained indifferent. A dignified descendant of the beast god, reduced to disguising itself as a mere snake to survive. Impressive. The celestial demon serpent's face turned pale. How do you know my identity? Ye Xing's gaze was filled with disdain. Foolish son. Chapter 30. The Wailing Souls. Master of the Soul System. At this moment, the Tsang demon serpent was utterly terrified. No one knew that it was the offspring of the beast god. Due to the immense karma attached to it, an ordinary person would not perceive its lineage. But now, why was it exposed? Who are you? The Tsang demon serpent's eyes were filled with dread. The thought of its deepest secret being uncovered made the figure before it appear overwhelmingly fearsome. You need not concern yourself with my identity, Ye Xing replied coolly. You merely need to acknowledge that your demise is imminent. A shiver ran through the Tsang demon serpent. In its current state, it could not even contend with Ye Xing, let alone that earlier fool. Wait, don't kill me. I am the child of the beast god. The Tsang demon serpent pleaded hastily. Spare my life. When my father descend upon the human realm, I can ensure I can guarantee you wealth and glory. Oh, Ye Xing inquired, intrigued. Is that truly the case? Seeing that his words had struck a chord, the Tsang demon serpent's eyes brightened with hope. Indeed, I can elevate you to a status akin to that of the 4 great families. You shall possess the same standing and riches as they do. The Tsang demon serpent gazed intently at Ye Xing. My goodness, that is indeed impressive. But do you know who I am? The Tsang demon serpent, who had been smiling, froze in confusion. Who are you? I am the heir of the Yi family. You imbecile. Ye Xing's eyes glinted with murderous intent. You expect me to betray the Yi family, only to wait a decade or so to reclaim my position as their heir. The Tsang demon serpent was taken aback. The Yi family heir? The son of Yi Yuan Tian. Its face turned pale. This is bad. No wonder he is so formidable. At the very moment Ye Xing was about to strike, the Tsang demon serpent cried out in desperation. Wait. Young Master Yi, please don't kill me. I have been without a father since childhood. I heard you have no son either. I wish to serve you in your old age. Would you consider taking me as your godson? Ye Xing was silent for a long moment. Have you no other options? I truly have none. The Tsong Tian demon serpent lamented, its face drawn in despair. I implore you. I do not wish to perish. Ye Xing sighed. It matters not. After all, is not my life at stake? Off you go. And just as Ye Xing's blade descended, the Tsong Tian demon serpent's expression shifted dramatically. I must flee. A black hole erupted around it, and with astonishing speed, it shrank into the void. It turned out that its earlier pleas had been a ruse, merely a delay tactic to execute this life-saving spatial escape. You son of a... Ye Xing's eyes blazed with fury. You deceived me. He wasted no time in charging into the black hole, sword in hand. Today, I shall turn you into serpent soup. In the Imperial Spirit Forest, a space filled with molten lava, the figures of Yao Hanya and Elder Shao appeared. Elder Shao, do you truly believe my fortune lies here? Yao Hanya asked, puzzled. Indeed, I recall there exists a place known as the Prisoner Dragon Pool. After all these years, it must have attracted countless Tao spirits. Your current realm is perfectly poised for a promotion to the 4th tier. Possessing a singular high-grade Tao spirit will suffice. Elder Shao spoke with a gentle tone. So, it is. Yao Hanya expressed his heartfelt gratitude, exclaiming, truly, Elder Shao is remarkable. The two exchanged smiles, appearing as a deeply bonded master and disciple. Yet, this young man's Xiantian spiritual body is finally nearing maturity. Once he breaks through to the 4th tier, I shall employ the secret technique of soul possession. Elder Shao mused. To put it bluntly, one might call it soul possession. In truth, he is inheriting the aspirations of a young man. My dear lad, perhaps it would be wise to let the seasoned players assist you. As for the Yi family, hith. Yi Yuan Tian could never fathom that he still lives. Meanwhile, Yao Hanya pondered, why does this old rascal wear such a lecherous grin? Once I reach the 4th tier, I shall eradicate your consciousness and mold you into a mere tool for my service. The two couldn't help but exchange a glance. Ha, Elder Shao, you are truly wonderful. Ha, young Yao, you have become increasingly agreeable. They instinctively averted their gazes, both silently cursing. Fool. Just as Yao Hanya prepared to delve into the depths of the magma, an astonishing surge of spiritual energy erupted from afar. What is that? Yao Hanya's pupils constricted. Countless radiant orbs emerged from the magma, resembling a multitude of fairies in flight. Each emitted a resonance of Tao. Tao spirits. Look there. Elder Shao suddenly exclaimed. From the depths of the magma, a dragon-shaped silhouette of black and red, nearly 10 feet long, gradually materialized. A supreme Tao spirit. A rare prisoner dragon soul spirit. Elder Zhao's voice trembled. This surpasses ordinary Tao spirits by at least 10-fold. Splendid. Yao Hanya exclaimed in unrestrained joy. Wonderful. Elder Shao shouted even louder than him. Yao Hanya turned, puzzled. Why are you more excited than I am? Air. Ha. Elder Shao chuckled awkwardly. I am merely rejoicing for you. Almost gave myself away. Just as Yao Hanya intended to reach for that supreme Tao spirit, suddenly, boom, a black hole materialized, followed by anguished cries. No, there is no need to pursue so relentlessly. Spare me. In an instant, a sword light severed a serpent right before Yao Hanya's eyes. Yao Hanya. Elder Shao. What on earth? While the two were momentarily baffled, words appeared before Ye Xing Ding. Mission accomplished. Acquired the divine-level Tao spirit, Wan Hun Jin, master of soul-type Tao spirits, capable of absorbing and transforming the powers of any Tao spirit. Upon awakening divine abilities, the tier of the awakened powers will depend on the number of absorbed Tao spirits. Immediately, a Tao spirit resembling a miniature black hole emerged in Ye Xing's hand. Ye Xing had yet to examine it closely when a roar filled with profound hatred erupted. Ye Xing. Ye Xing instinctively turned. Who called me? In the distance, upon the lake of molten lava, a young boy with white hair glared furiously at himself. Ye Xing furrowed his brow, and then his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of the countless spirits behind him. Goodness! Hundreds of spirits danced in the air above the lava. many of which emanated astonishing fluctuations of power. In an instant, Ye Xing recalled the function of the Wanhun gene. He was about to rejoice, but suddenly, the Wanhun gene slipped from his grasp, soaring directly into the swarm of spirits. Whoosh! The terrifying force of devouring erupted. The nearest dozen spirits were instantly drawn into the black hole. Consequently, due to the Wanhun Jin's consumption of the spirits, a powerful tremor rocked the surrounding molten space. What? The approaching Yao Hanya abruptly halted in his tracks. Kid, flee. Xiao Lao's expression shifted. This space is about to collapse. The entire world of lava began to fracture violently. The dome above rained down burning boulders. Hurry! Yao Hanya cast a reluctant glance at the group of devoured spirits. Finally, gritting his teeth, he reached for the nearest spirit. Ye Xing, you wait for me. Meanwhile, Ye Xing curiously observed the departing Yao Hanya. Who is this person? Is he seeking a scene? He shook his head and then turned his gaze toward the Wanhun gene. With his cultivation of the pitch-black, blazing sun, he could not possibly be harmed by the lava. It was time to ascend to the 4th tier. On the other side, the wounded Yao Hanya had finally escaped that space. He opened his palm, gazing at the low-grade spirit in his hand, which was now on the verge of collapse. Yao Hanya trembled with rage. Ye Xing, you truly deserve to die. Chapter 31. Drive the old things out of your body. At this moment, Yao Hanya felt as miserable as if he had consumed excrement. The person he loathed most had appeared, and in the most despicable manner. Oh, my exquisite Tao spirit. Meanwhile, old Xiao wore a grim expression. Is that Ye Xing? He was so close to achieving his plan. All of this misfortune was due to this sudden rascal. Yet, at this point, old Xiao could only sigh, absorb the Tao spirit quickly, and ascend to the 4th tier. However, there could be no hesitation. The most crucial task now was to enhance one's power. That young man was peculiar, and if you ascend to the 4th tier, you might be able to slay him and seize his Tao spirit. The instant old Xiao laid eyes on Ye Xing, he instantly discerned the terrifying depth of the latter's Tao foundation. It was a sight he had never encountered in his lifetime. Yao Hanya gritted his teeth. Once I ascend, I will definitely kill you. Once I attain the 4th tier, I shall likely be invincible among my peers. Ye Xing focused on the nearly devoured Wanhun gene. The once pitch-black core of the black hole now shimmered with twinkling starlight. He hadn't anticipated that upon acquiring this object, he would encounter such a plethora of high-tier Tao spirits. Could it be that my fateful destiny is once again manifesting? Ye Xing grinned widely. Suddenly, Wanhun gene trembled violently, and a vast ocean of pure spiritual energy erupted instantaneously. This was the most refined energy transformed from the Tao spirits it had consumed. Good gracious! It even comes with automatic feeding. Ye Xing's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he sat cross-legged. Boom! The torrent of rampant spiritual energy surged into his meridians. If it were anyone else, they would have been unable to withstand it. Yet, Ye Xing was endowed with unparalleled talent and physical constitution. The 4th tier, known as the Xianling realm, is characterized by the opportunity to awaken one's innate divine powers while refining Tao spirits. This power is independent of techniques and martial skills, belonging solely to the individual. Under the onslaught of this furious energy, Ye Xing's realm barrier ascended in an instant. 3rd tier, 5th level. 3rd tier, 6th level. 3rd tier, 7th level. While others would toil for days to elevate their realms, Ye Xing ascended as though propelled by a rocket. His cultivation eventually stabilized at the pinnacle of the 3rd tier. Come on, show me your true power. He reached out and grasped. Wanhun gene instantly merged into his chest. An unprecedented storm of souls erupted within his sea of consciousness. The space of the sea of consciousness visibly expanded tenfold. The qualitative transformation of his soul power elevated Ye Xing's senses to extraordinary heights. Ding. Acquire divine ability. Soul core casting realm. Effect. Generates a soul domain that suppresses any soul within it, including divine abilities and talents, by more than threefold. Amplifying oneself by over 50%. Acquired divine ability. Harmonization of 10,000 souls. Effect. Forces the target to be stripped of their soul and dragged into the abyss to be crushed. The soul will be utterly obliterated, unable to reincarnate or retain any spiritual form. Ye Xing's eyes sparkled with excitement. 2 divine abilities. As long as Xiao Huang's strength does not deviate too far from my own, I am confident that I can directly eliminate him. After all, a mere fragment of a soul could not be too outrageous. In an instant, a radiant brilliance erupted from his entire being. A terrifying pressure, far exceeding the 3rd tier, swept the surroundings. 4th tier, the Xianling realm. Success. This is the sensation of power. At this moment, Ye Xing had already departed from the molten space and emerged into the outside world. Suddenly, a furious roar, laden with hatred, pierced the air. Ye Xing, your life shall be forfeit. A monstrous fire dragon roared as it charged forth. Without a backward glance, Ye Xing flicked his hand, and the fire dragon exploded in an instant, dissipating into a shower of sparks. Who? Xiao Lao, concealed within Yao Hanya's body, felt a tremor of alarm. A strange sensation of being seen through washed over him. Yao Hanya, witnessing his flames being effortlessly extinguished, felt a chill in his heart, but quickly regained his composure. After all, that strike was merely a test. Ye Xing, Yao Hanya gritted his teeth. I vowed long ago to make you kneel before me and beg for mercy. Ye Xing looked utterly perplexed. Who are you? Yao Hanya was momentarily taken aback. You don't remember me? I have spent every waking moment plotting my revenge. Yet Ye Xing doesn't even know who I am. What a humiliation. Yao Hanya's face contorted in rage. I am Yao Hanya, the man you publicly humiliated back then. Ye Xing, still pondering who this person was, suddenly brightened at the mention of Yao Hanya's name. So it's you. Yao Hanya, seeing that Ye Xing had finally recalled him, grinned menacingly. Indeed, it seems you still remember me. You thought you would die. Ye Xing had no intention of entertaining his words. In an instant, he conjured dozens of ice dragon scales, and the unparalleled divine sword erupted with blinding radiance, charging forth in an instant. What the heck? Yao Hanya was nearly startled into jumping up. He hadn't even finished speaking. Xiao Lao was equally taken aback, as the intensity of Ye Xing's onslaught made him almost believe it was directed at him. And at this moment, Ye Xing finally found it. Xiao Huang is within this fellow. Indeed, Ye Xing had not recognized Yao Hanya. His eyes were solely fixated on the desire to complete his mission. Come on. At this moment, Yao Hanya had just ascended to the Xianling realm, just in time to compare himself with Ye Xing. He charged forward, but then Xiao Lao's warning echoed in his mind. Be cautious. This kid seems a bit off. Yao Hanya scoffed coldly. Cautious of what? He is tier 4. I'm also tier 4. Why don't you ask him if he should be wary of me? He completely disregarded Xiao Lao's advice. Yet soon, he would realize just how mistaken he was. Yao Hanya rushed towards Ye Xing. The two exchanged blows. In the next moment, Yao Hanya's expression froze. A crisp sound of bone shattering resonated as the bones of Yao Hanya's right arm splintered. Yao Hanya's face was filled with shock. You. Ye Xing offered him no chance to finish his sentence, as his second punch had already struck. Bang! This punch landed squarely on Yao Hanya's throat, shattering his trachea on the spot. A single punch to the right arm will awaken you to reality. A second blow to the throat will silence your pleas for mercy. Yao Hanya? He was sent flying, crashing heavily into the rock wall. Cough, cough. Yao Hanya struggled to emerge, his eyes filled with disbelief. What manner of beast is this? We have both just ascended to the 4th tier, yet why is there such a vast disparity? Yao, my boy. The voice of Elder Xiao resonated in his mind. Something is amiss. He undoubtedly poses a threat. Should I intervene? Elder Xiao was astonished that Ye Xing's power was anything but ordinary for a 4th tier fighter. Truly, he is his father's son, a prodigy of the same caliber. Yao Hanya utilized his spiritual energy to mend his throat, his voice hoarse. No, I shall take vengeance myself. The fact that he remembers me indicates that I have become a threat to him. Ye Xing furrowed his brow at the muttering fool before him. What nonsense are you babbling? Hurry up and meet your demise. Ye Xing, Yao Hanya bellowed as he rose. I assure you, I will never concede. The mere fact that you remember me signifies that I have become a threat to you. Does it not? The moment you, the heir of the Ye family, regarded me as a rival. Can you kindly be quiet? Ye Xing impatiently interrupted. You're unbearable. Who exactly are you? Stop embellishing your own narrative. Let that old thing hiding within you show itself. You are utterly unworthy to be my opponent. Ye Xing gazed at Yao Hanya, whose complexion had stiffened, his voice icy. Xiao Huang, a formidable warrior, now reduced to cowering like a dog within another's body. Your time has come to an end. Come forth. Xiao Huang. Chapter 32. The terrified Xiao Huang. How does he possess a 9th-tier secret treasure? Yao Hanya was taken aback. Xiao Huang. Meanwhile, the Xiao Huang concealed within him trembled violently, disbelief etched in his eyes. This is impossible. He was once a formidable martial deity, possessing unparalleled stealth techniques. It was nearly inconceivable for anyone to detect him, let alone a mere novice. Yet this brash young man not only saw through his existence at a glance, but even discerned his true identity. In that fleeting moment, an unprecedented wave of panic surged within Xiao Huang. For the first time, he felt utterly out of control. Little did he know that the person standing before him was merely an illusion. Yao Hanya, however, was engulfed in a different kind of despair. Ye Xing's declaration, "You are unworthy to be my opponent," had utterly shattered his defenses. Yao Hanya's eyes burned with rage, his entire being trembling. Who are you exactly? At last, Xiao Huang's soul manifested from a ring. How could you possibly discover me? There is no need for a dying man to know too much. Ye Xing sneered. The supreme divine sword aimed directly at the two of them. Xiao Huang's expression darkened. No matter how you came to know this, today you must die. I cannot allow this young master of the Ye family to inform his father. Otherwise, Ye Yuantian would truly cross realms to slay me. He abruptly turned to Yao Hanya. Lend me your body. Silence. Xiao Huang's voice rang out sharply. You are utterly useless and cannot contend with him. If we delay any longer, we shall perish. Allow me to take over. Yao Hanya gritted his teeth and nodded. Very well. In an instant, Xiao Huang's soul seized control of Yao Hanya's form. The white-haired youth's aura shifted dramatically, becoming immensely terrifying. The long-lost physical form. I lack nothing now. Xiao Huang smirked. Now, crushing you is as effortless as squashing an ant. Fool! Yet Ye Xing scoffed, charging forward with unrestrained ferocity. Arrogant, Xiao Huang bellowed. Do you consider me to be the pathetic fool from before? Do you wish to dance with death? Silence. Useless. Ye Xing roared, unleashing the spiritual core that forged the realm within him. Whoosh. An invisible domain instantly enveloped 1,000 meters around them. Feeling everything around him, Xiao Huang's countenance changed drastically. What is this? He was horrified to discover that his power had been suppressed to less than 50%. Even the connection between his soul and body began to falter. This is the force that will slay you. Ye Xing swung the supreme divine sword. Boom! The black golden blade light descended like divine punishment, and Xiao Huang had no time to react, being sent flying like a rag doll. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes wide with terror. This is impossible. Was he not 4th tier? Only by confronting Ye Xing directly did he comprehend the true extent of his terror. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hua Ziyue and Huayan were suspended in midair. Where has Ye Xing gone? I do not know. Hua Ziyue shook her head. They could not comprehend why Ye Xing had suddenly slain the colossal serpent only to flee moments later. Yet, I sensed that the young master was nearby. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated from the distance. The two turned abruptly, witnessing the heavens being sliced apart by a dark gold hue as violent energies obliterated everything in their path. Ye Xing and Xiao Huang were locked in fierce combat. Hua Ziyue widened her eyes. Was that the young master? When did he ascend to the 4th tier? When the world was happening. Huayan was taken aback, utterly bewildered by Ye Xing's sudden advancement and equally perplexed by the identity of his opponent. Could the aftermath of this battle truly be unleashed by a 4th tier combatant? At that moment, Xiao Huang's expression darkened. After battling for so long, He realized he could gain no advantage over Ye Xing. The latter's combat prowess was terrifyingly superior. How could you surpass Yi Yuan Tian in monstrosity? How could you be more incompetent than Yao Hanya? Ye Xing shouted, and immediately a surge of thunder erupted around him, launching Xiao Huang through the air. Xiao Huang was nearly stunned. How many innate talents did this guy possess? Moreover, regardless of the ability he employed, its power seemed to be suppressed. This was utterly intolerable for Xiao Huang. Synchronization of 10,000 souls. Ye Xing shouted, as a dreadful aura of spiritual pressure erupted around him. The soul energies consumed by the 10,000 souls transformed into countless ethereal chains, instantly ensnaring Xiao Huang's soul. What? Still in shock, Xiao Huang suddenly felt an excruciating pain as his soul was forcefully wrenched from Yao Hanya's body. Boom! Ye Xing's next strike was already upon him. A black gold sword light descending. When the name of all that is sacred was this. Xiao Huang was completely overwhelmed. His soul rapidly withered under the sword's brilliance. Power draining away frantically. Escape. I must flee. Xiao Huang ignited his soul force, forcibly executing a secret technique to burrow back into Yao Hanya's body. Run. He maneuvered Yao Hanya's body, fleeing wildly without a glance back. Damn it, his opponent was undoubtedly cheating. Ye Xing hastily pursued. Soon, Yao Hanya's consciousness began to awaken. Regaining control of his body, Xiao Lao, quickly think of a way. Xiao Huang paused for a moment. Wait, I will protect you. You must delay Ye Xing for a few seconds. I possess a divine ability that can open a passage to leave this world. Upon hearing this, Yao Hanya replied, All right. Once the passage opens, I will toss the ring over. Old man, just hold off Ye Xing for me. Just as Yao Hanya agreed, in the next instant, Xiao Lao immediately shielded him in front of himself. Yao Hanya what? Before he could react, Xiao Huang's spiritual body swiftly distanced itself from Yao Hanya's form. With that, Yao Hanya's body, now beyond his control, surged towards Ye Xing Xiao Huang. You son of a... Yao Hanya was at his wit's end. Realizing he was the one being sacrificed, he had intended to deceive Xiao Huang, only to find himself used as a shield. Death. The black gold sword light descended like the scythe of death. No, no. In the depths of despair, Yao Hanya roared in agony. Yet his body remained ensnared by the residual soul power of Xiao Huang, rendering him utterly incapable of evasion. The blood mist erupted. This destined child of vengeance met his untimely end, cleaved apart by a single stroke. What manner of monster is this? Upon witnessing Yao Hanya's demise, Xiao Huang hastily invoked his divine abilities. In an instant, the very fabric of the imperial spirit force trembled with instability. A colossal, twisted black hole emerged, and Xiao Huang swiftly vanished within its depths. With a father of prodigious talent, it was no wonder that the son was equally extraordinary. In Xiao Huang's eyes, Ye Xing was synonymous with invincibility. Engaging him in combat revealed a physique of unparalleled strength, complemented by an equally formidable spiritual prowess. In the end, Xiao Huang found himself suppressed, his every divine ability countered with precision. Moments later, Xiao Huang arrived in a realm of emptiness, allowing himself to relax. Fortunately, this spatial divine ability should facilitate my return. Cursed be it, my plans lie in ruins. I must seek a new vessel. Casting a glance over his shoulder, Xiao Huang sneered. Do you still wish to pursue me? Without a spatial divine ability or a treasured artifact, where do you intend to chase me? It is well known that space and time are the most elusive of elements, for he had once been a martial god. Otherwise, a mere mortal would. Boom! A massive rift was suddenly torn open. The surrounding time appeared to freeze in tandem. Xiao Huang's expression stiffened. Before him loomed a resplendent cicada. Planning to strut away after flaunting your power? Ye Xing, wielding the supreme divine sword, stepped into the void. His voice icy. A corpse should return to its grave in peace. Xiao Huang, feeling the chilling aura emanating from the cicada, was struck with shock, his pupils dilating in disbelief. He screamed, N. Ninth Tier Temporal Treasure. Chapter 33. Could Ye Xing be the reincarnation of the heavenly Tao? How could he have acquired the heart of final reincarnation? Xiao Huang was utterly bewildered. How is this even possible? How could the other party wield a ninth-tier secret treasure, especially one related to time and space? Let alone whether Ye Xing could bestow such a precious artifact upon him. Even if he did, there would be no reason for him to wield it. It is important to note that he had never encountered a time-space secret treasure in his entire life. Nothing is impossible. Ye Xing himself had not anticipated that as Xiao Huang entered the black hole, the tears of the cicada within him would emit a furious roar, promptly breaking through the void to pursue him. He never imagined this treasure could be utilized in such a manner. Here, time and space had already been frozen. There was no escape for you, Xiao Huang. Xiao Huang gritted his teeth fiercely. Even when facing Ye Xing, he had managed to flee, but now he was left with nothing but a spirit body. The opponent still possessed a ninth-tier secret treasure to seal him. No, do not kill me. I was once a martial god. I can impart knowledge to you. My father is far more formidable than you. I possess knowledge of countless treasures' whereabouts. I have ninth-tier martial arts. My father is far more formidable than you. Damn it. Xiao Huang was on the verge of exploding. If it were anyone else, perhaps he could tempt them, but this opponent lacked nothing. Go die. Xiao Huang suddenly bellowed, and without hesitation, he ignited his spirit body to deploy a secret technique. He intended to gamble one last time, wagering that the heavenly Tao would favor him, a once great warrior. After all, he was a former martial god, and his karma and fortune were undoubtedly more significant than Ye Xing's. The moment Xiao Huang's soul forcefully invaded Ye Xing's sea of consciousness, he was momentarily stunned by the scene before him. This was hardly a fourth-tier sea of consciousness. Xiao Huang was briefly astonished, but quickly regained his composure. Damn it. I refuse to believe it. He suddenly ignited the essence of his soul, a burst of blood light erupting around him. This was Xiao Huang's final trump card. Even trapped in the void, as long as he paid a sufficient price, he could still summon the projection of the heavenly Tao to eliminate his foe. Ye Xing's sea of consciousness trembled violently. The celestial dome of the consciousness sea split open, and a vague phantom descended amidst 10,000 bolts of thunder. Xiao Huang's face lit up with wild joy. It worked, but in the next moment, his laughter abruptly ceased, for he was horrified to discover that the indistinct phantom was gradually taking on Ye Xing's form. Xiao Huang. His soul quaked violently, nearly shattering. No, impossible. How could you be up there? At that moment, Ye Xing was also taken aback, but he quickly understood. His true soul was the agent of the heavenly Tao, and since this was his sea of consciousness, he had mistakenly targeted himself. At that moment, Xiao Huang's face turned ashen. Suddenly, a terrifying thought emerged. Could he be the reincarnation of the heavenly Tao? Without allowing him time to ponder, Ye Xing, seated upon the celestial dome, slowly spoke. Judgment. 10,000 divine thunders fell like a heavenly punishment. Within that lightning resided the purest essence of the law of destruction. No, Xiao Huang's soul shattered into oblivion. Ding, task accomplished. Reward, heart of eternal cycle. Effect, the myriad paths merge into one. The power of oblivion annihilates all pathways, even seizing the pathways of others, absorbing their essence to fortify oneself, and can also bestow the power of the pathways upon certain entities. Upon witnessing this effect, Ye Xing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Seizing another's pathway, it is well known that each individual cultivates a singular pathway, intimately tied to their foundation, and the comprehension of these pathways is exceedingly rare. The ability to convert another's pathway into nourishment is nothing short of extraordinary. In an instant, Ye Xing felt an overwhelming resonance in his chest, as if myriad Tao rhythms descended upon him, enveloping him in an aura of defiance against the heavens. Even the cold cicada's trembled and retreated into Ye Xing's dantian. Meanwhile, in another location, within the Emperor Lin forest, Huan gazed at the massive rift in the sky, nearly losing his composure. What on earth is happening? He had witnessed all that Ye Xing had accomplished, never imagining that such a powerful treasure lay hidden within him. Has a young master always been this formidable? At this moment, Hua Ziyue couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. That is, though she did not fully comprehend why. She knew that her young master could always achieve what others deemed impossible. Ridiculous, Huai murmured to himself, but then a thought struck him. Indeed, I can foresee Ye Xing's future. His future vision can be utilized not only in battle, but also to glimpse a fragment of destiny. Surrounding him was an abundance of Ye Xing's lingering spiritual energy. Huai scanned his surroundings, a slight smile gracing his lips. This is the perfect medium. Without hesitation, his eyes transformed into a pale hue. Intricate patterns emerged in the depths of his pupils, as if connecting to the river of time. Let me see. What does your future hold? In an instant, the scene before Huai warped. A sea of blood, mountains of corpses. The entire world seemed drenched in crimson, with countless shattered weapons embedded in the earth. Atop the heap of bodies stood a pale figure, silently gazing away from Huai, long hair resembling snow, surrounded by an oppressive aura that was suffocating. Merely standing there, it felt as though they suppressed an entire era. Huai's heart raced, instinctively yearning to discern more details. But just then the figure suddenly turned. Thud! Huai felt as if struck by lightning, instantly spitting out a mouthful of blood. The vision before him shattered in an instant. Hua Ziyue was taken aback, quickly supporting him. What happened to you? Huai's complexion turned ashen, cold sweat beading on his forehead. What is going on? Why can I see nothing clearly? What is that figure? He had never encountered such a situation. Even with his father, he could vaguely perceive some fragments. Yet Ye Xing's future was an expanse of void and destruction. Huai's mind raced. First, it is impossible for him not to see the future of a fourth-tier being. Second, he would only be unable to see beings that vastly surpassed him. In that moment, Huai's eyes gleamed with realization. Could it be that Ye Xing will become a more terrifying existence than his own father? At the thought of this, Huai shuddered. This was clearly the emergence of a future powerhouse. Suddenly, from the rift in space, Ye Xing stepped forth. Hua Ziyue's beautiful eyes lit up, and just as she was about to speak, Huai had already dashed forward. Big brother. He spread his arms wide, ready to envelop Ye Xing in a bear hug. Ye Xing. He instinctively sidestepped, avoiding the embrace. Why is it you again, you lunatic? Huai, undeterred, beamed with joy. From this day forth, you are my dear brother. Anyone who opposes you is opposing the Huai family. Hua Ziyue. Her gaze grew increasingly perplexed. Could it be? Ye Xing furrowed his brow. Where's your head at? Huai replied earnestly. My mind is perfectly fine. You see, the fact that I can call you big brother instead of father proves that I'm not losing it this time. Ye Xing. Huai lowered his voice. Rest assured, big brother, I understand your secret. Ye Xing was left speechless. What on earth was this guy talking about? At that moment, the rift in the distance suddenly widened. Everything around them twisted and shattered. This is bad. The rift is destabilizing this space. Young master, we must leave. Hua Ziyue's brow furrowed in concern. Ye Xing glanced at the rift in the sky, realizing he had not anticipated that he and Xiao Huang could create such a phenomenon. Never mind. Let's leave first. Ye Xing nodded. It was time to return to the Yi family and casually mention Xiao Huang's situation. Chapter 34. Dividing the Spoils. I took 6 while leaving you with the remaining 400 kilometers. Meanwhile, the others in the Imperial Spirit Forest, upon noticing the colossal spatial rift, swiftly realized that it was no longer safe to remain. They hastily informed their families to come and collect them. At this moment, Ye Xing and Hua Ziyue had already departed from the Imperial Spirit Forest. Prior to their entry, Yi Yuantian had bestowed upon Ye Xing a secret treasure for leaving that place, while Huai had returned to the Huai family first. Naturally, Ye Xing wished to avoid the icy demeanor of Huai. Soon after, Ye Xing returned to the Yi family. This venture into the Imperial Spirit Forest had proven to be exceedingly profitable for him. Are you saying Xiao Huang was killed by you? Yi Yuantian sat in his study, fixated on his son who had just returned from the Imperial Spirit Forest, his brow furrowed in disbelief. Upon hearing Ye Xing's account, he was initially astonished that his old rival Xiao Huang had not perished completely, but even more shocked to learn that his own son had dispatched that cunning adversary. It is worth noting that Xiao Huang was a genuine martial god in his prime. Even if merely a remnant of his soul remained, he would still be a formidable foe of martial god caliber. Ye Yuantian scrutinized Ye Xing, his astonishment gradually giving way to pride. Indeed, you are my child. Surely, you must have endured a harrowing battle? In his mind, he envisioned his son relying on wit and bravery, coupled with a modicum of luck, to narrowly vanquish that devious opponent. Ye Xing's lips twitched slightly. Actually, it wasn't that difficult. After all, I was using cheats. Ye Yuantian interpreted this as an expression of modesty from his son and continued. It is unfortunate that the Imperial Spirit Forest was destroyed so swiftly. You likely did not even find a decent Tao spirit. No matter. Leave this matter to me, that need not concern you. Ye Xing interjected. Ye Yuantian frowned. What do you mean it need not concern me? The Tao spirit is one thing, but you must also focus on enhancing your cultivation. After all, the primary purpose of this endeavor was for Ye Xing to seek out Tao spirits, and there was no rush for cultivation. By the way, have you reached the mid-stage of the third realm? Ye Xing shook his head. I surpassed that long ago. Yuantian's eyes brightened. The late stage, then? No. Could it be the pinnacle of the third realm? So soon. Then, under Ye Yuantian's bewildered gaze, Ye Xing spoke. I've already broken through to the fourth realm of the Xianling stage. Ye Yuantian? What? He immediately placed his hand on Ye Xing, exclaiming, What the heck? What kind of Tao spirit is this? He sensed the terrifying essence of the Tao spirit within Ye Xing, as if he had consumed the entirety of the Tao spirits from the Imperial Spirit Forest. I found it in the Imperial Spirit Forest. Ye Yuantian. He nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Was he being treated like a fool? Even turning the entire Imperial Spirit Forest upside down would not yield a Tao spirit of this caliber. Yet, gazing into his son's calm eyes, Ye Yuantian suddenly smiled. Good. Very good. In the blink of an eye, you have become so formidable. At that moment, nothing else mattered. Neither Xiao Huang nor the Tao spirits. He could witness the remarkable transformation of his child from a prodigal into such a capable individual. No one could fathom the emotions swirling within Ye Yuantian at that moment. Just then, a servant of the Yi family hurriedly reported, Young master, head of the family. Someone from the Huai family has arrived. The mention of the Huai family caused Ye Yuantian to raise an eyebrow, his consciousness sweeping across the vicinity. It seems they have come seeking you. Seeking me? Ye Xing was perplexed, as he believed there was little connection between himself and the Huai family, except for an ominous premonition suddenly gripped him. Indeed, as he stepped out of the grand hall, he spotted a certain individual standing in the center of the courtyard. Brother. Huai's eyes lit up. Ye Xing on guard. Retorted, what brings you here? Ha ha. I have come specifically to see you, dear brother. Do not presume too much. How well do we really know each other? Come now. Brother. We have fought side by side in the spirit forest. That bond counts for something. Ye Xing responded with a hint of sarcasm. Side by side? You were the one who fled in panic. Huan wore a proud expression. Brother, I have just ascended to the fourth tier of the mystical spirit realm. You've ascended? Yet you seem unchanged, still as weak as ever. Huan was taken aback. Little did Ye Xing realize that he was simply too formidable. At that moment, Huan continued quietly, Brother, my Huai family has just received intelligence indicating the emergence of an immense paradise in the North Desert. It may harbor treasures. What? Ye Xing was taken aback. I have only just received this information. They say it is a vast space that has suddenly appeared, filled with countless treasures. As you know, ascending after the fourth tier is no simple feat, and I wish to invite you to explore it together. Ye Xing fell silent. One must understand that such paradises are replete with opportunities, often originating from other worlds. This particular paradise might have arrived in this realm thousands of years ago, making every inch of it exceedingly precious. It could even contain treasures that may not exist in the present day. How could Huan have discovered this and sought him out? Suddenly, Ye Xing's expression softened. How did I not realize before how considerate you could be? Seeing Ye Xing's interest, Huan quickly added, Moreover, I have heard that this paradise is vast, nearly half the size of the imperial capital. What? Ye Xing was genuinely astonished. Half the imperial capital? Just how many rare materials could that hold? Brother, shall we venture there together? I sneaked out for this. Just the two of us will reap the rewards. Let's split it 60-40. I take 60, and the remaining 400 kilometers belong to you. Ye Xing grasped Huai's hand firmly, exclaiming, "Good brother, this is not a 60-40 split. This is outright generosity." A gleam of determination flashed in Huai's eyes. This was it. He had secured a strong ally. Then, brother, shall we depart now? I have even prepared the spirit vessel. Let us go. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Xing turned to inform Ye Yuantian of his departure. As he observed his son and Huai departing side by side, a sense of pride welled within him. Ye Yuantian sighed. That little rascal has finally made a good friend. Ye Xing and Huai sped along in the spirit boat, traversing through several cities. The scenery beneath them gradually transformed from the bustling metropolis to the desolate Gobi Desert. In the northern wasteland, yellow sands filled the air. The fierce wind whipped the grains of sand against the protective shield of the spirit boat. Brother, we still have quite a distance to our destination. Shall we find a place to rest for a while? Huai wiped the sweat from his forehead. Jinling, renowned as a beautiful region in the south of the Yangtze River, was a place Huai had never visited before. Ye Xing nodded in agreement. The pair descended upon a small town at the edge of the desert. Although it was referred to as a town, it actually consisted of only a handful of households, and they quickly sought out an inn. Upon entering, they were greeted by a kind-hearted middle-aged proprietor. "Are you two looking for accommodation? We have the finest rooms available." "Excellent." The proprietor eagerly led them upstairs. To their pleasant surprise, the room was indeed quite nice, spotlessly clean and well-equipped with all necessary amenities. Just as Ye Xing was about to speak, a notification chimed. Ding! The remnants of the ancient demon lord, the mother of all demons, who once devastated half the world, have appeared before you. Ye Xing's expression froze. What? Chapter 35. To the supreme talent? The otherworldly demon, the mother of all demons? The ancient evil god? Ye Xing's eyes widened. He is indeed one of the murderers of your father, Ye Yuantian. Your fury is boundless. You dream of slaying him. Avenge your father. You attempt to recall the past regarding the mother of all demons. In fact, it had arrived in this world long ago, but no one detected its larval form. It had succumbed to an extremely weakened slumber. It disguised itself as a paradise, remaining undetected until the awakening of the otherworldly demon, Sand Dust Hawk. No one anticipated that the demon from beyond was reborn in the body of an ordinary person, one who possessed the power to awaken the mother of all demons, subsequently locating and rousing it. Alas, nothing can be altered now. Mission 1. Slay the ancient evil god, the mother of all demons. Mission 2. Eliminate the instigator, Sand Dust Hawk. Mission Reward 1. Supreme Talent, Dream of the Netherworld. Mission Reward 2. Divine Ability, Hand of the Heavens. Ye Xing was astonished. A supreme talent still exists. The difficulty of this task is immense. However, this is not a vision of the future. At this moment, the mother of all demons remains in slumber. In an instant, Ye Xing comprehended the situation. The paradise they were about to enter was likely the mother of all demons. Hence, the mission was triggered. Currently, the mother of all demons is exceedingly weak, yet it is still an ancient evil god. Even in weakness, it may not perish. Thus, the urgent task is to locate Sand-Dust Hawk. Ye Xing's gaze flickered. The text indicates that Sand-Dust Hawk possesses the power to awaken the mother of all demons prematurely. Therefore, even if he were to kill Sand-Dust Hawk, the entity would eventually awaken. It is merely a matter of time. A balanced solution must be sought. Just as Ye Xing was pondering, the proprietor approached with a platter of spiritual fruit preserves, homemade specialties from the northern desert. Would you two handsome gentlemen care for a taste? Thank you, boss. Huai responded. Ye Xing was taken aback, pleasantly surprised by the proprietor's kindness. Considering they had yet to find Sand-Dust Hawk, it was best to set matters aside for now. Ha ha ha, thank you, boss. Is this a local delicacy? Of course. You two seem to have come from a big city. Am I right? The middle-aged proprietor smiled. My son is about your age. Really? Ye Xing casually inquired. Where does he study? The proprietor's smile faltered. He dropped out due to illness. We sold our house to afford his treatment, which is why I returned home to run this in. Huan halted mid-reach for the preserves. And your wife? Ah, to pay for our son's treatment, she sold her dantian on the black market. Now her health is failing. The proprietor managed a strained smile. We've resigned ourselves to fate. Life goes on. People eat the earth for a lifetime. But the earth consumes people only once. An oppressive silence enveloped the room. Ye Xing remained silent for a long while before murmuring, I'm sorry. It's all right. It's all right. The proprietor hastily waved his hand. You two rest. I must return home to care for them. If you need anything, just call the phone on the wall. Wait. Ye Xing suddenly called out to him, producing an object. This is the 6th turn rejuvenation pill. Perhaps your family could benefit from it. The middle-aged proprietor was momentarily taken aback. Then his hands began to tremble violently. He knew full well what this was. It was a 6th-grade spiritual elixir capable of reshaping one's dantian. It could fetch an exorbitant price on the black market. This is far too precious. Take it. Suddenly, Huan also produced a brocade pouch. Here are some spirit stones. They should suffice for the subsequent treatment. The middle-aged proprietor trembled all over, his eyes reddening. He nearly fell to his knees, but Ye Xing swiftly steadied him. It's all right, rise. Wipe your tears and hurry home to administer the medicine to your child. Thank you. Thank you, my lord. The proprietor could no longer contain himself. Large tears cascaded to the ground. He suddenly knelt and bowed twice, then staggered out the door. Huan shook his head and sighed. The hearts of parents are truly pitiable. Ye Xing refrained from responding, instead pondering the mission. The maw of 10,000 beasts. Never mind. Why overthink it? If we can fight, we fight. If we cannot, we gather support. Just a fledgling old god, and he dares to question our resilience. Meanwhile, on the other side, the middle-aged proprietor dashed through the sand-laden streets, clutching the pill bottled tightly, which was now heated from his grasp. This is wonderful. My wife, my child are saved. Ha ha! He ran while wiping his reddened eyes, the despair that once clouded his heart now obliterated. The nights spent begging outside the clinic, the torturous selling of possessions, all transformed into unrestrained joy at this moment. He pushed the door open with trembling hands. Wife, son, I have good news. He suddenly froze. Before him stood a youth, piercing through his wife's body. Huh? The boy seemed to regard the middle-aged proprietor with a puzzled expression. What? What are you doing? Xiaolong. The proprietor shouted in despair. Why did you kill your mother? But he was met with his son's unfamiliar gaze. 2 insignificant insects from another world. Are fit to be my parents? The sand dust hawk sneered. I shall borrow your son's body for a moment. Indeed, he was no longer the proprietor's son. He had become a demon from beyond the heavens. Let's die together. The sand dust hawk lunged forward, intending to swiftly eliminate the two. However, to his astonishment, despite the man's superior cultivation, he did not resist. Instead, he allowed himself to be pierced through the heart. Huh? Xiaolong. The proprietor suddenly embraced the sand dust hawk, a pale smile breaking through his face. Do not fear. Your father will not harm you. The sand dust hawk was taken aback. The man clung to him until his last breath, his eyes devoid of hatred, only an unfathomable gentleness. Foolish. The sand dust hawk abruptly pushed the corpse away, feeling an inexplicable heaviness in his chest. After a prolonged silence, he recalled his mission. He began to absorb the proprietor's cultivation. After a while, having regained his peak 4th-tier cultivation, the sand dust hawk sneered, still too weak. To his astonishment, he found himself transported to this realm, only to discover that his powers had diminished to such a pitiful state. Leading a small team of 7, he barely survived the treacherous journey, with the fate of the others uncertain. Their mission was to awaken the mother nest of all demons in advance, preparing for an impending invasion. He then produced a pulsating mass of flesh and bone, pondering that if he could locate the legendary Tai Su Lingyan body for sacrifice, the nest might reach its pinnacle within 5 years. Alas! Suddenly, Sha Qinxiao's gaze fell upon the elixir in the boss's lifeless hand, his eyes narrowing, the aura emanating from it. The following day, brother, what are you having? I'll inquire with the boss. It appeared that the boss had yet to return. prompting the suggestion to leave without him. At that moment, Ye Xing and Huai had just descended the stairs, contemplating their expedition towards the fabled Cave of Fortune, the direction of the mother nest. Huai shook his head, expressing concern. I wonder if the boss's family is doing any better? Just then, a figure pushed through the door. Ha ha! Thank you both for the elixir. My family has recovered. It was the middle-aged boss, though a flicker of purple light glinted in his eyes. Huai, oblivious, chuckled. No worries, as long as it works. However, Ye Xing raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed intently on the boss. At that moment, a youthful figure entered. Huai spoke up. Brother, since there's nothing pressing, shall we depart? We would want someone else to seize the Cave of Fortune first. Ye Xing's eyes remained on the boss, lost in thought, before he nodded in agreement. Indeed, that Cave of Fortune must hold plentiful treasures. Seeing how pitiful the boss seems, should we perhaps bring him something back? Why is brother silent? If it's not feasible, we can let it go. By the way, why you keep staring at the boss? Oh, I see now. You're reminded of Uncle Yi? Ye Xing remained silent for a considerable time. Just then, the youth seemed to sense something and approached. Are you two here because of the Cave of Fortune in the North Desert? Huai was taken aback. Who are you, and how do you know that? Ye Xing regarded the youth with an impassive expression. The youth offered a gentle smile. I was born in the North Desert, but later traveled far and wide. I'm a wanderer. My name is Sha Chen Xiao. At that, Ye Xing suddenly smiled. Chapter 36. Are you truly a small family? At this moment, a smile could not help but grace the face of Sha Chen Xiao. He had never imagined that upon his arrival in this new realm, he would encounter the coveted Tai, Su Ling Yun body. He felt the aura emanating from the elixir and quickly perused the memories of the middle-aged proprietor. It was then that he realized he had stumbled upon a treasure, particularly when he considered that the destination the others sought might very well be the nest of the myriad demons. A smirk crept onto Sha Chen Xiao's lips. If he could usher this individual into the nest, his ambitions would be fulfilled. Meanwhile, Ye Xing observed Sha Chen Xiao, astonished that the delivery had arrived at his doorstep. He had been pondering how to locate this person, and the moment the middle-aged owner entered, he distinctly sensed a shift in energy. Ye Xing could not suppress a sigh. It appeared the proprietor had already met with misfortune. Yet, he could not simply strike down this otherworldly demon, for he needed to eliminate the myriad demon nest. After all, the expanse of that fabled realm was vast, and he could not guarantee he would locate the nest's core. Furthermore, even if he were to slay this foe, the nest could gradually awaken once more. With these thoughts in mind, Ye Xing refrained from attacking and instead nodded. Are you also planning to venture to that realm? At this moment, Huai gazed at the two with a puzzled expression, perplexed by how the other had come by this information. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him, prompting him to activate his foresight. Indeed, to be candid, I have only just received this news, and my innate talent is specifically attuned to discovering such realms. With a smile, Sha Chen Xiao suggested, why not journey together to this fabled place? Rest assured, I am merely curious to witness it. I shall take nothing from within. What say you? Although Ye Xing was aware of the other's intentions, he maintained a facade, responding, take nothing? Is such a fortuitous offer truly possible? Ha ha ha, you misunderstand me. Sha Chen Xiao chuckled. I simply adore travel and the exploration of various realms. With my company, you shall find your way more swiftly, and I too require companions. For should peril arise, I would be at a disadvantage alone. Sha Chen Xiao inquired, so what do you think, my friends? Feigning contemplation, Ye Xing inwardly scoffed, pondering how to lead him to his demise. Both Ye Xing and Sha Chen Xiao were eager to travel together. Ha ha, of course, Ye Xing responded. Ha ha, splendid. As they exchanged glances, both mentally cursed each other. Fool, prepare to meet your end. Brother, come here for a moment, Huai suddenly interjected, pulling Sha Chen Xiao aside. Sha Chen Xiao. Ye Xing. Oh, my apologies, Huai said as he pushed the bewildered Sha Chen Xiao away and drew Ye Xing aside. Ye Xing initially thought Huai wished to avoid traveling with Sha Chen Xiao and was about to speak when Huai stated seriously, Brother, there is something amiss with this fellow. Ye Xing's eyes widened in surprise. How do you know? Oh, so you are aware as well, brother? It is as follows. I just activated my innate talent, Yet strangely, the images I perceived were almost devoid of him, appearing exceedingly vague, as if deliberately obscured. Ye Xing, bewildered, remarked, "Did you deduce that already?" "No." Huayan, speaking with gravity, responded, "The most significant aspect is that after I unleash my ability, my mind tends to short-circuit. However, if there is danger nearby, my thoughts will resume clarity once the threat dissipates. Yet here I am, articulating so many coherent thoughts in one breath. Good heavens! Isn't that peculiar? This indicates he is in danger." Ye Xing remained silent for a moment before giving a thumbs up. "Impressive. This fellow possesses such a passive skill." At that moment, Sha Chan Xiao approached. "Have you two reached a consensus?" Ye Xing and Huayan turned to face him, and Ye Xing, smiling, replied, "Certainly. We have reached an agreement. Traveling together poses no issue." "Very well," Sha Chan Xiao said. Meanwhile, Huayan initially questioned Ye Xing's actions, but soon comprehended, his expression turning serious. He trusted that Ye Xing's decision was driven by his own reasoning. "By the way, may I inquire about your identities?" Sha Chan Xiao casually asked, noting that their attire did not resemble that of ordinary individuals. "I am Ye Xing, and this is Huayan. We hail from a minor family," Ye Xing explained. "Oh, I see," Sha Chan Xiao responded, harboring no suspicion. Although he was not from this world, he understood the disparities in status. If they were truly offspring of a prominent family, they would not deign to associate with someone like him. Their nonchalance indicated they were indeed from a lesser lineage. If they were of a noble family, why would they accompany him? Could it be a scheme to ensnare him? How absurd! Sha Chan Xiao chuckled, for no one knew his true identity. The three exchanged glances. "Ha ha! It feels like a long-awaited reunion. Shall we set off now?" "Absolutely." With that, the trio prepared to depart. Before leaving, Ye Xing cast a glance at the middle-aged proprietor. "Rest assured, I shall avenge you." On the journey, the three ascended the spiritual vessel. Sha Chan Zhao's gaze swept over the intricately engraved patterns on the vessel's body, his eyes widening in astonishment. This spiritual vessel, its grade is remarkably high. "Ha, not too shabby." Sha Chan Xiao mused inwardly, astonished. Such a quality flying artifact would be rare even in his original world. Unbeknownst to him, Huayan possessed more than a dozen similar vessels. At that moment, Sha Chan Xiao pondered where the others had gone. They should all be seeking a physical form to inhabit. He merely hoped that 2 or 3 would survive. That would be quite fortunate. Once they reached the mother nest, he intended to locate the last remnants of its awakening essence, combining it with my flesh and bones, placing it within the heart of the mother nest, thus ensuring its complete revival. Sha Chan Xiao smirked coldly. By then, he could even leverage the power of the mother nest to return home through the void. Meanwhile, Ye Xing observed Sha Chan Xiao with a cold smile. Soon, the mother of all demons would be dealt with, and this one must meet his end as well. The other party remained blissfully unaware that Ye Xing had already uncovered his true identity. With this, Ye Xing could easily vanquish him. As time ticked away, the ethereal vessel sliced through the clouds and mist, swiftly approaching its destination. The originally clear sky was suddenly shrouded in dark clouds, and violent thunder rolled ominously within the layers of gray. In the distance, a colossal white vortex spun slowly, warping the surrounding space, as if it were a gateway to another realm. "Big brother, we're almost there." Countless bolts of purple lightning erupted like thick barrels. The sand dust hawk spoke gravely. "Be cautious, both of you. This storm is extraordinary, and the entrance is sealed. We may have no choice but to wait until the tempest." "What are you rambling about?" Huayan interrupted impatiently, casually retrieving a pure white jade disc from his storage ring. With a wave, an invisible ripple spread forth. The raging storm dissipated instantaneously, as if melting away like snow. Those terrifying bolts of lightning, potent enough to strike down 6th-tier experts, vanished without a trace. The sand dust hawk's pupils constricted in disbelief, exclaiming, "This is a 7th-tier spiritual treasure?" He could hardly believe his eyes. Such a treasure was akin to a clan's most prized possession, even in his original world. During his tenure as a celestial demon leader, he had only possessed a single 7th-tier magical artifact as his lifeline. How could this junior from a mere family possess such an invaluable treasure? Just as his astonishment peaked, Huan had already stowed the jade disc away. By the way, what were you saying earlier? The sand dust hawk suppressed his shock, responding, nothing. He gazed deeply at Huan, a flicker of greed flashing in his eyes. Regaining his composure, the sand dust hawk gestured toward the spatial entrance. Though the storm has subsided, the entrance has not fully opened. It seems we must wait. No need, Ye Xing replied coolly. Before the sand dust hawk could react, a translucent jade cicada materialized in Ye Xing's palm. The crisp sound of cicadas resonated through the air. As the sound waves spread, the surrounding space shattered like a mirror. The entrance, which would normally take days to open naturally, was forcibly torn open. The sand dust hawk sensed this potent aura, gasping. A ninth-tier secret treasure. Aren't they from a small family? How could they produce such outrageous items? Huan scoffed, country bumpkin, what a fuss. The sand dust hawk was left speechless. Chapter 37. He knocked the fifth stage away. As the spirit vessel traversed the entrance, it swiftly entered a peculiar realm, resembling a myriad of nests intertwined. Throughout this extraordinary experience, Sha Qianxiao wore a bewildered expression, pondering, where am I? Who are they? How could they possess a ninth-tier treasure? The spirit vessel landed steadily, and Ye Xing glanced back at the dazed Sha Qianxiao. What are you daydreaming about? We have arrived. Let us proceed. Oh, right. Sha Qianxiao, finally roused from his stupor, forcefully suppressed the tumultuous waves of confusion within him. Forgive my impertinence. May I inquire as to your true identities? He could not possibly believe that these two were mere offspring of a small family. As Huan leapt from the spirit vessel, he casually replied, just ordinary folks, with fathers who happen to be martial gods. Martial gods? Sha Qianxiao nearly bit his tongue in disbelief. Your fathers are martial gods. This is a terrifying existence capable of confronting the mother nest of 10,000 beasts. At this moment, he regretted his choices deeply. Out of all possible selections, how did he end up with these two ancestors? While Sha Qianxiao's mind was engulfed in chaos, Ye Xing and Huan continued on their path, leaving him hurriedly to catch up. He must not reveal his intentions. He needed a plan. Secretly, he activated the celestial demon secret technique to sense the location of the mother nest's essence. Soon, a faint resonance emanated from the northwest. Found it. Sha Qianxiao feigned excitement. Brother Ye Xing, I believe I have sensed a fluctuation from a treasure. It lies over there. He pointed towards a deep ravine. Shall we take a look? Of course. Wherever you go, I shall follow. The three, each with their own thoughts, proceeded towards the ravine. As they neared their destination, Sha Qianxiao's expression darkened. Since they were almost there, there was no need for pretense any longer. His cultivation at the peak of the fourth stage was more than sufficient to deal with these two, and he could see some treasures along the way. Suddenly, Sha Qianxiao halted. Ye Xing and Huan exchanged puzzled glances. What is wrong? With a sinister grin, Sha Qianxiao raised his hand, ready to strike. Boom! The ground erupted violently as a colossal, pitch-black worm, the size of a house, burst forth from the earth. Its fearsome mandibles roared, a menacing aura of the peak fourth stage sweeping through the surroundings. Offspring of the mother nest. Sha Qianxiao's complexion changed dramatically. Creatures birthed by the mother nest possessed strength far surpassing that of their peers and were exceedingly difficult to kill. This is bad. We must. A clear, resonant sword cry echoed through the ravine. Ye Xing had already taken a stance, sword in hand. The supreme divine sword was entwined with terrifying powers, thunderous roars, frosty mists, black flames consuming the heavens, golden descent, transforming into a sword light that altered the very fabric of the heavens and earth. The peak fourth stage giant worm emitted a piercing shriek, instinctively attempting to flee. But the sword light had arrived. Silence. Ye Xing stated coldly, effortlessly sweeping his sword. Bang! The massive body of the worm disintegrated into a cloud of crimson mist. Even its lingering soul was crushed by the sword's intent. The sand dust owl stood frozen, his mind a blank slate. What on earth had he just witnessed? A fourth-tier combatant, with a mere flick of his sword, had obliterated a peak fourth-tier progeny. The realization that he had been contemplating murder and plunder moments before sent a shiver of cold sweat cascading down his back. This was no mere lamb for the slaughter. At that very moment, after Ye Xing had vanquished the progeny, he felt an overwhelming surge of power ready to be seized. Ye Xing's eyes sparkled with newfound purpose. This was the essence of the heart of the end and rebirth. Yet, sensing the insidious nature of his opponent's power, he quickly recognized it as a toxic path. This particular path was most vulnerable to the purifying forces of fire and life. Suddenly, Sand Dust Owl's pallor shifted as he stammered, No worries, I was merely waiting for you. Ye Xing's gaze flickered with disdain. Did he truly believe he could conceal his intentions? Meanwhile, Sand Dust Owl remained astounded, pondering the true nature of this formidable creature. Had he been at his peak, he would not have found himself in such a demeaning position. After all, Sand Dust Owl had once been a peak 7th-tier powerhouse, a distinction that had earned him the captaincy of this invading squad. Alas, they had traversed into this realm, only to slowly recuperate their strength. Sand Dust Owl had not yet fully regained his prowess before encountering Ye Xing and his companion. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed through the air, shaking the very foundations of the canyon. The trio instinctively looked up to witness a colossal black centipede, measuring at least 30 zhang in length, erupting from the earth. Its multitude of legs resembled the scythes of death, leaving destruction in their wake. 5th tier, Huayan's face paled dramatically. Yet, Sand Dust Owl's gaze remained fixed on the centipede's head, where a blood-red crystal was embedded. The source of the progeny. His heart raced with exhilaration, only to be swiftly tempered by the realization that this primal power had already been absorbed by the progeny, enabling it to ascend to the 5th tier. I haven't encountered such a sanguine feast in years. The centipede spoke with a human voice, its eyes brimming with cruelty. Sand Dust Owl instinctively took 2 steps back. Retreat. We shall return for the source once we regain our strength. However, seeing Ye Xing still standing resolutely in place, panic surged within him. We must flee. This is a 5th-tier creature. If the void spirit body perishes here, our entire plan is doomed. Ye Xing merely cast a casual glance in his direction, as if regarding a mere jester. Brother, shall we spare its life and make our exit? Huayan swallowed hard. Just then, Ye Xing's brow furrowed in concentration. He sensed an unusual energy fluctuation emanating from within the centipede, as if, boom, countless blood-colored tendrils suddenly erupted from the centipede, instantly enclosing the entire area. One tendril pierced through Ye Xing. This is bad. Sand Dust Owl's face turned ashen. The progeny let out a triumphant laugh. I got you now, within my grasp. There's no escape for you. But suddenly, Ye Xing's pierced form began to dissipate. His true self had, unbeknownst to anyone, appeared atop the centipede's head. No, it is I who have captured you. The centipede had yet to react when Ye Xing suddenly erupted in a dazzling azure light. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a vividly lifelike frost dragon. Die, you wretched creature! The dragon let out a thunderous roar, and with an overwhelming force of ice, it struck the centipede. The resounding crash echoed like the collapse of mountains and earth, as the 5th-tier offspring was violently sent flying. Its immense body crashed down, obliterating half of the cliffside. The sand and dust swirled, and the onlookers gaped in disbelief. Impossible. He has sent the 5th-tier creature flying. Chapter 38. Should I still call you the outlandish demon? At this moment, what did the Sand Dust Owl witness? A 4th-tier combatant sent a 5th-tier adversary flying. The disparity between the 4th and 5th tiers is akin to the chasm of heaven and earth. Even a pinnacle 4th tier could barely injure a 5th tier. Yet, what had he just seen? Initially, Huayan was prepared to flee, but upon witnessing this spectacle, his eyes lit up. Incredible, big brother. I never expected you to send that behemoth flying with a single strike. It seems the opponent isn't as formidable as anticipated. Thus, Huayan charged forward. Big brother, allow me to assist you. In the next heartbeat, Huayan was sent sprawling by the tail of the progeny of the mother nest. Ye Xing. Huayan quickly scrambled to his feet, shaking his head. Damn it, my brain almost spilled out. With that last hit, even a transformer would have leaked a couple drops of oil. Meanwhile, The sand dust owl shifted his gaze and hurried to Huaiyan's side. Are you unharmed? I'm fine. Here, take this elixir. All right. Just as Huaiyan was about to consume it, his expression shifted, and he growled. What are you doing? The sand dust owl was startled. A wave of anxiety washed over him. He had laced the elixir with poison. Could it be that Huaiyan had detected it? Huaiyan fixed an intense stare on the sand dust owl. What is your true intention? You should be rushing to save that ferocious beast, not try to rescue me. Do you not comprehend that if the beast is slain, my big brother will perish as well? I mean, I can survive, but my brother cannot. Huaiyan narrowed his eyes. But you must die, do you understand? The sand dust owl. Do not heed him. He has lost his mind. Ye Xing said nonchalantly. Human, you seek death. The progeny of the mother nest emitted a thunderous roar, its massive form thrashing violently. Since its inception, it had never endured such severe damage. Boom! It lunged at Ye Xing, spewing forth a highly corrosive toxic mist that melted everything in its path. Yet, bang, bang, bang. Ye Xing's figure flickered, each punch landing precisely on the centipede's joints. The frosty energy surged through, fracturing its shell like a spider web. The progeny of the mother nest let out a wretched scream. It could not fathom how this mere fourth-tier human was able to ground it with such force. Please stop. Do not collide with my fists any longer. Ye Xing shouted while delivering a relentless beating, offering a kind reminder. The sand dust owl. At this moment, he felt utterly numb, even beginning to question his existence. Who truly is the monster here? The progeny of the mother nest, battered and bewildered, realized that at this rate, it would soon meet its demise. Desperately, it cried out for mercy. Do not kill me. I can be your steed. A vision of Ziyue's obedient figure flashed in Ye Xing's mind, and he disdainfully scoffed. Sorry, you are far too repulsive. The progeny of the mother nest. Huaiyan and the sand dust owl watched in disbelief as this one-sided massacre unfolded, simultaneously swallowing hard. What the hell? The progeny of the mother nest, aware of its impending demise, cried out, Then let us perish together. Its entire being erupted in a blinding crimson glow. A sense of dread enveloped the atmosphere. It was preparing for self-destruction. The sand dust owl's expression shifted dramatically. Quickly, accompany me, roared Huaiyan. Boom. The power of a fifth-tier warrior's self-detonation was cataclysmic. The terrifying shock wave flattened the entire gorge, engulfing the area in a cloud of dust. The sand dust owl was hurled hundreds of feet away by the blast, crashing heavily against the rock face. The figures of Ye Xing and Huaiyan disappeared without a trace. Thus, silence reigned. As the dust began to settle, the sand dust owl struggled to emerge from the rubble, bloodied and battered. Fortunately, I pilfered a life-saving treasure from my clan. Suddenly, it lifted its head abruptly. Wait, where's the source? It hastily scrambled to search. Alas, the void spirit essence. The sand dust owl gazed towards the epicenter of the explosion. In its view, with such close proximity to a fifth-tier self-detonation, even Ye Xing had no chance of survival. Just as it sensed the location of the mother nest source and prepared to retrieve it, a figure emerged from the dust, walking slowly while toying with a blood-red crystal. You survived. The sand dust owl's voice pitched with astonishment. To its disbelief, Ye Xing appeared completely unscathed, not a speck of dust on his clothing. How could this be? That was the self-detonation of a fifth-tier warrior. Even with protective artifacts, it was implausible to emerge so effortlessly. Ye Xing, with a faint smile, replied, Did you not survive as well? The sand dust owl was momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, Ye Xing meticulously examined the blood-red crystal in his hand. Through the resonance of the cycle heart, he distinctly perceived the essence of the great path contained within. So that essence, a hypothesis began to take shape in his mind. Brother Ye Xing, the sand dust owl, suddenly managed a smile. May I have that crystal? What do you need it for? Ye Xing inquired. I find it rather appealing. I wish to study it. The sand dust owl was in a frantic state. The source of the mother nest, tantalizingly close yet too afraid to seize it by force. This creature before him could withstand a fifth-tier self-detonation. Attempting to act would be tantamount to courting death. As he racked his brain for excuses, Ye Xing unexpectedly tossed the crystal casually. Since you desire it, take it. The sand dust owl quickly caught the crystal, utterly bewildered. It was given to me just like that. Clearly, he has no idea of its true value. Soon after acquiring the mother nest source, the sand dust owl's plan was nearly complete, with only the final step remaining. Once the mother nest awakened, it would be able to return home. After all, no one wished to linger in another world. Then, Ye Xing turned with a frown. Where is that rascal Hawaiian? I can no longer sense his presence. Dead? Ye Xing shook his head, refusing to believe that Hawaiian had fallen so easily. Meanwhile, the sand dust owl's eyes glimmered. I know where Brother Hawaiian has gone. I can sense it. Oh, shall I take you there now? Ye Xing suddenly smiled. Very well. He was undoubtedly aware that the dust owl was lying, yet he understood that a grand performance was about to unfold. Subsequently, the two departed. Meanwhile, a rift in space unexpectedly opened, revealing the figure of Hawaiian. Fortunately, he had successfully self-detonated to this location. Otherwise, he would have truly perished. Hawaiian shook his head and then furrowed his brow. Wait, where's my elder brother? He had run so swiftly that he scarcely paid attention to his brother. No matter, he would seek him out shortly. As for whether his brother might have perished in the explosion, nonsense. He would sooner believe that there lay the corpse of a ninth-tier martial deity than accept that his brother could have met such a fate. Just then, a commotion erupted in the distance, followed by the arrival of 4 formidable presences. Hawaiian's expression darkened. Who? At this moment, they found themselves in a desolate and twisted realm. At the very heart of this space stood a chrysalis, colossal as a mountain, its surface adorned with bizarre crimson patterns resembling pulsating veins. These markings undulated gently in accordance with some ancient rhythm, as if breathing in slumber. The dust owl approached the chrysalis with measured steps, fervor flickering in his eyes. Ye Xing surveyed the surroundings. Where is Hawaiian? The dust owl remained silent, obsessively caressing the surface of the chrysalis, his voice trembling with excitement. At last, we have arrived here. Oh, Ye Xing raised an eyebrow. Where is this? Suddenly, the dust owl turned with a maniacal laugh, his visage contorted. Ye Xing, I have deceived you. From the very beginning, I have been lying to you. You probably do not realize, do you? This is the resting place of the mother nest. The dust owl's voice grew hoarse. And your Tai Su Lingyun body is the finest offering to awaken it. Once it stirs, the inhabitants of your world shall face utter annihilation. He eagerly anticipated witnessing fear or shock on Ye Xing's face. Even a hint of panic would suffice. Yet, Ye Xing suddenly smiled. That smile sent an inexplicable shiver through the dust owl's heart. So, this was indeed the true essence of the myriad demon mother nest. Ye Xing smiled faintly. Thank you for bringing me here. He raised his gaze. But should I call you the dust owl, or the demon from beyond? The dust owl stammered. How do you know? Chapter 39. The Great Dream of the Underworld. The Hand of the Heavens. At this moment, Chaos Dust Owl's mind was engulfed in turmoil. Why did the adversary know his most profound secret? It appeared that they had possessed this knowledge for quite some time. He felt utterly disconnected from the fact that this was the very heart of his mother nest. Do you know everything? He stammered. Who can say? Ye Xing replied with a faint smile. At that moment, Chaos Dust Owl was struck by a chilling realization. He had initially believed his plan to be flawless, intending to lead Ye Xing and his companion here. Yet, he never anticipated that they were merely playing along. Was their objective the mother nest of myriad demons? But why? The mere thought of the adversary's identity sent a wave of unease through Chaos Dust Owl, as he feared that the war god, his father, was lurking outside. Rest assured, it is just the two of us here. There is no need for such fear, Ye Xing reassured him. Chaos Dust Owl's expression darkened, and he spoke in a grave tone. You did this on purpose? How do you know my identity? But Ye Xing offered no reply. Observing Ye Xing's demeanor, Chaos Dust Owl's heart swelled with fury. How dare he deceive him so brazenly? However, do you think you can toy with me without facing consequences? Chaos Dust Owl growled. You shall be sacrificed to the mother nest. Prepare to meet your demise. I will ensure you depart this world in the most excruciating manner. After uttering these words, Chaos Dust Owl swiftly retrieved the essence of the mother nest, followed by flesh and bone. Ye Xing, remember this. Awakening our mother nest will be your doing. Chaos Dust Owl sneered wickedly. Yet, a look of panic suddenly crossed Ye Xing's face. No, stop. Witnessing Ye Xing's distress, Chaos Dust Owl felt an indescribable thrill. In an instant, the essence and flesh and bone in his hands radiated a brilliant light, with the crystal swiftly merging into the chrysalis. The flesh and bone spread across the surface of the chrysalis, as if alive. The entire space began to tremble violently. A torrent of pure energy cascaded from the heavens, pouring directly into Chaos Dust Owl's being. His cultivation level surged, breaking through to the 5th tier in an instant. Ha ha! This is the bounty of the mother nest. Stop! Ye Xing exclaimed in sudden panic. Stop! It is too late. Chaos Dust Owl knelt reverently before the chrysalis. Arise, my lord. The chrysalis erupted with blinding crimson light, its surface patterns writhing madly. Then, boom! With a thunderous explosion, the mountain-like chrysalis shattered. Chaos Dust Owl's smile froze on his face, his mind blank. Ye Xing sighed and shook his head. I told you to stop. You murderous fool who has doomed the mother nest. This is impossible. Chaos Dust Owl's voice trembled. My mother nest. My plan. Ye Xing's expression hardened. Fool. Thanks to the heart of the end of cycles. When I obtained the blood crystal, I sensed the fundamental essence within. Coincidentally, I possessed a counteracting force within me. Thus, I played along, discreetly infusing the restraining power into it while returning the crystal. I even extracted the essence belonging to the mother nest. The already frail and slumbering progeny of the mother nest could scarcely endure such fortuitous circumstances. Extreme weakness, deep slumber, immaturity, and poison culminated in instantaneous annihilation. Ding, mission accomplished, acquired the supreme talent, dream of the netherworld. Dream of the netherworld, transcending life and death. It bestows eternal phantoms upon dying souls, for all is but a dream awakened, even to some extent reversing the cycle of life and death. Reverse life and death? Ye Xing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Is this the pinnacle of supremacy? The ability to reverse life and death? At that moment, the pupils of Ye Xing transformed into a deep black flecked with starlight, and he sensed the fading soul light of the myriad beast mother nest. Just then, the sandstorm owl erupted in despair. No, I refuse to accept this. I cannot believe it is real. Ye Xing regarded him coolly. Disbelieve? Soon enough. You shall come to believe, but only after death. Ye Xing. The sandstorm owl unleashed a surge of power, charging directly at him, completely deranged. Initially, he had sought to harness the strength of the mother nest to return home. Yet now that path was utterly closed off. However, the terrifying punch from the sandstorm owl was effortlessly caught by Ye Xing, pathetically weak. Silence. The sandstorm owl relentlessly attacked Ye Xing, but each strike was easily parried. Why? Why have I trained for so long? Why is my cultivation higher than yours? Yet I am no match for you. You scions of noble families. Why do you possess innate talents that we lack from birth? How can you be so strong? All I desire is to return home. The sandstorm owl was in utter turmoil. To Ye Xing, his combat skills resembled those of a mere child. Just so, those noble scions harbor similar sentiments. Ye Xing remarked. What? The sandstorm owl was taken aback. In the next moment, an explosion reverberated through the air. The space warped violently, and a colossal phantom began to solidify behind Ye Xing. A pitch-black exoskeleton, blood-red compound eyes, and a massive form. The mother nest of myriad beasts. What in the world? This is impossible. The sandstorm owl's voice faltered. Wasn't the mother nest destroyed? What drove him further into despair was the sight of that terrifying mother nest, now docilely standing behind Ye Xing, akin to the most loyal of servants. What on earth is happening? Ye Xing smiled, for the mother nest had perished. Yet now, through the dream of the netherworld's reversal of life and death, it was created anew using the primal essence within Ye Xing and the lingering soul light. This incarnation was even more loyal than the original mother nest. Thus, Ye Xing had acquired a former demon god as a servant, albeit not yet fully matured. You seem quite pitiable as well, Ye Xing remarked, snapping his fingers. Very well. I shall have the mother nest escort you home. A radiant portal slowly unfurled in the void. Is this a spatial gate? The sandstorm owl was utterly dumbfounded. Such a passage capable of transcending the barriers of worlds could only be opened by the mother nest of myriad beasts upon arriving in an alternate realm. Is that truly the mother of all demons? But why does it stand beside Ye Xing, and why does it extend its assistance to me? Could it be that my unwavering determination has moved it? Shaz Hengxiu trembled as he glanced at Ye Xing. Are you truly so kind-hearted? Supporting every dream. At that moment, Shaz Hengxiu's body quaked. He recalled his relentless desire to annihilate this world, while the other party responded with virtue in return for malice. Thank you. He choked out, shouting, I swear I shall never return. While he could not comprehend why the mother had become aligned with Ye Xing, the priority was to return home. With that, he plunged into the portal. I have returned. As the radiance faded, the swirling sands lashed against his face. Shaz Hengxiu suddenly froze. This is the northern desert. Ye Xing's voice drifted from behind. Why the glum face? Did you not claim to hail from the northern desert? Oh, right. My apologies. You are a demon from beyond the realm, aren't you? Forgive me. I had assumed your home was in the northern desert. Ye Xing smiled slightly. In that case, you can never return home. You have become an orphan. Shaz Hengxiu stood frozen. He had been deceived. The stark contrast from heaven to hell shattered him completely. You this birth. Silence. As an invader, what right do you have to speak thus? Ye Xing waved dismissively. The mother behind him suddenly opened its gaping maw. No. Amidst the piercing screams, Shaz Hengxiu was devoured whole. The mother of all demons radiated with a surge of blood light, its aura ascending steadily. Ultimately, it broke through to the 6th tier. Ye Xing marveled, truly worthy of being the ancient demon god of the future. When the mother of all demons was just resurrected, it was merely at the 5th tier. Yet, after consuming just one, it ascended to the 6th tier. Of course, it is also possible that the profound essence within Shaz Hengxiu nourished the mother. At this moment, the mother of all demons nestled affectionately beside Ye Xing. Soon after, everything around began to transform, reverting to its original appearance. This was merely an illusion conjured by the dream of the underworld. Ding, task completed. Gain divine level, supernatural ability. Hand of the Celestial. The most direct manifestation of the path of destruction. Wherever it passes, time will reverse and collapse. Space will shatter layer by layer. It is the ultimate judgment bestowed by the heavens upon those who defy fate. Chapter 40. The ancient demon god has become a dog? Is this the hand of the heavens? Observing the manifestation of the hand of the heavens before him, Ye Xing nodded with satisfaction. A remarkably potent, offensive divine technique. It directly targeted the essence within his adversary, obliterating all in its path. In this venture, not only had he acquired the formidable abilities of the dream of the underworld and the hand of the heavens, but he had also gained an ancient demon god of the future as an ally. Ye Xing couldn't help but marvel at the immense fortune of this endeavor. By preemptively eliminating a future threat to his father, he could ultimately direct this monstrous nest of myriad demons to betray other demon gods in the future. Contemplating this, Ye Xing let out a soft chuckle. Preemptively snuffing out threats while enabling the nest to turn against other demon gods, what a lucrative turn of events. Suddenly, he recalled something and stroked his chin. Speaking of which, I truly must express my gratitude to that rascal Huai, and were it not for his guidance, I would not have encountered such opportunities. Wait a moment. Ye Xing abruptly froze. Where's Huayan? He almost forgot about the lad. Fortunately, they were currently within the domain of a monstrous nest. Ye Xing turned to the towering, grotesque nest behind him. Find me someone. The colossal body of the nest inclined slightly. Yes, master. Its thousands of compound eyes ignited with a crimson glow, and an intangible mental wave swiftly enveloped the surrounding area of 1,000 miles. In mere moments, the nest raised a forelimb, pointing towards the southeast. There. Damn it. How could I be so unfortunate? Brother. Where are you? At that moment, Huayan was hastily fleeing, pursued by three figures emanating a fifth-grade aura. His luck had taken a turn for the worse. As soon as he arrived, he found himself being hunted by a few relentless pursuers. They were babbling about having encountered the essence of the nest and their captain. What essence of a nest? He had seen plenty of those enormous bugs. The enraged shouts from behind echoed, "Stop!" Without looking back, Huayan raised his middle finger defiantly. "You can stick it." These three were indeed members of the Dust Owls team. When they crossed the barriers of worlds, only these four had managed to survive. By feeding on the blood essence of warriors, they had painstakingly restored their strength to the fifth grade. Why had Dust Owl's recovery been slower than theirs? Because that unfortunate soul had no time to cultivate, spending the entire duration being toyed with by Ye Xing. The cursed one must know something. He cannot be allowed to escape. The middle-aged man bellowed, having finally sensed the aura emanating from Huayan. Just moments ago, they had assumed capturing a fourth-grade boy would be a simple task. Little did they know, Huayan had swiftly produced a seventh-grade offensive treasure, obliterating one of the team members in an instant. The remaining three were so startled that they nearly lost control, their pursuit faltering. Yet, with an arrow knocked, they had no choice but to press on. Though he may not be as formidable as his brother, Huayan was certainly more adept at fleeing. As he ran, he stuffed recovery pills into his mouth. Just then, one of the young men, his eyes steely with determination, sacrificed his right arm. In an instant, a crimson sword beam surged toward Huayan. As Huayan was about to mock, he suddenly noticed that the sword's radiance disregarded all defensive treasures and pierced through his protective spiritual energy. Ah, damn! He let out a cry as he plummeted from the air, crashing heavily into the sand dune. The three assailants quickly surrounded him. The middle-aged man sneered, running away. Why not flee now? Wait. Huayan spat out a mouthful of blood and growled. My elder brother is definitely nearby. If you dare to lay a finger on me, he will undoubtedly tear you to pieces. Elder brother? The trio erupted in laughter. The young team member pressed his foot against Huayan's chest, saying, Do you know what we intend to do? Once our plan is complete, even the god of war will perish. Ha ha ha, indeed. Look at all the treasures on this fellow. He must be significant. Why not sever his limbs and keep him alive for a while? We could decide what to do later. They nodded in agreement. It was certain they would have to dismember Huayan. He was far too bothersome. Exchanging glances, they simultaneously brandished their weapons. It was over. Huayan closed his eyes in despair. Elder brother, where have you gone? Just as the middle-aged man was about to strike, suddenly, boom! The heavens abruptly tore apart, and a colossal claw obscuring the sun descended from the clouds. With a mere downward motion, the space shattered like glass. The three felt a jolt of terror coursing through them. A terrifying force descended from above. And the middle-aged man didn't even have time to react before his body exploded in an instant, transforming into a mist of blood. Who? The remaining two gasped in shock. Huayan abruptly lifted his head and beheld a massive creature slowly descending from the sky. It was a fearsome beast, its body as immense as a mountain, with blood-red eyes akin to two crimson moons, gazing down upon the earth. What on earth is that? Huayan's face turned ashen. At that moment, the two remaining individuals were stunned, their eyes nearly popping out. The mother of all demons. How did it awaken? Does that mean the captain succeeded? But why is it attacking us? Mother of the nest. It's us. We are your kin. The remaining two shouted frantically, never expecting the nest would turn against them, eager to avoid friendly fire. However, the response came, Apologies, you may be its kin, but I'm its master. A languid voice drifted down from above the mother. Everyone looked up abruptly, and there stood a tall figure leisurely atop the mother, arms crossed. Ye Xing smiled slightly. He is my most capable warrior. He wouldn't flinch even if he were to slay his own father or mother. The mother of all demons huffed disdainfully. Chapter 41. Divine Talent. The heart's light illuminates the world at this moment. The two otherworldly demons found themselves questioning their own sanity. What was the individual before them proclaiming? He claimed to be the master of the mother nest of all demons? Well, ludicrous jest. It is essential to recognize that the mother nest is the sole deity of their realm, revered as the most ruthless, and has long been regarded as their divine matron. Many years prior, the mother nest had descended with a divine decree, stating the intention to expand the territory of their world, thus arriving in this realm. However, they had since received news that the mother nest had succumbed to slumber. Consequently, they had organized a cross-realm expedition to awaken the mother nest. Yet now, you inform me that the mother nest has a master? No, it is truly remarkable. This elder brother of mine, as Huayan beheld Ye Xing's appearance, he understood that the crisis had been averted. However, he had not anticipated that his elder brother could subdue a sixth-tier ferocious beast. At this moment, Huayan was utterly oblivious to the true nature of the being beneath Ye Xing's feet. You are speaking nonsense. The mother nest was once a ninth-tier entity. How could submit to you? One of the remaining two roared in disbelief. He could not accept it. Their group had gone to great lengths to arrive here solely for the sake of the mother nest. After finally locating it, you tell me that the great mother nest has become a mere pet. If their kin were to learn of this, would they not collectively descend into madness? Great mother nest, please awaken. The pupils of the mother nest flickered, as if it were struggling against something. But soon, its gaze became suddenly clear. I remember now. You are my kin. Yes, it is us. Great mother nest, you have finally. That is quite fortuitous, for it will aid in enhancing my cultivation. Before the two otherworldly demons could comprehend the situation, the colossal claw of the mother nest came crashing down. Boom! A terrifying force erupted, and the two could not even emit a cry before their bodies disintegrated, transforming into two billowing clouds of blood mist. The mother nest opened its massive maw and, with a fierce inhalation, devoured the primal essence within the blood mist in an instant. Immediately thereafter, its aura surged, its spiritual energy boiling. As its cultivation ascended dramatically from the sixth tier to the sixth tier's third level, Ye Xing's eyes sparkled with admiration, unable to restrain his applause. Impressive. In times of insufficient cultivation, one thinks of one's kin. Such clarity of thought. Huayan stood by, utterly astounded, his jaw nearly grazing the ground. Elder brother, what in the world is this? I just heard something about a ninth tier. Now, witnessing the mother nest's instantaneous breakthrough, I am thoroughly bewildered. Ye Xing casually responded, Oh, it was once a ninth-tier demon god, but it has only just awakened, and its strength has yet to be restored. What? Ninth tier? Huayan's voice cracked, and his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. Ninth tier, that is the pinnacle of combat prowess. It is on par with their fathers. So now how has it become your pet? Huayan's voice trembled with disbelief. The mother nest, upon hearing his words, cast a cold, crimson gaze towards him, causing Huayan to shudder. Ye Xing chuckled, reaching out to stroke the head of the mother nest. To the astonishment of all, the latter let out a subdued growl, entirely devoid of the ferocity displayed when it had consumed its kin. Master, within my brethren lies a fragment of my original essence. Devouring them can restore my power. Intoned the profound voice of the mother of all beasts. Ye Xing nodded in acknowledgement. If it were truly the mother of all beasts, it might generously bestow strength upon its kindred. However, at this moment, it belonged to me. Thus, it would reclaim all for my benefit. At this juncture, Huayan's gaze towards Ye Xing transformed from shock to fervor. Incredible. Is this the man destined to surpass the martial god in the future? Huayan felt assured that he had chosen the right ally. By the way, brother, there's still some treasures here. Let us divide them swiftly. Huayan had sensed numerous secret treasures along the way. Agreed, we'll split them 50-50. Ye Xing was grateful to Huayan for guiding him here. Otherwise, he would have remained oblivious to what he had missed. Contemplating the 50-50 division seemed fair. However, brother, Huayan suddenly exclaimed. Ye Xing inquired, what is it? I may have a lapse in judgment, but I am not foolish. If we split it 50-50, I would only receive 5, right? I can certainly discern the difference between 6 and 5. Huayan stated earnestly. Ye Xing was momentarily speechless. After a moment of reflection, Ye Xing patted Huayan on the shoulder. Never mind, as long as you are happy. Huayan puffed up with pride. Subsequently, the two embarked on a frenzied hunt for treasures with the assistance of the mother of all beasts, discovering numerous precious artifacts, some of which were unfamiliar even to the Ye family. A 7th-tier, exquisite, seer-returning heavenly pill? Indeed, rare indeed. This one is quite remarkable as well. After an extensive search, Huai declared, "Brother, all of these treasures are yours. Please take them." He handed a ring to Ye Xing, who felt a tinge of embarrassment at receiving it, but accepted it hastily. "In that case, brother, let us depart." "Certainly." Ye Xing, not wishing to linger, followed the will of the mother of all beasts, and before them appeared a swirling vortex. As the mother of all beasts entered into a deep slumber, for all things exist both in life and death, upon entering the spatial vortex, Huayan felt as if his very organs were about to shift. When Ye Xing opened his eyes once more, the blinding sunlight compelled him to instinctively raise his hand to shield his eyes. Where is this? The bustling streets, the cacophony of vendors they had anticipated emerging in a desert. Yet here they stood in the heart of a thriving city. What is happening? Are we still in a homeland? Ye Xing surveyed his surroundings. The earth-toned city walls and the passers-by clad in garments adorned with ethnic characteristics revealed their location. Northwest County City, Ye Xing swiftly deduced. The teleportation had deviated significantly, placing them thousands of miles from the imperial capital. The Northwest, one could even say, was the grasslands. This place was the nearest to the grasslands, where some individuals would establish county cities. "Brother, this location is somewhat remote. I had thought we were headed to the northern desert." Huayan shook his head, expressing his discontent. It would be better to venture to the northern deserts. Just remain silent. Ye Xing cast a glance in his direction. Huayan surveyed his surroundings and remarked, "However, I have never been here before. In my youth, I often heard tales of this barbaric land, yet upon seeing it, it is not as dreadful as I had imagined. It seems you from Jinling and Jiangnan are simply too prosperous." Ye Xing shook his head in response, just as he was about to retrieve the communication jade talisman. A cacophony of harsh insults erupted from around the corner. "What a worthless talent. It is a stroke of fate that the Zhou family has taken notice of you. Indeed, such a lowly wretch. Who knows what means they employed to catch young Master Zhou's eye? Exactly, what performance are you putting on here? With your sister, no less. You, as her elder, are utterly unworthy of regard." In the distance, a throng of people was seen shoving a white-haired woman. Her face appeared pallid, marred by several wounds. Ye Xing furrowed his brow in concern. What is happening? And in the next moment, a message resonated. "Ding! After a decade, you have once again encountered your former benefactor. She has now ascended to the 9th tier. Who would have imagined that one deemed talentless would possess a divine-level gift? When your Yi family fell into ruin, you fled to the northwest, and it was she who aided you. Yet upon this reunion, she is now beset by malevolent forces, ensnared by inner demons. Quest issued. Assist Xiao Lingling in liberating herself from her inner turmoil. Quest reward, divine-level gift. Heartlight illuminating the world." Chapter 42. I have long desired to strike you. Ye Xing was taken aback. My benefactor? A divine talent? In an instant, realization struck him. The individual before him had aided him in the future. What astonished Ye Xing the most was, this person possessed a divine talent. It was well known that apart from himself, the highest talent anyone else had attained was merely SSS grade. Yet, the woman before him astonishingly bore a divine talent. Huan also observed this scene, his brow furrowing. It was indeed disgraceful for so many to assault a single woman. At that moment, Ye Xing approached, compelled by the mission and the fact that the system indicated she had assisted him in the future. He could not stand idly by. Just as Ye Xing knitted his brows, preparing to intervene in this farce, a clear yet forceful female voice suddenly erupted from the outskirts of the crowd. "What are you doing? Let go of my sister." It was Xiao Lingling's sister, Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi first cast a quick glance at Xiao Lingling, a flicker of disdain passing over her features. Then she declared, "If you dare to bully my sister again, I will not let this go." Xiao Yi turned to face the crowd, her voice rising sharply as she shielded her sister behind her. The bullies who had tormented Xiao Lingling quickly responded, "We apologize. Sister Xiao Yi, we merely sought to stand up for you." "Yes, why should you be allowed to marry young Master Zhou? Indeed, that should have been your right." Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yi's lips curled into a slight smile, yet she admonished them, "My sister's ability to marry young Master Zhou is her fortune. It has nothing to do with me. If you continue to bully her, I will ensure you regret it. Witnessing this display, the surrounding onlookers expressed admiration. Xiao Yi is truly a good girl. Indeed, Xiao Lingling is fortunate to have such a sister. However, Xiao Lingling felt undeserving of such praise. Hearing the remarks from the crowd, she could not help but lower her head, whispering, "Thank you, sister." This scenario had unfolded countless times. Her sister always assumed the role of the savior. Xiao Yi cast her glance, then smiled. "It's all right, sister. With me here, you need not worry. By the way, didn't T-Mother give us 3 million to purchase medicinal pills for Father S' recovery? Speaking of which, where is the money?" Xiao Lingling was momentarily stunned. "What money? Huh?" Xiao Yi's eyes widened. "Sister, donde ist? Didn't I just give it to you? That is no small sum, but I truly do not have it. Stop fooling around, sister. You may hide money at times, but this time it's unacceptable." Xiao Lingling began to panic. "But I genuinely do not know about this. Is it not always with you?" Xiao Yi, incredulous, retorted, "What are you saying? Did I not hand the money to you? Quickly, produce the funds." Upon hearing this, the crowd cast scornful glances at Xiao Lingling. How shameless to take the money. Indeed, why not admit it? Who would have thought she would even covet the money for Father S' medicinal pills? Everyone instinctively believed that Xiao Lingling was to blame, given her already tarnished reputation. Her lack of talent and ambition, coupled with her penchant for mischief, painted her as the likely culprit. If she were innocent, one might wonder why she felt compelled to prove her innocence. Could it be that Xiao Yi had made an error? A glimmer of cold amusement flickered in Xiao Yi's eyes as she continued, "Sister, hurry and hand over the money. Don't push it too far. I know our family doesn't support you financially, but this is unacceptable." Upon hearing this, others became even more convinced. After all, Xiao Lingling was impoverished, making her the obvious suspect. But I... Xiao Lingling's eyes reddened, bewildered by her sister's accusations. She could overlook past grievances, but why should she bear the brunt of such a grave matter? Just then, a languid voice interjected, "Is it really worth bullying someone over 3 million? At this, 2 young men approached. The crowd paused, bewildered. Who were these individuals? Xiao Lingling was equally taken aback, having no familiarity with Ye Xing and his companion. Xiao Yi raised an eyebrow, then sneered. "What do you mean just 3 million? Do you think this is merely 300? Brother, this person is quite peculiar." Huan interrupted, stating 300 is vastly different from 3 million. Isn't it? Ye Xing pondered for a moment, then replied, "Not really. They're all quite meager. Once, I spent 4 million on a single meal for my spirit dog." Xiao Yi. The surrounding onlookers were utterly confounded. What were these two rambling about? Were they boasting? Did they think we lived worse than dogs? Xiao Yi's expression darkened. "What nonsense are you spouting? You here?" Ye Xing tossed a pill toward her, saying, "This pill is worth your life." Instinctively, Xiao Yi caught it, but as she registered Ye Xing's words, she was about to explode with anger. However, upon noticing the pill in her hand, her expression shifted dramatically. This was a 6th-tier Supreme pill. The crowd gasped in astonishment. What? A 6th-tier Supreme pill? It was known that the least expensive 6th-tier pills on the market cost no less than 10 million and were often hard to come by. You. Xiao Yi's face turned ashen. She could not fathom how these two could possess such a pill. "Wait," Huan suddenly spoke, quickly seizing Xiao Yi's arm. "What are you doing? This is none of your business." Silence. Xiao Yi's ring began to glow, revealing a black card. Huan scoffed. "Isn't this money already in your possession?" "What?" The onlookers stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene. "Sister." Xiao Lingling gazed incredulously at Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi's expression shifted rapidly, a flicker of panic crossing her features. Yet, she quickly composed herself, as if a realization dawned upon her. "I sincerely apologize. It appears I was mistaken, and I have wronged my sister. I'm truly sorry." The crowd, witnessing this, suddenly grasped the situation. It had all been a misunderstanding. However, just when everyone thought the matter had been resolved, a chilling voice pierced through the air. "Is it enough to simply make a mistake?" Ye Xing's icy tone echoed, causing Xiao Yi to freeze in place. "What do you mean?" she asked, confusion etched on her face. Ye Xing scoffed. "What do I mean? Tell her." Beside him, Huai could no longer contain himself. Let my fist convey the message. Before his words could fade, Huai lunged forward like a ferocious tiger, delivering a thunderous punch directly to Xiao Yi's face. She gasped in pain, barely able to regain her footing when Huai's second blow swiftly followed, a resounding slap that struck her cheek with brutal force. Xiao Yi crumpled to the ground, writhing in agony. Huai laughed heartily. There's nothing quite like hitting a woman. The atmosphere fell into stunned silence. All eyes widened in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Xiao Yi was being assaulted, publicly no less. She was the second daughter of the Xiao family. Who would dare treat her with anything less than deference? Yet here she was being pinned down and beaten. Everyone anticipated a fierce retaliation from Xiao Yi, but instead, she slowly rose, a sorrowful smile gracing her lips as she gazed at Xiao Lingling. I'm sorry, sister. If taking a beating brings you comfort, I can endure it. At that moment, Xiao Yi's heart brimmed with a desire to annihilate Huaiyan. Yet, she had to maintain her faade. Xiao Lingling was utterly stunned. Xiao Yi chuckled coldly. You said as much? Surely, you wouldn't want to strike me now? But, this was your declaration. Without hesitation, Ye Xing landed a punch. I was still contemplating how to find an excuse to hit you. Bang! The blow connected solidly with the bewildered Xiao Yi's face. What? The onlookers were left in shock. Xiao Yi was sent flying, completely unconscious. The venue fell into a profound silence. Everyone stood there dumbfounded. Chapter 43, Speak to My Fist. At this moment, everyone stood in bewilderment, utterly confused about the unfolding events. Ye Xing, with a cold snort, discerned that such tricks might deceive others, but it was evident that Xiao Yi was deliberately slandering Xiao Lingling. Turning to her, Ye Xing inquired, Are you all right? Xiao Lingling, momentarily taken aback, bowed her head and replied, I'm fine. Thank you. She was no fool. She recognized that Ye Xing and her companion were assisting her. Ye Xing then sighed, noticing the dirted clothes on Xiao Lingling. Come with us. What? Without further ado, Ye Xing and her companion led Xiao Lingling away, intending to buy her a new outfit. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi regained consciousness, struggling to rise. As bystanders attempted to assist her, she smiled and said, It's all right, everyone. It was my mistake. It is only natural for my sister to seek help from outsiders. Upon hearing this, the crowd frowned. Even if Xiao Yi had erred, how could she justify enlisting outsiders to mistreat her own kin? I won't hold this against anyone, and I hope you all will keep this matter to yourselves. Xiao Yi said, bowing deeply. Witnessing this, some began to blame Xiao Lingling. Just as the crowd marveled at Xiao Yi's understanding, she turned to grab her phone, frantically reaching out to others. Brother bye. I've been bullied, boo-hoo. Meanwhile, Xiao Lingling gazed gratefully at Ye Xing and Huaiyan. They not only bought her new clothes, but also treated her to a meal. It had been a long time since anyone had shown her such kindness. Huaiyan glanced at Ye Xing. While he was indifferent, he felt compelled to support his brother's decision to help this girl. Why do they treat you like this? Ye Xing asked. I don't know. Perhaps it is my fault, Xiao Lingling replied, revealing her troubled past. She had never received favor from her family, overshadowed by her younger sister Xiao Yi, who possessed remarkable talent and a charming disposition. In contrast, she had awakened the weakest of abilities and could never earn recognition, making the recent engagement proposal all the more baffling, especially since the young master of the Zhou family seemed close to Xiao Yi yet insisted on marrying her. Do you wish to marry? Ye Xing queried. Not at all. Xiao Lingling shook her head. I wish to leave this place. No one has treated me well except for you. Ye Xing looked at her, feeling a pang of sympathy. After enduring such hardship, her spirit remained untainted. We will help you leave, Huaiyan said with a grin. Xiao Lingling suddenly lifted her head, but her expression quickly dimmed. But who are you really? She was no simpleton. Anyone capable of producing a 6th-grade elixir was surely extraordinary. Ye Xing and Huaiyan exchanged glances, remaining silent. At that moment, Xiao Lingling's phone rang unexpectedly. She glanced down, and her face turned ashen. No, this is bad. My sister wants to see you, and she has summoned Bai Wu, who is nearly at the 4th level. Bai Wu, with strength approaching the 4th level, was someone few dared to provoke in this realm. Xiao Lingling sprang to her feet, her voice trembling. You must leave quickly. Although I am uncertain about the reason for Bai Wu's arrival, an unsettling feeling of danger envelopes me. Yet, Ye Xing and Huan remain seated, unfazed. It's fine, since we are unaware of their intentions. Ye Xing chuckles. We'll simply subdue him and inquire later. Xiao Ling is momentarily taken aback. Xiao Yi, do you truly believe they can produce 6th-grade pills? Bai Wu inquires. Absolutely. Moreover, those two are relatively young. Their cultivation levels must be modest as well. I surmise they have entered some hidden realm. Xiao Yi asserts with conviction. Only then does Bai Wu feel reassured. In that case, we can teach them a lesson and perhaps obtain some pills from them. As long as they do not belong to a prominent family, I have nothing to fear. After all, his grandfather is a 7th-grade warrior, a figure of formidable strength. By the way, is it true that your sister will marry young Master Zhou? Bai Wu asks. Not at all. Well, let me divulge the truth. This is actually a prearranged agreement between me and young Master Zhou. On the day after tomorrow, during the grand wedding, Zhou will publicly renounce the engagement and then marry me. Xiao Yi reveals. Bai Wu suddenly comprehends. You truly are something else. Leading your sister to believe she has found home, only to undermine her at the last moment. Oh, stop praising me, she retorts. Do you harbor such deep-seated animosity towards your sister? Not all. It's just... Xiao Yi smiles. Don't you find it amusing? Bai Wu gives her a thumbs up. By the way, brother Bai Wu, how have you advanced in cultivation so swiftly? Oh, that, Bai Wu replies nonchalantly. I propose to my family to transfer my younger brother's talents to me. Xiao Yi's eyes widen. Because of that? No, they also transferred his dantian to me. Bai Wu continues with indifference. After all, his talent is inferior to mine. How is it wrong to make good use of it? Xiao Yi sighs, brother Bai Wu. You truly are remarkable. Bai Wu shakes his head. No, you are the one who is exceptional. You are exceptional. No, you are exceptional. All right, we are both exceptional. Just then, 3 figures appear in the distance. It is Ye Xing and the others. Bai Wu's eyes brighten. They've arrived. He was about to deliver an opening statement when he was interrupted. You are the ones who bullied Xiao. If you have anything to say, let your fists do the talking. Before Bai Wu could finish, Ye Xing charged forward. So fast, Bai Wu gasped in astonishment. Before he could react, Ye Xing landed a punch that shattered his sternum. Bai Wu instantly spat blood and was sent flying. Brother Bai Wu. Xiao, he was bewildered. They hadn't exchanged any words, yet the assault commenced. Not only that, but Ye Xing had sent Bai Wu flying with a single blow. Ye Xing snorted coldly. I came here specifically to deal with you. Who has time for your nonsense? He then kicked Bai Wu's right leg, shattering it. Come, kneel down. I have some questions for you. Bai Wu screamed in agony. Xiao Yi exclaimed. You. Huan, handle this. Xiao Yi questioned. What? Ready at last. Huan charged forward, fists raised. Without uttering a word, he relentlessly directed his punches at Xiao Yi. Soon, anguished cries filled the air. Xiao Yi and Bai Wu scarcely had the chance to utter a coherent sentence. Ye Xing's fist struck Bai Wu's face once more with tremendous force. Just as Xiao Yi intended to scream again, Huan delivered a harsh kick to her abdomen. Blood erupted from Xiao Yi's mouth. Had she been able to speak, she would have screamed in a frenzy. Why do you take such delight in beating me? Xiao Lingling stood frozen in place, staring at her sister, who was bleeding profusely on the ground, then glancing at the calm Ye Xing. Her mind was a blank slate. Xiao Lingling, the grand wedding is in 2 days. Xiao Yi roared before losing consciousness. You better wait for me. Ora, ora, ora. Huan excitedly landed a few more punches. Xiao Yi succumbed to unconsciousness entirely. What? How do we handle this? Xiao Lingling's voice trembled. She never anticipated that these two would strike with such decisiveness, disregarding even the Bai family's presence. You all must leave now. The Xiao and Bai families will not spare you. Yet, Ye Xing merely gazed at her with calm composure. Do you wish to marry? I do not, but then it is of no concern. Ye Xing interrupted her. Just listen to me. Amidst Xiao Lingling's astonished gaze, Ye Xing nonchalantly produced a communication jade slip. Shortly after, a voice emanated from it. Is it the young master? Ye Xing softly called out to the slip, Uncle something. Chapter 44. Alas, I am left alone. In the grand hall of the Xiao family, The atmosphere was festooned with vibrant decorations in preparation for the upcoming nuptials of Xiao Lingling and the young master of the Zhou family. Seated at the head of the assembly was the patriarch, Xiao Qiushui. Xiao Yi has been injured. Are you aware? Xiao Si suddenly interjected. Excuse me? Xiao Qiushui responded, taken aback. I am uncertain, but I heard she was attacked by outsiders. Xiao Si replied with a disdainful snort. How foolish to dare to provoke the Xiao family in the northwest. Xiao Qiushui waved his hand dismissively. Let it be. Once the wedding concludes, we shall send a few individuals to address it. The priority now is tomorrow's wedding. After all, this is an alliance with the Zhou family, one of the premier families in the northwest. Even more significantly, the Zhou family is backed by the Lutian Yunmin, with a sect master who is a formidable 8th-tier expert. In the northwest, sects wield far greater influence than families, and the Zhou family's association with Lutian Yunmin undoubtedly elevates their status. If our Xiao family can leverage this union, our position in the northwest will be solidified. As long as the wedding proceeds smoothly, our Xiao family will have a reliable support. However, just then, an anxious servant burst into the room. What is the matter? Xiao Qiushui frowned. Patriarch, it is terrible. The Lu family refuses to sell us the Ling silk satin. What? Xiao Qiushui sprang to his feet. The Ling silk satin is one of the most crucial decorations for tomorrow's wedding. Without it, the entire ceremony will lose its grandeur. Inform them we are willing to pay double. Understood. The servant hurriedly retreated. Once he departed, Xiao Si's expression darkened. What is happening? How could the Lu family suddenly change their minds? I do not know, but report. Another servant rushed in. Patriarch, the Zhao family has seized the banquet hall we reserved. What? Xiao Si slammed his palm on the table. The banquet hall was essential for hosting guests tomorrow. Was he to let them dine outdoors? Report. A third servant stormed in. Patriarch, the Li family wants to reclaim the spirit beasts we have rented. Xiao Qiushui shattered the table with a forceful slap. A cascade of unfortunate news poured in, as if someone were orchestrating a plot against the Xiao family's wedding. What in the world is happening? Xiao Si bellowed. Xiao Qiushui was utterly bewildered. What is going on? Are we being set up by capital interests? But who in the entire Northwest would dare scheme against the Xiao family? Tomorrow's wedding. I must take action, Ye Xing remarked as he gazed at Xiao Lingling. Xiao Lingling looked at him, puzzled. What do you intend to do? Nothing of consequence, Ye Xing replied. At this moment, he realized his task remained unfulfilled, indicating he had not yet dispelled Xiao Lingling's inner demons. It appeared that resolving this wedding was the only recourse. He had already informed Uncle Songfeng to come and pick him up, while subtly arranging for some actions against the Xiao family. In the realm of capital's machinations, do they truly believe they can wed? Tomorrow, we shall accompany you. Ah, Xiao Lingling hastily interjected. You must not go. Tomorrow, the prominent figures from the Zhou and Xiao families will undoubtedly be present. If you attend, my sister will certainly not let you off easily. I am well aware that you act out of concern for me, and I am immensely grateful, but please do not jeopardize your safety for my sake. Ye Xing smiled gently, acknowledging her good-heartedness. Huang glanced at Ye Xing and then remarked, Rest assured, you shall see for yourself tomorrow. Although Xiao Lingling did not fully comprehend, she was not foolish. She sensed that the two must have some form of assurance. However, the Zhou family possesses peak 7th-tier experts. Time passed slowly, and soon it was the day of the grand wedding uniting the Xiao and Zhou families. Within the Xiao estate, red silk banners hung high, and guests filled the halls. Yet, Xiao Qiushui wore an expression of ominous displeasure. Where on earth is Xiao Lingling? She had vanished for 2 whole days. The bride had inexplicably disappeared without a trace. The servants in the household trembled in fear, none daring to respond. Just then, Xiao Yi approached, head of the family. Subsequently, she revealed that Xiao Lingling had been seen with 2 unfamiliar men. What? Xiao Qiushui erupted in fury. The esteemed eldest daughter of the Xiao family, gallivanting with 2 unknown men on the eve of her wedding. If word of this spread, where would the Xiao family's dignity lie? Not to mention the wrath it would provoke from the Zhou family. Xiao Yi secretly chuckled to herself. Regardless, young Master Zhou is coming to annul the engagement and humiliate you, sister. Do not blame me. At that moment, a voice boomed from outside. Young Master Zhou has arrived. Following this, a tall figure strode in. He exchanged a glance with Xiao Yi before moving forward. Uncle Xiao, Zhou Chuxing said with a slight smile, I have come to wed. Xiao Qiushui's expression stiffened. How on earth can he explain this? Should he admit that the bride has fled? Zhou Chuxing furrowed his brow. What is the matter? Oh, it's nothing. Merely that Xiao Lingling seemed to have run off last night, perhaps feeling nervous and needing to clear her mind. The more he spoke, the more anxious he became. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chuxing appeared indifferent. I see. He then turned his gaze toward Xiao Yi. In fact, I have something else to discuss today. What is it? Just as Zhou Chuxing was about to announce the intention to annul the engagement with Xiao Lingling, three figures suddenly appeared at the door. The surrounding guests began to murmur. Isn't that Xiao Lingling? Why is she with two men? On her wedding day? How scandalous. I always knew Xiao Lingling was not a virtuous character. Xiao Lingling could not help but lower her head. Ye Xing observed Zhou Chuxing, noting that this was indeed young Master Zhou. At that moment, Zhou Chuxing spoke. Xiao Lingling, your timing is impeccable. I have something to say. You are not. You are not worthy of Xiao Lingling, my dear. We have come today to annul the engagement. Zhou Chuxing was left speechless. The entire assembly of guests stood in stunned silence. Xiao Qiushui, Xiao Si, and Xiao Yi, all members of the Xiao family, were utterly stunned. A broken engagement? The heir of the Zhou family was rejected. Zhou Chuxing's eyes brimmed with disbelief. Wait, wasn't it I who called off the engagement? At this moment, Xiao Yi was equally bewildered. Her original scheme was to have Zhou Chuxing publicly humiliate Xiao Lingling, thereby utterly ruining her reputation. But now, bring them here. Seize them at once. Xiao Yi's expression darkened. She harbored a profound hatred for those two individuals. In an instant, two Xiao family guards surged forth, their spiritual energy erupting as they lunged towards Ye Xing and his companions. However, in that very moment, a colossal shadow descended from the heavens, the mother of all demons. Its immense form crashed down like a mountain, the terrifying pressure of a sixth-tier beast enveloping the entire scene. The two guards scarcely had time to scream before they were crushed into a mist of blood by the tendrils of the mother of all demons. What? Silence fell over the crowd. Xiao Qiushui's eyes were wide with horror. A sixth-tier beast. Xiao Lingling's eyes also widened, her heart racing. So this was the support that Ye Xing and Huayan relied upon. Xiao Yi's complexion turned ashen. Sixth tier. Zhou Chuxing's expression shifted drastically as well, but soon, his eyes hardened, and he gritted his teeth. Wait, do you even know where this place is? I am the heir of the Zhou family. Ye Xing tilted his head. Oh, and then? Zhou Chuxing, filled with rage, retorted. The Zhou family is under the jurisdiction of the Flowing Sky Cloud sect. They possess 8th-tier powerhouses. Oh, is that so? Ye Xing replied nonchalantly. You may have someone above you, but as for me, I have no one at all. Chapter 45. A shock to the entire venue. The identity of Ye Xing. Is there no one left above? What does this mean? Everyone was utterly bewildered by Ye Xing's sudden declaration. At that moment, Xiao Yi's expression changed rapidly. Brother Zhou, hurry, call Uncle Zhou. She had never anticipated that the other party would possess a 6th-tier ferocious beast as protection. At this point, Zhou Chuxing finally came to his senses and hastily called for his father. He then cast a dark look at Xiao Lingling. Xiao Lingling, you are never worthy of me. How dare you ask for a divorce? Let me be frank. Today was meant to humiliate you. I intend to marry your sister. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to murmur. So that's how it is. That's good. We can't let Xiao Lingling benefit from this. Exactly. Xiao, you should be the one to marry young Master Zhou. Hearing these comments, Xiao Qiushui's expression improved somewhat. It doesn't seem matter. After all, any marriage in the Xiao family is the same. He then sternly commanded, Xiao Lingling, you better come over and apologize to young Master Zhou. When the head of the Zhou family arrives, I want to see how you will handle this. Xiao Lingling listened to the surrounding voices, and suddenly felt Ye Xing's gaze upon her. She saw him nodding. Xiao Lingling's eyes flickered. I won't go. Xiao Qiushui was taken aback. What did you say? Since childhood, none of you have liked me. I never wanted to marry Zhou Chuxing, yet you arranged it for me. My talent may be lacking, but I never aspired to become an unparalleled powerhouse. Xiao Lingling's gaze was resolute. I just want to be an ordinary person. I do not need to apologize to anyone. I do not require your approval. At that moment, her heart began to race violently. A strange warmth surged from her chest to her limbs. Deep within her pupils, two ancient runes faintly emerged. Ye Xing's eyes brightened. Is this her talent awakening? Suddenly, a terrifying aura descended. Zhou Qi, the head of the Zhou family, a peak 7th-tier powerhouse, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, treading the void. Who dares to disrespect the Zhou family? The head of the Zhou family had arrived. Xiao Qiushui was overjoyed and quickly stepped forward to pay his respects. The guest displayed expressions of awe. A peak 7th tier in this northwestern region was already a top-tier powerhouse. Zhou Qi's gaze swept across the venue, quickly locking onto the mother of all beasts, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Oh, what kind of ferocious beast is this? With his keen vision, he could naturally discern the beast's extraordinary nature. This beast is fated to be with me. Which young friend has presented it? As these words left his lips, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. Xiao Lingling's face turned pale as she instinctively grasped Ye Xing's clothing. Ye Xing, however, scoffed. How shameless. To come up and claim a connection. Whine at it, indeed. Not a shred of modesty. Silence enveloped the venue. They dared to insult a 7th-tier powerhouse. Zhou Qi's eyes turned icy. What did you say? Huan retorted vehemently. Are your ears deaf? That beast belongs to my elder brother. What are you? To think we are connected? Seeking death. Zhou Qi, in a fit of rage, unleashed a formidable surge of spiritual power that bore down upon Huan and Ye Xing. A strike from a 7th-tier expert was sufficient to reduce all to ashes. However, a brilliant golden light suddenly erupted. In Ye Xing's hand, an ancient jade talisman glowed, unfolding a vast golden barrier that firmly deflected Zhou Qi's attack. This is a 7th-tier defensive treasure? Zhou Qi's expression changed dramatically. To wield such a treasure with ease. He fixed his gaze on Ye Xing and demanded, Who are you? Suddenly, a shadow that obscured the heavens enveloped the entire Xiao family estate. Everyone looked up to see a colossal spiritual vessel hovering above the Xiao residence. This, Zhou Qi's countenance shifted drastically. They have arrived. Ye Xing smiled and retracted the myriad demon's nest, as it was difficult to explain. Immediately, the door of the spiritual vessel opened, and several figures stepped out into the air. At the forefront was a middle-aged man in a gray robe, his face stern and his aura unfathomable. His gaze swept across the scene, instantly locking onto Ye Xing, young master. The words rang like thunder. Zhou Qi trembled all over, suddenly aware that something was amiss. Young master? This young man who so effortlessly produced a 7th-tier treasure. Who exactly is he? Meanwhile, Xiao Qiushui remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Seeing Zhou Qi present, he mustered his courage and bellowed. How dare you? Who are you to intrude upon my Xiao family? Songfeng slowly turned his head, casting a dispassionate glance in his direction. Bang! Xiao Qiushui's body was instantly reduced to a mist of blood. Silence fell over the crowd. Zhou Qi's eyes widened. He had not even registered how the attack was executed. Xiao Yi's pupils constricted. This. Xiao Lingling's eyes widened. Ye Xing. What is his true identity? Zhou Qi finally grasped that he had encountered a formidable opponent and hastily spoke up. Friend, this is the territory of the Lutian Yunmen. You, Songfeng, silence him. What? Zhou Qi was taken aback. The young master commands you to be silent. Songfeng roared, unleashing a terrifying aura at the peak of the 8th tier. Bang! The heavens and earth shifted, winds and clouds spiraled. Zhou Qi's voice twisted in terror. 8th. Peak of the 8th tier? The moment those words escaped his lips, the crowd was astounded. The peak of the 8th tier. In the entire Northwest, there was not a single 8th tier peak expert. Yet, before he could plead for mercy, Zhou Qi's body exploded in an instant. This 7th tier peak expert met his end so easily. Blood splattered, yet not a single drop dared to taint Ye Xing's garments. The crowd was utterly silent. Zhou Chusheng collapsed to the ground, his voice trembling. Father! Father! Xiao Yi's face turned pale, her lips quivering. Why? Where did an 8th-tier peak expert come from? Who exactly is Ye Xing? Ye Xing spoke indifferently. Are you compliant now? Is there anyone else who dares to defy? As the terrifying prowess of Songfeng rendered everyone motionless, a series of piercing sounds suddenly echoed from the distant horizon. Dozens of streaks of light cleaved through the sky, swiftly descending upon the Shao family's estate. With keen eyes, some recognized the identities of the newcomers. They were from the Lutian Yunmen. Even the esteemed leader of the Yunxia sect had arrived in person. A glimmer of hope ignited in the despairing eyes of the guests. After all, it was the Lutian Yunmen, a formidable force in the northwest. Xiao Yi's previously ashen gaze suddenly brightened. Yes, there is still a chance, as long as the Lutian Yunmen intervenes. However, the next words from the Lutian Yunmen sent shivers down everyone's spine. I am Yunxia, the leader of the Lutian Yunmen. I pay my respects to the young master of the Ye family. Behind him, dozens of elders and disciples from the Lutian Yunmen knelt in unison, their voices booming. We pay our respects to the young master Ye. A collective shock swept through the crowd. The young master, Ye. Cold sweat trickled down Yunxia's forehead. I just learned that the young master Ye and the young master Huai have graced the northwest with their presence. I failed to welcome you properly. It is indeed my oversight. Ye Xing waved his hand dismissively. No matter. As these words echoed, the minds of all present went blank. Instantly, the atmosphere erupted with fervor. Could it be that he is the one from the imperial capital? Unbelievable. The young master of the Ye family, the illustrious Ye family of the imperial capital, and the Huai family of Jinling. Did that mean Xiao Lingling was? Countless gazes filled with shock, fear, and reverence converged upon Xiao Lingling. It was over. Zhou Chusheng's face turned ashen. He had initially hoped that the Lutian Yunmen would support him, only to discover that they were aligned with the young master of the Ye family. This was the Ye family, the pinnacle of the Daxia aristocracy. Not to mention the Zhou family. Even 10 Lutian Yunmen combined would not be a match for a mere finger of the Ye family. Xiao Yi stared blankly at Xiao Lingling. How could she command the favor of such a prominent figure? Why? Meanwhile, Xiao Lingling stood dazed, gazing at Ye Xing's retreating figure, her heart racing, her mind a blank slate. She finally understood why Ye Xing could effortlessly produce 6th-tier elixirs. Why he commanded the respect of a powerhouse like Songfeng. Why he remained unfazed in the face of the Zhou family and the Lutian Yunmen. Because he was already standing at the pinnacle of this world. Chapter 46. The 4th stage, 5th level. A phenomenon shatters the cloud sea. At this moment, all eyes were filled with trepidation as they gazed upon the figure standing in the center. Solely due to the identity of the individual, the young master of the Ye family. What is this? Too frightened to speak now? Huan coldly mocked as he observed Zhou Chusheng and the others. Terrified, Zhou Chusheng and the other members of the Xiao family hurriedly bowed their heads. Who would dare to act recklessly now? The young masters of both the Yi and Huai families, the 2 most esteemed clans, were present. Huan, brother, let us maintain decorum during this display of superiority. Huan signaled with his eyes. Ye Xing sighed. Very well, young Master Huai. At this moment, Xiao Lingling wore a complex expression. So, your identity is so formidable. She had never anticipated that the one who aided her would be such an extraordinary figure. But why did he extend his help to her? As Xiao Lingling was lost in thought, a sudden shriek echoed from a distance. Xiao Lingling, how dare you? Xiao Yi's voice was hoarse with fury. How can a waste like you associate with such eminent personages? What gives you the right? Wait, yes. It's all because of me. If I hadn't schemed to bully you, they would never have come to your rescue, and you would have crossed paths with. Xiao Yi, Xiao Lingling abruptly interrupted. Why have you always harbored disdain for me? Why treat me so cruelly? Xiao Yi paused momentarily, then erupted into maniacal laughter. Why? Does one require a reason to commit evil? I simply relish the feeling of being adored. I take pleasure in trampling you beneath my feet. What of it? Slap! Ye Xing struck Xiao Yi, sending her flying several meters away. You of all people are the true scum, Ye Xing declared coldly. Xiao Lingling is not a waste. She is far more powerful than any of you. Xiao Lingling trembled all over. He is speaking up for me. An unprecedented warmth surged within her, her heart racing intensely. Suddenly, Yunxia seemed to have discerned something and fixed her gaze on Xiao Lingling. This is... Ye Xing turned to Xiao Lingling. What are your intentions? Xiao Lingling found herself at a loss for words. Yunxia stepped forward. Young Master Yi, I have an unreasonable request. Speak. Yunxia took a deep breath. May I take this child as my disciple? What? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Ye Xing was taken aback as well. Could it be that this individual had sensed something? He turned to inquire. Do you consent? Xiao Lingling hastily replied. I do. At that moment, she thought to herself, I must grow stronger, strong enough to stand proudly beside you one day. Moreover, Yunxia is an 8-stage powerhouse. Who could possibly refuse such an offer? Yunxia was elated. Splendid. Rest assured, I shall treat you as my own daughter. His unique talent allowed him to perceive Xiao Lingling's extraordinary qualities. To his surprise, another unexpected delight awaited him. Xiao Yi stared blankly at Xiao Lingling, who was being accepted as a disciple by an 8-stage powerhouse, feeling as though her heart had been pierced. How could this be? Just because she has associated with the young Master Yi? Ye Xing nodded faintly. Since she is willing, let it be so. I wonder if the original timelines, Xiao Lingling would have been accepted as a disciple by Yunxia. She probably would have. Otherwise, Xiao Lingling's future strength would not be so formidable. Having said that, he turned to Cangfeng. Uncle Cangfeng, I leave these individuals in your capable hands. Understood, Cangfeng replied respectfully, his icy gaze sweeping over Zhou Chusheng, Xiao Yi, and the others. They were instantly rendered speechless by fear. Yunxia lowered her head. This was the might of the Yi family. A single word could determine life or death. A mere thought could obliterate a noble clan. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Ding, mission accomplished. Heart lamp illuminates the world. Feel anyone's perception of oneself, momentarily shielding others' talents. Ye Xing's pupils contracted slightly. Such a formidable ability. It is known that in this world, talent is the cornerstone of a cultivator's combat power. If one could directly shield an opponent's talent, their strength would plummet by at least 30%. This talent is remarkable. Young master, it is time to return, Cangfeng spoke. Only then did Ye Xing come to his senses and turn to Huai Xiaozhu. Let us go, young master Huai. Huai feigned aloofness. MHM. Ye Xing couldn't help but roll his eyes. The two then boarded the spirit vessel. At this moment, Cangfeng looked at the Xiao family members. All right, take your last breath of fresh air. What followed was a chorus of wails. Xiao Lingling wanted to speak, but after a moment's contemplation, she chose to remain silent. These individuals were no longer her family. She slowly raised her head. One day, she would stand beside this young Master Yi. After the two boarded the spirit vessel, Huan smiled. Big brother, I want to accompany you to the imperial capital. I shall return directly to Jinling. Very well, Ye Xing nodded. Feel free to visit me in the imperial capital. Rest assured, big brother. Huan grinned widely. As brothers, do come and challenge me. Ye Xing chuckled at this. Huan burst into hearty laughter and then turned to leave. I'm off. His figure gradually faded into the teleportation array of the spirit vessel, heading back to Jinling. Moments later, Cangfeng stepped in. Young master, all preparations are complete. Ye Xing nodded slightly. Let's depart, Uncle Cangfeng. Yes. Cangfeng issued a solemn command. Set sail. Returning to the imperial capital, the massive vessel slowly turned direction, soaring through the skies towards the imperial capital. At this time, Ye Xing entered the cultivation chamber. Since he had some idle time, he might as well cultivate. Inside the spirit vessel, in the cultivation chamber, Ye Xing sat cross-legged. Surrounding him were dozens of rare treasures. 9-turn mysterious spirit ginseng, 10,000-year ice marrow, crimson flame gold crystal. All these were his gains from the recent expedition to the northwest. Since he had some free time, he casually grabbed a 9-turn mysterious spirit ginseng and swallowed a whole. Boom! A torrent of spiritual energy erupted within him. Mystical patterns appeared on the surface of Ye Xing's skin as the surrounding spiritual energy surged wildly. Only Ye Xing would dare to indulge in such reckless abandon. Fourth stage. Second layer. Fourth stage. Third layer. His cultivation level surged at a terrifying pace, manifesting extraordinary phenomena. At times, golden light filled the sky. At others, the Milky Way hung upside down. Boom! The entire spirit vessel began to tremble. The protective formation automatically activated, shielding against the impact of this breakthrough. In the cockpit, Songfeng abruptly turned, his eyes filled with astonishment. That is, the young master? The commotion from this breakthrough is utterly astonishing. It has directly cleaved the sea of clouds apart. Even the prodigies from the other four great families have never experienced such a terrifying rate of advancement. And at this moment, he had reached the fourth stage, fifth level. As Ye Xing's aura finally stabilized at this realm, the door to the training room slowly opened. Songfeng hurriedly stepped forward. Young master. You. Songfeng uncle. Ye Xing stretched lazily and gazed at the vast sea of clouds. How high do you think one must cultivate to be considered truly high? Songfeng. Chapter 47. The traitor of the Yi family? Yi Zhiqiu. Time has passed, and it seems that Xing should be returning soon. Yi Yuantian sat in the main seat, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "This lad has been away for several days. I almost believed he wouldn't come back." Lu Rian approached him slowly, saying, "He has been entangled with that boy from the Huai family. Why venture to the northern desert? It's truly vexing." She still hoped her son would focus on his cultivation rather than wandering aimlessly. Suddenly, she recalled, "Oh, that's right, Zhiqiu is coming back. We should prepare." Yi Yuantian responded, "Is that so?" Lu Rian's gaze flickered. Yi Zhiqiu, the cousin of Ye Xing, was the son of Yi Yuantian's cousin, who had tragically perished in battle against the otherworldly beasts while defending their realm. Tragically, Yi Zhiqiu's mother had also died during childbirth. Hence, Yi Yuantian had taken it upon himself to care for Yi Zhiqiu. However, several years ago, Yi Zhiqiu had left the Yi family, claiming he sought to venture out into the world, and had since been out of contact. Lu Rian remained silent, for she was aware that it was Yi Zhiqiu who had led Ye Xing astray, instilling in him numerous faults. This realization caused her considerable distress. At that moment, a voice resonated from outside. "I have returned." Ye Xing's figure soon appeared. "You rascal this." Yi Yuantian began to speak, but soon sensed something amiss. Instantly rushing to Ye Xing's side. "What is that? Come out." Yi Yuantian's furious roar unleashed a terrifying pressure at the peak of the 9th tier. A torrent of profound spiritual energy surged into Ye Xing's body, swiftly sealing all his meridians. Taken by surprise, Ye Xing froze in place. "Father, wait, let me explain." He quickly realized that the presence of the myriad demon mother nest within him had alerted his father. Yi Yuantian's expression darkened as his consciousness swept through Ye Xing's body with fervor. Ye Xing then recounted the events that had transpired in the northern desert, albeit with certain modifications. After listening intently, the couple fell into silence. An ancient demon god from the past. Their own son harbored an unformed ancient demon god within him. How is this possible? Yi Yuantian gazed at Ye Xing in astonishment. From the moment he had entered, he had sensed the significance of the myriad demon mother nest. He had initially thought his son was under control, only to uncover this shocking truth. "How did you? Wait, how has your cultivation advanced so rapidly?" Lu Rian suddenly realized. Ye Xing replied nonchalantly, low profile. "Yi Yuantian." Lu Rian. The couple exchanged glances, both perceiving the same shock and helplessness reflected in each other's eyes. Taking a deep breath, Yi Yuantian gradually retracted the spiritual energy that had bound Ye Xing. He patted his son's shoulder. "Are you truly all right? Rest assured, if anything arises, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity." Yi Yuantian exhaled slowly, finding some relief. At that moment, a familiar voice rang out, "Uncle Tian, Aunt Lu. It has been a long time." A figure clad in white appeared in the distance. It was Yi Zhiqiu. Upon seeing him, Ye Xing raised an eyebrow. "It has been a while since we last met, hasn't it, Xiao Xing?" Yi Zhiqiu smiled warmly at Ye Xing. After a moment of silence, replied, "Indeed. Brother Jiqiu, it has been quite some time." Ye Yuantian enthusiastically interjected, "Come, come, have a seat so we can chat." He gestured towards a nearby chair, encouraging Ye Jiqiu to sit down, and the two began reminiscing. After a while, Ye Jiqiu suddenly spoke. "I heard, Xiao Xing, that you have changed quite a bit recently." "People do evolve." Ye Xing slowly responded, "Haha, indeed I have grown up." However, at that moment, Ye Xing remained silent, his brow furrowed in concern. He recalled past events and wondered if Ye Jiqiu was deliberately leading him astray. Sensing that Ye Jiqiu had reached the 5th level of cultivation and had been out of touch for years, Ye Xing narrowed his eyes. Ye Yuantian laughed. "Your brother has changed significantly. There's truly no place like home. But you haven't caused any trouble outside, have you?" "Of course not, Uncle Tian. You are the renowned martial god. Who would dare to trouble me?" Ye Jiqiu continued the conversation for a while before shifting the topic back to Ye Xing. "It's been ages since we've seen each other. Why are you not as warm as before?" Pretending to be sorrowful, Ye Jiqiu added, "Are you upset with me for not taking you out to play?" Ye Xing replied, "It has indeed been a long time since I ventured out." Ye Jiqiu's eyes flickered, his gaze drifting towards Lu Ruyan. Normally, she would have reprimanded Ye Xing by now. However, it seemed it was quite normal for a man to indulge outside. To Ye Xing's surprise, Lu Ruyan displayed a tender smile, saying, "Xing, why don't you take your brother to explore the imperial capital properly, especially since he has just returned?" Ye Jiqiu's expression stiffened. Aunt Lu was actually defending Ye Xing. The mother who once disapproved of Ye Xing's outings had now sided with him. Ye Jiqiu studied Ye Xing closely and finally realized that his younger brother had genuinely changed. Subsequently, Ye Xing took Ye Jiqiu out. "You have truly transformed." Ye Jiqiu remarked casually, "You are not as close to me as before." "I've grown up," Ye Xing replied. "Spare me that. Shall we visit the Jinzuan Club?" "It's on me." "Sounds good," Ye Xing agreed. Ye Jiqiu thought, has Ye Xing really not changed? Was he merely restrained by the presence of our elders at home? A cold smile crept across Ye Jiqiu's heart. Indeed, a dog cannot change its nature. He silently rejoiced that his meticulous efforts over the years had not been in vain. He had secretly drugged Ye Xing's wine to ruin his talent, led him into the indulgent nightlife at the expense of his training, and even subtly guided him to offend the prominent families. All of this was aimed at utterly destroying his younger brother. Yet, why had Ye Xing suddenly become so formidable? He was almost catching up to him. "Truly, he is my son." Ye Jiqiu gritted his teeth in frustration. "But why? I am the true scion of the Yi family." Meanwhile, Ye Xing looked at Ye Jiqiu with indifferent eyes, maintaining a calm expression since the moment he entered. Through the luminous gift of his heart, he sensed the animosity emanating from Ye Jiqiu, which was now on the verge of overflowing. Yet, it appeared he had never wronged him from the very beginning. Soon after, Ye Xing casually inquired, "By the way, where have you been all these years?" Ye Jiqiu was taken aback, quickly suppressing his emotions before responding, "I have spent these years in the United Federation of England combating cult organizations. An evil group known as Reboot has emerged there, and I have been entangled with them for years, facing numerous dangers, yet my cultivation has progressed remarkably." Ye Jiqiu's eyes brightened, as if recalling something. "Would you like to accompany me abroad? I can take you to the Federation. As for that cult, with my brother around, they cannot stir up any trouble." Ye Jiqiu awaited Ye Xing's response. However, upon hearing these words, Ye Xing initially intended to decline when suddenly, "Ding! After many years, you have encountered your former brother Ye Jiqiu. A blaze of fury ignites within you, for it is this very traitor of humanity who ultimately led to the downfall of the Yi family." Ye Xing's hand froze. "It is only now that you comprehend why your past self was so blinded. It was all part of Ye Jiqiu's scheming. Even your own talents were secretly poisoned by him. You cannot fathom why a once brother has now become the leader of the Reboot organization. All of this was gained by his betrayal of the Yi family. You later learned that this fellow had sacrificed numerous talents of the great Xia, and even the heir of the Huai family, Huayan, fell victim to his treachery. The aim of Reboot is to sacrifice enough geniuses to summon the devouring spirit demon god, thereby allowing this world to undergo a complete rebirth. Mission issued. Eliminate Ye Xing and annihilate reboot. Mission reward. Advanced divine ability. Sun and moon intertwined. Chapter 48. Can Ye Xing truly kill Ye Xing? A cult organization? A reboot? Upon encountering these phrases, Ye Xing's expression darkened ominously. No wonder his talents had previously been so woefully inadequate. It was all a result of Ye Xing's insidious machinations. Furthermore, he was destined to become the leader of the reboot organization, betraying the Ye family. I have investigated numerous cult organizations for many years within the Federation, but fret not. This particular group has been largely quelled, and the remaining factions pose little threat. A gentle smile graced Ye Xing's face. Were it anyone else, they might have believed him. However, Ye Xing was no fool. With a cold smirk, Ye Xing thought, "What a farce, claiming to have quelled a cult when you, in fact, are destined to be its leader." Yet, Ye Xing could not comprehend why Ye Xing would wish him harm. Noticing Ye Xing's silence, Ye Xing continued to manipulate. "After all, you've been in the capital for so many years without venturing abroad. It would be good for you to see the world." After a moment of contemplation, Ye Xing replied, "All right, that sounds like a splendid idea." Ye Xing's eyes sparkled with a sinister glee. He had not anticipated that his cousin would still be so naive. This fool truly believed him, unaware that he himself was part of the cult. For years, Ye Xing had been sacrificing prodigies from around the globe, which accounted for his rapid progress in cultivation. His return to Daxia was to abduct a portion of these gifted individuals. Initially, he had not considered Ye Xing at all, but now, he was pleasantly surprised. Ye Xing chuckled darkly. He had never imagined that Ye Xing could evolve from the useless state he had once reduced him to. The original target had been the heir of the Huai family, but given the circumstances, my foolish brother, do not blame your elder brother. Once Ye Xing vanishes, he would be the sole survivor of the younger generation of the Ye family. Ha ha ha, splendid. Let's share this with Uncle Tian and Aunt Lu. Indeed, excellent. Ye Xing nodded faintly, keen to discover what schemes his cousin had in store. Moreover, with the possession of the cicada's tear, no one could truly restrain him if he chose to depart. Should the moment arise, he would deal with this traitor in defense of the Ye family. Before long, the two contacted Ye Yuantian and Lu Ruyan. Through the communication Jade Talisman, Ye Yuantian's hearty laughter resonated. "Huh, all is well. Your brother has grown, and with you by his side, we feel at ease. It's rare for you two to go out together. Enjoy yourselves, but do remember to stay safe." Ye Xing nodded repeatedly. Yes, rest assured, Uncle Tian and Aunt Lu. I will take good care of little Xing." After concluding the communication, he turned to Ye Xing. "Let us proceed, little Xing. We shall ride the spirit." No need for such formality. Ye Xing was momentarily taken aback and had yet to react when, suddenly, the air before him twisted violently. What a pitch-black fissure tore through the void without warning. The surrounding flora even crystallized with a thin layer of frost. Ye Xing's pupils constricted in shock. This is a spatial treasure, and of a remarkably high grade. No less, the once inconspicuous individual has unexpectedly managed to activate such a formidable treasure. Yet, he remains oblivious to the fact that this is merely one of the effects of the 9th-tier treasure, the tier of the cicada. Let us proceed. At this moment, Ye Xing has already begun to exert control over some of the tier's powers. Ye Xing's heart surged with tumultuous waves. With the spatial treasure in his possession, Ye Xing can effortlessly tear through the void and escape. His meticulously laid plans have been utterly disrupted. This cannot stand. A new strategy must be devised. Ye Xing narrowed his eyes. In the Interfaith Federation, within the dimly lit church, a dozen cloaked figures sat encircling a diagram of bones, softly reciting obscure incantations. It is still insufficient. A blond man spoke. "We will need additional offerings for the deity to descend upon our world. Gabaki, what is the status of the plan?" From the shadows, a gaunt figure slowly emerged. "There are no issues. Then all is well." The blond man chuckled lightly, his gaze drifting towards the depths of the church. "Where has Ye Xing gone?" He mentioned he was returning to the Great Xia to procure offerings. The blond man, upon hearing this, couldn't help but chuckle. This young man still requires refinement, yet, in the future, he may have the opportunity to succeed me. It remains astonishing to him. A person of Ye Xing's stature, hailing from one of the premier families of Great Xia, would voluntarily join their clandestine organization hidden in the shadows. Such is the enigma of these scions of great powers. Suddenly, the church doors were thrust open forcefully. Leader, a member clad in a raven mask, hurriedly entered. Ye Xing has sent word, stating he is bringing a gift and is en route to the Federation. A gift? Indeed. Akashi's tone was peculiar. He claims it is his brother. His brother? The blond man was momentarily taken aback. Then they swiftly began to investigate Ye Xing's background. The findings were shocking. This was indeed the sole heir of the martial god of Great Xia. Furthermore, considering his recent exploits, he is no ordinary prodigy. He has consecutively shattered barriers in a short span, decisively vanquishing the foremost youth of Great Xia. His talent for artifact forging is unparalleled. The blond man snapped the dossier shut. Ha ha! He suddenly burst into laughter. I have clearly underestimated. Ye Xing possesses the makings of a leader. Gabaki and Akashi exchanged glances, astonishment evident in their eyes. To elicit such praise from this esteemed individual, just how audacious must Ye Xing be? He dares to offer even his own brother as a sacrifice. The blond man licked his lips. I relish this ruthlessness. Gabaki hesitated. But what if the martial god of Great Xia discovers this? Fear not, the blond man waved his hand dismissively. Ye Xing has assured that the plan is flawless. The only minor complication is that Ye Xing possesses a spatial treasure. What difficulty could that pose? The blond man abruptly turned, a blood-red rune materializing in his palm. This blood curse of spatial sealing is sufficient to confine spatial fluctuations within a radius of 100 miles. Akashi furrowed his brows, pondering, yet Ye Xing possesses considerable strength. What if? The golden-haired man suddenly smiled. But we have Ye Xing, do we not? According to my recent investigation, the bond between Ye Xing and Ye Xing is quite extraordinary. They have been inseparable since childhood, devoid of any conflicts, with Ye Xing always accompanying Ye Xing in play. They are, after all, like brothers. Should any misfortune befall us, we could leverage Ye Xing. Both Akashi and Gabaki's eyes lit up in realization. Indeed, their connection is remarkably strong. Having grown up without disputes, displaying brotherly affection and respect, with the younger brother perpetually doted upon by the elder. The golden-haired man smiled softly. After all, they are family, and Ye Xing has always treated Ye Xing with such kindness. Surely, if Ye Xing possesses even a shred of conscience, he cannot truly harm Ye Xing. Chapter 49, My Foolish Brother. I shall surely end you upon my return. At this moment, on a coastal stretch, Ye Xing gazed upon Ye Xing before him, having already resolved that should his cousin exhibit even the slightest hint of treachery, he would not hesitate to eliminate him. Though I am merely a 4th tier, he is but a 5th tier, and thus the advantage lies with me. Meanwhile, Ye Xing harbored a cold smirk within. He had discreetly sent a message to his organization moments ago. The church lay less than 20 kilometers away. Soon, he would lure Ye Xing inside. Capturing Ye Xing would be a simple task, given that Ye Xing was a mere 4th tier and he himself a 5th tier. The advantage is mine. Little Xing, if there is anywhere you wish to go, do so. I have received word of the cult's activity nearby. I must investigate, Ye Xing remarked. You are only a 4th tier. It is too perilous, he cautioned. Ye Xing nodded in agreement. All right. Ye Xing scoffed inwardly, realizing that leading Ye Xing away was too obvious. It was time for others to make their entrance. Very well, but do not fret. I shall return shortly. There's no rush. If you have matters to attend to, please do so. I understand, brother. Ha ha. Then all is well. Ye Xing's derisive smile revealed his perception of this fool's fondness for him. There was potential to exploit this later. After all, he had consistently portrayed the image of a caring older brother. Could he possibly uncover past transgressions? I shall take my leave. Farewell. Once Ye Xing departed, Ye Xing spoke softly to himself. My foolish brother. He has undoubtedly gone to seek the cult. Should he follow? Yet that would be too conspicuous. Never mind. I shall confront whatever comes my way. With that thought, he decided to take a moment to relax. His gaze fell upon the distant Ji club. Let me indulge in the allure of foreign pleasures. Ye Xing strode towards the club and entered. Upon being greeted by the staff, he selected a room and ascended the stairs. However, the moment he stepped inside, he subtly furrowed his brow. Ye Xing remained composed and continued onward. Welcome. Room 384 at your service. A tall, professional-looking waitress approached with a practiced smile. Ye Xing remained silent as she began to massage his feet. After a short while, the waitress inquired, "Young master, your status must be quite remarkable?" "Not particularly," Ye Xing replied, eyes closed. The waitress's eyes brightened at his response, followed by a sigh. "I envy you. How I wish I could lead such a life." Noticing his lack of engagement, her expression faltered slightly before she continued. "Alas, my father has always gambled. My mother is ill, and I am left to support my younger sisters." Such a classic tale. A gambling father, ailing mother, and a shattered daughter struggling to care for her siblings. As she spoke, the waitress even began to weep. Ye Xing furrowed his brow. "Enough, I will extend my time." "Oh, very well then." Subsequently, the maid ceased her storytelling. After a while, upon noticing that Ye Xing had finally drifted into a gentle slumber, her expression gradually became more neutral. Is this the caliber of the young master of the Yi family? In truth, she was merely sent by the Gabaki faction to keep Ye Xing in check. She had not anticipated it would be so effortless. "Come with me, young master Yi," just as the maid extended her hand. A sharp clap echoed as her wrist was firmly seized midair. "You, a mere foot massager, think you can make me go with you?" The maid's pupils dilated in horror, her hair standing on end. "You're not unconscious." She abruptly recoiled, gazing at the now-awakened Ye Xing with disbelief. "Impossible. I clearly administered the drunken fairy's charm. Even a fifth-tier expert would fall prey to it. How did you discover it?" Ye Xing leisurely sat up with a scoff. "Humph. How many times have I had my feet massaged? The moment you moved, I sensed it." The maid was taken aback, questioning her own hearing. However, her expression quickly turned cold, and murderous intent surged forth. "In that case, do not blame me for being impolite." In an instant, her figure flickered, her fourth-tier, sixth-level cultivation erupting with force. Yet, before her attack could even draw close, Ye Xing's figure vanished in a blink. The next moment, her wrist was firmly grasped by a long, powerful hand. "Too slow. Even your feet are quicker." "What?" The maid was aghast. She was a fourth-tier, sixth-level master. Yet she hadn't even caught a glimpse of his movement. Before she could react, an overwhelming surge of spiritual power violently coursed through her meridians. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, her body crashing heavily against the wall. Ye Xing casually brushed off his sleeves, casting a condescending glance at her. "With your meager skills, you dare to provoke me?" The maid's gaze darkened in an instant. In that fleeting moment, she comprehended that she was no match for Ye Xing. The speed, strength, and reflexes of her opponent far surpassed the fourth-tier realm. What sort of monster is this? Escape. Without hesitation, she retreated swiftly. 20 kilometers. At her speed, it would take but a moment. If she could reach the church, with the presence of the esteemed Gabaki and Akashi, she would survive. Ye Xing spoke indifferently. Thinking of fleeing? He immediately pursued her. Meanwhile, inside the church, Gabaki stood on the platform, his demeanor indifferent. Calculating the time, it should be done by now. Akashi leaned against a stone pillar. That will suffice. Gabaki cast a sidelong glance at him. Yi Zichio has returned. Noted. Akashi did not lift his head. By the way, should we kill Ye Xing directly, or let us hold off on the killing for now? Gabaki interrupted. Leave it to the leader's judgment. Akashi paused, frowning. Where's the leader? Preparing for the sacrifice. Oh. The two fell into a brief silence, with only the faint flickering of candle flames filling the church. Don't kill me. A piercing scream suddenly shattered the tranquility. Gabaki and Akashi simultaneously raised their heads, only to witness the church's grand door being violently flung open. The nun's legs had vanished, leaving her to frantically crawl across the ground with her arms, her face etched with sheer terror. Save me. Gabaki's pupils contracted. Boom! The nun's body suddenly exploded, transforming into a cloud of blood mist. Amidst the crimson haze, a tall figure slowly stepped into the church. The black cloak billowed without a breeze, and the sword in hand was untouched by blood. Ye Xing surveyed the surroundings, his gaze lingering momentarily on Gabaki and Akashi. His brow slightly arched. "Who are you?" Gabaki and Akashi exchanged a solemn glance, both reflecting gravity in their eyes. "TSK." Akashi let out a cold sneer, realizing that Ye Xing had misjudged his strength. Ye Xing's eyes narrowed, feigning confusion. Ye Xing? Suddenly, had he been discovered? A deep voice resonated from the depths of the church. From the shadows, a man emerged slowly. Ye Xing looked at Ye Xing, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "I initially wished to spare you the truth, but it seems there is no other choice. Given the circumstances, dear brother, I must regrettably take your life." Chapter 50. Do not approach. He is your beloved kin. In that moment, Ye Xing gazed at Ye Xing. He had anticipated that Ye Xing would put on an act, yet to his surprise, there was no performance at all. Ye Xing spoke in a calm tone, understood. Ye Xing's brow furrowed suddenly. He had expected Ye Xing to exhibit shock, anguish, or disbelief. After all, betrayal by a loved one could shatter anyone. Yet, Ye Xing merely stood there in tranquility. How peculiar. Akashi, growing impatient, interjected, "Ye Xing, shall we engage in combat? Or will you take matters into your own hands?" "What are you talking about? He is my brother, my dear kin." Gabaki raised an eyebrow. "Even at such a time, you still care about that?" Ye Xing maintained a smile. "No, what I mean is, since he is my brother, the primary benefits after the sacrifice should naturally belong to me." Gabaki and Akashi simultaneously scoffed. "As you wish. May I inquire why?" Ye Xing suddenly spoke. Ye Xing was taken aback, then sneered. "It's quite simple. I deceived you. I'm also a member of the cult, and my target this time is you." "No. What I meant was, why have you harbored hostility towards me from the very beginning? Why go so far as to ruin my talent?" Ye Xing's expression shifted dramatically. "How did you know?" Then, his demeanor changed repeatedly. "You knew all along?" Ye Xing remained silent. After a moment, Ye Xing chuckled darkly. "Since you are aware, yet still dare to approach, you must be utterly foolish. In that case, do not blame me." Before his words could fade, Ye Xing erupted. His fifth-tier power was unleashed without restraint, a torrent of spiritual energy surging forth. With his fifth-tier strength, crushing a mere fourth-tier, Ye Xing should be child's play. But, begone. Ye Xing's figure vanished abruptly. What? Ye Xing felt a blur before him, and his throat was suddenly gripped tightly. He was rendered immobile. Ye Xing's body stiffened, disbelief filling his eyes. How could this be possible? He was a fifth tier. How could Ye Xing be so swift that he had no time to react? Before he could struggle, a tempestuous force of lightning erupted. Ye Xing emitted a shrill scream, engulfed by arcs of electricity. He was hurled through the air like a rag doll, blood gushing forth. What? Gabaki and Akashi were utterly astonished. Though Ye Xing was not their equal, he was still a fifth-tier master. How could he be vanquished by Ye Xing in a single strike? What manner of creature was this Ye family scion? Ye Xing trembled to his feet, his eyes filled with terror. How can you be this powerful? He had relied on fortuitous circumstances to ascend step by step. His cultivation was solid and profound, far beyond that of Ye Xing, who had forcibly elevated himself through dark arts. You're simply too weak. Ye Xing spoke calmly. I have ascended this path solely through my sweat and dedication. As for whose sweat it is, that is of no concern to you. Ye Xing was momentarily taken aback, before suddenly bellowing, this brat is not right. Everyone attacked together. Without a moment's hesitation, Akashi and Jabaki erupted into action. 3 fifth-tier powerhouses striking simultaneously. Do you truly believe you are worthy to measure against me? Ye Xing remarked. Let us see if you can. Akashi's long sword gleamed with a chilling light as it aimed for Ye Xing's neck. With a swift motion, Ye Xing raised a single hand and astonishingly grasped the sword's edge. What? Akashi's pupils dilated in disbelief. Before he could comprehend the situation, that fifth-tier spiritual treasure was shattered in Ye Xing's bare hand. This is impossible. Akashi gasped, his voice warped in shock. That is a fifth-tier spiritual treasure. You crushed it barehanded. A perfect opportunity, Ye Xing thought, preparing for a sneak attack. Yet, Ye Xing retaliated with a powerful palm strike. You bastard! Before Ye Xing could even approach, he was sent flying. Witnessing this, Jabaki roared in fury, charging towards Ye Xing's back. Did I not just scold you? Ye Xing did not even glance back, countering with a punch. Bang! Jabaki's chest caved in as he soared backward like a cannonball. Akashi, witnessing this, was utterly panicked. Wait, why have Ye Xing and Jabaki been sent flying? Yet I remain here. Something is amiss. As he met Ye Xing's gaze, a chill ran down his spine. Get away! Akashi unleashed a torrent of flames that enveloped him, the scorching heat warping the very air within the cathedral. This was his most powerful move. Even a 6-tier powerhouse would hesitate to confront it directly. However, from within the flames, Ye Xing emerged unscathed. Akashi was left utterly dumbfounded. Ye Xing casually raised his hand to observe the flickering flames upon his arm. Not even as hot as my saliva. Akashi failed to grasp the meaning of this statement. Yet Ye Xing's hand had already clutched his head. No! Please no! Akashi screamed in terror, but it was too late. A terrifying heat surged from Ye Xing's palm. Akashi could not even let out a cry before he was reduced to ashes. Akashi! Jabaki's voice had turned hoarse. Akashi's flames could injure even a 6-tier powerhouse. How could Ye Xing emerge unscathed? Ye Xing shook his hand. Did I hear a thank you? Jabaki spun around in shock. What kind of monster have you brought back? Ye Xing's face turned pale. I do not know. Damn it. He distinctly remembered Ye Xing as a mere waste. How could he possess such strength? Frustrated, Jabaki growled. Help me hold him down. Gritting his teeth, Ye Xing charged at Ye Xing once more, while Jabaki seized the opportunity to unleash his divine ability, aiming directly at Ye Xing's dantian, the most vulnerable point for any cultivator. As long as he destroys his Qi, no matter how powerful he may be, he will be rendered useless. However, at the very moment he ventured into Ye Xing's dantian, a tremendous roar erupted. Within Jabaki's sea of consciousness, an immense and shadowy figure, as colossal as a mountain, emerged, its crimson eyes slowly opening. What in the world is this monstrous entity? Blood instantly gushed from Jabaki's 7 orifices. He could scarcely fathom that within Ye Xing's dantian lay an ancient demonic deity. Jabaki abruptly spat out a mouthful of blood, his spirit fracturing in an instant. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ye Xing was once again sent flying by Ye Xing's punch, his ribcage shattered. Ye Xing was utterly speechless. His sole purpose seemed to be repeatedly hurled through the air. As he met Ye Xing's gaze, his complexion turned pale. Wait, little Xing. I am your brother. We share the same grandfather. We are family. You cannot kill me. Upon hearing these words, Ye Xing paused momentarily. Ye Xing's eyes brightened. But just then, Jabaki suddenly appeared behind him, gripping his neck tightly. Don't come any closer. This is your family. What the hell are you doing? Ye Xing was a tumult of anger and fear. Jabaki, however, paid him no mind, dragging Ye Xing back step by step. Don't approach. This is your family. Ye Xing, think carefully. This is your brother who grew up alongside you. He took you to the drunken immortal pavilion for drinks, to the gambling house for merriment, and helped you seek out the most beautiful courtesans. Ye Xing fell silent, while Ye Xing's complexion turned ashen in an instant. Chapter 51. Youth has no price. Brandishing the sword against my brother every time something amusing occurred, he would yield to you, immersing himself in his own training while leaving the joy for you alone. Jabaki grew increasingly animated. With such a considerate brother, how could you bear to harm him? He was determined to prove his point. The bond between these siblings had always been profound. All it took was to awaken Ye Xing's memories. Moreover, do you remember? Shut your mouth. Ye Xing suddenly erupted, crying out, I beseech you, stop speaking. If this scoundrel continues, even the last vestiges of our false kinship will wither away. Suddenly, Ye Xing slowly lifted his head. Indeed, I have recalled everything. Jabaki exclaimed with delight. Yes. Therefore, you should. A dazzling beam of golden light abruptly sliced through the heavens. The supreme divine sword materialized in Ye Xing's hand, its blade radiating an overwhelming aura capable of obliterating worlds. Youth has no price. Ye Xing chuckled softly, stepping forward. I shall brandish my sword against my brother. Ye Zhiqiu. Gabaki. Ye Xing smiled slightly. I wager that even if I reduce my brother to mere fragments, he will still smile and say, "Well done, little brother." At that moment, Gabaki was utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? Wasn't this supposed to be a scene of fraternal affection? Hadn't the memories I awakened been sufficient? Yet, Gabaki was unaware that the former Ye Zhiqiu had intentionally led Ye Xing astray. All of Ye Xing's previous shortcomings were a consequence of him. Wait. Ye Zhiqiu fixed a piercing gaze upon Ye Xing, his voice trembling. We are still family. You wouldn't kill me, would you? Why wouldn't I? Ye Zhiqiu's expression froze completely. Has your mind truly atrophied? Ye Xing slowly raised his hand. We are not even blood brothers. If you seek to kill me, why should I refrain from doing the same to you? Moreover, his gaze turned icy. As a member of the esteemed Ye family in the imperial capital, you have allied with the cult. Do you dare assert that you will not betray the Ye family in the future? Ye Zhiqiu, can you truly face your deceased father with such actions? Do not mention him to me. Ye Zhiqiu suddenly exploded with rage, his visage contorting. Why do they have to die so soon? I have been without parents since childhood. Why is your father a martial deity while mine is merely a corpse? Do you have any idea how envious I am of you? Gabaki stood by, utterly bewildered. Wasn't this supposed to be a tale of brotherly love? How had it turned into such bitter hatred? Ye Xing fell silent for a moment. Farewell, Ye Zhiqiu. My father will understand my choices. No, you cannot kill me. Ye Zhiqiu panicked completely. Let me see Uncle Tian. I want to see Aunt Lu. Ye Xing shook his head. You do not possess that privilege. Boom! The sky suddenly darkened. A colossal hand, vast enough to eclipse the sun, materialized out of thin air. The patterns etched upon its palm were distinctly visible, harboring a cataclysmic power that slowly descended. Gabaki looked up at the terrifying sight, his voice trembling. What on earth is this? Is this truly the power of a fourth-tier divine ability? Run, flee quickly. Ye Zhiqiu and Gabaki fled in a frenzy, but it was already too late. A colossal hand descended. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar. The entire cathedral was obliterated in an instant. The earth split apart, and dust billowed skyward. Ye Zhiqiu's form disintegrated under the overwhelming energy, while Gabaki was reduced to mere pulp. As the dust had yet to settle, Ye Xing suddenly let out a cold laugh. Did you think I wouldn't notice? His right hand shot forward, forcefully extracting a mass of flesh from the void. Don't kill me. The mass twisted and contorted, emitting Jabaki's anguished screams. How is this possible? Jabaki's voice was filled with terror. How could you still find me? Ye Xing exerted a slight pressure with his fingertips. With such trivial tricks, do you think you can play games in front of me? He had long seen through Jabaki's desperate attempt to hide a fragment of his soul within this mass of flesh, hoping to escape unnoticed. Tell me. Ye Xing's voice suddenly turned icy. Where are the others from your organization? What organization? A glint of cold light flashed in Ye Xing's eyes. Reboot. Do you ants dare to dream of changing this world? Remember, it will never be you pests who reshape the world. Gabaki was momentarily stunned. Then he completely broke down. How could you know? This plan is the organization's highest secret. Even Ye Zhiqiu only knows the surface. Suddenly, a terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that this dreadful young man had intentionally followed Ye Zhiqiu to the Federation from the very beginning? Who exactly are you? Unwilling to speak, Ye Xing suddenly smiled, a smile that plunged Gabaki into an icy abyss. Fear not. I have my ways of finding out. No, please don't. At this moment, in an underground space, in the dimly lit subterranean chamber, dozens of cloaked figures stood silently. They surrounded a massive blood-red altar. Upon the altar, numerous unconscious prodigies were bound by iron chains. A golden-haired man stood at the pinnacle of the altar. If they just waited a little longer, Ye Zhiqiu and his companions would bring the young master of the Ye family here. That is the bloodline of a martial god. This time, you will surely be satisfied. Once the sacrifice is complete, they would gain immense power. And when the deity finally descends, the entire world will be reshaped. The old order would be utterly shattered. A new era would commence. Yet, as time wore on, the golden-haired man's brow gradually furrowed. Why had Jabaki and the others not returned? A cloaked acolyte cautiously approached. "Leader, shall we continue waiting?" A flicker of impatience crossed the golden-haired man's eyes. "Enough, let us begin. We cannot keep the deity waiting." He raised his scepter, just about to command the initiation of the ritual. Suddenly, a familiar aura emanated from the end of the passage. "Jabaki?" The golden-haired man's eyes brightened, but in the next moment, his expression froze. Boom! A colossal hand, shrouded in darkness, materialized from thin air, wielding a cataclysmic force that descended upon the altar with tremendous ferocity. "Who dares?" The golden-haired man bellowed, his form instantaneously soaring into the air. The staff he wielded erupted with blinding black light, defiantly absorbing the impact of the strike. The ensuing shockwave from the clash reverberated throughout the subterranean chamber, sending the cloaked figures on the altar staggering back, several collapsing to the ground, blood spilling from their lips. Amidst the swirling dust, a tall silhouette gradually descended. Ye Xing stood, poised upon the void, one hand casually tucked into his pocket, while the other nonchalantly held a writhing mass of flesh. The golden-haired man's pupils constricted in alarm. "Who are you?" "Leader, leader, help me. It's Ye Xing," the mass of flesh uttered in a feeble voice. The golden-haired man focused intently, his countenance darkening instantly. The good news, Jabaki had indeed brought Ye Xing. The bad news, he was reduced to but a fragment of flesh. Just as the golden-haired man was about to speak, he witnessed Ye Xing's fingers abruptly tighten. The mass of flesh detonated in his grasp, silencing Jabaki's final, anguished cry. The entire subterranean space fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 52. Do you not have someone you love? The golden-haired man wore a sullen expression. What transpired? Wasn't he the objective to capture a certain Ye Xing? Why had Jabaki perished? Ye Zhiqiu had betrayed him? The golden-haired man muttered to himself. At this juncture, it seemed to be the only possibility. Yet, that was not the case. I eliminated him as well. The golden-haired man was taken aback. "What nonsense is this? You killed your own kin." Ye Xing spoke calmly. "Next, it will be your turn." The golden-haired man's brows furrowed. It appeared he had underestimated Ye Xing. To slay one's own family indicated that Ye Xing possessed a lineage comparable to Ye Zhiqiu, and he had even managed to dispose of Jabaki and the others. Clearly, he had some form of support. "I have indeed underestimated you, but you are up against our entire organization. Your self-destructive actions are truly laughable. Do you comprehend?" The corners of the golden-haired man's mouth curled upward. In that instant, the surrounding figures cloaked in black moved forward. Each of them exuded an aura not inferior to the fourth tier. The golden-haired man gazed at Ye Xing. "Moreover, this place is protected by a divine presence. Any secret treasures will be constrained. How do you feel now? Are you frightened?" Yet, regrettably, he discerned no expression on Ye Xing's face. The golden-haired man's brow creased. At this moment, the other black-robed cultists began to voice their opinions. "Is this the heir of the Yi family? He does not appear particularly formidable. If we were to offer him as a sacrifice, what benefits would we reap?" Listening to the surrounding voices, the golden-haired man chuckled. "So what do you think now?" Boom! A ferocious surge of energy erupted from Ye Xing, causing the walls of the underground chapel to crack instantly. Roar! Amidst the resounding dragon's roar, Ye Xing wielded the supreme deity sword. The blade, entwined with thunder and golden radiance, descended upon the black-robed cultists like a falling star. "What are you babbling about? Speak to my sword instead." Where the sword light passed, flesh and blood flew. Those fourth-tier black-robed cultists were reduced to mere paper before Ye Xing, severed in two with a single strike. The golden-haired man initially thought Ye Xing was courting death, yet when he witnessed this massacre, his pupils contracted in disbelief. This is impossible. How could Ye Xing possess such strength? He instantly realized that his ability to slay Jabaki and the others did not stem from any treasures. He abruptly rose to his feet, seeking death. However, the lamp of enlightenment illuminated the world. A green light suddenly flickered from Ye Xing's brow, enveloping the entire chapel in a gentle glow. Ah, my talent. My talent has vanished. How can this be? What is this? The black-robed cultists discovered in terror that their long-held talents had all failed. The golden-haired man's complexion changed drastically. What kind of technique is this? Never heard of it. But he soon sneered. Even without talents, I can still kill you. He formed seals with his hands, unleashing a blood-red divine power toward Ye Xing. Boom! Suddenly, a golden lightning bolt cleaved through the dome of the chapel. The laws of heaven descended like a curtain of light, directly obliterating the blood-red divine powers. Is this the protection of the heavens? The voice of the golden-haired man twisted for the first time. How can this be? The person before me is actually under the guardianship of the heavens? A child of destiny? Ye Xing offered no response, merely pivoting his sword, resulting in the decapitation of 3 more cloaked figures. Block him. By me 30 seconds. The golden-haired man clearly sensed that something was amiss. Ye Xing was far too formidable, not at all resembling a typical 4th-tier warrior. He shouted frantically, "Everyone, hold him off! Within 30 seconds, he cannot possibly slay you all." He dashed towards the altar, chanting an ancient incantation. His intent was to sacrifice these offerings in exchange for the divine power bestowed upon him. In doing so, he could turn the tide of this confrontation. Soon, the talented individuals on the altar emitted harrowing cries as their flesh rapidly disintegrated, transforming into mere bones. Meanwhile, the blood-red altar began to shift as a surge of power manifested as a crimson stream, enveloping the golden-haired man. His strength surged instantaneously. Success! Ha ha! The golden-haired man turned with maniacal laughter, only to behold Ye Xing leisurely seated atop a mountain of corpses, his supreme sword untouched by blood. Around him, not a single cloaked figure remained alive. The golden-haired man's expression froze. To kill you. Ye Xing flicked the droplets of blood from his sword. It wouldn't even take 10 seconds. The golden-haired man was taken aback, gazing at the bodies of his fallen comrades. This was a team he had painstakingly assembled over several years. Now all was lost in an instant. Ye Xing spoke coolly. I truly do not comprehend why you cultists incessantly seek to annihilate the world. Do you not have family and companions? Is there no love in your hearts? There is. The golden-haired man fell silent for a moment. But just now, you killed them all. Ye Xing. My apologies, everyone. The golden-haired man murmured. I could not allow you to witness the moment when dreams are realized. However, it matters not, for our ideals will not perish. He then fixed his gaze resolutely on Ye Xing. For you, for the future of the world, even if I perish here today, I shall drag this abomination to hell with me. Such a wretched creature must not survive. In an instant, the golden-haired man was ensnared by blood-red tendrils. Even his pupils transformed into crimson light. Do not underestimate our bonds. A fissure opened on his forehead, revealing a 3rd blood-red eye. Boom! A strike fueled by the burning of life distorted the very fabric of space. The ground beneath him crumbled to dust in his wake. The blood-red figure collided violently with Ye Xing. With a soft sound, Ye Xing effortlessly caught this world-shattering blow with a single hand. His fingers gripped the bewildered face of the golden-haired man like an iron claw. The shock wave erupted from the two of them, reducing the surrounding rock walls within 100 meters to powder. The golden-haired man's eyes brimmed with disbelief. This is impossible. His shattered vocal cords emitted a hoarse scream. I possess divine power. Divine? Ye Xing suddenly laughed. Don't be ridiculous. As Ye Xing's voice fell, an indescribable colossal entity descended. Thud, thud, thud. The heartbeat resonated through the heavens and the earth like the war drums of ancient times, until the true form of the mother nest of all demons was unveiled. It was a living mountain composed of flesh and metal. What is this? The golden-haired man screamed in utter hysteria. It exists in other realms, on par with what you refer to as gods. The golden-haired man, a tentacle swept by, severing his right arm at the shoulder. The golden-haired man was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing heavily into the ruins of the altar. Ye Xing stepped forward, gazing down upon the barely conscious golden-haired man with disdain. Furthermore, if we are to consider it this way, my father happens to be a martial deity as well. Before I take this seriously, I suggest you attempt to escape. Chapter 53. The Sun and Moon in Discord. The Power of Ye Xing. Amidst the ruins, the golden-haired man's battered body convulsed. Why? He could hardly fathom. How could a mere Ye Xing annihilate their entire organization? Why? Tears streamed down his face. The divine had assured him that this would come to pass. Ye Xing silently gazed down upon him. In the original timeline, this band of lunatics had indeed succeeded. But alas, they had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it. Ye Xing sighed deeply as the imperial sword suddenly erupted with golden radiance, cleaving the golden-haired man's body in twain. The man emitted a sound that was far from human. Why was this fellow so outrageous? None of the other sons of the martial gods possessed such prowess. Enough. Ye Xing placed his foot upon half of the man's face. Go reunite with your family. Wait. I stand opposed to the cultists. I know many secrets. Just as Ye Xing's blade descended, the entire altar began to tremble violently. The very fabric of space fractured, and a suffocating pressure emanated from the fissures. Do you dare? A chilling voice seemed to rise from the depths of the abyss. Countless tendrils of black mist surged forth, coalescing into a colossal visage that blotted out the sky. The golden-haired man's eyes widened. It is the divine. Ye Xing's brow furrowed. Ants, you dare slay my followers? The colossal face roared with a thunderous fury. This was a pivotal anchor that had been cultivated over many years, if destroyed. Boom! The mother of all demons suddenly materialized before Ye Xing. The massive face, a manifestation of the soul-devouring demon, froze in place, its countenance of black mist revealing a look of astonishment. You are the soul-devouring demon? Ye Xing inquired suddenly. The black mist visage clearly hesitated. You know my name? Even these most devout followers do not. How could this young man possibly? Who are you? Ye Xing chuckled softly. You need not know. Arrogant. The black mist roiled violently. A mere ant dares to... The black mist abruptly faltered, then shifted its tone. However, I find you intriguing. Release that waste and submit to me. I can grant you dominion over all my followers, and in the future, you could serve as my priest. The golden-haired man's eyes widened. He had followed the divine for years, committing unspeakable acts, yet had never received such a promise. Is it truly so good? Ye Xing tilted his head. A wave of satisfaction emanated from the black mist. Indeed, in the end, they were merely ants. Of course. How dare you? Do you presume to insult me? The sword light surged forth like a swirling galaxy, and the head was sent soaring. The face remained frozen in disbelief, seemingly unable to comprehend why, in the presence of the divine, it would still meet its demise. The black mist instantly solidified. Ye Xing looked up with a cold smirk. If your true form were to descend, I would indeed be unable to kill him. But now, you are not but a fragment of consciousness. Why do you have to command me? Do you think yourself worthy to order this young master? Seek death. The entire world abruptly transformed in hue. The devouring spirit demon had never been so enraged. He was mocked by a mere ant. At that moment, Ye Xing's brow furrowed. Ant, I granted you a chance. The voice of the devouring spirit demon roared. Now, you must die. Just as Ye Xing was about to raise his sword, he suddenly sensed something, his eyes gleaming, followed by a cold smile. Are you certain? You can kill me? Ha ha ha. The laughter of the devouring spirit demon reverberated, causing the earth to fracture. Could it be that you are not capable of this? Do you possess some divine identity? Are you perhaps the son of the war god? Ha ha. When the next instant, his laughter was abruptly silenced. Indeed, he is the son of Ye Xing. A colossal sound akin to the splitting of heaven and earth erupted. The entire firmament suddenly collapsed, countless fragments of space cascading like rain. Boom! A majestic figure shattered the void. With each step he took, the spiritual energy within a 100-mile radius was instantaneously drained. Each breath resonated with the trembling laws of the universe. The devouring spirit demon's expression stiffened, and he gasped, War god! Without a moment's hesitation, the black mist contracted into a slender line, frantically fleeing towards the rift in space. What a joke, at present. He was merely a projection of consciousness. What could he use to contend against an entity of equal stature? Seeking to escape? Ye Xing snorted coldly and casually waved his right hand. Countless purple-golden long spears coalesced from thin air, each entwined with the thunder of shattered laws. These spears pierced through time and space, instantaneously sealing off all avenues of retreat. No! The devouring spirit demon emitted a blood-curdling shriek. He was horrified to discover that these long spears, through the connection of consciousness, directly harmed his true form in another realm. This was no ordinary attack. The black mist was impaled by the long spears in the void. The purple-golden thunder surged along the wound, relentlessly scorching the black mist into nothingness. I refuse to accept this. The devouring spirit demon could not fathom how he, a magnificent ancient demon, could meet such a ludicrous end due to a follower's folly. How could he have provoked the son of the war god? As the last wisp of black mist dissipated, the sky returned to clarity. Ding! Mission accomplished. Reward. Sun and moon intertwined. Sun and moon intertwined. The might of the sun and moon, capable of alternating between the two, within the domain, can summon two divine realms. Obliterating foes. Ye Xing's eyes sparkled. Goodness! So formidable. Just then, Ye Yuantian's figure descended. Father, Ye Zhiqiu, I already know. Ye Yuantian stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Ye Xing's breath hitched. It turned out his father was aware of everything. Did he follow him all the way? The Ye family did not need such a traitor. Ye Yuantian raised his hand and placed it on his son's shoulder. This matter is also my fault. I did not watch over you well. I am an unqualified parent. The war god, who commanded the world, at this moment, revealed a glimmer of sorrow in his eyes, as he reflected on his own son's early failures. Later, the nephew. Alas, do not be disheartened, Ye Xing gently murmured. It is of no consequence. Ye Yuantian shook his head, suddenly furrowing his brow. It seems we have guests. From the distant horizon, dozens of holy lights suddenly illuminated the sky, rushing forth like shooting stars. The foremost figure was clad in obsidian armor, the cross emblem on his chest radiating a blinding golden glow. It was none other than one of the 8 Grand Knights of the Holy See. At this moment, a knight noticed Ye Yuantian and his companion on the ground. Impudence! To stand before Lord is and not kneel. The silver-armored knight reprimanded harshly, pointing his holy sword at the two. The black-armored knight instinctively lowered his head upon hearing the voice. His originally stern expression transformed dramatically upon recognizing Ye Yuantian's visage. Just as he was about to speak, the reckless adjutant interjected. Are you deaf? You. Little is, Ye Yuantian chuckled lightly. You've come quite far, haven't you? A knight commander now. I had thought this position belonged to Ronald. However, if you wish to converse with me. He slowly raised his gaze, his voice indifferent. Summon your pope. Boom. An invisible pressure descended like a heavenly weight. The ostentatious holy knights suddenly felt an overwhelming force bearing down upon them. One by one, they plummeted from the sky like dumplings, crashing heavily into the ground. The most unfortunate was the loquacious adjutant. Due to an improper falling posture, he burst into a mist of blood upon impact. All the knights, sensing the terrifying pressure akin to a mountain, trembled. War God. Where on earth did this war God come from? Suddenly, Grand Knight is knelt without hesitation, cold sweat streaming down his face. We are unaware of the esteemed head of the Ye family from the Great Xia's presence. Please forgive us. The entire knightly order was instantly petrified. The head of the Ye family? That Great Xia war god? Chapter 54. No. I am going to marry in the vast skies of the Great Xia. A magnificent, snow-white spirit vessel sailed towards the imperial capital. On the deck stood a figure, facing the wind. Her silver hair danced gracefully, pure as snow. Bai Fengxue crossed her arms, gazing into the distance. Although it was agreed that he would come to find her, she had yet to see any sign of him. Never mind. It would be fine for me to take the initiative. Ever since her father informed her that Ye Xing was contemplating the marriage proposal, Bai Fengxue increasingly felt that Ye Xing was a man of substance. A man should possess such decisiveness. Now, she had already broken through to the 4th tier, even reaching the 5th level of the 4th tier. This pace of cultivation was indeed extraordinarily rare among the younger generation of the great Xia. The Bai family was in awe of her talent. I wonder what level Ye Xing has reached by now. Given his aptitude, he surely cannot be inferior to me. When I see him later, should I be more cheerful or reserved? Suddenly, the clouds in the distance began to churn. Another pitch-black spirit vessel pierced through the air, moving at an astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, it was upon them. Bai Fengxue raised her gaze. Oh, isn't that the girl from the Bai family? A deep male voice resonated from the opposing vessel. Bai Fengxue's eyes narrowed. Gao Yuan? At the bow of the dark spirit vessel stood a burly man. Gao Yuan, the eldest son of the Gao family. You have emerged from your seclusion? Bai Fengxue's tone turned slightly grave. Gao Yuan was a few years her senior, having long stepped into the peak of the 4th tier. Over the years, he had been in closed-door training, attempting to break through to the 5th tier. Now that he suddenly appeared, his strength must have surpassed his former self. Ha ha ha! Gao Yuan laughed heartily. I did not expect that in just a few years, you have reached the mid-4th tier. Truly, heroes are as numerous as the fish crossing a river. Bai Fengxue dismissed the pleasantries. Are you also heading to the imperial capital? What is your purpose? What is my purpose? Gao Yuan's smile faded. Of course, it is to take revenge for my 2 useless younger brothers. Upon emerging from seclusion, he had heard that his brothers had suffered greatly at the hands of Ye Xing, being publicly humiliated and nearly crippled in their cultivation. How could this be tolerated? What did you say? Bai Fengxue's gaze sharpened. You are a few years older than us, and you dare to take action? What is there to be embarrassed about? Gao Yuan scoffed. Since that brat from the Yi family dares to lay hands on my Gao family members, he must pay the price. Well, enough of this banter. With that, he waved his hand, preparing to maneuver past Bai Fengxue's vessel and head straight for the imperial capital. But whoosh! Several streaks of sharp sword light suddenly sliced through the air, forming an impenetrable barrier before Gao Yuan's vessel. Bai Fengxue stepped forward, her silver hair billowing, her gaze as cold as ice. Today, only one of us can go to find Ye Xing. Gao Yuan was taken aback. What, do you also seek revenge? Bai Fengxue's tone was resolute. No, I'm going to marry him. Gao Yuan. What the hell are you saying? He was momentarily stunned, his mind reeling. But soon his expression darkened. Bai Fengxue, what do you mean by that? The literal meaning. Bai Fengxue directed her sword's edge straight at Gao Yuan, declaring, either you leave, or I shall force you to depart. Gao Yuan, consumed by rage, responded with a twisted smile. Very well. Let me witness just how much you have progressed these past few years. No sooner had he spoken than he took a sudden step forward, unleashing a terrifying pressure characteristic of the mid-stage of the 5th tier. The entire sky trembled in response. At that moment, all members of the knightly order were left in a state of utter disbelief. What was happening? Why was that illustrious martial god of the great Xia appearing here? They could not help but glance at the young man beside Ye Yuantian, swallowing hard. Could this possibly be the young master of the Yi family? At this juncture, Is also noticed Ye Xing and quickly exclaimed, I did not expect the young Master Yi to arrive in our federation. Our failure to recognize this sooner is indeed a grave oversight. Yet, Is was nearly overwhelmed with discomfort. Why were these 2 father and son here? Earlier, they had sensed an unusual aura, prompting the Pope to deploy the entire knightly order. Is had thought there was something beyond the capabilities of the knights. But who could have anticipated it would be the 2 from the Yi family? Is was well aware of the legend surrounding Ye Yuantian, not to mention the combined might of their 8 knightly orders. Even the Pope himself might not stand a chance against him. There are indeed disparities among martial gods. And Ye Yuantian stood at the pinnacle. Do not worry. Your level is simply too low for me to hold it against you, Ye Yuantian remarked nonchalantly. Furthermore, your Pope ought not to linger in the cathedral all day, oblivious to the emergence of demonic consciousness in his own household. It seems he has truly grown old. Is suddenly lifted his head in shock. Demon God. Immediately, they recalled the peculiar disturbance they had sensed earlier. No wonder. Thank you, head of the Yi family, Is declared. In recent years, the Pope had indeed grown increasingly frail. Even the several knight captains could not discern what the Pope was up to. Well, I have no time to play with you, Ye Yuan stated coolly. This federation is quite pleasant, but I shan't return again. With that, the space distorted, and the figures of Ye Yuan and his son vanished entirely. Only then did Captain Is exhale a sigh of relief. Captain, a young knight approached. What should we do now? Is did not respond immediately, but instead surveyed the ravaged battlefield. Suddenly, he turned sharply. Report the situation here to the Pope's chamber at once. Yes. The young knight hurriedly pulled out a recording crystal. I shall write, today. The head of the Ye family suddenly appeared in the Federation, and, fool, is swatted the recording crystal away. Who told you to write that? The young knight looked bewildered. But it is the truth. Truth? Is placed a meaningful hand on his shoulder. Listen, the report must be written this way. He cleared his throat. Today, our Third Knight Order, under the Pope's command, discovered heretics conducting a forbidden ritual. The Knightly Order immediately launched a purge, engaging in a life-and-death struggle against the awakened demon god. The officer Joseph met a heroic demise, while the other members sustained injuries. The young knight stood in stunned silence, watching as his commander maintained an impassive demeanor while fabricating a tale. Just as we were on the brink of defeat, the head of the Ye family fortuitously witnessed this scene and, driven by humanitarian spirit, extended a helping hand. As he spoke, he theatrically wiped away non-existent tears, proclaiming that through the joint efforts of both parties, the impending disaster was ultimately averted. The young knight was left bewildered. What on earth are you saying? Remember, the reason I ascended to the position of commander so swiftly is not due to my prowess in combat, but rather because I excel at writing reports. Do you understand, Junior? The young knight suddenly comprehended. This is the essence of knighthood. Chapter 55, Shattering the Pride of You Talented Individuals. Upon the deck of the spiritual vessel, Bai Fengxue knelt on one knee, her silvery hair stained with crimson. A cough escaped her lips, accompanied by a stream of blood. Her left shoulder had been pierced. Miss, an elderly guardian of the Bai family attempted to advance, only to be halted by a mere glance from her. During the recent battle, she had firmly commanded that no one intervene. This was her pride as the heir of the Bai family. On the opposing black vessel, Gao Yuan fared no better. Although he appeared relaxed, his right hand trembled uncontrollably. The chill had infiltrated his very organs, each breath laced with pain. What manner of monster is this? He marveled inwardly. Had he not trained for 7 more years than Bai Fengxue, the outcome of this battle would likely have been. The so-called genius of the Bai family is nothing extraordinary. Gao Yuan suppressed the tumult of his blood, feigning nonchalance as he shook his hand. He turned to steer the spiritual vessel, racing towards the imperial capital, his voice echoing amidst the clouds. Ye Xing, you shall soon become my vanquished foe. Once the black vessel had sailed away, the elderly guardian could no longer restrain himself. Miss, should we send a message to young Master Yi immediately? No need. Bai Fengxue suddenly rose, her gaze unsettlingly calm. Gao Yuan has lost. What? The guardian was taken aback, for it had seemed he merely defeated me. Bai Fengxue gazed towards the imperial capital, but that does not imply Ye Xing will lose. His failure to swiftly vanquish me, allowing me to sustain such injuries, speaks volumes compared to Ye Xing. Her voice was soft yet piercing. Before Ye Xing, I am unworthy of even drawing my second sword. Her tone grew resolute. Gao Yuan shall not be a match for Ye Xing. After today, the Gao family's reputation shall forever be tarnished at the gates of the Yi family. In the great Xia, space suddenly rippled as Ye Yuan appeared with Ye Xing. The power of the martial god allowed them to traverse distances in an instant. You performed exceptionally well this time, he praised. Even Ye Yuan had not anticipated that his son could truly control the mother of all demons. From the moment Ye Zhiqiu returned, he sensed something amiss. Later, he feigned compliance with the request to go abroad, trailing closely behind. He was acutely aware of what his son had accomplished. Despite being of the 4th rank, he wielded the 5th rank as if it were child's play. I cannot fathom how you discern the connection between Ye Zhiqiu and the cult, he admitted. Ye Xing remained silent. Certainly, it was beyond comprehension. This was, after all, a form of extraordinary advantage. At that moment, they landed in the main courtyard of the Yi family, and Ye Yuan suddenly recalled something. Your uncle Bai sent word that Bai Feng Shue is coming to find you. Considering the time, she should be arriving shortly. What? Ye Xing's expression froze. What does she want? Ye Yuan cast a knowing glance at his son before gradually fading away. Handle it yourself. Leaving Ye Xing alone, rooted in bewilderment. Disaster. Could it be a proposal? Just then, a spiritual vessel suddenly appeared on the horizon. Ye Xing was momentarily taken aback. Wait, so soon? But in the next instant, a thunderous voice reverberated. Ye Xing, come out here. Ye Xing beheld a robust man standing at the bow, exuding the oppressive aura of a mid-level 5th stage. Is that not Bai Feng Shue? Ye Xing squinted. Who do you think you are? Insolence. The man, enraged, declared. I am Gao Yuan, the eldest son of the Gao family. I have come today to seek justice for my 2 younger brothers. It dawned on Ye Xing Gao Yuan. He had a vague recollection of him. When he was 13, he had heard that name. Fragments of memories about Gao Yuan flashed through his mind. The sword fanatic of the Gao family, Gao Yuan possessed an unparalleled talent for swordsmanship, akin to that of his father. He had entered the 3rd stage by the age of 20, his sword striking like a dragon. Recognized as the foremost sword master of his generation, he once faced 4 opponents at a sword conference without faltering. This youth had a pure heart for the sword. His father's words, Ye Yuantian's assessment, echoed in his ears. Are you too frightened to speak? Gao Yuan's cold laughter snapped Ye Xing back to reality. What a pity. Gao Yuan taunted. That girl from the Bai family wishes to obstruct me for your sake, but alas, she still lacks experience. What did you do to her? Ye Xing's eyes narrowed. Nothing much, just taught her a lesson. Gao Yuan scoffed. However, I do not indulge in pity, and she is truly unworthy for someone as soft as you. In Gao Yuan's eyes, Ye Xing should have drawn his sword to meet in the moment he arrived. Yet, it was evident that Ye Xing was intimidated by him. He felt disappointed. Ye Xing remained silent. He had not anticipated that Bai Feng Shue would stand up for him. He now owed her a debt of gratitude. Once this predicament was resolved, he would ensure to thank her properly. Meanwhile, far away on the Yi family's stargazing platform, Lu Ruyan gazed with concern. Can Xinger manage? That is a mid-level 5th stage, one entire realm above him. The 5th stage, Dao Infant realm, is worlds apart from the 4th stage. Once the Dao Infant is formed, a practitioner's comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth undergoes a transformative change. Not to mention Gao Yuan is a sword genius. Just watch. Ye Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a smile gracing his lips. In the heavens above, Gao Yuan impatiently drew his long sword. The moment the Bone Hong sword was unsheathed, the spiritual energy within 100 feet suddenly stagnated. Today, let me demonstrate. The sword's edge pointed directly at Ye Xing's throat, revealing what true power means. Yet, Ye Xing suddenly smiled. He slowly raised his right hand, palm facing upward. The supreme divine sword gradually manifested. Gao Yuan's eyes brightened. A splendid sword. He instantly recognized its extraordinary nature, even surpassing his own Bone Hong sword. This is the spiritual sword Ye Xing forged in the Bai family. But alas, Gao Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, a look of condescension on his face. I shall not bully you. I will give you 3 moves. Is that so? Ye Xing's lips curled into a slight smile. Indeed. Gao Yuan lightly turned the edge of his sword. My greatest skill lies in making you recognize the disparity between us. Ye Xing suddenly let out a soft laugh. Do you know what I excel at? Gao Yuan furrowed his brow. Boom! The world suddenly lost its color. A pitch-black sword light that spanned the heavens and the earth tore through the sky. This was no ordinary sword aura. It was infused with the destructive power of the laws. My greatest skill, Ye Xing's voice echoed behind the sword light, is shattering the pride of you so-called geniuses. Gao Yuan felt his blood freeze in an instant. Within that sword light, he sensed a sword intent that was purer and more ancient than that of Bai Feng Shue. Something was amiss. In that fleeting moment, the Bone Hong sword instinctively protected its master, letting out a sword cry. Gao Yuan hastily unleashed the Gao family's ultimate technique, the Cold Star 9 turns. 9 layers of ice crystal sword wheels stacked before him. Crack! The first sword wheel shattered instantly. Bang! The second sword wheel vaporized upon impact. As the third sword wheel broke apart, Gao Yuan's face finally displayed terror. How could this be possible? Bang! In the next moment, blood gushed forth as Gao Yuan was sent flying. Ye Xing approached with measured steps, her voice icy. Now, who should recognize the disparity? Chapter 56. The Power of the Confluence of Sun and Moon. This is impossible. At that moment, Gao Yuan bellowed, stabilizing his form instantly. He fixated on the black sword in Ye Xing's hand, his pupils quivering violently. Your cultivation level is clearly only at the 4th tier. Gao Yuan's voice was hoarse. The power of this sword. No, it cannot be. He suddenly realized something, and his gaze locked onto the supreme, divine sword. From earlier, he had sensed the formidable strength of this weapon. So, it is. Gao Yuan's expression morphed into a sinister smile, a weakling relying on divine weaponry. I said it was inconceivable that you could wield such power with your cultivation. Ye Xing frowned. Nevertheless, even so, Gao Yuan fiercely shook his long sword. I fear you not. Your sword is powerful, but mine is not without its advantages. As his words fell, a terrifying sword intent erupted around Gao Yuan. 7 strands of sword energy surged forth like dragons emerging from the sea, intertwining in the air to form the Big Dipper sword formation. The 7-star locking sword technique, designed to counter all forms of sword intent. Find it for me. The 7 sword dragons roared as they lunged toward the supreme divine sword. A cold smile crept across Gao Yuan's lips. No matter how formidable your divine weapon, once bound, even the sword spirit must be reduced to mere iron. However, the supreme divine sword suddenly emitted a soft chime. The 7 lunging sword dragons abruptly halted in midair, and then they let out a terrified wail. Gao Yuan's smile instantly froze. He was horrified to discover that the sword intent he had painstakingly cultivated was being suppressed in reverse. The pressure radiating from the black sword caused the bone phoenix sword to tremble violently. Impossible. How could there be? Before he could finish his thought, Ye Xing's figure appeared before him in an instant. Gao Yuan instinctively swung his sword to block. Yet, Ye Xing's right hand directly grasped the blade of the bone phoenix sword. You, Gao Yuan's pupils contracted. Your physical body, grasping a sword with bare hands? What manner of monster are you? But even more terrifying events unfolded. Crack! A distinct fissure spread from the point where Ye Xing held the sword. Gao Yuan's heart quaked. Is the sword useless, and the person also worthless? Ye Xing's voice echoed, each word striking Gao Yuan's heart like a hammer. Before he could finish speaking, a terrifying pressure descended. Crack! Gao Yuan's knees buckled uncontrollably. Don't underestimate me. Gao Yuan bit his lip, forcing himself to shatter the oppressive fear through pain. Fragments of the shattered bone phoenix sword floated around him, transforming into a myriad of blood-red sword lights. D. As Gao Yuan roared madly, all the sword lights detonated simultaneously. A terrifying storm of sword energy evaporated the spiritual essence within a 100-foot radius, distorting and fracturing even space itself. Not even by feng shui had compelled him to unleash this technique. Yet, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. Gao Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. The world vanished. The sound of swords, the wind, even the beat of his own heart ceased. Before him remained only a colossal, radiant moon. In the center of the moonlit expanse, Ye Xing stood with his hands clasped behind him. This is a domain? Gao Yuan's voice trembled. He had witnessed numerous domains, yet those merely altered the local environment, while the one before him replaced the very fabric of reality with another world. Gao Yuan incredulously raised his gaze. The once blazing sun had vanished entirely from the sky. Where has the sun gone? At this moment, Gao Yuan finally comprehended the magnitude of the being he faced. This was not merely a fortunate individual relying on divine weaponry, but rather an extraordinary existence, as if a sovereign deity had descended upon the world. Ye Xing's voice was indifferent. Your Gao family has truly lost all face. It is time for you to awaken, child. Suddenly, Gao Yuan discovered he could not move. In terror, he realized that not only was his body restrained, But even his thoughts began to slow. He attempted to summon his domain, only to find that the sword spirit within his consciousness was being forcefully suppressed by an unknown power. Impossible! Impossible! Gao Yuan's face contorted as he roared. You are merely at the 4th tier. How can you possess such strength? Yet, the only response was the luminous radiance of the moon. Countless beams of moonlight instantaneously penetrated his body, each carrying the formidable power to distort reality. A scream echoed through the heavens. Gao Yuan's body was instantly riddled with wounds. Even more terrifying was the sensation that his very soul was being devoured by some unseen force. The true horror of the convergence of sun and moon emerged. It not only dismantled the physical form, but also obliterated existence from its very roots. Then came the descent of the bright moon. The world reverted to its original state. On the other side, Bai Fengshue's ethereal vessel appeared near the Yi residence. As she arrived, Bai Fengshue witnessed this scene. That is Gao Yuan. No, my memories, my sword path. Gao Yuan despairingly realized that the insights he had painstakingly cultivated for years were rapidly slipping away, as if someone wielded an eraser, erasing the very essence of his life. Suddenly, a resonant voice descended from the heavens. Ye Yuan Tian had, unbeknownst to him, stood upon the clouds. With a mere wave of his sleeve, the radiant moon was suspended in midair. Ye Yuan Tian's eyes sparkled. What level of divine ability is this? It did not dissipate immediately. Instead, it became frozen in time. Gradually, the moon began to fade away. Boom! Gao Yuan's battered form plummeted. He stared blankly, his eyes wide open. How'd I end up at the Yi family? This boy. Observing Gao Yuan's state, Ye Yuan Tian shook his head in exasperation. That old fool from the Gao family is surely going to erupt. I must clean up this mess for that insolent child. Ye Xing descended slowly, just as he was about to speak. Ye Xing, you are truly remarkable. A white figure streaked through the sky like a meteor. Bai Fengshue flew in, her snow-white gown still stained with remnants of fresh blood. Her beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. I knew you would win, but I never expected. She gazed into the distance at the nearly defeated Gao Yuan. After all, he was a mid-stage genius in the sword path. Before Ye Xing, he appeared as fragile as a child. Ye Xing looked at the bloodstains on the girl's skirt and fell silent for a moment. Did he hurt you? It's nothing, really. You've already taught him a lesson on my behalf. Ye Xing continued to observe Bai Fengshue, initially perplexed by the reason the eldest daughter of the Bai family would want to marry him. He assumed she was merely jesting. However, he did not anticipate that she would confront Gao Yuan so fiercely for his sake. Thank you, Ye Xing said, a faint smile gracing his lips. Bai Fengshue was evidently taken aback by Ye Xing's sudden expression of gratitude. She momentarily froze, her eyes wide with realization. What did you just say? You, like me too, Ye Xing? Chapter 57. I never expected your values to be so upright. At this moment, Ye Yuan Tian gradually descended. He cast a glance at Gao Yuan, shaking his head in disbelief. He truly did not anticipate that the 3 sons of that man would be so thoroughly beaten by his own son. Turning to his daughter, he suggested, Xing, why don't you accompany Bai Yadu for a stroll? It's not wise to remain cooped up at home. Only then did Ye Xing comprehend the situation. Her expression complex, and she nodded in agreement. Oh, is there something wrong with Bai Fengshue? Are we even speaking the same language? At that moment, Bai Fengshue's eyes brightened as she eagerly replied, Thank you, Uncle Yi. She had intended to seek out Ye Xing, and with Ye Yuan Tian's suggestion, there was no escape for Ye Xing to wander elsewhere. With a sigh, Ye Xing remarked, This old man. How is your injury? Bai Fengshue's eyes sparkled. She was genuinely concerned for me. Smiling, she replied, It's nothing. I've nearly recovered. Then that's good. Ye Xing, come with me to Magic City. Magic City? Yes, I'll take you there for some fun. Bai Fengshue continued. Recently, Magic City has introduced many magical beasts, each more adorable than the last. I'll show you around. Ye Xing pondered for a moment. He had no other engagements. All right. Okay. Follow me. With that, Ye Yuan Tian watched with a sense of satisfaction as Ye Xing boarded Bai Fengshue's spirit vessel. Meanwhile, Ye Xing and Bai Fengshue were swiftly en route to Magic City. Along the way, Ye Xing contemplated the phenomenon of the sun and moon intertwined. This divine ability was exceedingly powerful, capable of manifesting two distinct domains. Unlike any other, these domains could significantly alter the world. For instance, during the manifestation of his Chaos Ice Dragon form, it only affected a portion of the Yi family territory, dragging Gao Yang into its wake. The realms of the sun and moon intertwined comprised lunar radiance and solar corona. The effects of lunar radiance had already been observed, the eradication of roots. However, the solar corona was far more terrifying, originating from the bloodline. Using fire as a catalyst, anyone with a blood relation to the target, regardless of their presence within the domain, even if they were not in the Great Xia, would still be ensnared and subsequently incinerated. Some individuals would remain oblivious to the cause of their demise. Ye Xing, I heard your brother return a couple of days ago. Why haven't I seen him? Bai Fengshui couldn't help but look at Ye Xing, striving to find a topic of conversation. She thought mentioning Ye Zhiqiu would lead to a few exchanges. But she saw Ye Xing respond without lifting his head. He died yesterday. Bai Fengshui. She quickly replied, my condolences. I didn't realize I had inadvertently brought up such a sorrowful matter. She recalled her prior investigation into Ye Xing, which indicated a strong bond between the brothers. At this moment, Ye Xing must be feeling it's all right I killed him. Oh, I see. But that also means Bai Fengshui suddenly faltered, her head snapping up. Wait, what did you say? With a sigh, Ye Xing recounted the events of the past few days, detailing how Ye Zhiqiu had colluded with a sinister cult and orchestrated schemes. As Bai Fengshui listened, her eyes widened increasingly. And when she heard about Ye Xing single-handedly dismantling the cult's stronghold and even slaying a fifth-tier evil cultivator, her mouth fell agape in astonishment. Is this truly the extent of his power? A tempest of emotions surged within Bai Fengshui. Yet, upon reflection, how agonizing must it be for Ye Xing to have slain his own kin? It is imperative that I offer him solace. Ye Xing, this is not your fault. She suddenly grasped Ye Xing's hand, her gaze resolute. I understand you. After all, that is your family. If it were me, a cold glint flickered in Bai Fengshui's eyes. I would first reduce her to mere sticks, then discard her to be fed to the dogs. I would sever her dantian, obliterate her sight, and slice off her ears, subsequently using her spilled blood to replenish her body with spiritual energy. Ye Xing. Bai Fengshui abruptly covered her mouth, her ears flushed with embarrassment. I apologize for my outburst. Ye Xing wouldn't think of me as a deviant, would he? Ye Xing stared at her for a prolonged moment before murmuring, I did not anticipate your values to be so upright. Bai Fengshui. As the spiritual vessel descended upon the harbor of the demon city, the two had already arrived in this bustling metropolis. Upon disembarking, they ventured into the famed Spirit Bee Street. Strolling along the vibrant thoroughfare, flanked by an array of shops, Bai Fengshui cheerfully suggested, Ye Xing, there's a spirit beast market over here. Shall we take a look? I've heard a new batch of beaming snow ferrets has arrived. How delightful. Just as Ye Xing nodded in agreement, a sudden commotion erupted from a distance. Clear the way. None of you can lay a hand on my child. A voice, as if constricted by excess fat, rang out. The crowd hastily parted. The two exchanged bewildered glances, instinctively turning to observe. They saw several figures being obstructed outside a building by a corpulent woman. A middle-aged man stepped forward, addressing her with righteous indignation. Please step aside. We are from the Exorcism Bureau, and your spirit beast has already caused grave consequences, resulting in 3 deaths and 7 injuries. We must eliminate it to prevent further chaos and harm. At that moment, a haunting wail emanated from within the building, drawing everyone's attention. They beheld a grievously injured wolf-like beast sprawled on the ground, its eyes ablaze with fury. It became apparent that the previous night, this ferocious creature had gone berserk, attacking and devouring an entire family. Upon receiving the report, the Exorcism Bureau rushed to neutralize the threat, hoping to avert further tragedy. However, they never anticipated being thwarted by the beast's owner at this juncture. The plump woman cried out, I don't care. I don't care. She is my child. Setting aside the facts, is she not alive? So many have perished already. Must there be more? The middle-aged man faltered, but it has taken lives. It must have been provoked. It was not intentional, but that family did nothing wrong. Are you suggesting that my child killed intentionally? What else could it be? The middle-aged man seethed with fury, nearly erupting. The members of the Exorcism Bureau trembled with rage. The captain gripped his blade tightly, his knuckles turning white. Were it not for the woman's status, he would have struck down with a single blow. Captain, a young team member lowered his voice, suggesting, "Why don't we?" "No way." The captain gritted his teeth. "She belongs to the Nangong family. You must understand that the Bai family stands behind them in the magical city. Who in the entire magical city dares to provoke them?" Nangong Chi, with her ample figure, firmly positioned herself in front of the courtyard gate, declaring, "You are not allowed to touch it. It may have erred, but it deserves a chance for redemption. It is still a child." Setting aside the facts, what about those deceased? Were they without fault? In the distance, upon hearing these words, Ye Xing felt as if the wrinkles in his mind had smoothed out. He pondered for quite some time. Is this humanity? By feng shui aside, the Nangong family truly fails at raising their offspring, even pleading for a creature that harms others. Just as she intended to continue, suddenly, Ye Xing stepped forward. Bai Feng Shui was taken aback. As the standoff continued, a cool voice pierced through the noise. "Step aside." The crowd instinctively parted, revealing the silhouette of a young man in a black robe. Nangong Chi's green bean-like eyes darkened, thinking yet another critic had arrived, just as she was about to alert Ye Xing's parents. "This time, I stand with this lady." Ye Xing strode confidently to Nangong Chi's side, proclaiming with a resonant voice, "She is absolutely right." Nangong Chi. Chapter 58. A New Task. The Beast of Divine Sin? At this moment, everyone was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden appearance of an individual who surprisingly supported Nangong Chi. Was this person out of their mind? All gazes turned towards Ye Xing, scrutinizing him as if he were a madman. Who was this person? Had they lost their senses? How could they defend that deranged woman? "Hush! Keep your voice down, lest you invite trouble." The middle-aged captain of the Exorcism Bureau wore a grim expression, his hand resting ominously on the hilt of his blade. "My friend, this matter bears great significance, so I implore you to silence." Nangong Chi abruptly interjected, her voice piercing. "This gentleman is the one who understands reason." She then turned to Ye Xing, her doe-like eyes glistening with tears of gratitude. "Who among my family understands me?" Ye Xing wore an innocuous smile. "This lady speaks most truthfully." He gestured towards the writhing, tormented magic wolf within the room. "Look at how pitiable it is. Wounded as it is. Can you bear to see it suffer?" "Indeed, yes." Nangong Chi quickly chimed in. "It's usually so obedient. It must have been those people who seized this troublemaker." The captain could no longer contain his frustration. "I dare you to try. I am the legitimate daughter of the Nangong family. Anyone who lays a finger on him will see their entire family expelled from the Magic City by tomorrow." The members of the Exorcism Bureau froze in place, the captain's hand hovering in indecision, neither advancing nor retreating. Ye Xing sighed at an opportune moment. "It appears its injuries are quite severe. If not treated soon, it may not survive. But I did not bring any medicinal pills. What does it usually eat when hungry?" "I do not know. It finds its own food." A chilling silence enveloped the scene. Ye Xing remained silent for a full 3 seconds before speaking slowly. I possess an ancestral healing method. I assure you it will alleviate its suffering immediately, and it will never experience pain again. May I attempt this?" "Really? Oh, splendid." With that, Ye Xing turned and entered the room. After a while, he emerged, wiping brain matter from his hands with a smile. "The operation was very successful. That is reassuring." The deceased departed peacefully. Nangong Chi paused, suddenly sensing something amiss. She whirled around to gaze into the room. "My child!" Her scream nearly deafened everyone present. The corpse of the silver-backed magic wolf lay sprawled on the ground in a grotesquely twisted posture, its head shattered beyond recognition, a severed femur protruding from its mouth. The onlookers collectively gasped in horror. The members of the Exorcism Bureau were left utterly dumbfounded. They had intended to follow a protocol, granting this ferocious beast a swift end. Yet now, this was a most tragic demise. It would have been better off in their hands. Nangong Chi glared at Ye Xing with bloodshot eyes. "Why did you kill my child? What child of yours?" Ye Xing replied innocently. Are you also a beast? You. You were the one who permitted me to enter. Ye Xing raised his hands in exasperation. I have indeed succeeded. The pain has subsided. However, setting aside the facts, if you do not agree, how am I to enter? How could it perish? In other words, you are the one who killed it, you, the murderer. Nan Gongqi was struck as if by lightning. Such a pitiful child. How could you bring yourself to do that? Nan Gongqi exclaimed in disbelief. She has completely lost her mind. I will make you pay for this. Nan Gongqi was about to rally her allies when a chilling voice rang out. Do you seek death? Everyone turned toward the voice to see a girl clad in white approaching gracefully. Bai Fengxue, good heavens! It is the eldest daughter of the Bai family. What's she doing here? Nan Gongqi's legs weakened, nearly causing her to collapse. Bai Fengxue raised her hand and struck. Smack! Nan Gongqi's face instantly swelled, resembling a grotesque visage. I'm asking you, do you recognize your error? Bai Fengxue's gaze was piercing. You wish to protect a beast that harms others? I ask you, how many lives does that account for? Will you compensate them? Nan Gongqi was utterly terrified. Setting aside the fact that she could not contend with the Bai family, she had no intention of paying with her life. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It is I who deserves to die. Please, show mercy and forgive me. And what are the other wrongs? Bai Fengxue's voice was icy. Nan Gongqi was momentarily taken aback. Smack! Who permitted you to speak to Ye Xing in such a manner? He assisted in your pet's surgery. Did you express your gratitude? At this declaration, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Ye Xing, the middle-aged captain of the Zhengxie Bureau's legs buckled, nearly causing him to kneel. This is the heir of the Yi family? Nan Gongqi's complexion drained of color as she suddenly grasped the magnitude of her predicament. Two paramount families. She bowed frantically. I apologize. I was unaware of your identity. That beast deserved its fate. Please do not hold it against me. I had no idea why it suddenly began to consume people. At that moment, words appeared before Ye Xing's eyes. Ding, you have encountered the divine monstrous beast, a terrifying creature that has wrought destruction upon Magic City. Ye Xing's eyes narrowed. After wreaking havoc in Magic City, this vile beast departed to dominate the northern sea in Yunsan. Upon encountering it, you marvel at its increasing power. You recall the past of this divine monstrosity, remembering that it was initially merely a spiritual beast in Magic City, perhaps a disguise. Yet it gradually subjugated all surrounding spiritual beasts. At that time, no one noticed the undercurrents swirling beneath Magic City's surface. Until that day, when the divine monstrosity unleashed an unprecedented beast tide. Magic City was plunged into hell. Today, you must seek vengeance for the 10,000 souls of Magic City. Mission issued. Slay the divine monstrosity. Mission reward. God-level technique. Dragon's demise art. Ye Xing was momentarily stunned. Divine monstrosity. Then, in an instant, he inhaled deeply. If that were indeed the case, the number of spiritual beasts in Magic City must be terrifyingly vast. He could not help but cast a glance at Nan Gongqi, who was fervently bowing in apology. No wonder this fellow's spirit beast had suddenly turned to cannibalism. It seemed to be influenced by divine mischief. The principle of life for a life is as ancient as time itself. Bai Fengxue spoke coolly. You must provide the victims with an explanation. However, should they find your response unsatisfactory, I assure you, I will not allow you to find peace. Do you understand? Yes. Yes. Just as Nan Gongqi was about to leave, Bai Fengxue's sharp voice pierced the air. Did I permit you to leave? In an instant, with a flick of her hand, Nan Gongqi's left arm was severed, and he was sent crashing to the roadside, unconscious. Meanwhile, the middle-aged captain of the town exorcism bureau could not suppress a gulp. He was about to speak when Ye Xing suddenly turned her gaze towards him. The middle-aged man's face turned pale. He was on the verge of apologizing when Ye Xing inquired, May I ask how many incidents of spirit beast attacks have occurred in Magic City recently? A smile graced her lips. I believe the public safety situation in Magic City is in dire need of improvement. It requires thorough rectification. The middle-aged man was taken aback. What does this have to do with you? You, a person from the imperial capital, should not meddle in the affairs of Magic City. He turned to Bai Fengxue, seeking support. Bai Feng Xue replied nonchalantly. Did you not hear what he said? The middle-aged man could only stare in confusion. Chapter 59. I can still distinguish between the big and the small kings. At this moment, the middle-aged captain dared not utter a word. He hastily followed Ye Xing's advice and investigated the recent security incidents in the Magic City. The results were startling. Within just the past week, there had been 27 incidents of spirit beasts injuring people. Such a number was clearly abnormal. Upon hearing this data, Bai Feng Xue furrowed her brow. What on earth is happening with these spirit beasts? She too sensed that something was amiss. I don't know. Our investigations into these spirit beasts reveal no diseases or ailments. How could there suddenly be so many? After listening to the middle-aged man's words, Ye Xing approached to examine the data. He discovered that the earliest and most frequent incidents were concentrated in the Hanting district, a relatively remote area of the Magic City. With this insight, Ye Xing spoke up. Captain, given the multitude of incidents in the Magic City, are you not the least bit concerned? Is this the extent of the capabilities of the Exorcism Bureau? The middle-aged captain's expression stiffened. However, you need not worry. This young master will assist you in resolving the issue, though your cooperation is essential. Do you understand? After Ye Xing finished speaking, he turned and said, let us proceed. The two then set off towards the Hanting district. Phew! The middle-aged captain finally dared to breathe deeply, cold sweat trickling down his back. Immediately, notify the exorcism bureaus in each district. Quickly, Captain, are we really going to cooperate with them? What cooperation? The middle-aged captain swallowed hard. I may not know about cooperation, but I can certainly recognize the big and small kings. Meanwhile, in the exorcism bureau's office in Hanting district, Gao Hu and Wang He were lazily reclining in their chairs, idly passing the time. The phone rang. Gao got up to answer. Hello? Hanting Exorcism Bureau. The voice on the other end gradually transformed Gao Hu's expression into one of peculiarity. What's going on? Wang He casually inquired. Gao Hu hung up the phone, frowning. The higher-ups say 2 individuals will be arriving shortly to guide our work, and we are to cooperate fully. What? Wang He scoffed. Which privileged young master or miss is coming to gild themselves again? Who knows? The two exchanged glances, both feeling discontented. Such individuals are typically inept youngsters who rely on family connections to gain undeserved experience. They are not only unhelpful, but also require seasoned veterans like us to attend to them. What a bunch of fools. At that moment, Wang Yi's eyes twinkled as he lowered his voice. How about we see who arrives? If it's those old geezers from headquarters, we'll put on a good show. If it's some young master or miss, we can just deal with them casually and pass them off to the underlings. Gao gave a thumbs up. You're quite clever. Having navigated the bureaucratic waters for so many years, they had long mastered this unspoken rule. True bigwigs would never personally visit such a small branch. Those who did were usually inconsequential figures. Knock, knock, knock. Footsteps echoed from outside. Gao Hu and Wang He immediately adopted a serious demeanor, pretending to be diligently at work. The door swung open, and a young man walked in. Gao Hu lifted his gaze and nearly laughed. Ye Xing scanned the room. Where's the person in charge here? Wang He replied, It's me. I need you to investigate the recent activities of all the ferocious spirit beasts that have caused injuries. No commonality should be overlooked. But oh dear, it seems the staff responsible for the files has stepped out on business, and 1T returned for half an hour. Wang He intended to stall for a moment, hoping the other party would grow impatient, then casually find an excuse to delegate the task to a newcomer. Listening to these obviously dismissive words, Ye Xing sighed. It appears you have not grasped the essence of my request. Boom! A terrifying pressure suddenly erupted. The floor of the office cracked instantly, and all the furniture was shattered. Before Wang He and Gao Hu could react, they were forcefully pressed to the ground. Both men knelt down. Well, what kind of cultivation is this? Wang Yi's face turned pale. Gao Hu was equally bewildered. They finally realized they had encountered a formidable opponent. Ye Xing pointed casually at a nearby, stunned clerk. Now, you are the person in charge here. Go and investigate for me. Wang Yi panicked. Would he lose his stable position? My lord, he is unfamiliar with the business. He is utterly unfit to serve you. Let me handle it, Ye Xing coldly interjected. He is unfit? And you are? Wang Yi was instantly rendered speechless. Leave, you waste my time. With a wave of his hand, Ye Xing sent Wang, he and Gao Hu flying out, rendering them unconscious on the spot. The other staff members were terrified, their souls nearly escaping their bodies. How could they dare to be negligent? They immediately began rummaging through files in a frenzy. To dare act against the Bureau of Spirit Control. This gentleman is undeniably a tough adversary. Just then, Feng Shui walked in. What's wrong? Nothing. At that moment, the files were all delivered into Ye Xing's hands. Subsequently, he quickly flipped through them, his eyes gradually brightening. Feng Shui asked, "Do you have a lead?" "Yes." As Ye Xing examined the documents, he discovered that all the injurious spirit beasts had participated in the recent beast taming competition held in Magic City. In a rented room in Hanting District, a woman opened her eyes, clearly just awakened. Xiaohei, we have a competition again this afternoon." The girl's name was Xiao Qin. She had been a student but had dropped out 3 months prior. At that moment, a black cat stood not far away, its pupils a striking crimson. It was evident that this was a spirit beast, not an ordinary black cat. Xiaohei, you are simply my lucky star." Xiao Qin couldn't help but embrace the black cat. She had found this spirit beast 3 months ago, not only because it always assisted her in winning victories at the beast taming competitions, but primarily because it seemed to bring her great fortune. Over the past 3 months, she had encountered several unfortunate incidents, whether it was someone committing suicide or a car accident. She had been there and intervened. Now, she was recognized by the governing bureau and had become one of the top 10 outstanding youths in Hanting District. Truly, a fortunate little black cat. In the realm of my sacred fire, meow, 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 meow. Xiao Qin imitated the slogans of the online meow, meow sect devoted to the sacred fire. She has always held a profound affection for spirit beasts, believing they deserve the same treatment as humans. The young lady from the Nangong family, Nangong Qi, has consistently been her idol. The latter intends to establish a charitable organization for the love between humans and beasts, and Xiao Qin has longed to participate. At that moment, a disdainful glint flickered in the eyes of a distant black cat. What foolish humans these are. They ought to be our pets. Indeed, she has always regarded Xiao Qin as her pet. Once I seize control over all the beasts in the magical metropolis, I shall demonstrate our true power. Indeed, this little black cat before us is a divine anomaly. It has been exploiting the Beast Master Conference to engage with other spirit beasts. Even the serendipitous encounters Xiao Qin has had while assisting others are orchestrated by it. It is not that it aids in saving, but rather in causing harm. Once my strength is sufficiently restored, I shall devour every human in Hanting District. The black cat sneered. Moreover, no one will ever notice me. After all, who would have the heart to harm a charming little kitten? Chapter 60. Did I let you go? In the Hanting District, at the Beast Master Competition, Xiao Qin cradled her small black cat as she arrived at the venue. "Little Black, I'm counting on you today," she murmured softly. Almost immediately, she noticed a competitor who had just exited the arena following a defeat, and she let out a cold snort. Once she had been like them, but alas, she had chosen to forget her roots. Is not life itself a constant act of forgetting? At that moment, the noise of the competition suddenly stilled, and all eyes turned towards the entrance. A tall figure approached with measured steps. "Oh my, it's Ye Xing." The audience erupted in excitement. "The idol, it's truly him. I've heard he has won numerous championships." "Wait, have there really been that many competitions recently?" "Who knows? That is what they say online." Amidst the chatter, Ye Xing took to the competition stage. In an instant, a thunderous roar echoed through the arena. A colossal lion-like spirit beast materialized, its cultivation level astonishingly at the 4th tier. This was nothing short of overwhelming for the Beastmaster competition. Xiao Qin was momentarily taken aback upon seeing him and turned to the person beside her. "Is this Ye Xing truly that formidable?" She realized she had not heard of him before. The person looked startled. "No way. You've never heard of him?" Xiao Qin shook her head. "I really haven't. Well, let me enlighten you. This guy is the most popular among the younger generation in Modu. Not only has he reached the peak of the 3rd tier, but he has also tamed a 4th tier spirit beast. He began his cultivation at 16, won a scholarship from Modu No. 1, published numerous academic papers. and made it into the top 5 of the Modu Sky rankings. He once faced 5 peak, third-tier ferocious beasts without faltering. Xiao Qin's eyes widened in awe. That's incredible. Indeed, especially last year when he wrote an essay that topped the headlines in Modu. He writes that well? Yes, the essay was titled My Mayor Father. Xiao Qin fell silent for a moment. Does his ability to win competitions have anything to do with his father? The person was taken aback. What are you saying? Just as Xiao Qin was about to speak, she remembered that the event was organized by his mother, the district chief. She sighed, I despise you wealthy people. Meanwhile, on the stage, a thunderous noise erupted as Ye Xing observed his opponent's dismal defeat, unable to suppress a yawn. The host quickly grasped the cue and announced, Are there any other contestants? If not, the champion is... I am. Xiao Qin suddenly interjected. All eyes turned towards her as she ascended the stage with her small black cat. I wish to challenge you. Flames of determination flickered in her eyes. She had harbored a desire since childhood to trample the wealthy beneath her feet. Unfortunately, she was overlooked. Ye Xing furrowed his brow, soon recalling Xiao Qin's identity. You are indeed the recent sensation, the dark horse, so to speak. Xiao Qin scoffed softly. With Xiaohong by her side, she felt no fear whatsoever. Xiaohong, go. She then released Xiaohong, who leaped forth. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted. Ye Xing clutched his belly, tears of mirth glistening at the corners of his eyes. I thought it was a pet, he exclaimed, pointing at the small black cat. You truly intend for this little creature to face my golden flame in battle? The audience erupted in laughter. The imposing fourth-tier Lion King gazed down at the small black cat with disdain. Yet, the cat, with its crimson pupils, fixated unwaveringly on the Lion King. Gradually, the contempt in the Lion King's eyes began to dissipate, replaced by a peculiar bewilderment. Ye Xing called out, Golden Flame, attack. But the Lion King remained utterly still. Meanwhile, the spirit beasts in the audience began to stir restlessly. Let us have a grand showdown, children. The voice of the divine beast resounded in the minds of every spirit beast. Golden Flame. Ye Xing struck the Lion King's head forcefully. Get moving. Deal with it. I'll find you the most alluring lioness when we return. But then, roar. The Lion King abruptly turned its head and viciously sank its teeth into Ye Xing's shoulder. Let go. You beast. Chaos erupted in the audience. My spirit beast has gone wild. Help. It's biting me. Run. Dozens of spirit beasts simultaneously descended into madness, their crimson eyes flashing amidst the turmoil. At that moment, Ye Xing was en route to the Beastmaster Convention in the Hanting district. Due to the simultaneous occurrence of various events, he and Bai Fengxue had split up. However, he had instructed her to notify him immediately if she encountered any peculiar spirit beasts. He would swiftly traverse to her side through the tears of the cicada. Just then, a voice shouted, Stop. Don't run. 2 burly men were pursuing a disheveled woman. The woman, her face awash with fear, brightened upon seeing Ye Xing and rushed towards him, her expression turning pitiful. My lord, save me, she pleaded as she ran alongside him. They have set their sights on my beauty and wish to harm me. I beg you, save me. Before she could finish her plea, the 2 men had caught up. One glared menacingly at Ye Xing, brother. This does not concern you, so mind your own business. The woman immediately clutched Ye Xing's garment. My lord, please, you must save me. If I fall into their hands, the consequences would be dire. She lowered her voice, laced with seduction. As long as you assist me, I am yours to command. She believed Ye Xing would not refuse such an offer. What young man, faced with the classic tale of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress, would turn away? Just as she was about to flee, he commanded coldly, Step forward. Ye Xing's voice was icy as he suddenly grasped the woman by the neck. Did I permit you to leave? 2 burly men stood frozen in place, utterly unprepared for this unexpected turn of events. Wait, why was the plot unfolding this way? The woman, equally bewildered, exclaimed, What are you doing? Ye Xing scoffed. You mentioned that falling into their hands would be unimaginable. Have you ever considered what the consequences would be if you fell into mine? What do I have to do with you? Yet you come seeking my assistance. Fear flickered in the woman's eyes. Damn it, seeking your help is not an option. Ye Xing replied nonchalantly, Whether they capture you or not is of no concern to me. However, if you dare to use me as a shield, you shall pay the price. And do not assume that I cannot see through your facade. I recognized at a glance that you are not human. Upon realizing her disguise had been uncovered, the woman let out a piercing scream, which soon transformed into that of a ferocious beast resembling a fox. Chapter 61. Found you. Divine Beast. Damn it, it's her. I knew I wasn't mistaken. The eyes of the two burly men darkened. This morning, a horrific incident involving cannibalism occurred in the neighboring community. One of them utilized his innate ability to track down the wretched creature responsible for the atrocities and discovered this woman. They were certain that their talent could not be wrong. Thus, they relentlessly pursued her until now, when they finally confirmed that she was indeed the beast that devoured humans. The demon fox let out a furious roar, then perish. She had no idea how this young man had discovered her. A searing inferno of foxfire erupted from her mouth, instantly engulfing Ye Xing, scorching the ground black. Be careful, the two men exclaimed in unison. As the flames dissipated, Ye Xing remained standing, unscathed. Not even the corners of his clothing singed. His grip around the demon fox's neck remained unyielding. What? The demon fox's eyes widened in disbelief, her voice trembling. Her innate foxfire could severely injure even a fourth-tier cultivator. It could not harm this young man in the slightest. Now it's my turn. Ye Xing flicked his left hand, and a small flame appeared. And no, wait. The demon fox sensed an overwhelming danger emanating from it. But it was too late. Boom! The tiny flame landed on her, instantly transforming into a raging inferno. The wails echoed as the demon fox struggled frantically amidst the flames. But everything was disintegrating at a visibly rapid pace. The two burly men stood dumbfounded. The demon fox they had pursued for so long was now being effortlessly crushed like an ant. In mere moments, all that remained was ash. Ye Xing shook his head. I kindly offered to compare flames, yet you couldn't handle it and ended up perishing. Following that, a crimson stone materialized in Ye Xing's hand. From earlier, he sensed that the aura within it was akin to that of the wolf he had slain previously. The two burly men were utterly bewildered. What level of cultivation did this person possess? A master. At that moment, Ye Xing meticulously sensed the crimson stone, having no time to spare for them. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a glint of crimson flashing within. Found it. Xiao He, run. Run. At this moment, Xiao Qin was frantically fleeing with the divine beast in her arms, pursued by a frenzied spirit beast. This was the spirit beast of Ye Xing, a fourth-tier golden flame. If it caught Xiao Qin, it would crush her into pieces. Just moments ago, she had no idea what was happening, but these spirit beasts had gone mad, attacking humans indiscriminately. Seeing this, Xiao Qin hurriedly clutched the divine beast and ran, but the spirit beast relentlessly pursued her. At this time, the divine beast regarded her with indifference. Foolish human. In truth, it never expected Xiao Qin would bring it along, and the golden flame behind was under its control, solely to chase after Xiao Qin, as capturing her would mean feasting upon her. How amusing. It had always considered Xiao Qin as its pet. Soon after, the divine beast let out a bored yawn. Sweat streamed down Xiao Qin's forehead. Had her talent not been one of speed, she would have long been caught and devoured by the golden flame pursuing her. In that moment of flight, Xiao Qin spotted a small, abandoned cave ahead. Her eyes sparkled with hope, and she hurriedly slipped inside. With a powerful strike, she shattered the rocky wall, causing debris to crash down and seal the entrance securely. Xiao He, over here, she exclaimed, noticing a narrow tunnel behind the rock wall. She quickly pulled the little black cat into the passage. Just as they took refuge, a massive boulder tumbled down from above, temporarily blocking the pursuing Lion King outside. The divine beast crouched in the darkness, watching the human with keen interest. It had anticipated that Xiao Qin would flee alone or use it as bait. Xiao He, you must escape. Xiao Qin suddenly turned, declaring, I will hold it back. The divine beast was taken aback. What did she just say? A thunderous roar erupted from the other side of the boulder, more terrifying as it was laced with a distorted human voice. I will consume you. In that moment, Xiao Qin was gripped by fear. The divine beast was puzzled. Just then, Xiao Qin urged, Xiao He, quickly dig a hole and get out. With your size, it won't be able to catch you. You are incredibly lucky, so you want to die. Hurry, I will hold it off. The divine beast fell silent. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the surface of the boulder. A sharp claw pierced through, mere inches from Xiao Qin's cheek. God, it hissed. Xiao Qin's eyes flashed with alarm. Damn it. She quickly reached for something from her ring. Boom. The entire mountain was cleaved open by a terrifying force. Sunlight cascaded down, stunning Xiao Qin. What on earth was happening? She beheld a figure suspended in midair, their black robe billowing in the fierce wind. I have caught you as well, came the voice. At that moment, the golden flame turned and glared. Upon seeing Ye Xing, it roared and charged forward. However, Ye Xing didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. He merely waved his hand. The power of extreme cold erupted instantaneously. The golden flame Lion King froze mid-air, its golden flames crystallizing into ice. The massive beast transformed into a block of ice and then crashed to the ground, shattering into countless icy shards. Xiao Qin's eyes lit up with joy. Could this person be here to rescue her? Wonderful. Surely, the Exorcism Bureau had received word of the spirit beast rampage. But in the next moment, swish! A fierce sword aura sliced down. Xiao Qin looked up, her heart nearly stopping in terror. What the hell? She immediately activated the spatial artifact on her person. In an instant, her figure vanished, and where the sword aura struck, the mountain exploded. What the hell are you doing? Xiao Qin reappeared 100 meters away. Her face pale, cursing furiously. Are you insane? Do you believe I will sue you? Her heart raced, cold sweat soaking her back. Had it not been for her concealed spatial artifact, that sword strike would have undoubtedly cleaved her in twain. Indeed, she had meticulously orchestrated her plan from the outset. Taking refuge in the cave was entirely intentional. For the moment the little black cat ventured away, she would swiftly employ the spatial artifact to make her escape. This was prompted by her recent observations that the little black cat seemed to have grown distant from her. Thus, she staged a desperate act of protecting the cat, hoping to elevate her favorability. Little did she anticipate the situation would unfold in such a manner. In the next instant, a frightened meow echoed as the little black cat emerged trembling from the rubble, appearing thoroughly distressed. Xiao Qin rushed forward, cradling it in her arms, her heart aching as she comforted. Do not fear. Do not fear. Immediately after, she cast an indignant glare at Ye Xing, exclaiming furiously, Are you trying to get us killed? What if you harm our little black cat? I rely on it. Ye Xing regarded her with an impassive expression, coldly retorting, Stop pretending, shall we? Do you think I am unaware of your true identity? Xiao Qin was taken aback. My identity? Am I not an ordinary person? In an instant, her mind conjured the image of a long-lost noble heiress, who, upon being discovered by her enemies, was facing imminent peril. At that moment, the divine beast narrowed its eyes, unable to suppress its curiosity about Xiao Qin. Could it be that this woman harbors some extraordinary identity? It did not perceive Ye Xing as a threat to itself, for in the eyes of the world, it was merely an innocuous and adorable little black cat. Who could have fathomed its true nature? Yet in the following moment, Ye Xing's next words rendered its expression frozen. A divine beast masquerading as a black cat? Ye Xing sneered, I told you to stop pretending. Can you not hear me? The divine beast froze, its pupils constricting. He knows my identity? Chapter 62. Is he the son of the heavenly path? Upon hearing Ye Xing's words, Xiao Qin was momentarily taken aback, followed swiftly by a furrowed brow. What on earth are you saying? What is this nonsense about divine aberrations and demons, masquerading as a little black cat? Are you attempting to seize it? Little black, do not fear, I shall not. Xiao Qin intended to protect the divine beast, yet as she observed the gaze of the little black cat, she was suddenly struck with astonishment. The once timid and innocent look had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming aura of brutal malice. With a soft leap, the little black cat descended from Xiao Qin's embrace. At the moment it touched the ground, boom, torrential black mist erupted. Its form twisted and expanded, the crimson pupils transforming into a blood-red abyss, a terrifying presence enveloping the entire expanse. In an instant, it morphed into a colossal, fearsome monster. How did you discover my true identity? The divine beast rasped. Logically speaking, Having disguised itself as a little black cat, it should have remained undetected. Furthermore, how did the other party come to know the term divine aberration? You need not know. What is imperative is that your countdown to demise has already begun. Ye Xing replied calmly, I shall eradicate you completely, ensuring that you pose no threat to the demon city in the future. The divine beast's expression darkened. What was happening? From this exchange, it seemed the opponent was fully aware of everything. Who exactly was he? Little Black. At that moment, Xiao Qin's complexion paled. She could not comprehend how the little black cat had suddenly grown to such monstrous proportions. Meanwhile, the divine beast disregarded Xiao Qin entirely and declared, I have no desire to engage with you. If you allow me to depart, I shall bestow upon you immeasurable benefits in the future. It was eager to avoid conflict with Ye Xing. Drawing attention could potentially summon powerful adversaries, leading to its destruction. The divine beast was a sinister entity birthed from the fall of divinity, a monstrosity formed from the sins of a fallen deity. Beings of its kind were exceedingly rare, emerging only once in millennia. It clung to life, hence its willingness to disguise itself as a harmless little black cat among mortals. Immeasurable benefits? Ye Xing scoffed. You, a mere beast, think you are worthy? You seek death. The divine beast's gaze darkened further, being referred to as a beast repeatedly struck at its very core. Once a being of exalted divinity, it would not tolerate such humiliation from a mere mortal, even in its fallen state. With a roar, the divine beast unleashed its fury, transforming the world around it. The previously clear sky was instantly engulfed by darkness, the surroundings contorting as if being dragged into another realm. A domain? Ye Xing raised an eyebrow. The divine beast's form vanished in an instant, melding completely into the shadows. This was its domain, the Evernight Sin domain. Within this realm, it was the sovereign. All perception would be obscured, and every law distorted. It approached Ye Xing silently. Despite its overwhelming power, it proceeded with utmost caution. This quality of caution and prudence has always been a source of immense pride for the divine beast. Only a fool would act recklessly. Just as it was about to strike, Ye Xing suddenly turned and shouted fiercely, Do you think I am blind? The supreme divine sword was instantly raised, and a radiant beam of sword light tore through the darkness, wielding the power to obliterate everything as it struck fiercely against the divine beast. What? The divine beast had no time to react and was directly cleaved down. Bang! Its body crashed heavily to the ground, dark blood splattering forth. Impossible! The immense pain did not elicit a howl from the divine beast. Instead, it left it utterly dazed. This was its domain. Here it should be invincible. How could Ye Xing perceive its presence? However, it was the terror that followed that left it even more frightened. Ye Xing suddenly radiated a terrifying pressure. The sword light of the supreme, divine sword blossoming like the blazing sun. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed. The domain belonging to the divine beast was forcefully split open. No, it can't be. The divine beast shrieked, disbelief saturating its voice. It was a being of the 5th tier, yet Ye Xing was merely at the 4th tier. How could he possess such power? Who are you exactly? The mysterious youth before it not only recognized its identity, but also wielded such formidable strength despite being at the 4th tier. Countless thoughts flashed through its mind, cold sweat pouring down. Ye Xing surveyed the shattered domain around him and couldn't help but shake his head. In the future, this divine beast could potentially destroy the entire demon city. The Bai family would undoubtedly still exist then. Yet even so, the divine beast would have succeeded. This indicated that in the future, this creature's power might surpass that of the Bai family head. Fortuitously, he had foreseen these events. The ability to extinguish the divine beast in advance was crucial. Otherwise, the future would be truly terrifying. At that moment, the divine beast acutely sensed the vast chasm between it and Ye Xing escape. It must escape. Without hesitation, the divine beast turned to tear through the space to flee. For it, survival was paramount. Suddenly, the original world was instantly replaced by an endless moonlight. The entire realm seemed to be pulled into a silvery domain. The sun and moon were misaligned. a domain of this magnitude. The divine beast let out a terrified growl. This was not a domain that a mere fourth tier could manifest. But then Ye Xing unleashed his aura. That presence even caused the divine beast's dark mist to dissipate. In an instant, the aura of the heavenly Tao. You are the child of the heavenly Tao. The divine beast's voice twisted with fear. It finally comprehended. This youth was not an ordinary person, but the embodiment of the heavenly Tao of this realm. A favored one of the heavenly Tao. It could distinctly sense the power of the heavenly Tao within Ye Xing. So that is it. No wonder he could crush a fifth-tier being with a fourth-tier body. No wonder he saw through my disguise at a glance and discerned my true identity, the way of heaven. How could it resort to such extremes to eliminate me? It has even dispatched this method in advance. Despair welled up in the eyes of the divine beast. To eradicate me, you would go so far as to descend in a corporeal form. I foolishly believed I had concealed myself well. It turns out you were merely toying with me. Ye Xing, Chapter 63. May you both perish. Has this fellow taken himself to be an incarnation of the heavenly Tao? Ye Xing furrowed her brows, offering no explanation, for she indeed possessed the power of the heavenly Tao within her. At that moment, the divine beast of sin, upon noticing Ye Xing's silence, grew increasingly convinced of his own judgment. He had never anticipated that even the heavenly Tao would intervene to thwart his growth. It seemed that the youth before him would not allow him to escape. Thus, he could only fight to the bitter end. No wonder you aimed to bring about my demise from the outset, offering me no chance whatsoever. Such is the ruthlessness of the heavenly Tao. The divine beast of sin let out a low growl. If I can escape today, once I have grown stronger, I will surely annihilate this world. A torrent of dark mist erupted from the divine beast, and countless twisted shadows splintered from its form, each radiating a terrifying aura akin to its own. This was the thousand shadows devouring souls, its innate divine ability, with each shadow possessing the power of the fifth rank. In the outside world, they could easily lay waste to an entire city. However, within Ye Xing's domain, as soon as these shadows emerged, they were ensnared by the celestial moonlight. Countless silvery beams of moonlight pierced through the shadows, pinning them one by one to the void. The beast's own form was struck by a beam of moonlight, crashing heavily to the ground. It realized its limbs were now immobilized, held fast by the lunar radiance. Damn it! In the midst of its despair, a voice cried out, "Do not harm Xiaohe." Xiao Qin suddenly rushed forward, arms outstretched to shield the divine beast of sin. "I beg you, do not kill Xiaohe. He has done nothing wrong. I do not know how he has offended you. Instead, let me die in his place. Please, spare him." Though tears streamed down Xiao Qin's face, her heart harbored its own schemes. She was certain that Ye Xing was an official figure, and, as one of the top 10 outstanding youths, if she could save Xiaohe, whose prowess was extraordinary, she would inevitably ascend to the pinnacle of success in life. Were their lives not worth preserving? Hearing Xiao Qin's familiar plea, Ye Xing suddenly inquired, "Do you know Nangongqi?" Xiao Qin was taken aback. "She is my idol." Ye Xing's eyes widened in realization. No wonder. Everything is explained now. At that moment, the divine beast of sin struggled to speak. "No, if anyone must die, let it be me. Do not harm her. She is merely an ordinary person." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qin quickly responded, "No. Kill me. I implore you, spare Xiaohe. No, kill me. Do not involve her." Thus, a scene of mutual sacrifice unfolded between the girl and the beast. Ye Xing observed this farcical display in silence before letting out a sigh. "I am truly moved by your devotion." Xiao Qin and the divine beast of sin exchanged glances, hope igniting in their eyes. Could it be? However, Ye Xing's voice turned icy. "Then may you both perish." In the next moment, Ye Xing stood before Xiao Qin and seized her by the throat. Xiao Qin was taken aback. "How dare she lay hands on me? I am a citizen." The immense power nearly left Xiao Qin gasping for breath. "What are you doing?" "I am one of the top 10 outstanding youths of Hanting District, recognized by the mayor." "How dare you?" "The mayor? Very well. I shall take the liberty of criticizing him later." Before he could respond, Ye Xing swiftly tightened her grip around Xiao Qin's neck. turning her into ashes with a burst of flames. Perhaps Qiao Qin never fathomed how she met her demise. If only she had refrained from her incessant chatter. As Qiao Qin was slain, the beast of divine corruption let out a furious roar. "You are utterly insufferable." It had contemplated putting on a tragic act to see if it would bear any fruit, only to find its opponent retaliate with lethal force. Ye Xing's gaze was icy. What emotional display can a creature of divine corruption muster? Do you take me for a fool? A being capable of annihilating the magical city cannot be trifled with. And how many lives have already been lost because of your folly? And yet, this foolish woman wishes to protect you? Are you mad? Is your life of greater value than the lives of countless others in the magical city? With no hesitation, Ye Xing decided to eliminate such a foolish woman. Run! The beast of divine corruption howled, unleashing its final surge of power, tearing towards the edge of the domain. To its astonishment, it indeed ripped open a fissure in the moonlight domain. So simple. It charged forth without a moment's pause, sunlight cascading upon it. The beast of divine corruption cackled. "I have escaped." Without looking back, it fled wildly, transforming into a streak of black light, covering vast distances in an instant. Curiously, Ye Xing did not pursue. After fleeing for quite some time, the beast began to sense something amiss. What? Had it not encountered a single structure after such a long time? This wilderness was excessively vast. Have you not realized yet, you imbecile? Ye Xing's voice suddenly echoed in its ears. What? The beast's fur bristled in terror as it scanned its surroundings. Where are you? It could not detect Ye Xing's presence at all, because you have yet to leave my domain. The beast of divine corruption abruptly looked up, fixating on the sun in the sky. Could it be that it was not the true sun at all, but rather the core of a domain? How could this be? It believed it had broken through Ye Xing's domain, only to have merely fallen from the moonlight into Ye Xing's meticulously prepared corona. It had been thoroughly outwitted. Suddenly, the entire realm ignited in a blazing inferno. Countless fire dragons materialized from all directions. No! The beast of divine corruption struggled frantically. I cannot die. I am divine. I am eternal and indestructible. Yet, the fire dragons roared forth. The searing flames engulfed it entirely, its dark form disintegrating in the conflagration. I will not accept this. In the end, the beast of divine corruption was reduced to ashes. Ding! Mission accomplished. Obtain the Dragon Corruption Demise Technique. Dragon Corruption Demise Technique. Transform the dragon's body into the divine. Cultivation grants the power of the dragon. The physical form becomes incredibly robust, exterminating evil and malevolence. As Ye Xing gazed upon the technique before her eyes sparkled with intrigue. This is indeed an opportunity for cultivation. In the next moment, Ye Xing dispelled the domain and subsequently initiated the dream of the underworld. As the dream of the underworld unfolded, the space subtly distorted and a shadow as dark as night gradually took shape before Ye Xing. The beast of divine anomaly manifested before him in a renewed form. Its figure was no longer as grotesque and twisted as before. Instead, it transformed into a Kirin, entirely cloaked in darkness. It was, after all, the embodiment of countless beasts, and the Kirin represented its ultimate manifestation. Its scales glistened like ink. Its eyes shone like blood. Master, it bowed, its voice imbued with absolute submission. Ye Xing nodded with satisfaction. The dream of the underworld possesses the power to reshape the very essence of beings, converting them into the most loyal of servants. Thus, he not only acquired the ancient lair of the future demonic god, the mother of all beasts, but also gained an immensely promising beast of divine anomaly. Once they reach their zenith, they will become forces of battle at the level of martial gods. Ye Xing's gaze swept towards the distant cave, seizing this opportunity to cultivate the newly acquired technique. Guard me. As you command, Master, the divine anomaly. Kirin growled in response. Ye Xing uttered no further words, turning to enter the depths of the cave, settling into a meditative position. With spiritual energy coursing around him, he began to comprehend the new technique. Meanwhile, the divine anomaly Kirin lay quietly at the cave's entrance, vigilantly observing every whisper of the outside world. However, It was not long before its ears perked up, as if sensing something. In the distance, two figures were swiftly approaching. HM, the divine anomaly Kirin slowly rose, a surge of killing intent beginning to brew. Chapter 64, Pinnacle of the Fourth Stage. Seizing the divine beast Qilin. Young master, please slow down. In the skies above, two figures were rapidly traversing the air. An elderly man with a white beard urgently called out. Upon hearing the elder's words, Nangong Yin replied indifferently, "There's no time to dawdle. I've heard that there's been a disturbance among the spirit beasts here, and the people from the Demon Suppression Bureau will arrive shortly. Let us see if we can rescue a few spirit beasts." Indeed, he had come not to save people, but rather to save spirit beasts. All because he had been brainwashed by his sister since childhood, believing that the lives of spirit beasts were equally valuable. As an elder brother, he felt compelled to comply with her wishes. However, he never anticipated that she would offend the prominent families of the Bai and Yi clans. What a stroke of misfortune! Nangong Yin shook his head. At the same time, he thought his sister to be quite foolish. What kind of esteemed figures had she managed to provoke? At that moment, the elder shook his head. One cannot blame the young lady. Who could have known it was merely a trivial matter, and yet she encountered those two? Where are the young master of the Yi family and the miss of the Bai family now? It seems they have gone to the Demon Suppression Bureau, though the reason remains unclear. Very well. The elder's sole purpose for this journey was to ensure Nangong Yan's safety. After all, he was the only son of the current head of the Nangong family. If anything were to happen to him, even his status as a sixth-tier expert would not absolve him of responsibility. Just then, both the elder and Nangong Yin sensed a peculiar aura. They abruptly halted, gazing downward. There, a pitch-black beast, resembling a Qilin, was coldly observing them. This is, the elder's eyes flickered, with his sixth-stage cultivation. He could not discern the true nature of this spirit beast. It was extraordinary. Meanwhile, Nangong Yin's eyes sparkled with excitement. What a magnificent spirit beast! He had perused the compendium of beasts in his youth, yet had never encountered such a mystical creature. The elder spoke in a grave tone, "Young master, this beast is not ordinary." He could faintly sense a pressure emanating from the spirit beast that sent shivers down his spine. This was not the aura that a typical spirit beast could possess. Suddenly, the creature spoke, "Humans, get lost. Do not disturb my master." What? Nangong Yin was initially taken aback, but then elation swept over him. It can speak. A spirit beast capable of human speech is not only of profound cultivation, but also exceedingly rare. His perception quickly scanned the vicinity, and indeed, he detected a fourth-stage presence near a cave. A cold smirk crept across Nangong Yin's lips. A mere fourth-stage ant dares to possess such a divine beast? The elder inquired, "Young master, should we inform that person to purchase this spirit beast?" "No need," Nangong Yin replied coolly. "We shall simply capture this spirit beast first and utilize the spirit control ring to subdue it. But that person, why should I concern myself with him?" A glint of disdain flashed in Nangong Yin's eyes. "What I, Nangong Yin, desire, no one can impede, least of all a mere fourth stage. This spirit beast is mine. It would be his honor." In Nangong Yin's eyes, for fourth stage being to possess such a spirit beast was akin to possessing a rare treasure of the heavens. Only true warriors are worthy of possessing this peak spirit beast. Capture it. Yes. With a flick of Elder Bai's finger, golden light surged towards the divine Sin Kirin. 6 chains of confinement emerged from the void, poised to ensnare the creature's limbs. Once bound, the intellect of this spirit beast could be directly controlled. However, get lost. You fool. The divine Sin Kirin opened its massive jaws, unleashing not an ordinary black mist, but a chaotic aura interwoven with crimson threads of blood. The very ring meant to ensnare the Kirin was instantaneously dissolved. "Be careful." Elder Bai, sensing something amiss, hastily waved his hand. 3,000 silvery threads converged to form a protective barrier. The black mist collided with the barrier, nearly penetrating it. How is this possible? Elder Bai was struck with astonishment. He distinctly sensed that the opponent was merely at the 5th rank. Yet, his protective spiritual light had sustained damage. Nangong Yin, Witnessing this scene was not alarmed but rather elated. Excellent. The more ferocious, the more deserving of this young master. He then gazed at the divine Sinkiran. Resist all you wish, but remember, your master shall only ever be me. And it is because of your defiance that I will teach your master a lesson shortly. Allow you to witness what true strength is. The divine Sinkiran's voice was frigid, its aura surging. You are not worthy. 3 minutes prior, Ye Xing was preparing to cultivate the dragon's annihilation technique. Sitting cross-legged, spiritual energy surged around him like a tidal wave. This technique was exceedingly domineering, demanding the sacrifice of one's physical form, forging an unparalleled physique through destruction and rebirth. Others attempting to practice this method risked their bodies collapsing, resulting in explosive demise. It could be said to be exceptionally agonizing. Yet, Ye Xing was different. He possessed the Black Emperor, rendering his body eternal and indestructible. Even if his bones shattered and flesh dissolved, he could swiftly restore himself to his original state. This was the true power of the Black Emperor. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonated within Ye Xing's body. His muscles, bones, and meridians began to collapse instantaneously. Agonizing pain surged forth. Nevertheless, his expression remained unchanged as the sound of shattering bones echoed. Countless fissures appeared upon his skin surface. Yet in the very next moment, Ye Xing's body slowly regained its original form, as if nothing had transpired. Thus, collapse, restoration, and then enhancement occurred. In this cycle of destruction and renewal, he continued to grow stronger. It can only be said that the Black Emperor's innate talent maximally unleashed the true power of this technique. Simultaneously, the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged wildly into his body. In the cycle of destruction and rebirth, it constantly tempered his physical form. 4th rank, 6th layer. 4th rank, 7th layer. 4th rank, 8th layer. Ye Xing's cultivation sword. Accompanying the rise in his cultivation were the manifestations of dragon shadows surrounding him. Ultimately, 9 dragon-shaped phantoms materialized, each one fearsome and exuding overwhelming dragon might. The roar of dragons echoed through the heavens. The 9 dragon shadows danced around Ye Xing, ultimately merging into his body. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted, as if the final step had been successfully completed. Ye Xing has finally ascended to the pinnacle of the 4th tier. At this moment, Ye Xing's physical strength has become extraordinarily formidable. In comparison to his former self, Ye Xing even believes he could shatter an opponent with a single punch. Slowly, he opens his eyes. Just then, a voice echoes from outside. Stop struggling. Otherwise, I shall summon your master at this very instant. Surely, you do not wish to witness him begging for mercy on his knees. I am a young master of the Nangong family. In the Demon City, who dares to disregard my authority? At this moment, Ye Xing furrows his brow. The Nangong family? Chapter 65. You dare to threaten my family? How bold! The battle between the divine Kirin and Elder Bai has reached an intense climax. The inky black aura and silvery strands clash incessantly, with each encounter causing the surroundings to tremble. Although the divine Kirin finds itself at a disadvantage against Elder Bai, it exhibits no signs of fear. In the past, it would have fled when faced with an insurmountable foe, but now, with the reversal of fate brought forth by the dream of the underworld, what is there to fear? In the sky above, Nangong Yen, initially a mere spectator, grows increasingly alarmed. He had assumed that Elder Bai would easily dominate the encounter. But what kind of divine beast is this? It can contend with a 6th-tier opponent and remain undefeated. Elder Bai is equally astonished. He had initially held back, knowing that the young master sought to subdue this spirit beast, but as the battle progressed, he realized that its combat prowess far exceeds that of an ordinary 5th-tier creature. Elder Bai declared coldly, my young master is the heir of the Nangong family, the future head of a Nangong clan. Follow him, and you shall enjoy boundless wealth and glory. Why cling to a worthless master? Preposterous! The divine Kirin roared in fury. The mere Nangong family dares to compare with my master. These insignificant insects will never comprehend that their master is the embodiment of the heavenly Tao. Only I understand this. Hence I must serve him loyally. Upon hearing these words, Nangong Yan's expression darkened. How audacious. Elder Bai, show no mercy. Suppress it directly. I wanted to witness its worthless master being tormented by me. Understood. Elder Bai ceased holding back, unleashing the full force of his sixth-tier pressure. Boom! The divine Kirin was instantly overwhelmed by this aura, its scales cracking under the immense force. Just as Elder Bai was about to seize the divine Kirin, a chilling voice cut through the air. Begone. Elder Bai was taken aback as a colossal, pale hand of spiritual energy manifested, crashing down with a resounding impact. The hand of the heavens. Who dares? Elder Bai's pupils contracted, sensing the danger, and hurriedly dodged. Bang! The hand of the heavens struck the ground, obliterating the earth within a radius of several dozen yards, creating a vast pit. As the dust settled, a figure gradually emerged. Ye Xing's gaze was indifferent. What do you intend to do with what belongs to me? Master, the divine Kirin rejoiced, transforming into a shadow and rushing to Ye Xing's side. Nangong Yin furrowed his brow. You are its master? Elder Bai stood in stunned silence. Incredulity etched across his face as he beheld the attack that had just transpired. That strike truly came from this fourth-tier being? Ye Xing's expression turned icy as he regarded Nangong Yin and Elder Bai. He had never anticipated that. While honing his own skills, there would be brazen individuals attempting to confront the divine Kirin. You've arrived just in time. Nangong Yin scoffed. I have my eye on this creature. Name your price, but you may not be aware of my identity. I am from the Nangong family. Silence. Ye Xing's gaze remained calm. I care not for your Nangong family or the Beigong family. Speak. How do you wish to meet your demise? Nangong Yin was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter as if hearing the most absurd joke. How do I want to die? Ha 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 ha. Tears nearly streamed from his eyes as he chuckled, astonished that someone dared to speak to him in such a manner. Ye Xing remained silent. Once Nangong Yin had finished laughing, a dangerous glint appeared in his eyes. I have changed my mind. I will take what I want, and I have no intention of sparing your life. How dare this fellow insult him? It was already a favor to take his possessions. If he was ungrateful, so be it. Yet he had the audacity to resist. The thought only fueled Nangong Yan's fury further. He unleashed the full pressure of his peak fifth-tier power. A dark golden light manifested in his right hand, revealing the Nangong family's secret technique, the star-shattering finger. He lunged forward, aiming directly for Ye Xing's throat. If this strike connected, even a peak fifth tier would be left crippled, if not dead. Young master, wait. At that moment, Old Bai suddenly shouted, sensing something amiss. The young man was far too composed, as if he were entirely unconcerned. But it was too late. Before Nangong Yin could react, the next moment came. You dare! Ye Xing's cold voice resonated like thunder. Boom! Ye Xing unleashed a punch. There were no flashy moves, only sheer, unadulterated power. Nangong Yan's protective spiritual energy shattered instantly. In the next moment, his body was torn asunder, his entire left side reduced to a mist of blood by the force of that singular blow. Nangong Yin screamed in agony as he was sent flying. He could scarcely believe that he had been so thoroughly defeated by a single punch. Master, Old Bai cried out in terror, unable to trust his own eyes. Nangong Yin, the pinnacle of the fifth tier and the most exceptional talent of the Nangong family's younger generation, had been incapacitated by a single blow. Old Bai, kill him. I want his entire family exterminated. The excruciating pain twisted Nangong Yan's features as he roared in fury. He had never experienced such suffering, nor could he accept being bested by a mere fourth tier. Yes, Old Bai's expression darkened as he released the full pressure of the sixth tier. This man must be eliminated. Otherwise, Nangong Yan's injuries would be his responsibility. But, kill my entire family? Ye Xing suddenly laughed. You are the first to dare utter such words in this world. For in this realm, there exists no entity capable of threatening the Yi family. Just as Old Bai prepared to take action, boom! A shadow, colossal as a mountain, descended upon the world, the mother of all beasts. Its aura, surpassing even the sixth tier, radiated outward. Upon sensing this presence, Old Bai froze in place. What manner of monster is this? He was firmly locked onto by the mother of all beasts, unable to move a muscle. How could such a creature heed the command of a mere fourth tier? Who? Who are you? Nangong Yin was utterly bewildered, feeling the aura surrounding him. An ominous premonition arose within his heart. Ye Xing spoke with an indifferent tone. I just dealt with Nangong Chi yesterday, and today another member of the Nangong family appears. Your family is quite impressive, isn't it? What? Nangong Yan's mind was in disarray. Nangong Chi? Yesterday? You are the young master of the Yi family? Old Bai's face turned ashen in an instant. It was over. They had actually provoked the young master of the Yi family, a terrifying presence that even the head of the Nangong family regarded with utmost caution. Nangong Yan's complexion was deathly pale. Just moments ago, he had boldly threatened to annihilate the entire Yi family. Now, he regretted it deeply. He had mocked Nangong Chi for being blind, only to find himself crashing into a solid wall. I apologize. We had no idea it was you. Young Master Yi, it was all a misunderstanding. We'll leave at once. After regaining his composure, Nangong Yin hastily spoke, signaling Old Bai to hurry and take him away. However, Old Bai remained frozen, drenched in sweat. It wasn't he that he wished to stay behind. He was acutely aware that any movement on his part would result in him being torn to shreds by this formidable individual before him. Thinking of leaving, Ye Xing spoke coolly. When you sought to steal from me and insulted me, why didn't you claim it was a misunderstanding? When you threatened to kill my entire family, why didn't you say that was a misunderstanding? Now, wishing to depart and calling it a misunderstanding? Very well. Shortly, I shall slay your entire family and inform you that it was merely a misunderstanding. Whether you accept this as a misunderstanding or not, I shall end your life. Chapter 66. The Annihilation of the Nangong Family. Upon hearing this, Nangong Yan's complexion turned ashen, realizing he had irrevocably offended the young master of the Yi family. At that moment, disregarding his injuries, he hastily knelt down, pleading for mercy from young Master Yi. This is truly a misunderstanding. Had I known it was you, I wouldn't have dared to commit such an act even with 100 lives. Witnessing Nangong Yan's desperate pleas, Ye Xing exhibited no reaction. His earlier words revealed that this individual had frequently engaged in unscrupulous deeds, brazenly seizing other spiritual beasts and even threatening to annihilate entire families. Was this not the very decadent persona Ye Xing had always loathed? As Nangong Yin continued to bow frantically, Old Bai was about to speak, when suddenly the divine beast, the sinister Qilin, roared, "You old fool! You shall perish!" Earlier, when its master was absent, it had chosen to ignore the insults, but now that its master had arrived, it demanded respect. The sinister Qilin, born from the depths of divine corruption, was not one to be trifled with. The humiliation of being suppressed by demanded retribution 100-fold. The sinister Qilin charged forward, and as Old Bai attempted to summon his spiritual energy to defend himself, the overwhelming pressure from the mother of all demons shattered his protective barrier. What? His eyes widened in terror, and before he could react, the sinister Qilin's claws struck fiercely at his throat, preempting any pleas for mercy. The creature understood that humans often resorted to begging for their lives, so it aimed to silence that very plea. Old Bai's features contorted in agony as he struggled, yet the tendrils of the mother of all demons pierced through his dantian. In mere moments, his body withered at a visible pace, ultimately reducing him to a desiccated skeleton. With a cold glance, the sinister Qilin scoffed. How dull. Observing Old Bai perish so effortlessly, Nangong Yan's face grew even paler. Trembling in fear, he dreaded that he would be next. At that juncture, Ye Xing withdrew a communication jade talisman from his robes and spoke, "By Feng Shue, I require your assistance. Please investigate whether the Nangong family is involved in any illicit activities or other unsavory dealings. Yes, if you find anything, feel free to confiscate their assets." These words exploded in Nangong Yan's ears. Wait, he shrieked in terror. He wished to plead for his life, to explain that everything was a misunderstanding. However, Ye Xing's frigid gaze rendered him speechless. Since you intend to exterminate my family, I must preemptively act and eliminate yours first. Young Master Yi, I implore you. Rest assured, you will meet your demise shortly as well. Spare me your pleas. At this, Nangong Yan's mental defenses finally shattered. He erupted, cursing at Ye Xing. Ye Xing, you demon, I will ensure you suffer for this. You will surely descend into hell. Descend into hell? Ye Xing chuckled. Who in this world dares to cast me into hell? When I arrive, I shall slay you once more. Death is inconsequential, even in the next life. One may remain a wretched being. Yet I am different. I am the pinnacle of this world, destined to endure while you shall perish. In the very next moment, with a swift motion of her sword, Ye Xing unleashed her fury. Nangong Yan barely had time to emit a cry before she erupted into a mist of crimson. Suddenly, Ye Xing's communication jade talisman resonated with the voice of Bai Fengshui. I apologize, Ye Xing, but I have matters to attend to and cannot accompany you. Ye Xing momentarily paused, replying, It's fine. You may attend to your affairs. I knew you would miss me. Next time you visit Magic City, I will ensure to spend quality time with you. Ye Xing thought, when did she ever say that? But rather than dwelling on it, she responded, All right then, when I visit Magic City next, you must prepare a meal for me. Bai Fengshui replied, But I cannot cook. I only know how to make noodles. To ask a young lady to cook would be quite the challenge. No worries, noodles will suffice. Noodles for you? Absolutely. Shortly thereafter, Bai Fengshui indicated her need to attend to other matters and hastily severed the connection. At that moment, the divine beast Qilin spoke. Master, do you have any further commands? None. You all remain where you are. Understood. Following this, the myriad demon's nest and the divine beast Qilin dissipated. Just then, a communication arrived. Young Master Yi, greetings. I am the head of the Demon Suppression Bureau in Magic City. The task assigned by Miss Bai has been completed. The Nangong family is implicated in illicit activities, along with several other charges. We have executed a raid. Ye Xing was taken aback. That was swift. Indeed, it was your command. And what a Nangong family. Well, young Master Yi, the Nangong family resisted fiercely, fighting to the death. We suffered considerable losses. Fortunately, with the Bai family's assistance, we were able to suppress them. Now, aside from 3 children hiding in a secret chamber, not a soul remains alive. Ye Xing listened quietly. However, when we captured those 3 children, their hatred was overwhelming, and we... What do you mean? Ye Xing's tone remained calm. Did you not just claim there were no survivors? How do 3 children suddenly emerge? Does this not present a contradiction? The other party fell silent. After a few moments, Ye Xing's voice revealed unmasked disappointment. Is the efficiency of your bureau truly so lacking? I am genuinely disheartened. The individual on the other end inhaled deeply, finally grasping the gravity of the situation. Yes, please rest assured, young Master Yi. We shall rectify this immediately. Ye Xing did not respond further, casually severing the communication. She certainly held no concern for the fate of those 3 children. Given that they sought to annihilate her entire family, should she feign sympathy and grant them clemency? What folly! To leave roots unsevered would only allow for regrowth with the spring breeze. He comprehended this principle more than anyone else. Ye Xing ceased to ponder further and waved his hand. Suddenly, a pitch-black fissure tore through the air. A spatial rift. This was the power of the cicada's tear, enabling him to traverse thousands of miles in an instant and return to the imperial capital. Without hesitation, Ye Xing stepped inside. In the imperial capital, at the mouth of a dark alley, the air shimmered slightly. Shortly thereafter, Ye Xing emerged from within. He scanned his surroundings, ensuring no one had noticed, and exhaled softly. However, just as he took a step forward, a figure approached from the distance, moving with such speed that it seemed to leave an afterimage. Ye Xing furrowed his brow and instinctively looked up. At that very moment, the other party also sensed his presence and abruptly halted, their gazes locked, as if the air itself had solidified at that instant. Fangbing, Ye Xing, the two exclaimed each other's names almost simultaneously. Chapter 67. When you see this parchment, I will have passed away. At this moment, the two stared at each other in astonishment. Ye Xing never anticipated that upon returning to the imperial capital, she would encounter Fangbing. What a remarkable coincidence. If only she had arrived a moment sooner. Would she have witnessed herself emerging from the spatial rift through the tears of the cicada? So close. In that fleeting instant, Ye Xing suddenly sensed the other's realm. Fourth stage, sixth layer. This revelation startled her. Even among the younger generation of the four great families, few could attain such heights. Especially considering Fong Ningbing hailed from an ordinary background, far inferior to those with abundant resources from prestigious families. Yet, despite this, she had achieved the fourth stage, sixth layer, truly worthy of the title of the reborn empress. The ninth stage, enigmatic and profound. This realm transcended that of ordinary martial artists. It required a fusion with the principles of heaven and earth, thus earning various titles. Some revered it as the martial deity, while others respectfully referred to it as the martial emperor, symbolizing the pinnacle of martial arts, ruling over the world. Some even called it the emperor of emperors, while in the West, the highest authority of the church was known as the Pope. However, the most widely circulated title remained martial deity. Perhaps it was due to its imposing sound, or perhaps simply because it was deemed more prestigious by the populace. What brings you here? Fong Ningbing furrowed her brow. Just moments ago, she had passed by, intending to visit a nearby alchemy pavilion to procure some materials. Yet, she had sensed the presence of the tears of the cicada here. In that instant, her emotions surged, and without hesitation, she rushed over, hoping to reclaim her long-lost tears of the cicada. Instead, she found Ye Xing alone. Subsequently, the aura of the tears had vanished. In that moment, her feelings were akin to a roller coaster. But then, she suddenly realized that her rapid cultivation might raise suspicions. Her recent experiences had felt like a narrative from a novel, defeating foolish antagonists, secretly amassing power, and excelling in the campus competition. I just returned from the Demon City, and you? I was merely passing by. Ha ha ha, what a coincidence. Indeed, neither dared to speak further, fearing suspicion from the other. At that moment, Ye Xing recalled something. It has been quite some time. By the way, how is your health? Upon hearing this, Fong Ningbing's face flushed, and she replied, much improved. It was thanks to Ye Xing's assistance during that incident that she could achieve such rapid advancement in her cultivation. Thus, she indeed owed Ye Xing a favor. She then inquired, by the way, how is your cultivation progressing? It's all right, fairly standard. Hearing Ye Xing's response, Fong Ningbing nodded. This indicated that Ye Xing's cultivation had likely not surpassed her own. Yet, considering her rebirth as a ninth-stage powerhouse, could just anyone exceed her? Shall we continue our conversation elsewhere? Certainly. Thus, the two departed from their original location, heading towards a luxurious restaurant not far away. This restaurant is situated in a bustling area of the capital, recognized as one of the finest dining establishments in the city. After placing her order, Ye Xing engaged in light conversation with her companion. Their attention was soon captured by a nearby table where patrons were animatedly discussing recent events. Have you heard? A genius conference was recently held in the capital, and they are rumored to be re-ranking the list of prodigies. Indeed, it is said that many talents will participate. We should hurry to secure our spots once we finish our meal. Upon hearing this, Ye Xing raised an eyebrow, while Fong Ningbing remained unfazed. Having participated in countless such competitions in her previous life, she felt no excitement. The lively chatter from the adjacent table continued. I heard the prize for the champion is a staggering 500 million. The runner-up receives 300 million, and the third place earns 100 million. Fong Ningbing was momentarily taken aback. 500 million. I have been struggling to gather the primary materials needed for the 9-turn profound Een pill. The wealth I have accumulated since my rebirth is simply insufficient. Should we go take a look? Ye Xing suggested at the opportune moment. Fong Ningbing felt a momentary conflict within her. Why not? Suddenly, Ye Xing casually inquired. By the way, do you possess knowledge in other areas? Perhaps formations or the like? Given her innate talent, the divine destiny bone, it would be prudent to seize the opportunity to learn more. Fong Ningbing instinctively wanted to refuse. Never mind. 10 billion, and I shall employ you as my teacher. Fong Ningbing's expression stiffened. 10 billion. That is more than the competition's prize. However, as the former empress of her past life, she could not simply offer her teachings. 10 billion a day. I shall ensure you become the greatest formation master. Meanwhile, at the airport in the capital, a figure emerged slowly. So this is the capital? The young man with dark hair surveyed his surroundings with indifference. It is indeed superior to Jinling. His name was Yang Jie, the eldest son of the prominent Yang family from Jinling. The Yang family was second only to the Huai family, the wealthiest in the region. Jinling, located in the southern part of the country, is the most affluent area of the Great Xia. In Jinling, aside from the Huai family, the Yang family stands as the most formidable. Had it not been for the emergence of a martial god from the Huai family, the Yang family might have posed a genuine challenge. This time, I did not even inform my father. Yang Jie murmured to himself. The parchment will not deceive me. But where exactly should I go to find that wretched reincarnator? Indeed, Yang Jie had ventured to the capital with a singular purpose, to locate the individual destined to end his life, guided by the parchment. Not long ago, he had stumbled upon this parchment. Initially, he had dismissed it, but it had accurately predicted numerous future events, all of which had come to pass. Now, the parchment bore a new prophecy. I am Yang Jie. By the time you read this parchment, I shall have perished. I have transferred all of this to you from 10 years ago through special means, hoping you can survive. In 10 years, an invasion from another realm will occur, and monstrous beasts will ravage the land. The entire world will become a purgatory, yet you will rise to become the Archbishop of the Gospel Church. Protect yourself. Flesh and blood will suffer. Mechanical ascension awaits, until you encounter an unparalleled adversary. The Gospel Church nearly faced annihilation, only for you to later discover that this individual is a reborn martial deity, wielding an extraordinarily potent treasure of time and space. With the accumulation of 2 lifetimes, none can vanquish this invincible being. However, this parchment from the future shall assist you. According to investigations, the reborn one from a decade ago is presently in the imperial capital. You must locate him, eliminate him preemptively. It is imperative. The final words of the parchment even transformed to a blood-red hue, underscoring the gravity of the situation. Yang Jie never anticipated such terrifying events would arise in the future. The entire social order would be thrown into chaos. Perhaps this upheaval would prove beneficial for him. The power dynamics would be reshuffled, and he might even find himself trampling upon the lofty 4 great families. The mere thought filled him with a sense of being the chosen one. The parchment also bestowed upon him numerous opportunities regarding the future, including the current contact information of the Gospel Church. He could lay the groundwork in advance, ensuring he would be far more formidable than in the future. But first, I must find that accursed reborn individual. Yang Jie spoke coldly. As of now, all he knew was that the person was in the imperial capital and had been reborn as a martial deity. Beyond that, he was utterly uninformed. Even if this individual were indeed a martial deity reborn, he was confident in his ability to eliminate him within the capital. After all, he could mobilize the power of his family. Who could it be? Yang Jie produced a list, densely populated with the names of emerging geniuses from the imperial capital in recent years. Behind each name lay a potential target he sought. Many names on the list had already been marked with a crimson X, indicating that he had tested them through various means, ultimately confirming them as mere ordinary talents. Not the anomaly he sought. Now, only a few names remained glaringly prominent. Shi Yao, Lu Shijuan, Zhang Chusheng, Fang Ningbing. Any of these could potentially be the reborn one. However, he would soon ascertain the truth. Just then, a call came through. Young master, the competition for the talented rankings you arranged is about to commence. When will you arrive? Now. Indeed, this competition was an event Yang Jie had financially orchestrated, aimed at hastening the identification of the reborn individual. He spared no expense in promoting it. Yang Jie smirked. Now, it is a game of cat and mouse. We shall see who finds whom first. Chapter 68. The Gospel Church surrounding the arena of the Heavenly Pride Conference. Countless figures erupted in fervent cheers. Ye Xing and Fang Ningbing had just arrived, and they immediately turned their attention to the fierce battle unfolding on stage. Truly remarkable is Shi Yao. Perhaps he might indeed seize the championship. You think too highly of him. Lu Shijuan and Zhang Chusheng are both far more skilled than he is. Skill does not define everything. Dare to wager? I bet on Shi Yao. I accept the challenge. I wager on Lu Shijuan. Listening to the conversations around her, Ye Xing turned to Fang Ningbing, suggesting, "You should take the stage shortly. I will observe from below." He held little interest in participating in such trivial contests. Fang Ningbing nodded nonchalantly. For her, competitions of this caliber were trivially easy. However, she bore no resistance against bullying the weak. After all, isn't the purpose of enhancing one's cultivation to overpower the feeble? What is wrong with fishing in a novice pool? On the contrary, flaunting one's prowess can solidify one's resolve. At that moment, a gasp arose from the arena. Lu Shijuan had lost. Shi Yao stood proudly at the center of the stage, his voice booming. Who dares claim invincibility? Who would declare themselves undefeated? Such brazen declarations ignited a fervor among the youthful spectators, while those who had bet on Lu Shijuan appeared utterly dejected. From a distant high platform, Yang Jie observed the scene with a cold gaze. Lu Shijuan was still too inexperienced. From the previous battle, he had eliminated Lu Shijuan as a suspect. If one were a reborn individual, being invincible at the same level and surpassing ranks should be the norm, accompanied by an imposing aura. Shi Yao, however, warranted close scrutiny. The battle continued, leading to the confrontation between Shi Yao and Zhang Chusheng. Upon meeting, they did not hesitate, unleashing their most potent techniques against one another. They were already acquainted, albeit with some underlying tension. Today's match would determine their fates. Shi Yao, you fail to comprehend the bonds of companionship. Your foundation is but an illusion. A person like you cannot prevail. Zhang Chusheng shouted defiantly. Preposterous. Shi Yao bellowed. He required only absolute strength. Friends can perish in the process. With a tremendous explosion, the battle reached its climax. Zhang Chusheng lay pale upon the ground, while Shi Yao, though bloodied, remained standing. Shi Yao remarked coolly, "Is that all there is?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Chusheng could no longer maintain his consciousness and fell into oblivion. Shi Yao! Shi Yao! Shi Yao! The crowd erupted in cheers, captivated by Shi Yao's overwhelming power. After consuming a Qingdi pill to recover from his injuries, Shi Yao declared, "Who else dares to challenge me?" At that moment, Yang Jie's lips curled into a slight smile. This was intriguing. He now felt that the likelihood of Shi Yao being the reborn individual had risen to 70%. Just as Shi Yao believed no one would dare to challenge him, a figure suddenly appeared on stage. Fang Ningbing. The others were taken aback. Who is this? It seems to be Fang Ningbing, who has recently been in the spotlight. She dared to challenge Shi Yao. What audacity! At that moment, Yang Jie cast his gaze upon Fang Ningbing. Previously, during his investigation of her, he recalled that her cultivation had already reached the peak of the 3rd tier, despite having been an ordinary person not long ago. Naturally, Yang Jie harbored suspicions about Fang Ningbing. However, it seemed she was unlikely to be a match for Shi Yao. After all, he possessed knowledge of Shi Yao's capabilities. Though Fang Ningbing exhibited exceptional talent, she still fell slightly short in terms of strength. Just then, Shi Yao spoke nonchalantly. "You may leave. You're not my opponent." He had heard of Fang Ningbing, yet he regarded her abilities with disdain. At that instant, Fang Ningbing, with no forewarning, raised her hand. In a heartbeat, the entire arena was enveloped by a powerful chill, freezing everything in an instant. Shi Yao had no time to react, instantly transformed into an ice sculpture, offering no resistance whatsoever. This scene unfolded with such swiftness that the audience was left in stunned silence. What? Yang Jie abruptly rose from his seat. He could distinctly sense the cultivation fluctuations emanating from Fang Ningbing. Astonishingly, they had reached the mid-stage of the 4th tier. Just moments ago, Yang Jie took a deep breath, his expression complex. Such an extraordinary rate of cultivation, coupled with his recollections of Fang Ningbing's profile, led him to ponder if she was indeed the true reincarnator. In that moment, his suspicions regarding Fang Ningbing soared to a staggering 90%. Just as Yang Jie was preparing to investigate Fang Ningbing further, a sudden uproar interrupted the scene. Is this what the geniuses of the imperial capital are like? Ha ha ha! Accompanied by this laughter, several figures appeared in the sky. Their auras were exceptionally formidable, with some even possessing the strength of half-step 6th-tier warriors. Yet, each of them bore distinctly mechanical structures. The onlookers below erupted in confusion. What is this? Robots. Goodness. Are they even human? What is happening? Is this role-playing? What are they doing? At that moment, Ye Xing furrowed her brow slightly. What is this? Following this. The figures in the sky spoke slowly. Our church is currently recruiting. Would you like to join our great evolution? Flesh is weak. Machines shall ascend. Silence. Capture them all. A middle-aged man spoke calmly. We must act swiftly. Otherwise, we too will be unable to escape. A purple light emanated from the middle-aged man's hand, and a massive spatial screen suddenly rose, isolating the entire scene. Spatial lockdown. Yang Jie's eyes flashed. The Gospel Church. Chapter 69. The Cry of the Cicada is with you. The Gospel Church is founded upon the principles of corporeal suffering and mechanical ascension. They exalt the enhancement of the flesh, believing that no matter how much a warrior may train, they are eclipsed by the prospect of bodily augmentation. A warrior possesses an innate ceiling of talent, and in their lifetime, they may only achieve a 6th tier, or perhaps even less. Conversely, mechanical ascension offers the promise of unparalleled power, rivaling even the 6th tier, provided one possesses formidable mechanical core technology. Moreover, mechanical cultivation can yield strength far beyond that of one's peers. The price, however, is the gradual erosion of human emotions. Who would have thought to encounter them here? How vexing! I refuse to be drawn into their affairs. Yang Jie narrowed his eyes. Although he would eventually become the Archbishop of the Gospel Church, at present, he had no ties to them. Yet, as he observed Fong Ningbing below, a cold smile crept across his face. This presented a splendid opportunity to truly test Fong Ningbing's identity. At that moment, Fong Ningbing's eyes narrowed. What is this? The Gospel Church? She had never heard of it before. Just then, words materialized before Ye Xing. Unbeknownst to you, you have encountered the future's foremost church, the Gospel Church. As you witness countless individuals forsaking their corporeal forms to survive in this merciless world. What you did not anticipate is that the Gospel Church is pursuing the Empress Fong Ningbing, and you have unwittingly become entangled in this pursuit. Ye Xing was taken aback. What is happening? Will I be hunted by the Gospel Church in the future? Even the Empress is unaware of why the Gospel Church seeks to eradicate her existence. Yet later you will discover that Bishop Yang Jie obtained a mystical parchment from the future. The parchment foretold Yang Jie of his demise at the hands of Fong Ningbing, leading him to orchestrate numerous assassination attempts against her, thus forging a bitter enmity. With the parchment's guidance, Yang Jie ascended to the rank of a 9th-tier martial deity. Little do they know, the true nature of the parchment is that of a terrifying entity, merely using Yang Jie to facilitate its own resurrection. Mission issued: eliminate Yang Jie. Acquire the parchment, obliterate the Gospel Church. Mission reward: supreme life aperture technique, the path of celestial destiny. As Ye Xing absorbed the information, he found himself in a state of shock. Yang Jie, this fellow possesses foresight through the parchment, and he is merely a pawn of a fearsome existence? Am I not the only one with an advantage? Next, Ye Xing's attention was drawn to the life aperture technique. He was well aware that to break through to the 5th tier, one must open all of their life apertures. Some individuals may open dozens or even hundreds of apertures to achieve this breakthrough. The life aperture technique is designed to aid warriors in cultivating more apertures. The number of apertures one possesses will ultimately dictate their future. Fear not. At this moment, the middle-aged man at the forefront slowly spoke. We, the evangelical church, have come here at the behest of the mechanical God to seek the future son of our church. The divine has revealed that he is among you. However, we do not know who he is, so we must take all of you with us, which conveniently serves to replenish our ranks. Recently, we received a divine indication that the Son has arrived in the imperial capital, hence our swift arrival. The Son will be the future leader of our evangelical church. Thus, this matter is of utmost importance. The spatial blockade he just enacted will gradually erode the surrounding space, leading to a direct spatial leap. To hell with you. Who wants to go with you? Yes, let's go free. The machines are hideous. What kind of God is this? Are you insane? Many who had regained their senses began to voice their objections. Upon hearing these words, the middle-aged man's expression darkened. "You dare to insult my God. You seek death." He had no qualms about making an example of them to showcase the church's power. With a swift motion of his arm, he unleashed a tremendous surge of energy directly aimed at the crowd. Just then, a voice rang out, "What is wrong with insulting your God?" Following this, a dazzling sword energy surged forward. The two immense forces collided, creating an explosive wave that swept through the area. Who? The middle-aged man's complexion changed dramatically. At that moment, a figure slowly rose from the crowd. Evangelical Church, what a second-rate organization to emerge, Ye Xing remarked nonchalantly. In an instant, all eyes were drawn to Ye Xing, particularly due to the terrifying combat prowess he had just displayed. Peak of the fourth stage. Fang Ningbing gasped in disbelief. Isn't he supposed to be slower than me in cultivation? And he just effortlessly withstood a blow from a half-step sixth stage. At this moment, Yang Jie's pupils constricted. This is the young master of the Yi family? Recently, Ye Xing had been in the limelight, and Yang Jie was aware of him. Yet, considering he was the young master of the Yi family, it was only natural for him to be in the spotlight. Unlike before. Wait, Yang Jie suddenly recalled that Ye Xing had previously been regarded as a good-for-nothing with no talent. Something was amiss. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man's lips curled into a slight smirk. To withstand my attack is rather interesting. However, you silence. I have no time for your nonsense. Ye Xing charged toward the Evangelical Church without hesitation. What audacity! The members of the Evangelical Church reacted swiftly, launching their attacks. They were not foolish enough to confront him one by one. Yet, Ye Xing effortlessly evaded all their strikes and surged toward the Evangelical Church with astonishing speed. How is this possible? The members of the Evangelical Church stared in shock as Ye Xing approached. In the next instant, with a swift motion, Ye Xing struck down a member of the Evangelical Church with his blade. Everyone was stunned. As they regained their composure, they sprang into action. However, as time passed, the middle-aged man finally sensed that something was amiss. Observing Ye Xing slaughtering indiscriminately amidst the crowd, he thought, this fellow is not right. Everyone attacked together. Yet, despite the concerted efforts of the congregation, scarcely anyone could withstand a single blow from Ye Xing. Just as Ye Xing prepared to charge once more, the middle-aged man suddenly shouted, "Wait. The spatial leap is about to commence. If you strike again, it will trigger chaotic spatial currents, and you will all perish without a trace. Fear not. I will ensure your safety before." Ye Xing's words abruptly faltered, as he felt an unsettling force stirring within him. This is bad. However, before he could react, a tempestuous surge of temporal power erupted. This power was so formidable that it forcibly interrupted the ongoing spatial leap. The middle-aged man gazed at Ye Xing in disbelief. What? The spatial leap has ceased. At that moment, staring at the familiar figure in the sky, Fang Ningbing was bewildered. The cry of the cicada! Why has it grown so large? Ye Xing sighed, damn it. Chapter 70, Ye Xing, you are the reborn one. The moment the tears of the cicada appeared, everyone was left in utter bewilderment. The Gospel Church was particularly astonished by this formidable individual. How could a ninth-tier relic be summoned? Moreover, it had instantaneously disrupted the spatial leap. Their faces drained of color, realizing that the commotion would inevitably attract powerful figures from the imperial capital, leaving them with no chance of escape. At this juncture, the most confounded was undoubtedly Fang Ningbing. She gazed incredulously at the tears of the cicada, her mind swirling with countless questions. Why was the tears of the cicada in Ye Xing's possession? How had it already been restored? She distinctly recalled that the tears were but a mere fragment, and its restoration seemed an insurmountable challenge. It required not only an abundance of resources, but, most crucially, time. Temporal relics demanded the essence of time and space. Without the passage of countless years, recovery was utterly impossible. Yet now, she beheld the tears fully restored. Her understanding began to crumble. Meanwhile, Yang Jie stared in shock at the tears, and as if recalling something, he hastily produced a piece of parchment. That person is a reborn martial god. He wields an exceedingly powerful temporal relic. Each word pulsated with urgency, as though issuing a grave warning. Yang Jie could not suppress a gasp of horror. Damn it, we must flee. The middle-aged man's expression darkened as he spoke urgently. But to escape? Ye Xing's icy voice rang out. Do you think the imperial capital is your backyard? Boom! Countless thunderclouds surged from a void, swiftly obscuring the sky for miles around. More terrifyingly, within those clouds writhed numerous thunder dragons. At that moment, the mechanical gear worn by the gospel church members malfunctioned. The worshipper who was activating the spatial leap device was horrified to discover it had seemingly short-circuited. How could this be? As they looked up, they were met with a sight that chilled them to the bone. Thousands of thunder dragons simultaneously descended. This was the middle-aged man's teeth chattered. The power of the heavenly Tao. Who on earth was this man? Why could he invoke the aid of the heavenly Tao? With each thunder dragon locking onto a member of the gospel church, hell was upon them. No, I refuse to accept this. Some raised their arms, pleading for mercy, only to be reduced to ashes in an instant. Moments later, the middle-aged man too was turned to dust. Before the heavenly Tao, all were rendered inconsequential. At this moment, silence enveloped the scene. Everyone gazed in disbelief at the towering figure. Was this not the young master of the Ye family? How could he be so terrifying, incredibly powerful? The earlier thunder was truly fearsome. I nearly thought I had encountered a deity. Those who had narrowly escaped stared in shock at Ye Xing. The young master of the Ye family had single-handedly decimated a multitude of formidable figures at the brink of the sixth tier. Now, Ye Xing surveyed the surroundings, contemplating, let me guess, where might the remaining doomed souls be? At present, the deaths merely pertain to a faction within the evangelical church. He must return to the Ye family and thoroughly investigate the church, particularly focusing on Yang Jie. The system has indicated that the parchment pertains to a certain ominous entity. Thus, it is imperative to preemptively eliminate the threat. Ye Xing, a chilling voice resonated. Immediately, Fang Ningbing's figure materialized beside Ye Xing, her gaze fixed intently upon him. Where did you acquire that treasure earlier? Ah, this. Ye Xing felt a slight headache. The most troublesome situation had indeed arisen. However, the system stated that it was a gift to me. Ye Xing shook his head. I will explain shortly. He sensed powerful presences drawing near. We should return to the Ye family. Fang Ningbing remained silent for a moment. All right. She had a multitude of questions for Ye Xing. Subsequently, they departed. Shortly thereafter, the strong members of the Imperial Capital Administration arrived, soothing the crowd while ascertaining the unfolding events. Upon hearing the accounts of Ye Xing, they were left utterly astonished, rendered speechless. At that moment, on the platform, Yang Jie bore a highly complex expression. Just moments ago, he had been anxiously dispatching individuals to thoroughly investigate the circumstances surrounding Fang Ningbing and Ye Xing. Finally, after a fervent wait, he acquired all available information. Yang Jie's gaze was fixated on the documents in his hand. As he perused them, his eyes grew increasingly radiant. Indeed, it was just as he suspected. Fang Ningbing had previously been an ordinary girl, frequently subjected to bullying and mistreatment. Yet recently, she had unexpectedly become extraordinarily powerful, capable of effortlessly overpowering numerous prodigies. Initially, he had suspected her of being a reincarnator, but now he had a sudden epiphany. The root of this transformation lay with Ye Xing. According to the data, Fang Ningbing began to undergo such a significant change only after encountering Ye Xing. This indicated that there must exist some undisclosed connection between Fang Ningbing and Ye Xing. The prowess and achievements she exhibited today were likely the result of Ye Xing's covert assistance. Hence, her extraordinary strength. The more Yang Jie pondered, the more he believed his deductions to be accurate. And what of Ye Xing? Not long ago, he was an unequivocal wastrel, yet recently, his character had undergone a profound transformation, and his innate talent had suddenly become remarkably potent. He chuckled, nearly misjudging the situation. Fang Ningbing resembled a reincarnator, but that was merely surface level. The crux of the matter lay with that temporal artifact. It finally dawned on him. Viewed from this perspective, the truth was glaringly evident. Yang Jie snorted. Ye Xing, you are indeed a reincarnator. At last, He had finally uncovered the truth. Whether it be talent, strength, cultivation, or artifacts, everything aligned perfectly. Who could possibly resemble a reincarnator more than Ye Xing? Yet, Yang Jie's brow furrowed. Questions began to arise. Ye Xing is the heir of the Yi family, a lineage far beyond his capacity to contend with. Contemplating this, Yang Jie let out a cold snort, realizing why he was deemed invincible. With such a formidable background, coupled with the identity of a reborn martial deity, it was no wonder that the future appeared so terrifying. As Yang Jie pondered, he soon caught sight of the ashes in the distance, and his eyes brightened with a sudden epiphany. He conceived a method to eliminate Ye Xing and could not help but sneer. Ye Xing, this is all of your own making. Did you think no one was aware of your true identity? Alas, I possess the prophetic parchment that reveals the future. Even if you are a reincarnate or the scion of the Yi family, you shall find no resting place in death. Chapter 71. What? He rushed to my home? At the Yi residence, both Ye Xing and Fong Ningbing had returned. Just then, Song Feng emerged. Young master, he greeted. Uncle Song, Ye Xing replied, promptly mentioning the name Yang Jie, requesting that Uncle Song investigate it thoroughly. Upon hearing this, Uncle Song nodded and promptly vanished from sight. At that moment, Yi Yuantian appeared. Didn't you go to the Demon City? When did you return? Initially perplexed, his curiosity was piqued upon seeing Fong Ningbing beside his son. His eyes sparkled with pride. Indeed, he is my son. Dad, Bai Fengshui had matters to attend to, so I returned early, Ye Xing explained. I see, Yi Yuantian replied, as if sensing something, his eyes gleaming with realization. Your cultivation level? Ye Xing nodded. I have reached the pinnacle of the 4th stage. Yi Yuantian felt a wave of astonishment. It had not been long since his last observation. How had his son progressed so swiftly? Moreover, he noticed that Ye Xing's physique seemed to have grown even more formidable. If he had previously resembled a young dragon, he now appeared as if the dragon had undergone a magnificent transformation. He was certain that even in his youth, he could not compare to his son's remarkable prowess. Truth be told, witnessing his son's exceptional qualities filled Yi Yuantian with an immense sense of pride. Meanwhile, Fong Ningbing's gaze flickered as she regarded Yi Yuantian. Was this the legendary warrior of the Yi family? Though she could not discern Yi Yuantian's true strength, she had heard tales of his remarkable feats. If those rumors held any truth, then Yi Yuantian's power far exceeded that of her previous life. She cast a complex glance at Ye Xing. With such an extraordinary father, it was no wonder his son was an even greater prodigy. What a peculiar family the Yes were, producing such anomalies. At that moment, Yi Yuantian turned his attention to Fong Ningbing. He raised an eyebrow, sensing something unique about her. She possessed an aura that belied her youth. Interesting, he mused. With a smile, Yi Yuantian remarked, very well, you two converse. After giving Ye Xing's shoulder a reassuring pat, he departed. Once Yi Yuantian left, Fong Ningbing finally broached the question that had been on her mind. Where did you acquire that temporal artifact? It dawned on her why Ye Xing had been present whenever the tears of the cicada had vanished or appeared. It had been residing within him all along. The most pressing question was how it had transformed into its current form. Ye Xing sighed, then, with a hint of embarrassment, replied, I truly do not know. Fong Ningbing furrowed her brows. During one of my training sessions, it simply entered my body on its own. Initially, it was small, but it grew to its current size, and I have been unclear about what it is. Ye Xing feigned confusion. Do you know anything about it? Yet, you seem well informed. Fong Ningbing responded, I merely encountered something similar in an ancient tome and found it intriguing. Fong Ningbing sighed. She could not reveal her identity as a reborn individual. Moreover, the person before her was the heir of the Yi family, making any attempt to seize what was his utterly futile. Cursed be her heart, which felt as though it were bleeding. Yet, she soon grasped the situation. Why had the Chanchuan tears suddenly entered Ye Xing's body, and why had the recovery been so rapid? Wait a moment. Suddenly, the scene of Ye Xing summoning divine thunder to annihilate the gospel church flashed in her mind. Fong Ningbing's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be? She recalled an ancient secret, remembering that the Chanchuan tears were a product of the fabric of time and space, a natural part of the heavenly Tao. Did Ye Xing perhaps embody the essence of the heavenly Tao? After all, even the heavenly Tao was aiding him. It is known that the progeny of the heavenly Tao is shaped by fate and thus falls under its guardianship. Such offspring are exceedingly difficult to kill, and their cultivation is remarkably effortless. All these traits aligned perfectly with Ye Xing. I had always thought that the notion of destiny was ephemeral, yet here I was witnessing it firsthand. Fong Ningbing inhaled sharply. Ye Xing was not only born at the pinnacle, but also possessed terrifyingly high talents. Was this not the very essence of fortune? Just then, the figure of Tsang Fo materialized. Young master, I have attended to the matters you instructed. Good. Upon receiving the information regarding Yang Jie, Ye Xing's eyes narrowed. This fellow was actually from a Yang family of Jinling? As he continued to read, his expression grew peculiar upon discovering that Yang Jie had recently reported a competition for prodigies. Was that competition organized by him? So, this young man had been present at the scene moments ago? It suddenly dawned on Ye Xing why he had orchestrated this so-called prodigy contest. It was likely a means to identify who among them was a reborn individual. He could not help but glance at Fong Ningbing, uncertain whether her identity had been uncovered. Fong Ningbing raised an eyebrow. Why are you looking at me? Ye Xing's gaze flickered. This fellow had not ventured far. He needed to retrieve the parchment first. With that, Ye Xing intended to step outside. Fong Ningbing was taken aback. What are you doing? To help you reclaim the prize for first place. In the imperial capital, 300 meters underground. In a secret base transformed from an abandoned subway tunnel. Unexpectedly, a simple task had caused by Shan to fall. A woman fully augmented with machinery spoke. Where is the sun? Below, a dozen similarly mechanized devotees remained silent. One hesitantly voiced a thought. Could the calculations have been erroneous? Bang! Zhang Xinliu's mechanical arm extended instantaneously, metallic fingers gripping the man's throat. Are you questioning the calculations of the divine? And no, the man struggled. Zhang Xinliu snorted disdainfully, casting him aside. For the gospel church, the calculations of the divine were absolute. The future had long been meticulously deduced, every variable firmly under control, with no room for error. The divine has proclaimed that the Son of God shall reveal themselves, and all we need to do is wait. Suddenly, she turned abruptly towards the entrance. Who? A slender figure emerged from the shadows. Yang Jie greeted with a smile. Good evening, members of the gospel church. Zhang Xinliu narrowed her eyes. How did you find this place? It should be absolutely confidential. How did this individual accomplish such a feat? Yang Jie chuckled softly. I have my methods. And what brings you here? To join you. Yang Jie smiled slightly, or perhaps to lead you. You may not comprehend my meaning at present, but in due time you shall. Led? Zhang Xinliu was about to scoff. On what grounds do you? Suddenly, her words faltered. After a prolonged silence, she exclaimed, You are the Son of God. Her voice trembled in astonishment. Although Yang Jie did not fully grasp her words, he seized the moment. He nodded gently. You may interpret it that way. In an instant, the entire underground base was engulfed in an eerie silence. We have awaited you for long. Zhang Xinliu's voice quivered. Indeed, the divine does not err. The divine has stated that the Son of God will guide our gospel church. If that is the case, there are more pressing matters we must attend to. Yang Jie spoke with a smile. I hope everyone will cooperate. The expressions of the gospel church members were peculiar. This was Yang Jie's plan, to utilize the gospel church to eliminate Ye Xing. He could not employ the Yang family's power, as it would be too easily traced. Now that Ye Xing was oblivious, with the enemy visible and himself concealed, he could catch them off guard. Assist me in investigating Ye Xing. He poses a tremendous threat to our gospel church and must be eradicated. Upon hearing Yang Jie's words, Zhang Xinliu furrowed her brow. Ye Xing, if her memory served her right, he was the one she had killed, along with Baishan and others. A flicker of murderous intent glimmered in her eyes. Indeed, he was a significant threat. Machine slave, locate Ye Xing's current whereabouts. Yes. Yang Jie smiled. We require a detailed plan. After all, the opponent's identity is not simple. The efficiency of the gospel church was undeniably commendable. One member quickly spoke up. Found it. Yang Jie's eyes brightened. So soon? We're in the imperial capital. The member's expression turned strange. It seems he is not in the imperial capital. The trajectory indicates he is heading to the Yang family in Jinling. Is that so? Yang Jie nodded, but his expression suddenly changed drastically. What? He is infiltrating my home. Chapter 72. Fang Ningbing, my identity is exposed. At this moment, Ye Xing and Fang Ningbing were aboard the spirit vessel en route to Jinling. What business do you have in Jinling? Fang Ningbing's expression was still somewhat bewildered. Shouldn't you be going to the imperial capital to demand money from the competition officials? Why are you heading to Jinling? You will find out soon enough, Ye Xing replied with a smile. He had already made plans. He intended to first sneak into Yang Jie's ancestral home in Jinling, although he was unsure of his current location. However, he was certain that Yang Jie would return home eventually. This fellow could never suspect that I am already aware of everything about him, having taken the initiative to position myself at his doorstep ahead of time. If Yang Jie were to discover this maneuver, he would surely exclaim that I am cheating. According to the information available, Yang Jie currently possessed a mere 4th-tier cultivation, rendering him utterly insignificant as a threat. The true danger lay with the gospel church and that piece of parchment. You possess a parchment of the future, while I have the cheat. Let us see who can unleash greater power. Meanwhile, Fang Ningbing regarded Ye Xing with confusion, utterly perplexed by his intentions. However, she realized that it was unlikely she could reclaim her tears of the cicada. Not only was she incapable of defeating him now, but even if she could, the heavenly Tao would undoubtedly aid him. Having inadvertently suffered such a significant loss, she felt utterly defeated. At that moment, a massive spirit vessel appeared in the distance. Big brother. Immediately, a familiar figure emerged. Huayan. At this moment, Huayan boarded Ye Xing's spirit vessel. What brings you to Jinling so suddenly? Have you missed me? Ye Xing had already informed Huayan of his arrival before coming to Jinling, prompting Huayan to rush over. I came to Jinling to handle some affairs, and thought I would visit you, big brother. Just as Huayan felt touched, he instinctively glanced at Fang Ningbing. In an instant, his expression shifted dramatically. This woman. Now, due to his enhanced cultivation, his innate talent allowed him to unconsciously release his senses. He distinctly perceived a terrifying figure overshadowing the heavens, overlapping with the seemingly delicate woman before him. This individual is extraordinary. What are you daydreaming about? Ye Xing patted his shoulder. Suddenly, Huayan burst into laughter. How could I tell you? Just now, I saw a figure resembling a future 9th tier being emanating from her. Ha! Fang Ningbing, Ye Xing. The atmosphere grew tense with silence. Huayan's smile froze on his face as he realized he had inadvertently spoken his thoughts aloud. Damn, when did my brain short-circuit? Ye Xing sighed. You are forcing her to acknowledge her identity. At this moment, Fang Ningbing's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. What on earth was happening? This seemingly simple young man had effortlessly uncovered her secret. Just as the three of them were lost in their thoughts, a sudden, synchronized sound of breaking air echoed from afar. At that moment, the three of them were taken aback. Dozens of powerful auras swiftly locked onto the spirit vessel, encircling the trio completely. Ye Xing squinted his eyes. At last, they had arrived. Yang Jie descended from the air, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. Greetings to all, he stated. Huayan narrowed his eyes. You are Yang Jie. Yang Jie's brow furrowed in surprise. He never anticipated that the heir of the Huai family would be present. This complicated matters significantly. It seemed imperative that he silence everyone present today. Immediately, Yang Jie realized that Ye Xing had come to Jinling specifically to find Huayan. He almost believed his identity had been exposed. Cursed be this turn of events. His meticulously laid plans had been utterly disrupted. Originally, he had intended to strategize thoroughly, but with Ye Xing's arrival, he could think of nothing else and hurriedly brought the gospel church along. At that moment, Ye Xing spoke. You are Yang Jie? Yang Jie was taken aback. This individual recognized him. His expression darkened, yet it mattered little. After all, he had come to eradicate the reincarnated beings. How did you know we were here? Ye Xing was astonished that Yang Jie was aware of Fang Ningbing's presence. It was evident he was indeed after her. Cease your pretense. Yang Jie sneered. Since we are at this juncture, let us be frank. Did you think you concealed your secrets so well that no one knew? Am I not correct? Reincarnated beings. No, I should say reincarnated martial deity. This declaration detonated like a bomb within the crowd. Fang Ningbing's body trembled, her pupils constricting. Was he truly targeting her? Moreover, how could he know her true identity? Ye Xing's eyes narrowed slightly. It was indeed directed at Fang Ningbing. Meanwhile, Huayan, standing nearby, turned in disbelief, murmuring to himself, could it be? The surrounding members of the gospel church were equally flabbergasted. They had never anticipated that among these three, there was a reincarnated martial deity. Observing Ye Xing's silence, Yang Jie assumed he had struck a nerve and mocked, enough with the charade. I know your identity. Fang Ningbing inhaled deeply, stepping forward. I did not expect you to know this much. Indeed, I step aside. This is none of your concern. Yang Jie bellowed abruptly, rudely interrupting Fang Ningbing. Fang Ningbing? Her face was a canvas of bewilderment. Wait, this does not concern me? Ye Xing was equally perplexed. What was happening? Yang Jie's gaze, sharp as a serpent, was fixed on Ye Xing. I have laid bare your truths. Do you still wish to feign ignorance? Must I expose you publicly? Even if you have been reborn, so what? Do you think you're the only one standing atop the heights? He abruptly raised a finger, pointing at Ye Xing. Ye Xing, you reincarnated martial deity. Ye Xing? Fang Ningbing? Yet Huayan nodded knowingly, his expression affirming his previous thoughts. Chapter 73. The mechanical behemoth suddenly. An eerie silence enveloped the air. The clouds appeared to halt their movement as well. The onlookers from the gospel church were utterly astonished. The young master of the Ye family was, in fact, a reincarnated martial deity. His father was a martial deity, and he himself had once also been one. Such a revelation was utterly astonishing. At this moment, Fang Ningbing was in a state of bewilderment. She turned her head to glance at Ye Xing, who bore an equally perplexed expression. He was the reincarnated one. Who was I then? Could it be that I was the true heir of the Ye family? Fang Ningbing's thoughts were in disarray. I am a reincarnated martial deity? Ye Xing, for the first time, felt as if his CPU had overheated, his brain seemingly crashing. To be honest, he had contemplated numerous possibilities regarding how Yang Jie intended to pursue Fang Ningbing to harm her, but he had never considered that she would regard him as a reincarnated being. How on earth did this conclusion come about? I knew it. I knew it. Brother, you have concealed this from me for far too long. Huayan steadied his racing heart, taking a deep breath. He had always wondered why his elder brother was so formidable. Once a martial deity, then everything was fine. Huayan's eyes sparkled. If my brother is a martial deity, and my father is also a martial deity, could it be that? Ye Xing, scram. Huayan obediently fell silent. The atmosphere became thick with an uncanny silence. Fang Ningbing hesitated to speak, while Yang Jie wore an expression that suggested he had seen through it all. Ye Xing attempted to interject. Wait, why do you believe I am a reincarnated being? Still trying to argue. Yang Jie, with a triumphant smirk, replied, Do you think I haven't investigated you? Not long ago, you were but a useless wastrel, and then you suddenly transformed into the current Ye Xing. I may not comprehend a wastrel, but surely I can recognize a genius. Your cultivation speed is astonishingly rapid, your combat prowess extraordinarily high. Is it not due to your reincarnation? If you're not a reincarnated being, how would one explain it? Let others try to cultivate at your pace. Ye Xing, that's because I have a cheat, kid. And besides, isn't Fang Ningbing's cultivation also swift? Fang Ningbing could no longer contain herself. No, I am the one who... Silence. Yang Jie thundered. Do you not see we are discussing serious matters? Fang Ningbing. Yang Jie derisively continued. You, who rely on Ye Xing for assistance, have no right to speak to me. Fang Ningbing nearly choked on her indignation. So all my relentless efforts in cultivation were attributed to his help. What did my countless days and nights amount to? Mere diligence? Enough. Ye Xing raised his gaze, fixing his eyes on Yang Jie. Yang Jie, I have no time for your frivolities. I offer you a chance. Hand over the parchment yourself. That object is tainted by your presence. Yang Jie's pupils constricted. You know of the parchment? Ye Xing was about to respond. You truly are a reincarnated being. It seems you are aware of much. Let us see who survives this day. Yang Jie bellowed. In that instant, the members of the Gospel Church understood the unspoken command. Zhang Xinliu shouted, "Form the formation." At that very moment, countless mechanical components rained down like a tempest. A colossal magnetic formation suddenly manifested before the onlookers. Under the influence of this formidable array, the combat prowess of all members of the Gospel Church surged by an astonishing 30%. Such a terrifying enhancement. Yang Jie, standing at a distance, proclaimed loudly, "I shall alter the predetermined future. Ye Xing, perish." As his words echoed, dozens of Gospel Church members charged towards Ye Xing. Instantly, Ye Xing and his companions understood the gravity of the situation and rushed forward to confront them. There exists but one predetermined future. Ye Xing's gaze hardened. That is your demise. Allow me to avenge Bai Shan. Suddenly, a shadow lunged forth from the flank. It was Zhang Xinliu of the Gospel Church. Ye Xing scoffed. Is that all you've got? Bang! Two torrents of terrifying energy collided midair, unleashing a tempest of force. To everyone's astonishment, Ye Xing steadfastly withstood the impact. Yang Jie's expression shifted dramatically. What? Zhang Xinliu was incredulous. How could this fourth-tier warrior have absorbed such a blow? Is this the extent of your power? Ye Xing's lips curled in disdain as his left hand shot out. Boom! Zhang Xinliu stared in shock at his severed right arm, level with his shoulder. No, it can't be. This is made of superalloy. You are as feeble as your formation. Zhang Xinliu stammered. Ye Xing lifted his foot. From above. Slash. Boom. A powerful kick descended like a battle axe. Meanwhile, Fang Ningbing wielded her ice crystal sword. Her seemingly casual steps and turns allowed her to dodge every attack with precision, leaving a trail of bloodshed in her wake. Too slow. Huanan's combat style was far more brutal, relying entirely on spiritual treasures. 80! 80! Huanan shouted as he smashed relentlessly, disregarding the consumption of his treasures. One elder of the Gospel Church had just summoned his life-bound artifact when he was crushed into a pulp along with it. If all else failed, he could even cause his treasures to explode. After all, he had plenty to spare. What manner of monsters are these? The surviving black-clad disciples felt their nerves fray. They had anticipated easily subduing the three young warriors, only to find themselves against an iron wall. Meanwhile, Yang Jie, standing at a distance, wore an expression of dire concern. If this continued, he would surely meet his end. Resolving himself, he quickly commanded, "Everyone, focus your attacks on Ye Xing. Our sole objective is him. Do not concern yourselves with anyone else." The members of the Gospel Church halted upon receiving his orders. Immediately, they surged toward Ye Xing. Indeed, their singular aim was the reborn martial god. The sun had proclaimed that the eradication of this individual would herald unprecedented growth for the Gospel Church. At that moment, Ye Xing heard the voice of the divine beast Qilin resonate in his mind. "Master, allow us to assist." Ye Xing shook his head. "No need. They are but a swarm of insignificant fish." Just then, amidst the frenzied cries of the gospel disciples, they began to assemble in a desperate frenzy. "I shall form the head. I shall form the limbs. I shall form the torso. I shall form the core." Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a colossal mechanical beast, towering 100 feet high, rose from the ground. "Ye Xing, today, I shall claim your life." The voice of the mechanical monster was a cacophony, formed by the amalgamation of dozens of voices. Witness the true power of the Gospel Church. Huayan's expression shifted. "Brother, be cautious." Yet, Huayan observed closely. Ye Xing remained surprisingly calm, slowly raising the supreme godsword. Huayan, the blade began to manifest several distinctly different patterns. Destruction, the might of judgment, world incineration, and even interwoven with the Tao of heaven. The very essence of the world surged in response. For this sword will be magnificent. The mechanical beast let out a deafening roar, die. As the fist approached just inches from Ye Xing's head, whoosh. A slender beam of sword light sliced through the air. Tom seemed to freeze at that moment. The mechanical monster's movements abruptly halted, its incredulous gaze falling upon its own chest. A fine line slowly emerged from its iron body. Crack, crack, crack. Instantly, the fine line expanded. Boom! Yang Jie's expression suddenly stiffened. Impossible. Within Yang Jie's petrified gaze, the so-called indestructible ultimate weapon of the gospel twisted like scrap paper, disintegrating, ultimately transforming into a myriad of luminous points. There was no explosion, no thunderous sound, only an absolute erasure. Boom! Chapter 74. I can reveal some future events. Everyone gazed in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. The colossal steel monstrosity was obliterated in an instant by Ye Xing, reduced to mere scraps. The unparalleled sharpness of the supreme, divine sword utterly shredded this beast. This was the mightiest strike Ye Xing could muster at present. At that moment, Huan erupted with excitement, exclaiming, "Brother! Incredible! Truly magnificent! The power of that move is undoubtedly equivalent to the 6th tier. Yet Ye Xing is only at the 4th tier. I can hardly fathom how terrifying he will become upon regaining the 9th tier." It was genuinely terrifying, leaving one breathless, murmured Fong Ningbing. The prowess displayed by Ye Xing sent shivers down the spine of this former martial deity. Initially shocked by Ye Xing's fearsome talent, she now comprehended that he had genuinely entered the realm of extreme danger. Given time, should he continue to grow, it was likely that no one in this world would stand a chance against him. At that moment, Ye Xing slowly turned his gaze. "Yang Jie, it is your turn." Yang Jie's face paled. He had never anticipated Ye Xing's strength to be so formidable. After all, the Gospel Church boasted a multitude of individuals, not to mention Zhang Xingliu, who was on the brink of the 6th tier. Coupled with their formations, he believed victory was assured. However, he had never expected Ye Xing to dispatch them so swiftly. What level of power did this man possess? As Ye Xing approached him, Yang Jie's expression shifted dramatically. "No, this can't be happening." He hastily retrieved a piece of parchment, desperately searching for a solution. "Help me. Please save me." The parchment. At that moment, the inscription on the parchment began to change. "I am Yang Jie. When you read this, I have already perished. I have already perished. I have already perished. I have. I refuse to believe it." Yang Jie bellowed in anguish. "You must save me. You come from the future. Surely you have a way." Whether it was Yang Jie's pleas or some other force at play, the words on the parchment abruptly transformed. "I am Yang Jie. I have successfully survived. I narrowly escaped death at the hands of Ye Xing. Fortunately, with the parchment, as long as I follow its instructions, I can gain immense power to retaliate against Ye Xing." What method? Simply consume the parchment, and I shall. The text had yet to fully materialize. But Yang Jie swiftly stuffed the parchment into his mouth. Ye Xing raised an eyebrow, just as he intended to advance. Centered around Yang Jie, a pillar of inky darkness shot skyward. A tremendous aura surged forth in an instant. Yang Jie's body emitted cracking sounds as his cultivation soared at a visible rate. Peak of the 4th tier, early 5th tier, mid 5th tier, peak of the 5th tier, 6th tier. Ha ha ha. Power. This is power. Yang Jie cackled maniacally. The parchment is truly incredible. His words were abruptly cut short, and his expression froze in place. Suddenly, an entirely unfamiliar voice emanated from his throat. "At last, I have found the appropriate vessel." "Who?" Yang Jie realized in terror that he was losing control of his body. "Who's in my head? Huh, worthless human. No, wait, this is my body." Amidst the piercing scream, Yang Jie's consciousness was effortlessly extinguished. His body began to undergo a horrifying transformation. Then, a 3-meter-tall monster materialized. Fong Ningbing and Huai's expressions shifted dramatically. They were utterly bewildered, as Yang Jie had transformed into a monster. Only Ye Xing remained composed. "Is this the terrifying entity from the parchment? It has been ages since I breathed fresh air." The creature scrutinized Ye Xing with keen interest. "You don't seem particularly surprised? What is there to be surprised about?" Ye Xing replied calmly. "You have been subtly guiding Yang Jie all along, leading him to believe that tattered paper truly holds prophecies from the future." The monster's eyes narrowed. How do you know?" For the first time, its voice wavered. It was clearly imbued with 9 layers of cognitive barriers. "You must understand. I went to great lengths to disguise it as a parchment from the future, not only convincing Yang Jie, but also utilizing my own abilities. It then turned to glance at Fang Ningbing in the distance, pondering the reason for wanting to kill her. In the future, she would not be a threat to the evangelical church, but rather to itself. She would pose a danger to it. Only this monster knew Fang Ningbing's true identity. Yet this youth, before it seemed to know everything, the monster's 12 pairs of compound eyes fixated on Ye Xing. After a long silence, it let out a deep, rumbling laugh. It seems you are far more formidable than I anticipated. You may call me the monarch of phantoms. It understood that Ye Xing was not a mere reincarnator. However, this only underscored the greater threat Ye Xing posed. An uncontrollable variable, an existence beyond reason. Not interested in knowing, Ye Xing replied nonchalantly. In any case, you will soon become a lifeless entity. Ha 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 ha. The monarch of phantoms chuckled, arrogant. But I admire that, and I believe we shall not be enemies. Oh, how about collaborating with me? With you? Indeed, with me. The corners of the monarch's mouth curled upwards. You may not realize, but a terrifying disaster is looming. One that will engulf the entire world. When that time comes, the order of the world will be reshuffled. I currently need someone to collaborate with me. I possess the ability to foresee the future, while you have the talent to transcend this world. Together, we could dominate in that future. The monarch laughed. Of course. You may not believe me, but I assure you it is the truth. Ye Xing remained silent. He certainly understood that the monarch's words were entirely truthful. But what then? Collaborate with him? How laughable. Just like being oblivious to the future. If you don't believe me, allow me to share something to enlighten you. The Emperor of the Underworld spoke. In your imperial capital, there exists a modest martial arts dojo, and within it, I recently eradicated its inhabitants. The Emperor was taken aback, perplexed by the revelation. What transpired? How could you have done such a thing? He quickly shook his head. Let us shift the topic. The reincarnator that Yang Jie seeks is not you, but rather the woman beside you. Upon hearing this, Fang Ningbing's heart skipped a beat. Oh, Ye Xing inquired, and then? The Emperor raised an eyebrow. Do you not believe me? I do, Ye Xing replied, his expression devoid of emotion. The Emperor continued. What about you, Fang Ningbing? What are you all discussing? Huan interjected. At that moment, the Emperor assumed Ye Xing was skeptical, and he pressed on. No matter. Allow me to share another tale. In the northern desert, a malevolent force from beyond intends to awaken a terrifying entity called. Is it this? Just then, in the bewildered gaze of the Emperor, the colossal form of the mother of all beasts emerged. The Emperor was momentarily stunned, followed by an exclamation of disbelief. Ah? Chapter 75. The fate of heaven hangs in the balance. The supreme commandment. The eyes of the demon emperor trembled with shock and disbelief. He was utterly confounded. The colossal form of the mother of all demons loomed ominously behind Ye Xing, casting a shadow that obscured the very sun. Even more terrifying was the aura radiating from her. There was not a hint of weakness. This was inconceivable, according to his glimpses of the future. The mother of all demons was supposed to remain in slumber for at least another decade. Ye Xing tilted his head. Why the silence? Are you simply not inclined to speak? The demon emperor responded with an expression of dawning realization, his gaze fixed intently on Ye Xing. You can see the future too? What of it? Ye Xing gestured toward Huan. He can as well. Huan let out a proud huff. Even if the demon emperor racked his brain, he could not fathom why only one among the four present lacked the ability to perceive the future. Ye Xing and Huan shared a knowing glance, dismissing the demon emperor's concern. Ye Xing had a system, while Huan possessed innate talent. In an instant, the demon emperor's expression shifted dramatically. This was terrifying. Who was this individual before him? It seemed he had long been aware of the demon emperor's existence. In that moment, the threat level of Ye Xing soared in his estimation. At present, he realized that with his strength not yet restored, he would undoubtedly be no match for the mother of all demons. Thus, he considered retreating. Although Ye Xing was only at the fourth stage of cultivation, the presence of the mother of all demons instilled in him a sense of trepidation. Today you were fortunate. But once I regained my full power, did I permit you to leave? Ye Xing's voice suddenly resonated through the air. In a flash, The myriad tendrils of the mother of all demons enveloped the entire space, sealing it completely. The demon emperor turned sharply. What do you mean? I bear you no deep-seated grudge. But I do. Before he could finish, Ye Xing charged forward. There was no probing, no hesitation. He struck with lethal intent. The demon emperor could scarcely believe his eyes. How dare a mere fourth-stage cultivator take the initiative against him? A sixth-stage being? Though Ye Xing's power was indeed formidable, compared to him, it was akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. Arrogance. In a fit of rage, the demon emperor laughed derisively. Do not overestimate yourself. Arrogance must be backed by capability. Ye Xing's pupils suddenly transformed into slits, and I possessed that capability. With a thunderous roar that reverberated through the heavens, the dragon's cry echoed far and wide. Instantly, countless scales erupted from Ye Xing's form. He was transforming into a dragon. Each scale gleamed with clarity, emanating an ancient and profound power that compelled all living beings within 100 miles to kneel in reverence. This was not the innate talent of the Chaos Ice Dragon. It was the pinnacle of strength derived from Ye Xing's very flesh. After undergoing the baptism of the dragon's annihilation technique, what resided within him was the true might of a dragon. The demon emperor's mocking grin froze upon his face. Boom! The golden dragon shadow collided with the black demonic form with cataclysmic force. The terrifying energy storm even caused a slight tremor in the surrounding space. The demon emperor was sent hurtling backward, crashing through 18 mountain peaks before finally coming to a halt. The demon monarch spat a mouthful of blood, his gaze rising, filled with disbelief. This is impossible. In that fleeting moment, he even thought he had been struck by a true dragon. Moreover, the question loomed, how could his power be so immense? It was inconceivable. He had clearly wielded a sword moments ago. In the eyes of the demon monarch, Ye Xing's swordsmanship had appeared terrifying, undoubtedly a master of sword intent. Yet, to his astonishment, he now discovered that the opponent possessed formidable physical strength as well. I may have used a sword, but that does not imply it is my sole weapon. Ye Xing spoke with an air of indifference. To kill you. It matters not whether I wield a sword or not. Seeking death. The demon monarch was thoroughly enraged. In the next instant, the surroundings were enveloped in a purple radiance. Countless purple celestial beams, akin to meteors, surged towards Ye Xing brother. I am here to assist you, Huan shouted, promptly activating his foresight. In an instant, he discerned the myriad trajectories of the purple beams. He bellowed, Brother, follow my words to evade these. Boom! Ye Xing waved his hand, and the sky filled with purple light erupted. He even crushed one barehanded. Huan felt rather awkward. For him, each of those purple beams was equivalent to a strike of the 6th tier. Yet they were effortlessly shattered. The demon monarch's eyes widened in shock. He had yet to react when Ye Xing charged forward. The demon monarch, witnessing this, shouted, Insolence! Do you think I would grant you a second chance to close the distance? In the next moment, a pale light flickered in his eyes. Countless images flashed in his mind. These were potential futures. He then saw Ye Xing's fist shattering his defenses before the vision of his own demise. Change. He then envisioned himself fleeing, only to be devoured by the mother of all demons. Damn! The demon monarch suddenly sensed that something was amiss. The subsequent visions were all of him being slain by Ye Xing. This is impossible. The demon monarch shouted in disbelief. A total of 374 futures, none offering a chance of survival. Suddenly, he realized something, abruptly looking up at the heavens. Beyond the clouds, it seemed as though invisible eyes were coldly observing everything. Is the heavenly Tao aiding you? The voice of the demon monarch trembled with fear. What exactly are you? The sun and moon in discord. The calmness of those 4 words echoed in his ears. Only then did the demon monarch realize that Ye Xing stood before him. His right hand pressed against the hardest part of his horn. Crack! The world suddenly lost its color. The demon monarch felt himself being dragged into a bizarre realm. To the left was a blazing sun, to the right, a chilling moon. The excruciating pain of having his demonic horn forcibly torn off made him scream. Welcome to my domain. Thus began the torment. The Wraith Monarch's eyes widened in terror. He had never encountered such an overwhelming force. Within the corona, Ye Xing harbored the formidable power of the pitch-black sun, and at this moment, that power had been significantly amplified. Wait, the Wraith Monarch was frightened, yet his voice seemed utterly insignificant before Ye Xing. A disdainful smirk graced Ye Xing's lips. You are far too weak. I genuinely believed I was facing an entity of terrifying might that would compel me to exert every ounce of my strength. Yet, I am astonished to find you so easily vanquished. The Wraith Monarch bellowed in rage. You monstrous being! You wretched fool! Ye Xing retorted without mercy. In truth, this could not be entirely attributed to the Wraith Monarch's frailty. After all, he had just escaped from dire straits and had scarcely been afforded an opportunity to grow. However, fate was cruel, thrusting him directly into confrontation with Ye Xing, a being seemingly endowed with extraordinary capabilities. Beside them, Fang Ningbing and Huayan bore witness to this spectacle, their faces painted with shock. Is this truly the extent of Ye Xing's power? Fang Ningbing murmured. Huayan was similarly struck dumb, staring at Ye Xing in awe. He is indeed the reborn martial god. This is my elder brother. Suddenly, the Wraith Monarch felt an overwhelming sense of danger. Four Ye Xing's fists struck with excruciating force, each blow akin to the roar of a true dragon. No, wait, the Wraith Monarch hastily shouted. I have other uses. I know. Silence. Then perish. Ye Xing's fists, imbued with boundless corona energy, descended upon the Wraith Monarch with ferocity. A deafening crash echoed as the Wraith Monarch's form could no longer withstand such terrifying might, instantly shattering into countless fragments. In that fleeting moment, Ye Xing seized the Wraith Monarch's essence. This was the heart of the final reincarnation. The Wraith Monarch's source of power was unlike that of others. While the previous ones were beneath Ye Xing's notice, the Wraith Monarch possessed the ability to glimpse the future, indicating a mastery over the laws of time and space. At that moment, the mother of all demons opened its maw and proceeded to consume the remaining parts of the Wraith Monarch, subsequently enhancing its own cultivation. Ding. Task completed. Reward. Advanced Life Aperture Technique. Celestial Mandate. Celestial Mandate. Resonating with the celestial path, suspending the life aperture in the heavens. Planting the seed within the laws signifies the celestial path's judgment or blessing upon sentient beings or matters, bestowing the decree of destiny. Chapter 76. No plundering of homes. Better to annihilate the family. When Ye Xing beheld the law of fate, he was momentarily taken aback. What did it mean to elevate the law of fate to the heavens? Could it possibly replace the great Tao's principles? Furthermore, it bore the power of divine retribution, a mandate from destiny. If previously the heavenly Tao would assist him by unleashing divine thunder, then upon mastering this technique, the power of the heavenly Tao at his command would transcend mere thunder. Imagine a person undergoing tribulation. He could alter the destiny of his opponent, rendering their hard-won fate null and void. Their cultivation would plummet, leaving them utterly crippled. To a certain extent, this law of fate could even cultivate Ye Xing into a new heavenly Tao, poised to supplant the existing one in this world. Big brother, are you all right? Huayan rushed over. Although Ye Xing often astonished him, this revelation truly opened his eyes. Yet suddenly, he recalled the earlier conversation and glanced at Fang Ningbing. That strange creature had claimed she was the reincarnator. What on earth was happening? Is there an abundance of such beings lately? At that moment, Huayan's realization struck, and he exclaimed, that damned Yang Jia. What kind of abomination has he unleashed? The Yang family has been anything but honest lately, and I have tolerated them for far too long. I must report this to the old man. Ye Xing raised an eyebrow. What are you planning to do? If there's an opportunity to plunder, we ought to seize it. There is no reason not to, especially now. Huayan replied earnestly. Plundering is an instinct ingrained in every citizen of the Great Xia. Ye Xing sighed. What is the matter, brother? Ye Xing lamented. I believe we should reconsider. Ding, you have encountered the head of the Yang family, a pivotal figure from Jinling, who has betrayed humanity and become a traitor. Ye Xing was taken aback. You recall that he, unwilling to see the Huai family monopolize power, colluded with alien forces, resulting in the deaths of countless thousands in Ye Xing. Later, you learned that he was willing to sacrifice his own flesh to ascend to the ninth tier. He fused with the soul of a deceased ninth-tier entity, becoming a true ninth-tier being. That fateful day, the beauty of Jiangnan was forever lost. The Yang family retreated into the folds of space. Consequently, the Yang family became a prime target for the Great Xia's manhunt. They are to be exterminated. Mission issued: annihilate the Yang family. Eliminate Yang Wanyuan. Mission reward: God-tier talent, spatial folds. This. Brother, do you believe this predicament rests solely on Yang Jie's shoulders? Huai nodded. Very well, since you have spoken, I shall. Ye Xing interjected, leave no survivors. Huai was taken aback. Fong Ningbing observed in silence. At this juncture, Ye Xing sighed. Initially, he thought it unnecessary to uproot Yang Jie alone. However, it appeared that the entire family was indeed unworthy of mercy. They must be eradicated. Huaiyan, after a brief pause, raised his thumb in admiration. You are indeed ruthless, big brother. He initially intended to plunder the family estate, unaware that Ye Xing was far more formidable than himself. At that moment, Fong Ningbing, who had been listening intently, could no longer contain herself. Ye Xing, you need not say a word. Ye Xing interjected, waving his hand dismissively. Let us pretend nothing has transpired. You are merely Fong Ningbing. Yet, this very statement left Fong Ningbing astounded. He had indeed discerned her true identity. Was it just now, or had he known all along? Her gaze became intricate with a myriad of emotions. At that juncture, Ye Xing sensed the profound secrets within his mind. It was time to commence his cultivation. He resolved to refine himself prior to the anticipated plunder, for such a potent secret art would be a waste if left untapped. In Jinling, at the Yang residence, within a secluded chamber, a disheveled figure burst forth. Yang Wenyuan's eyes blazed crimson as his right hand clutched a shattered life token. Jier, the Red Flame Lion King beside him cautiously inquired, Master, what has transpired? The life token is shattered. Yang Wenyuan's eyes were bloodshot with fury. This signifies my son is dead. Damn it. Just moments ago, Yang Jie's life token had shattered, indicating his demise. The Lion King's pupils constricted in disbelief. This is impossible. Young Master was supposed to be in the Imperial City. How could this happen? Investigate. I demand to know who is responsible. I want their entire clan to pay the price. Cursed wretches. Cursed. Then, a sudden realization struck him, plunging him into despair. It was over. All was lost, my child. Yang Wanyuan collapsed onto the ground, lamenting. The secret art I spent 30 years seeking is now rendered useless. Without you, how can I transcend to the ninth tier? Indeed, his grief was not merely for his son, but rather for the absence of his child's assistance in his ascension. The Lion King observed his master's descent into madness, refraining from speech. It recalled the day Yang Wanyuan had retrieved a secret art from an ancient tomb, a ritual demanding a blood relative as a sacrifice to break through the ninth tier. For this, the master had poured all resources into Yang Jie. Why must it be now? As he spoke, this eighth-tier powerhouse wept like a child. The pain. It is unbearable. Ninth tier. When shall I ever grasp the pinnacle of this world? I refuse to bow beneath the Huai family. The Lion King cautiously remarked, Master. The young master has indeed been acting strangely. For the past fortnight, he has been conversing with a piece of parchment. I demand a method to break through the ninth tier. What use is this to me now? Yang Wenyuan's fury erupted. Go. Bring me the roster of all descendants of the Yang family. Hurry and find a suitable heir to nurture. It is too late for a new birth now. Yes. As the Lion King departed, Yang Wanyuan trembled, extending his palm. Ninth tier. His voice was laced with anguish. If only I could break through. I would endure any humiliation. At that moment, he felt an unsettling presence. He abruptly turned, exclaiming, Who? Immediately, two figures emerged in the vicinity. One of them smiled and said, Master Yang, it has been a long time since we last met. Chapter 77. I yearn to become a martial deity. It is a dream I harbor even in my slumber. At this moment, aboard the spiritual vessel, Fong Ningbing gazes at Ye Xing, who sits cross-legged, deep in thought. What is he planning now? What purpose does this posture serve? Huan is taken aback. Could it be that my elder brother intends to cultivate again? It has scarcely been a while since his last endeavor. Just then, Ye Xing senses the mysterious channels of fate within his mind. The heavenly path of destiny hangs in the balance. Within a human's body lie numerous channels of fate, yet they remain dormant at all times. Only during the transition from the fourth to the fifth tier can these channels be unlocked. It is this unlocking that bestows one with the threshold and eligibility to enter the fifth tier. Moreover, the number of these channels determines one's potential for the future. Allow me to witness your might. In an instant, Ye Xing begins to cultivate the heavenly path of destiny. At that very moment, the once subtle aura surrounding him becomes extraordinarily vibrant. However, this aura is not the familiar spiritual energy. Simultaneously, it seems as though the entire heavenly path has sensed this unusual energy. Is my brother truly unlocking his channels? Huan is filled with confusion. Indeed, Fong Ningbing nods. She, too, is filled with curiosity regarding Ye Xing's actions, for the unlocking of channels is of paramount importance to cultivators. Just how many channels can Ye Xing unlock? Reflecting on her past life, even she, a paragon of talent, had only managed to unlock 1,041 channels. Yet, this very number had granted her the qualification to eventually step into the 9th tier. How many do you think my brother will unlock? Huan cannot help but inquire. Fong Ningbing contemplates briefly, at least 1,300. It is worth noting that this figure is not to be taken lightly. Throughout history, she has never heard of anyone achieving more than 1,300 channels. Yet, she has boldly proclaimed it. Huan gasps in astonishment. Observing Huan's reaction, Fong Ningbing affirms, "Do not underestimate Yi. Who do you look down upon?" Fong Ningbing replies, perplexed. Huan retorts disdainfully, "My brother unlocking only 1,300? What else would it be?" Fong Ningbing is left speechless. What did you expect? At that moment, a resounding thunderous roar erupts around Ye Xing. In an instant, the number of channels he possesses begins to soar at an astonishing rate. 100, 200, 300, 400, 500. Fong Ningbing's pupils constrict. So swift? She has never witnessed such terrifying speed. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberates, sounding like thunder rolling in the distance. This sudden cacophony imbues the surroundings with a sense of the sacred. Is it the gaze of the heavenly path? Both Fong Ningbing and Huan are overwhelmed by a profound sense of awe. The unlocking of channels can actually attract the attention of the heavenly path. This is an unprecedented occurrence. With a resounding bang, Fong Ningbing exclaims in astonishment, "The tolling of the heavenly path. This is a blessing from the heavenly path." The sound echoes throughout the entire space, seemingly proclaiming Ye Xing's extraordinary nature to the world. Immediately, Ye Xing's number of life orifices began to increase at an astonishing rate. 900, 1,000, 1,100, 1,200, 1,300. Fong Ningbing instinctively exclaimed, "Impossible! How can it be so fast?" Her astonishment did not stem from the sheer quantity of Ye Xing's life orifices, but rather from the rapidity of their growth, which showed no signs of abating. Meanwhile, Huan stood there dumbfounded. Soon, the number of Ye Xing's life orifices reached 2,000. 2,000. At that moment, Fong Ningbing felt as though the entire world had become surreal. Never had anyone reached 2,000. She had never even heard of such a feat. In an instant, Ye Xing's count continued to rise. Even his aura was gradually intensifying. Though his cultivation remained unchanged, Ye Xing was becoming increasingly formidable. Only by fully opening all life orifices could one break through to the 5th rank. Yet the pressing question remained. How many life orifices did Ye Xing possess? Am I dreaming? Ancient texts record. Fong Ningbing could hardly believe it. Those who surpass 1,000 can be called saints, and those exceeding 2,000. She suddenly faltered, for there existed no record of anyone surpassing 2,000 in the texts. Ye Xing's aura began to undergo a qualitative transformation, although his cultivation still lingered at the peak of the 4th rank. The oppressive sensation emanating from the essence of life itself reminded Fong Ningbing of the tremors she experienced in her past life when facing formidable adversaries. Huayan's voice was hoarse. How many life orifices does he truly possess? Then, as the final life orifice illuminated, the stars in the sky shone brilliantly all at once. 3,000. A full 3,000 life orifices. Fong Ningbing abruptly closed her eyes. She was witnessing a living legend. All the knowledge she had acquired in her previous life was shattered in that moment. And in the next instant, something even more astonishing occurred. All the life orifices did not return to Ye Xing's body as anticipated. Instead, they surged skyward. The primordial path that originally belonged to the Demon Emperor was now intertwined with these life orifices. What on earth is happening? Fong Ningbing's voice rose by 8 octaves. Life orifices leaving the body. How could such a thing exist? This was utterly unheard of. 3,000 life orifices soaring into the clouds. It was like 3,000 paths. Huayan murmured. Fong Ningbing. Huayan had voiced what she dared not articulate. Fong Ningbing's mind was in utter disarray, her gaze filled with terror. Ye Xing, who exactly are you? She found it hard to believe that Ye Xing's identity was merely that of the heir to the Ye family. No one could give birth to such a terrifying being. Not even Ye Yuantian could. Just then, Ye Xing slowly opened his eyes. A divine aura cascaded back to him. He had not broken through to the 5th rank, yet he had gained something even more significant. A full 3,000 life orifices transformed into seeds. He lifted his gaze to the heavens. This is quite interesting. In the moment when all his vital points were unlocked, he unexpectedly established a connection with this realm. One day, he might command this world. Even a formidable 9th rank martial god would stand no chance against him. At that moment, his elder brother, Huayan, mustered his courage and called out. He sensed that his brother seemed somehow different. Just then, Ye Xing slowly rose and spoke. Where are we now? Almost at my place. Good. A smile graced Ye Xing's lips. Then let us take the opportunity to raid some estates. At the Yang residence, I desperately wish to become a martial god. I dream of it. Yang Wenyuan's face was contorted with madness as he knelt at the feet of a shadowy figure. This shadow remained expressionless, enveloped in silence. Beside him, another middle-aged man shook his head. Yin Yaoyuo, why do you not agree to the master of the Yang family? Must he beg you for it? At this moment, Yin Yaoyuo appeared troubled. Witnessing this scene, Yang Wenyuan quickly pleaded, I implore you, I truly beseech you, I promise, once I become a martial god, I will treat you with utmost respect, even more than your former master. I will regard you as I do my godfather. I mean it. I yearn to be a martial god. Yin Yaoyuo remained silent for a long while before finally sighing. Alas, I am at a loss with you. Chapter 78. 1 minute later. Not a trace of the Yang family remains. At this moment, Yang Wanjun was utterly humbled. He had even gone so far as to admit his willingness to recognize an alien as his godfather. Indeed, the figures before him, Yin Yaoyuo and another middle-aged man, hailed from a different realm entirely. Their acquaintance with Yang Wanjun was born of an unexpected twist of fate. At that time, he was not yet the head of the Yang family. During a perilous venture into an ancient tomb, he betrayed his own brother and sister in a desperate bid for survival. Little did he anticipate that this tomb served as a conduit to another dimension. From its depths emerged Yin Yaoyuo, a figure whose prowess far surpassed his own. Yang Wanjun had believed his demise was imminent, particularly after having committed such treachery against his kin, leaving him with no allies for salvation. To his astonishment, however, Yin Yaoyuo spared his life, aided his cultivation, and ultimately guided him out of the tomb, thus paving the way for his ascension as the head of the Yang family. I trust you have long since discerned why I did not take your life back then, Yin Yaoyuo remarked with an air of detachment. Indeed, Yang Wanjuan's eyes flickered with understanding. He later learned that Yin Yaoyuo's master sought to forge a stable and trustworthy alliance, and Yang Wanjun was the chosen candidate. Over the years, he had occasionally assisted the otherworldly beings, a gesture he justified as friendly exchange rather than betrayal of the great Xia. Yet now, Calamity had befallen his master. A being of ninth-tier caliber had perished. Yet, at such a level, even in death, there remained a glimmer of hope for resurrection. The essence of my master's true soul resides with me. It requires a vessel. Are you truly willing to go to such lengths? For the first time, Yin Yaoyuo comprehended the terrifying depths of this man's thirst for power. Moments earlier, he had divulged these matters to Yang Wanjun, initially hoping the latter would assist in locating a suitable corporeal form. In exchange, they would bolster the Yang family's influence. However, Yang Wanjun exhibited a reckless fervor, offering his own body in sacrifice. If you truly merge with my master, your consciousness will only remain lucid for an hour each day, and yet you still acquiesced. Yin Yaoyuo shook his head. The middle-aged man beside him chuckled. Look, the head of the Yang family hasn't objected. Why concern yourself with this? Indeed. Allow me to proceed. Yang Wanjun interjected eagerly. He cherished this opportunity profoundly. Should he let it slip away? He despaired at the thought of when he might realize his aspirations. Yin Yaoyuo regarded him with a cool glance. Truthfully, the notion of his master inhabiting Yang Wanjun's body felt distasteful. This human seemed unworthy of being a vessel for his master's resurrection. Yet, time was of the essence, and Yang Wanjun's cultivation was considerable. Should his master choose him as a vessel, the restoration of power would be expedited. What must I do now? Speak swiftly. I will agree to anything that grants me the ninth-tier power, even if it means compromising your dignity, even if it means compromising my dignity. Yin Yaoyuo, the middle-aged man. After a long while, Yin Yaoyuo sighed. I require a ceremony, one that necessitates the sacrifice of at least 10,000 individuals, each possessing a cultivation level no lower than the 4th tier. Certainly, with the esteemed reputation of the Yang family, I can easily deceive such individuals into participating. Since my master has entered your body, I need sacrifices with bloodlines akin to yours. You must offer at least 50 of your closest kin. There is no need for such complications. Yang Wanjun waved his hand grandly. I will offer the lives of everyone in my family to you. Anything beyond that shall be my gift. The middle-aged man abruptly turned to gaze at Yang Wanjun. What? How could you utter such absurd words? No need. A mixed bloodline would only pose complications. Yin Yaoyuo spoke calmly. We will still require members of the Yang family later. Very well, you should prepare promptly. Agreed. Yang Wanjun hurriedly exited, not daring to delay for a moment. The middle-aged man observed his retreating figure, truly a terrifying individual. Such a person is destined for success in any endeavor. Yin Yaoyuo shook his head. This fellow is difficult to assess. All right. The middle-aged man suddenly recalled something. Will the commotion here attract attention? It won't. I will arrange everything in advance. Yin Yaoyuo replied coolly. Moreover, we shall conduct this in secret. Could it be that anyone would know beforehand? Rest assured, the moment we achieve success, we shall depart immediately. Do you truly believe someone would lead a multitude to extinguish us before we act? Yin Yaoyuo chuckled. Do you find that statement amusing? Ha, indeed. The middle-aged man thus shed his concerns. Very well, let us commence the altar's preparation. Agreed. And so, Yin Yaoyuo and the middle-aged man began to arrange the altar. As time passed, the altar gradually took shape. However, just then, a surge of powerful auras suddenly emerged from the distance, rushing towards them. Yin Yaoyuo and the middle-aged man felt a tightening in their hearts. What is happening? Have we been discovered? Just as they were pondering this, Yang Wanjun suddenly appeared before them. Do not worry. I have deceived them into coming. I informed them that there are important matters to discuss, and soon. Even more individuals will arrive. Yin Yaoyuo and the middle-aged man exchanged glances. Is this efficiency too swift? As they spoke, a cacophony erupted outside. Yang family head, what is the matter? Indeed, at your command, we shall act. Yes. Yang Wanjun quickly calmed them. Everyone please wait a moment. Once all are gathered, I shall elucidate the situation. Good. The crowd responded in unison. After all, the Yang family holds tremendous power in this region. Although these individuals harbored some dissatisfaction, they dared not offend Yang Wanjun easily. Just then, a massive spirit vessel appeared in the distance, exuding an imposing aura. Yin Luo sensed the formidable aura emanating from the spirit vessel, and his eyes brightened with intrigue. Remarkable. So many have gathered, and to my surprise, even an 8th tier presence is among them. 8th tier? Yang Wan Yuan was taken aback. Wait, I didn't summon anyone. Before Yin Luo could react, the ground began to tremble violently. Members of various clans exchanged bewildered glances, while others were utterly confounded. What on earth was happening? Then, from the spirit vessel, a tall figure descended gracefully through the air. It was not a member of the Yang clan. Ye Xing's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of all present. You have 1 minute to escape. 1 minute later, within the confines of the Yang estate, not a single soul remained. Chapter 79. Jealousy amuses me. What? At this moment, everyone in the Yang family was utterly bewildered. Some members of other families who had just arrived at the Yang residence were equally stunned. They were told to leave upon their arrival. Yang Wan Yuan was also taken aback, gazing at the youth in the sky. Who is this audacious individual? Meanwhile, Yin Luo narrowed his eyes. What is happening? I am unaware. It seems your family has many adversaries. Very well, I shall assist you in resolving this matter. After all, Yin Luo sensed the presence of an 8th tier powerhouse aboard the spirit vessel. And there were not just one. The opposition believed that the Yang family only had Yang Wan Yuan. Little did they know, they had encountered misfortune by crossing paths with them. Yang Wan Yuan then spoke. I bear no grievance against you. Why come to trouble the Yang family? Perhaps we could descend together and discuss? There may be some misunderstanding. Yang Wan Yuan did not wish to escalate the situation. Although the opponent possessed only one 8th tier powerhouse, if a confrontation ensued, the commotion might jeopardize his plans. Better to take a step back. Your son has been slain by me, Ye Xing replied indifferently. Yang Wan Yuan. Yin Luo turned his head, casting a sympathetic glance at Yang Wan Yuan. This hardly seemed to be a misunderstanding. At that moment, upon hearing these words, other members of the Yang family exclaimed, What? The young master is dead? When did this happen? I sensed something was amiss. No. How dare this person arrogantly threaten the Yang family and regard us as nothing? Exactly. He even claims to leave no survivors. What audacity! We shall not leave. If you dare, kill us. The members of the Yang family expressed their disdain towards Ye Xing's words. After all, in Jinling, aside from the Huai family, who possessed such capabilities, so it was you. Yang Wan Yuan's enraged voice echoed through the air. He had initially intended to investigate who had slain his son, yet now the culprit had arrived at his doorstep. You wretched scoundrel! I was just about to find you. I shall surely slay you. Yin Luo exchanged a glance with the middle-aged man. Very well. Let us act together and ensure that the 8th tier does not react. Agreed. At that moment, Ye Xing spoke coolly. You have 20 seconds remaining. The others, upon hearing this, erupted into laughter. What is this fellow saying? Is he a fool? Cannot discern the current situation? Just as they prepared to witness Ye Xing's folly. Boom! Countless thunderous roars reverberated. The expressions of everyone froze. Shortly thereafter, hundreds of colossal spirit vessels tore through the clouds, with 5 figures radiating an aura of terror standing at the bow. They were all peak 8th tier powerhouses. Yang Wan Yuan's face turned as pale as parchment. No. This cannot be. He had only summoned a few minor families dependent on the Yangs. What is happening now? Look, that is the Yi family's banner. In addition, there is the cold moon banner of the Huai family. My goodness, what is happening here? A tumult erupted among the crowd. Amidst the gathering of spiritual vessels, dozens of figures exuding a terrifying aura hovered in the air, the weakest among them being 7th tier cultivators. Yin Yaluo's pupils quivered, and he exclaimed in disbelief. What in the world is going on? Why are there so many powerful beings here? The middle-aged man's face turned pale. Wasn't he agreed to summon only a few individuals? Why on earth did you bring so many peak 8th tier cultivators? Yang Wan Yuan, what do you intend to do? Yin Yaluo growled. Yang Wan Yuan's voice trembled. I do not know. The middle-aged man hurriedly interjected. How on earth did you provoke them? I did not provoke anyone. You did not provoke them? Yet they summoned such a multitude to find you. I truly do not know. Yang Wanyuan was on the verge of tears. In the sky, Huayan approached Ye Xing. Brother, they have all been summoned. Indeed. Ye Xing nodded. Among them are forces from the Huai family, as well as those from the Yi family that he had summoned through spatial transmission. After all, this involves ninth-tier matters. It would be better to simply crush through. Ye Xing looked down upon the Yang family. Time's up. Yang family, it is time for your annihilation. Upon hearing this, some other families that had yet to depart from the Yang family hurriedly spoke up. We have no ties with the Yang family. Do not indiscriminately slay the innocent. Wait, let us join you, please. At that moment, Yang Wanyuan urgently interjected. Wait, what has my Yang family done? On what grounds do you seek to annihilate us? Even if I have done something wrong, you should turn us over to the Zhengxie Bureau. I demand to see the Zhengxie Bureau. Ye Xing nearly laughed aloud. Fool. Do you think you can still meet with the Zhengxie Bureau? At this moment, Ye Xing paid him no heed. The next instant, go tell that to my background. All the powerful beings on the spiritual vessels dove down like dragons. This destructive force could obliterate all powers in the Great Xia, save for the ninth tier. Run. The middle-aged man hastily cried out, but his face turned ashen. The space was sealed. Thus began an overwhelming onslaught. Boom! Countless spiritual energies erupted. The paths converged. In an instant, the entire Yang family was engulfed in a sea of flames. Meanwhile, Huayan shouted, Hurry, do not forget to loot the estate. Ye Xing. Below, at that moment, Yin Yaoyuo witnessed the destruction of his altar. Gritting his teeth, he declared, My lord, I can only rely on you now. I have no other recourse. Indeed, who could have anticipated such a turn of events? In an instant, Yin Yaoyuo directly summoned his primal path. He intended to expend his cultivation, using his own power to awaken his lord. As long as the slumbering lord awakens, nothing will be insurmountable, even if he is weak and feeble, even though he is not truly resurrected yet. At this moment, after Yin Yaoyuo dedicated the source path to that ninth-tier existence, a tremendous energy storm surged forth. The entire Yang family was drawn to this overwhelming force. Ye Xing furrowed her brow. This aura is utterly terrifying. Could it be? My lord, please redeem us once more. Just as Yin Yaoyuo fervently spoke, a crisp sound of shattering glass resonated through the heavens. A tall figure stepped forth, treading upon the fragments of the void. Ninth tier? To think it is merely a remnant soul? Huaisher did not even cast a glance at the crimson beam. I assumed it was something rare. Yin Yaoyuo staggered back a few steps. Suddenly, Yang Wanyuan's eyes blazed red as he roared. Huaisher. The man, called by name, lifted his head. Who are you? Those three nonchalant words ignited the accumulated wrath of Yang Wanyuan over countless years. How dare you claim not to know me? I'm Yang Wanyuan. Huaisher, oh. I think I recall now. What is this attitude? Yang Wanyuan's desire to become ninth tier stemmed from the Huai family's patriarch. Huaisher, in his youth, he regarded Huaisher as a rival. Yet, Huaisher remained indifferent. Eventually, he even ascended to the ninth tier. That is why Yang Wanyuan harbored such an obsession with the ninth tier. He yearned for Huaisher to taste defeat once. He aspired to surpass him. Yang Wanyuan trembled, memories of his relentless training flashing before his eyes. In pursuit of surpassing this man, he had even resorted to practicing forbidden arts, sacrificing his own son as an offering. Wait for me. I shall also attain the ninth tier soon. What give you the right to look down on me? I will surely surpass you. When that time comes, enough of this noise. With a casual wave, Huaisher declared. Bang! Yang Wanyuan was instantly obliterated into a mist of blood. Your fury bores me to the point of laughter. The corners of Huaisher's mouth curled into a pleased smile, yet your jealousy brings me great delight. Chapter 80. I thought it would be exhilarating. The head of the family. Damn, what shall we do? That is, Master Huai. He has emerged from seclusion. At that moment, everyone gazed upon the imposing figure suspended in the void. Yin Yalu trembled as he beheld this ninth-tier existence. It is over. We are utterly doomed. Old man, Huayan rushed over. An expression of disbelief etched upon his face. How did you come out? Now makes sense. Meanwhile, in the distance, Ye Xing observed Huaishir. Is this the father of Huayan, the current head of the Huai family? I have met Uncle Huai. Ye Xing slowly approached to pay his respects. Huaishir's eyes flickered as he regarded the young master of the Yi family, often mentioned by his son. Suddenly, his gaze shifted, as if sensing something profound. He felt an immense power emanating from Ye Xing. If one were to compare his son to a tranquil pond, then this youth before him resembled an expansive river or sea, vast and boundless. It is astonishing that Yi Yuan Tian has produced such a monstrous son. Huaishir marveled. Sometimes, I truly envy your Yi family. Talent abound. What? As soon as these words left the mouth of the Huai family head, everyone stared incredulously at Ye Xing. He is actually the young master of the Yi family. No wonder he is so audacious. He truly possesses the capability to leave the Yang family in ruins. Then Ye Xing spoke. I implore Uncle Huai to take action and eliminate the true threat posed by the Yang family. Huaishir abruptly turned, his eyes filled with a hint of astonishment. This child is aware that there exists a ninth-tier presence here? If it were his foolish son, he would surely think it was merely a raid. However, Huaishir narrowed his eyes, realizing that this young man from the Yi family had summoned such a multitude. He clearly knows something. How did he come by this knowledge? Suddenly, Huaishir found himself intrigued by Ye Xing boom. The crimson pillar of light trembled violently, and an ancient voice emerged. Damn, why have you awakened me prematurely? The martial god, the entity within the pillar, seemed to have witnessed something terrifying. Its previously overwhelming aura instantly waned, as if it sought to tear through space to flee. Damn it, he never anticipated that upon awakening, he would encounter a ninth-tier martial god. Humph. Huaishir snorted coldly, casually grasping with his right hand. The space within 100 miles instantly solidified, trapping the fleeing ninth-tier soul like an insect ensnared in amber, suspended in midair and unable to move. Wait, do not kill me, the soul cried out in a pitiful plea. All right then. Yet, Huaishir's right hand clenched tightly. Boom. The ninth-tier soul barely had time to emit a scream before being crushed into a myriad of luminous particles. Indeed, he had once been a ninth-tier being. However, now his strength was but a shadow of its former self, especially when confronted by an existence far more powerful than he had ever been in his prime. Thus, a once mighty ninth-tier being met his demise. With a mere flick of his hand, Huaishir divided the pure essence of the soul into two halves, directing them towards Ye Xing and Huayan. Here, take this a great boon. Even in death, there is still potential for repurposing. Ye Xing cradled the resplendent soul orb, his lips twitching. To treat a ninth-tier powerhouse as mere medicinal material, such audacity is truly extraordinary. After all, this is the essence of a ninth-tier soul. Ye Xing had a premonition that absorbing this would dramatically enhance his own power. No, my lord. Yin Luo collapsed to the ground, his plans effortlessly crushed. Moreover, his master had been divided as well. Huaishir cast a glance at him. Do you wish to accompany them in death? Without waiting for a response, he lazily extended a finger and lightly tapped. Yin Luo and the middle-aged man's bodies burst apart like watermelons struck by a colossal hammer, exploding into a mist of blood. Even the altar beneath their feet disintegrated into dust. Such is the might of a ninth-tier martial deity. With a mere flick, 8-tier lives were extinguished. No one truly comprehends the vast chasm between the 9th and 8th tiers. Old man, Huayan remarked disdainfully. Must you always be so barbaric? Every appearance is a bloody affair. What do you understand? Huaishir replied nonchalantly. I call this efficient handling. It is quite humane. Ye Xing added, in fact, Uncle Huai's approach seems to please them. Huaishir inquired. Look, they're spewing white liquid. Oh, it's brain matter. Ye Xing stated matter-of-factly. Then it's all good. Huayan. Huaishir. At that moment, words appeared before Ye Xing. Ding. Task completed. Gain space fold. Can fold, tear space, even create space. Gravity and spiritual energy within the space can be freely manipulated. Ye Xing's eyes brightened. This is a spatial divine technique. Other spatial talents have certain limitations, But this spacefold has no constraints whatsoever. It entirely depends on the user's prowess. This journey has been immensely rewarding. Not only has he acquired spatial talent, but he also obtained a piece of essence belonging to a 9th-tier soul for free. Ye Xing planned to attempt breaking through to the 5th tier upon his return. Just then, Huaishir glanced at Ye Xing. You should be ready to break through to the 5th tier, right? Why not do it, my Huai family? So I can see if Ye Yuan Tian's son can indeed surpass his father? Huai's eyes lit up. Yes, brother. Our Huai family has a special Xian Tian spiritual retreat for 5th tier breakthroughs. It's unparalleled in the entire Great Xia. Ye Xing was taken aback, then smiled and replied, Very well, I shall graciously accept your invitation. Since that is the case, do not blame me for shocking you with some minor talent. By the way, have you opened your life orifices? Huaishir responded, If not, you might as well return to the imperial capital for your breakthrough. However, just as he finished speaking, he noticed Huai's expression suddenly change, as if plunging into silence. What's wrong? It's nothing, Uncle Huai, rest assured. I have already opened all my life orifices. Is that so? Huaishir, with a smile, began to speculate. Given your exceptional talent, it must be quite impressive. I shall be bold. 1,300? The old man. Huaiyan murmured to himself. Is your courage so limited? Huaishir sensed something amiss, and, as if a revelation dawned upon him, his gaze flickered. Could it be over 1,500? If that is indeed the case, then the talent of this young Yi from the Yi family. Ye Xing interjected with a smile. You are quite close. Huaishir, incredulous, exclaimed, Not sufficient. It cannot possibly be 2,000. I have never heard of anyone's life aperture surpassing 2,000. Not so few. There are indeed some who reach 3,000. Oh, I thought as much. Huaishir, mid-sentence, suddenly realized. He abruptly turned his head. What did you say? 3,000. Chapter 81. The 5th level's 5th realm. The ever-burning golden eyes. At this moment, Huaishir believed there must be something wrong with his hearing. 3,000? What does that even signify? Even for one as formidable as he, upon opening his life aperture years ago, he barely surpassed 1,000. Yet now, someone was claiming that the life aperture had been opened to a staggering 3,000. As comprehension dawned upon him, disbelief swiftly followed. He initially thought that stating 2,000 was already absurd enough, but here was an even more outrageous assertion. Enough with the jesting. How much, truly? But what awaited him was only Huai's silence and Ye Xing's enigmatic smile. Gradually, Huaishir sensed that something was amiss. After a prolonged silence, his voice trembled with astonishment. Is it true? Old man, stop asking. If I deceived you, I would be your father. This venerable 9th-tier martial deity, who had traversed the continent for centuries, was now showing signs of losing composure. He fixed his gaze upon Ye Xing, as though attempting to decipher every sinew of this young man. 3,000 life apertures. What a terrifying innate talent. If Ye Xing were to break through to the 9th tier, wouldn't it be a foregone conclusion? Indeed, he might even surpass all of them. If given a few more years, how long until this lad reaches the 9th tier? 20 years? 10 years? The Yi family has produced a dragon. Huaishir cast a profound glance at Ye Xing. Ye Xing chuckled. Uncle Huai, you flatter me. Ah, the thrill of ostentation is truly delightful. Huaishir narrowed his eyes. This young man was clearly reveling in the attention. Just then, the cleansing of the Yang family came to a complete conclusion. Let us return to the Huai family. Huaishir declared, his patience waning. With a wave of his hand, the space around them rippled like water. Before Ye Xing could fully grasp the situation, the world around him spun dramatically. When he regained his footing, he found himself hovering above the Huai family estate. This, Ye Xing gazed at Huaishir in astonishment. He had long heard of this man's unparalleled mastery over spatial laws, and witnessing it firsthand, he was indeed living up to his reputation. Take the young man from the Yi family to the Xiantian spiritual pool, Huaishir commanded. Very well, Huai replied, leading Ye Xing to the training grounds. Huaishir murmured to himself, how on earth did this Ye Yuan Tian produce such a son? Why is my own son a dullard? Could it be a matter of posture? Meanwhile, on the other side, Huai had brought Ye Xing to a mist-laden spiritual pool. The waters shimmered in a riot of colors. The rich spiritual energy was almost condensed into a liquid form. Brother, this is the accumulated wealth of my Huai family over a century. Huai declared with grandiosity, feel free to absorb it. After all, you cannot exhaust it. Once you break through, I shall enter to do the same. Why not enter together? Ye Xing inquired. That is not permissible. Only one person may enter at a time. Huai responded, very well. With that, Ye Xing wasted no time in politeness and gradually immersed himself in the Xiantian spiritual pool. Huai stood by, observing. At that moment, Ye Xing produced the divine soul he had obtained. He intended to consume it as well, thereby strengthening his power for the impending breakthrough to the 5th tier. Let's begin. Immediately, Ye Xing ceased to hesitate and commenced his cultivation. The colorful spirit liquid within the Xiantian spirit pool suddenly began to boil, transforming into countless streams of light that surged fervently into his body. Boom! The entire spirit pool trembled violently, and the water level descended at a visibly rapid pace. Huai widened his eyes. Brother, this absorption speed. It's simply astonishing. At this moment, Ye Xing's realm exhibited a clear upheaval. Just then, Huai entered. The commotion is quite significant. At that instant, the cluster of 9th tier divine soul in Ye Xing's hand suddenly radiated brilliance, even producing subtle echoes. No, I'm a 9th tier powerhouse. I can still return. I refuse to accept this. Even in the face of death, the soul unconsciously lamented. Ye Xing spoke calmly. Once absorbed by me, you shall become a part of me. When I ascend to become a martial deity, your cultivation will return as well. Do you not understand this simple principle of ascending first to aid the subsequent ascension? Without further hesitation, Ye Xing devoured it. How absurd! He had kindly intended to bring this entity back to the 9th tier, yet this fellow still failed to comprehend his intentions. Ungrateful. At that moment, the soul-based Tao spirit that had been consumed was undergoing transformation. Crack! It was as if something deep within the soul had shattered. Ye Xing's spiritual consciousness surged instantly. Every whisper of movement within 100 miles was distinctly perceptible. More terrifying was the exponential increase in the strength of his soul. Exhilarating. This was a deceased 9th tier divine soul, albeit initially just a wisp, which had been divided into two by Huai Shi. Nevertheless, it was still immensely formidable. Suddenly, Huai Shi abruptly raised his head. What is this? He noticed something amiss in the sky. Dark clouds gathered ominously, and countless thunder dragons rolled about. Was this the heavenly tribulation? Huai Shi was astonished. How could a 5th tier encounter a heavenly tribulation? At that moment, a golden divine lightning, as thick as a water barrel, descended, enveloping Ye Xing entirely. This was not a heavenly tribulation. Huai Shi gasped in disbelief. This is a blessing from the heavenly Tao. Why is even the heavenly Tao assisting Ye Xing in his breakthrough? Amidst the golden lightning, Ye Xing's cultivation surged upward at an astonishing pace. The lightning seemed to be cleansing his very essence, every inch of flesh undergoing a qualitative transformation. Boom! As the final beam of golden light entered his body, an infant suddenly coalesced in Ye Xing's dantian. It was indeed a 5th tier Tao infant. This Tao infant was unlike any other, its form entwined with 3,000 strands of golden silk. 5th tier achieved. In the center of the pool, Ye Xing's Tao infant continued to expand at a terrifying rate. 20 zhang, 50 zhang, 80 zhang. When the Tao infant broke the 100 zhang barrier, the entire Huai family secret realm trembled. The Tao infant was flawless, its surface adorned with 3,000 golden Tao patterns. Most astonishing were its eyes. With each blink, it seemed as if the sun and moon revolved, and wherever its gaze fell, the very fabric of space subtly distorted. This was no mere Tao infant. Should others witness it, they would undoubtedly believe it to be a deity. The Tao infant of a typical martial artist is seldom this immense. Huai Shi could hardly believe it. When he ascended to the 5th rank years ago, his Tao infant measured a mere 47 zhang, which had already sent shockwaves throughout the cultivation community. Yet the creature before him, boom! Ye Xing's cultivation continued to surge. 5th rank, 2nd layer. 5th rank, 3rd layer. 5th rank, 4th layer. 5th rank, 5th layer. Each breakthrough resonated with the heavens. The water level of the spiritual pool plummeted, and the spiritual veins at the bottom emitted sounds of unbearable strain. Stop absorbing. There won't be a single drop left. Brother, leave me some essence. Huan was in tears. The last essence in the pool was being devoured by Ye Xing, transformed into a radiant spectrum of colors. At last, Ye Xing's aura gradually stabilized. He slowly opened his eyes. They were orbs like molten gold, eyes that would never extinguish, the golden eyes. Merely locking gazes with him caused Huai and soul to sting painfully. Even more alarming was that those eyes, enhanced by a 9th rank divine soul, had grown even more formidable. This signified that Ye Xing's ocular technique inherently possessed attributes of soul attack. Eternal eyes, eyes that are everlasting and indestructible, impossible to gaze upon directly, capable of imprisoning or even detonating all that is within an enemy, their soul, spiritual power, and even extracting memories, dragging them into an illusion. Such a versatile ocular technique. A mere glance could either ensnare the enemy or cause their soul to explode. One more look, and they would detonate. Ye Xing raised his gaze towards the father and son of the Huai family. Thank you. Should I break through again, I shall return to your esteemed family. Huaishi's scalp tingled. You're here to feast and take. Well, Huaishi scolded Huayan. How dare you? I never consented, and you agreed to this? Chapter 82, Foolish Child. Even if you deplete your spiritual power, you still. Farewell, brother. I shall miss you. Huayan waved his hand in farewell to Ye Xing. At this moment, Ye Xing stood before the spatial passage, contemplating his return to the imperial capital. Having achieved a breakthrough at the Huai family, he had ascended to the 5th tier, 5th level. He had accomplished all that he needed to, and there was no longer any reason for him to linger. Are you not returning to the imperial capital with me? Ye Xing inquired, glancing at Fang Ningbing, who stood not far away. Fang Ningbing, feeling Ye Xing's aura, was still recovering from her astonishment. After a prolonged silence, she sighed gently. I cannot go. I have more pressing matters to attend to. But fret not. I shall return in due time, and I will fulfill the promises I made to you. That is of no concern. At this moment, Fang Ningbing's heart was filled with complexity. Throughout this journey, Ye Xing had astonished her beyond measure. In this era, there were no so-called miracles, only Ye Xing. He seemed almost an anomaly of this age. Fang Ningbing mocked herself. She had once believed that, with her identity as a reborn martial deity, she would dominate this era. Yet now, it seemed utterly laughable. Then I shall take my leave. Farewell. Ye Xing would not impede Fang Ningbing, for each person has their own fate. With Ye Xing's disappearance, the father and son of the Huai family observed the scene from a distance. Huaishi cast a deep glance at Fang Ningbing, then slowly exhaled. How did Ye Yuan produce such a son? Huan queried. Why are you pondering this, old man? The large-scale failure. Should I consider reopening it? Enough of that. Why do you care? What are you up to? Curse it all. Huan. In the imperial capital, at the Yi residence, this wretched boy, always running hither and thither, he was better off before. At least he didn't stray far from the imperial capital, sighed Lu Ruyan. She had scarcely seen her son of late. After all, no mother wishes to be separated from her child. Just then, a familiar voice rang out from behind her. I'm back. Lu Ruyan turned abruptly. You actually remember to return? Ye Xing approached with a cheerful grin, just about to speak when he suddenly sensed something. Where is father? He's in the hall with the Federation representatives. Lu Ruyan fussed over her son's collar. You child, the Federation? Ye Xing's brow furrowed. At that moment, Ye Yuan strode in with a grim expression. What a nuisance. The Federation should simply disband. Ye Xing, puzzled, asked, what happened? You have returned? Ye Yuan glanced at his son and replied coolly, it's nothing serious. Just that the northern territories of the Federation have been attacked by some treacherous sects from other nations, and some items have been stolen. Meanwhile, that Pope is neglecting his duties. The Federation has been preoccupied with exploring other realms, and now they've come to our great Xia seeking assistance under the pretense of helping us train for actual combat, when in reality they are merely seeking muscle. Upon hearing this, Ye Xing's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had just achieved a breakthrough to the 5th tier. Moreover, venturing to the Federation might just trigger a quest. Father, allow me to go. As a descendant of the Yi family, it is my duty to uphold the righteous path of the world. Ye Yuantian in silence finally spoke. Are you merely seeking to show off? Ye Xing, Ye Yuantian shook his head. I've heard that not only have we, the great Xia, been summoned, but also several local families from the Federation. Do you truly wish to go? Absolutely. No way. Lu Rian suddenly slammed her hand on the table. You are constantly wandering off. Do you not regard me as your mother? If you wish to go, I shall accompany you. Ye Xing was taken aback. Mother, please do not jest. If Lu Rian accompanies me, I would have to behave like a model child the entire way. What jesting? I am quite mature now. Ye Xing felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Regardless of age, you remain my son. Lu Rian grasped Ye Xing's ear firmly. Ouch! Father, help! Just as Ye Yuantian was about to interject, a fierce glare from Lu Rian silenced him. The esteemed head of the Yi family immediately took on a serious demeanor. The mother and son engaged in a verbal duel for several minutes. Eventually, Lu Rian's eyes sparkled, as if struck by an idea. How about this? I could forego the trip. She flipped her wrist, revealing a resplendent crystal in her palm. This is the Guiyuan Lioli crystal, a 6th-tier spiritual treasure. As long as you channel your spiritual energy to illuminate it, if you can light at least half of it, I shall permit you to go. Lu Rian's eyes narrowed. In truth, she was not entirely truthful. It was indeed a 6th-tier treasure, but it was the very pinnacle among them. Its function was to store spiritual energy. To illuminate it, an immense amount of spiritual energy was required. Given her son's capabilities, it was utterly unattainable. This was a mother's deceit wrapped in love and cunning. Really? Ye Xing, very well. He then took hold of the Guiyuan Lioli crystal. Ye Yuantian observed with a complex expression. He understood precisely what this was. In an instant, he grasped his wife's scheme. Yet he dare not speak. Lu Rian smiled. Come now. If you fail to illuminate at least half of it, I shall accompany you. Silly child, if you exhaust your spiritual energy, you shall not reach half. At most, you will only illuminate 1/5. Just as Lu Rian's words faded, a faint glow began to emanate from the surface of the Guiyuan Lioli crystal. Oh! She raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised by her son's rapid activation of spiritual energy. However, she soon considered that he must be exerting himself to the utmost. Yet in the next moment, the crystal erupted with blinding radiance, its brightness soaring to 40% in an instant. This, Lu Rian was taken aback. Ye Yuantian shot to his feet, his eyes gleaming with astonishment. But even more astonishing events were yet to unfold. 50%, 60%, 70%. The brightness of the Guiyuan Lioli crystal ascended at a visible pace. The entire room was illuminated as if it were midday. Impossible. Lu Rian's face bore the mark of disbelief. This is capable of storing the entirety of 6th-tier pinnacle spiritual energy. Before she could finish her sentence, a sinister crack suddenly appeared on the surface of the crystal. Lu Rian, wait! Lu Rian swiftly retrieved the crystal, her voice tinged with sorrow. This was the token of love your father bestowed upon me in years gone by. However, Ye Yuantian's attention had entirely shifted from the crystal. He fixated on Ye Xing, his voice trembling slightly. When did you ascend to the 5th tier? The room fell into an eerie silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Chapter 83. I struggled to comprehend the situation, but it seemed she intended to. Lu Rian's hand suddenly froze, and she slowly lifted her gaze. What? 5th stage? Only then did she notice the swirling fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding her son. It was unmistakably a characteristic of the Tao infant realm. Moreover, the intensity did not resemble that of a novice at the 5th stage. Yet, even if it was the 5th stage, such a vast reservoir of spiritual energy was inconceivable. This was entirely beyond comprehension. Before returning to the imperial capital, Ye Xing pondered for a moment and spoke. I broke through in the Huai family's Xiantian spiritual pool. The Xiantian spiritual pool? How much did you absorb? It seems I nearly drained their century-long accumulation. Ye Yuan suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Excellent. Truly, you are my son. Ye Xing, puzzled, replied, What? Ye Yuan suddenly recalled something. Wait, when you broke through. How large was your Dao infant? Ye Xing gestured, approximately 100 zhong. Ye Yuan nearly choked on his tea. What? 100 zhong? Ye Xing innocently blinked. What's wrong? Is that small? Ye Yuan. Lu Ruyan. The couple exchanged glances, simultaneously recalling the time when Ye Yuan himself broke through to the 5th stage. His Dao infant had measured only 58 zhong and was already hailed as the most talented individual of the Yi family in a millennium. Now, however, their son was astonishingly exceptional. Can I go alone now? Upon hearing Ye Xing's words, Lu Ruyan shot a cold glare at Ye Yuan. It's all your fault for giving birth to such a monstrous son. Ye Yuan retorted, as if I alone could have produced him. At that moment, Ye Xing cheerfully announced, Well then, I shall take my leave. Goodbye. With that, he hurriedly dashed out, intending to board the spiritual vessel and head directly to the Federation. This lad, Ye Yuan, shook his head. Lu Ruyan sighed. Children grow beyond their mothers. Meanwhile, Ye Xing was already en route to the Federation. He had inquired about the location in advance from his father. Upon arrival, he would undoubtedly be met by someone. This time, not only would there be people from the Great Xia, but also representatives from other nations and local families within the Federation. Notably, the silver families such as Elizabeth and Yekaterina, which had stood the test of time in the Federation for a century. Young master, we are nearing our destination. Song Feng spoke. All right, Ye Xing nodded. After a while, Ye Xing finally set foot on the soil belonging to the Federation. Young Master Yi. 3 figures swiftly descended from the sky to greet him. The leading middle-aged man with brown hair wore a broad smile. I am Ron, an official of the Federation's Foreign Affairs Office, here to receive you on orders. The female cultivator on the left respectfully bowed. Lady Saint has specifically instructed us to properly host young Master Yi. Just lead the way. Ye Xing waved his hand dismissively, uninterested in their flattery. Of course. Ron quickly stepped aside to guide him, secretly wiping the cold sweat from his brow. This young master was indeed a hot potato, the sole heir of the Yi family. Ron could not help but break into a sweat at the thought of his superior's furious admonitions before his departure. They had anticipated that the Great Xia would send only second-rate scions to fulfill their duties, yet they were astonished to find that a significant figure had been summoned instead. The trio dared not contemplate the ramifications of any misstep. At that moment, they escorted Ye Xing into an opulent hall. Young Master Yi, please enter. Our esteemed Lord Melos shall arrive shortly. With a slight nod, Ye Xing stepped into the hall. Upon entering, he sensed several pairs of eyes fixated upon him, some curious, others scrutinizing, and yet others indifferent. After surveying the room, Ye Xing shook his head in disappointment at the apparent lack of prowess among the gathered individuals. He then casually sought a place to rest. Meanwhile, on the other side, a blonde woman expressed her evident dissatisfaction. What sort of servant have you found for me? I thought this time would suffice, yet it has barely lasted. The man beside her appeared somewhat flustered. I truly apologize, Miss A. Lillian. I did not foresee this outcome. Internally, however, he cursed the woman. He had secured a servant for Miss A. Lillian who was capable of enduring for over 14 hours. But who could have predicted that this servant would be so utterly diminished in strength before her? A. Lillian scoffed and turned her gaze to the distance, her eyes suddenly sparkling. Wait a moment, who is that? He is extraordinarily handsome. There, not far off, stood Ye Xing. George raised an eyebrow. A person from the Great Xia. A person from Great Xia? A. Lillian's eyes gleamed. I have yet to experience one from the Great Xia. The figure in the distance was undoubtedly the most striking man she had ever encountered. George's expression shifted. Shall I speak on your behalf and arrange for him to be sent to your chambers tonight? A. Lillian's eyes lit up. You truly understand me. However, as if struck by a sudden thought, A. Lillian's brow furrowed. Wait, what is the background of this person from the Great Xia? I just heard that an extraordinary individual has arrived. George chuckled. Oh, rest assured, I have heard that it is merely a young master from the Yi family. What? A. Lillian's concern was palpable. George quickly clarified. Do not fret. I have heard of this young master from the Ye family. He is known as a frivolous wastrel, indulging only in pleasure. Yet, recently, a plethora of rumors about him have surfaced. I suspect this is a deliberate ploy by the great Xia to elevate his stature in the eyes of others. Thus, the news of his impending arrival is merely an attempt to sway public opinion and alter perceptions of this young master. In truth, he is unlikely to appear here at all. Lillian nodded thoughtfully. I see. She secretly exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this man from the great Xia was unlikely to be the heir of the Yi family. With that thought, her worries dissipated. Miss Lillian, wait for me. I shall come over at once. Upon hearing your name, he will likely be so exhilarated that he cannot contain himself, George exclaimed with a laugh as he approached. At that moment, Ye Xing was contemplating where to trigger his task when he received a notification. Ding, you have encountered the Empress of Lust. Ye Xing was momentarily taken aback. During the time of the Federation, Lillian, a member of the Silver family, had seduced countless men, and everyone believed her to be a promiscuous woman. However, what no one knew was that her talent allowed her to forcibly absorb the cultivation of her partners through dual cultivation. With this ability, she ultimately became the renowned Empress of Lust throughout the West. Now, she seeks to extend her influence over you. Mission issued. Completely in the reign of the Empress of Lust. Mission reward. Divine level technique. 7 sins calamity. Upon reading this, Ye Xing felt somewhat bewildered. It was his first encounter with such a task. Why had it suddenly triggered? Just then, he realized it was because a man was smilingly approaching him. George greeted, "Hello, nobleman of Great Xia. Our esteemed Miss Lillian wishes to invite you to dinner, to converse about the moon and the starry skies, and to join forces against the forces of evil. Of course, it would be delightful to share a wonderful evening together." Ye Xing listened expressionlessly as this Federation man prattled on before him. George assumed the man would eagerly agree. However, Ye Xing replied, "No need. I have no interest in your so-called Lillian." He smiled faintly and added, "Moreover, you rambled on quite a bit. I did not catch much of it, but if I am correct, she intends to seduce me, does she not?" George's expression stiffened. Chapter 84. Guess what? Something is about to get hard. At this moment, George was utterly bewildered. What was this man from the great Xia saying? How dare you utter such vulgar words? George's expression darkened. Let me inform you that our Lady Lillian hails from the Silver family. Do not mistake my courtesy for weakness. It is a privilege for you that she would even glance your way. Vulgarity? Ye Xing replied nonchalantly. What are you talking about? The Silver family. Are they truly so impressive? Do not elevate yourself too highly. You. How dare you insult the Silver family? George could hardly believe the audacity of this man from the great Xia. He then spoke in a low voice. You are finished. Even if you were to become Lady Lillian's servant, she would never forgive you. You foolish pig from the great Xia. He initially intended for this man to accompany Lady Lillian for a night, but his arrogance was beyond comprehension. What did you say? George sneered. I said you are a foolish pig from the great Xia. All of you are such base creatures. Upon hearing this, Ye Xing suddenly laughed. He then stood up without uttering another word. Witnessing this, George's eyes turned mocking. What? Do you dare to strike me? Let me remind you, this is the Federation. You. Bang! A deafening explosion erupted from the hall. Instantly, all eyes turned towards the source of the sound. What had transpired? Meanwhile, Lady Lillian was elegantly savoring her wine. However, at the moment the thunderous noise erupted, she froze momentarily and instinctively turned her head. As a result, boom! A bloodied figure was hurled towards her. What is this? Lady Lillian's pupils constricted, and she quickly dodged. Bang! The figure crashed heavily into the spot where she had just been standing, shattering the stone floor beneath. Lady Lillian was about to express her fury. Yet, upon recognizing the figure, her gaze froze. George! At this moment, George was a pitiful sight. His left arm was shattered, and his entire chest had caved in. Furthermore, his right leg was twisted at a grotesque angle. George spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale. Lady Lillian save. However, before he could finish his sentence, a terrifying bolt of lightning struck him. In an instant, George was reduced to ashes. Lady Lillian stood in shock. Dead? Just like that. Dead? George, one of her most cherished confidants. She had not even had time to comprehend what had just occurred. Suddenly, a cold voice emerged from behind her. So, you're a Lady Lillian? She quickly turned around, only to see the man from the Great Xia approaching her. In that moment, Lady Lillian understood everything, and her expression turned icy. You seek death. Do you know he was mine? To act so recklessly on the Federation's territory, you. It is precisely because I knew he was yours that I took him down, Ye Xing replied calmly, before Lady Lillian could grasp the meaning of his words. Ye Xing's hand tightened around her throat. Amidst the incredulous gazes of the dozens present, a Lillian was lifted off the ground. What are you doing? A Lillian struggled to speak, a flicker of terror gleaming in her eyes. She had not provoked this man. Why was he attacking her? Ye Xing gradually applied more pressure while smiling. Can you guess what will be hard as a rock in a moment? A Lillian hesitated. Is it you? No, Ye Xing chuckled. It's you in a minute. Instantly, a violent surge of thunder erupted. A Lillian was engulfed in excruciating pain. Every part of her body was subjected to immense agony. The others around her were utterly bewildered. What was happening? He actually dared to strike a Lillian. My heavens! This man from the Great Xia has gone mad. Everyone was in disbelief. Wait, what are you doing? I clearly provoked you. Let go of me. A Lillian screamed. Ye Xing's expression darkened. You provoked me yet. Boys must learn to protect themselves. Do you think that phrase is just a joke? So what? You men go out to seduce women, don't you? It's your honor that I even take notice of you. A Lillian's face turned grim. You better put me down right now and bow to me, or I will make you regret this for the rest of your life. As a member of the Silver family, she had never endured such humiliation. The Silver family was a heroic lineage beneath the Pope. There were only a few Silver Kings in the entire Federation. They were the mightiest beings outside of the Pope. Make you regret it? Indeed. Just wait until my sister arrives. She will ensure you cannot live or die. I will throw you into a pigsty for breeding. Damn man for the Great Xia. Just as a Lillian was cursing Ye Xing madly, a voice echoed from outside. Deacon Ron has arrived. At that moment, a figure entered, revealing Ron, who had earlier received Ye Xing. Ron had just remembered something and intended to return briefly. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of the Ye family's young master gripping a Lillian. Meanwhile, a Lillian's eyes brightened upon seeing Ron. Deacon Ron, this madman from the Great Xia has gone insane. Quickly, before she could finish, an overwhelming pain surged through her body. The surrounding onlookers began to speak. This man from the Great Xia is finished. Deacon Ron is here. Indeed, he's still one T let go. He must be truly mad. TSK, I bet this man will soon regret it. Just as everyone anticipated that Deacon Ron would intervene to subdue Ye Xing, Ron's trembling voice broke through. Why, young Master Yi, please do not be angry. If there is anything, just let me know. At that moment, when everyone heard this title, they were left in stunned silence. What? Why, young Master Yi? At that moment, Lillian was taken aback. Young Master Yi? Immediately, a terrifying thought began to emerge slowly in her mind. Wait. It couldn't be. Lillian's complexion turned pale in an instant. Chapter 85. The 7 Deadly Sins. The pretentious Ye Xing? At this moment, a terrifying thought flickered through everyone's minds. If there were others of the same surname in this world, it would not come to this. Yet, upon witnessing the demeanor of Steward Ron and the audacious expression on the youth's face, a chilling realization dawned upon them. Could he possibly be? Silence. What can you do if I refuse to let her go? Do you intend to stop me? Ye Xing's voice was icy. And no, I wouldn't dare. Steward Ron hastily waved his hands, his complexion paling. He was utterly bewildered. How could the heir of the Ye family be in conflict with a Lillian? Yet, he could not afford to offend either side. If it were any other Silver family, he might not have been overly concerned. However, recent rumors suggested that the head of the Lillian family, renowned for his ruthlessness as the Silver King, was likely on the verge of ascending to the 9th tier. This was a status far exceeding that of other Silver families. You are the one from the Great Xia Yi family. A Lillian's face turned ashen. She had never anticipated that her casual search for a place to rest would lead her to this individual. Damn George. Was T had said that it was merely a rumor, that the heir of the Ye family wouldn't show up? At that moment, Lillian wished she could serve George 1,000 times over. The great Xia Yi family was known throughout the world. There were even whispers that her father was the most powerful man in Great Xia. With this thought, Lillian, suppressing her agony, spoke hastily, "Ye young master, it's all a misunderstanding. I didn't know it was you, please. But I have no misunderstanding with you." Ye Xing replied indifferently. Seeing his demeanor, Lillian realized begging for mercy was futile. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "I tell you, my father has already ascended to the 9th tier. He is on the same level as your father. I do not wish to escalate this, but should you dare to harm me..." Ye Xing sighed, "Fool." In the next instant, Lillian's left hand was abruptly shattered, blood gushing forth. Her screams reverberated throughout the hall. However, before she could recover, Ye Xing forcefully slammed her to the ground. Bang! The floor shattered beneath them. Ye Xing loomed over her. "What is wrong with moving you?" Lillian trembled in pain, quickly shouting, "You seek death. My father will not let you off." Ye Xing let out a cold laugh. Her father? Merely a newly ascended 9th tier. And even if the Pope himself were present, his own father would not show any deference. What was there to fear? As Lillian attempted to rise, Ye Xing's foot pressed down. Lillian's left foot was instantly crushed. Ah! The surrounding crowd was utterly stunned. My goodness. The heir of the Ye family is so brutal? That is a silver family. He truly dares to strike with lethal intent. This is going to escalate. Many began to retreat. Just as Ye Xing was poised to continue his assault on this fool, suddenly, "Let her go." A cold voice echoed from distance. Everyone froze and quickly turned to look. In the distance, a silver figure approached. It was Izar. Those who recognized Izar were taken aback. What was she doing here? The elder sister of Alien. She was the foremost representative of the silver family in this generation and the sole heir of the family's future. Rumor had it that she had recently undergone a divine awakening, elevating her strength to the late 6th tier. Among the younger generation throughout the entire Federation, she was undoubtedly a top-tier powerhouse. At that moment, Izar was seething with rage. "What are you doing to my sister?" She had merely come to find Alien, but was met with such a disgraceful scene upon entering. This was a blatant affront to the dignity of the Silver family. "Sister, he is the young master of the Ye family. Please save. Did I permit you to speak?" Ye Xing's foot pressed down on Alien's face. Upon hearing this, Izar narrowed her eyes slightly. "Oh, so you are the infamous Ye Xing? Do you know me?" "Ha, of course," Izar replied with a cold smirk. "I have heard much about you, which has only deepened my understanding of the limits of your Daxia people." Ye Xing furrowed his brows. "Recently, your remarkable exploits have been celebrated throughout Daxia." Izar scoffed. "They call you a monstrous genius, slaying 6th-tier experts beyond your level. And that even by Feng Shui is no match for you? How utterly laughable. I had intended to visit Daxia to witness this farce myself. But it seems you have delivered yourself right to my doorstep. Truly, your people excel at posturing." Ye Xing remained silent. Seeing his lack of response, Izar's disdain deepened. As expected, this boy had proven her point. She had encountered by Feng Shui before, a true paragon among women. How can anyone surpass her? Those rumors must be false. "Now, release my sister," Izar commanded, her tone leaving no room for dissent. "Do not compel me to act." Ye Xing suddenly smiled. "You want me to let her go?" The surrounding crowd was stunned. Was the young master of the Ye family about to relent? However, in the next moment, Ye Xing's smile turned frigid. "What are you to command me?" With a resounding thud, Ye Xing's right foot struck Alien's chest with force, causing her to crumple inward. He followed with a kick aimed at her head, sending her hurtling through the air. Izar's expression changed dramatically, instinctively dodging. Alien crashed heavily at her feet, and she did not even attempt to help her sister. Ye Xing tilted his head. "What's wrong? Are you too afraid to catch your own sister? What were you barking about just now?" Task completed. 7 deadly sins. The 7 divine sin shackles. Through cultivation, one can successively awaken powers of pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. Ye Xing gazed at the text that appeared before him, a slight smile gracing his lips. And in the next moment, beep, after the overthrow of the Lust Empress, you have incurred the wrath of the sovereign. Ye Xing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. More challenges awaited? As the 30-year-old Empress of Desire, Izar once blossomed late in life, ultimately favored by the divine. Her impeccable divine constitution allowed her to ascend step by step to the pinnacle of power. No longer reliant on divine favor, she had become the sovereign of the Federation. When this immensely powerful ninth-tier entity issued a decree of vengeance, the task was clear: crush Izar's pride. The reward for this endeavor: a divine artifact known as the Crown of Glory. Ye Xing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Look at that. I told you traveling abroad would broaden my horizons. In such a short time, I've triggered 2 tasks. Ye Xing, you seek your own demise. Izar's voice was frigid. I was initially inclined to offer you a chance, considering our fathers are both 9th tier. But it appears you fail to comprehend your own strength and position. It is you who is confused, Ye Xing replied coolly. Both our fathers are 9th tier? How laughable. There are distinctions even among the 9th tier. Do you truly believe that reaching 9th tier signifies the pinnacle? A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Izar's eyes. You, old woman, why pretend to be young? Ye Xing mocked. At your age, still only at 6th tier? Truly pathetic. Izar was momentarily taken aback. The surrounding onlookers turned pale upon hearing her words. This is bad. Izar despised others mentioning her age. Who are you calling an old woman? Chapter 86. What is this fervor? The arena fell into a profound silence. Everyone gazed at Ye Xing in disbelief. At that moment, Steward Ron was on the verge of tears. Oh, ancestors, please, do not yist. He was genuinely fearful that Ye Xing might cause a disturbance here. Otherwise, the entire Federation would bear the brunt of the Yi family's wrath. Ms. Isabel, you. Would you just call me? Isabel abruptly turned, her eyes ablaze with fury. Steward Ron fell silent, taken aback. Why are you reacting so strongly? At that moment, Isabel was seething, her eyes nearly aflame. She detested when others referenced her age. She was perpetually 18. Yet, she retained her composure, aware of Ye Xing's distinguished status. If he were harmed, it would not bode well for her either. Gritting her teeth, she declared, I shall grant you one more chance. What should you call me? Ye Xing replied, old hag. However, he soon sensed an unsettling shift and continued, forget it. That seems rather impolite. If you prefer a more